Chapter 511. At the main peak of the Tianji Holy Sect, the Tianji Sect Master was collaborating with numerous peak masters and elders to deduce the secrets of the universe. The hall was shrouded in mist, and various distorted visions continuously emerged from the void. From time to time, illusory creatures appeared from the void, then disappeared without a trace in an instant. With the establishment of the Anti-Demon Alliance, the Tianji Sect Master sensed that the impending crisis had become more urgent. The disciples of the Tianji Holy Sect constantly deduce the secrets of the universe. Even with the best protection, they are inevitably affected by the power of the Great Tao. These effects can be both good and bad, but they all have one effect. They grant those affected a keen sense of their own destiny. They often sense the approach of a turning point in their lives, a point they call a calamity. And now, the Tianji Sect Master senses his own calamity approaching. Or perhaps, the entire wilderness is facing a calamity. Buzz, suddenly, a humming sound echoed from the void, and the strange visions within the entire hall were completely erased by a force, like chalk writing on a blackboard. The peak masters and sect leaders sitting cross-legged on the ground all closed their eyes bleeding. Only the Tianji Sect Master, sitting in the center, suddenly opened them. As the mastermind of this divination, Tianji Sect Master's eyes were shattered, but he seemed to feel no pain, his face brimming with excitement. Breakthrough. I see it! I see it! Tianji Sect Master laughed heartily, pointing to the sky with one hand, and laughed, the heavenly demon, nothing more. The other peak masters, seeing their sect master like this, hurriedly asked, Master, what did you see? Tianji Sect Master covered his shattered eye, and casually replied, Hurry and prepare the messenger bird. I've observed the heavenly secrets. The heavenly demon will descend in 3 months. By then, the heavenly punishment holy sect will gather several great demons, and we must support them. News of the Tianji Holy Sect quickly spread throughout the 6 major holy sections. The approaching demons forced each to accelerate its war preparations. A large number of wild beastmen civilians were captured for forced labor, forced to leave their homeland and travel to the nearest major city to build a larger city. Chiman practitioners were also mobilized, and many of them, even at the cost of altering the terrain, set up incredibly dangerous Chiman formations in each city. In anticipation of the impending demon's arrival, the 6 major holy sects distributed various formation diagrams practically free. The sole hope was to gain a glimmer of hope in the coming catastrophe. This, in turn, made Richard a fortune. Chiman ancient seals, formation diagrams, terrain connection, terrain modification, all kinds of knowledge poured in, making Richard exclaim in admiration at the wisdom of the holy sect. Soon, time arrived, the 3rd month. Because the heavenly punishment holy sect foresaw the wizard's heavy deployment of troops, 3 of the 6 holy sect leaders were present. Furthermore, the legendary martial saint, a lone cultivator, had also appeared before the battle began to aid the Anti-Demon Alliance in their fight against the heavenly demon. In other words, the heavenly punishment holy sect had assembled a full 4 martial saints. Adding to the heavenly punishment holy sect's own unique formations and the relics of their ancestors, they were confident they would be strong enough to withstand even the resurrection of the demon lord. The sky gradually dimmed. A ripple emerged from the sky, transforming the previously empty space into a watery surface. The 4 martial saints, upon witnessing this scene, their energies rapidly circulated. Is this the heavenly demon? An old man in a hemp robe, holding a wine gourd, gazed at the sky with a dazed look. The ripples in the sky gradually transformed into cracks. A cold, steel-like surface reflected in the void. No, the heavenly punishment sect master replied, these are probably their chariots or warships. These heavenly demons, like us, are creatures of flesh and blood. As he spoke, the rift in the sky suddenly widened. The spatial rift, stretching over thousands of kilometers, resembled a giant eye. Looking down from it, the vast heavenly punishment holy sect seemed but a small speck. 10 floating cities, along with dozens of smaller ones, descended toward the earth like the pupils of a giant eye. The heavenly punishment sect master raised his hand, and a resounding bell rang throughout the heavenly punishment holy sect. Then, 823,543 warriors, who had taken their positions, simultaneously injected true energy into the formation flags before them. With this infusion of true energy, over 800,000 formation flags activated simultaneously. Instantly, the formation flags connected, with 49 peaks as the core, separating the entire heavenly punishment holy sect from the world. I show these demons how powerful we are. The great sun sect master laughed heartily, and soared into the sky. With the blessing of his strange formation, the great sun martial arts, once extremely energy intensive, no longer had to worry about exhausting their energy. Now, the entire world, including the earth veins they were connected to, became his source of energy. Boom! The great sun sect master then waved his hand, and a massive sun appeared from the sky. The sun was a golden hue, its terrifying heat scorching even the surrounding space. From a distance, the sun's brilliance was swallowed by the spatial rift, and the sun, once so terrifying that people couldn't even look directly at it, transformed into a black sun. With a casual wave of his hand, the massive black sun burned through space, heading straight for the spatial rift. If the flames were strong enough, the wizard's floating city would instantly be reduced to molten iron. How rude! A calm voice echoed from the rift. A black dot, barely 2 meters across, flew out, calmly blocking the floating city, which had a radius exceeding 10,000 meters. Facing it was a massive black sun, with a diameter of nearly 100 kilometers. The black dot raised its hand slightly, and snapped its fingers. The next moment, the heavens and the earth froze. The terrifying black sun stopped before it, unable to advance an inch, and even its terrifying heat ceased to spread. Then, the black dot slowly expanded, transforming into a black-robed wizard. The black dot, in turn, gradually shrank, transforming into a black ball. The wizard grasped the black sun in his hand, and tossed it into his mouth. A moment later, the black-robed wizard spoke. Not powerful enough? Is this all you have? The wizard's arrogant words instantly infuriated the Great Sun Sect Master. Since joining the Great Sun Holy Sect, he had never been treated with such contempt. But just as he was about to strike, a hand rested on his shoulder. Lightning flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Punishment Saint Sect, who calmly said, "Brother Dari, don't fall for this evil spirit. Let's attack together." The Heavenly Punishment Sect Master waved his hand, and a spatial rift appeared out of thin air. He reached into the rift, and a purple thunder axe wrapped in a lightning snake appeared in his hand. Hee, not pedantic, I like it. The martial saint holding the wine gourd chuckled, and casually pulled a straight wooden stick from thin air. The stick looked ordinary, but it made the pupils of the Wanling Sect Master standing nearby shrink. Jian Mu. The wine gourd martial saint chuckled at this. Good taste. The Dari Sect Master, seeing this, did not act rashly. He immediately produced a flaming crimson halberd from thin air. Then I lead the charge. With that, he flashed and appeared in the air. Demon, surrender. The Great Sun Sect Master swung his great halberd, carrying with it countless fragments of space, as he charged towards the black-robed wizard. Behind him, the other 3 martial saints followed closely, their fists flashing, their staffs shadowing, and thunder instantly engulfing the wizard. In an instant, the entire sky was ablaze with strange visions. The sun soared, the thunder river surged backward, spirits surged, and mountains collapsed. Under the influence of the 4 martial saints, the very laws of the sky were completely distorted. All energy, elements, and even space were transformed into lethal weapons. Caught in the middle of this killing move, the black-robed wizard had no room to dodge. Humph, such a gimmick. Boom! A blast erupted from the sky, and the 4 martial saints retreated like cannonballs. In the sky, the black-robed wizard shed his robe, revealing a physique so powerful that even a martial saint would tremble in fear. Emerald green roots sprouted from the staff in the wizard's right hand, gradually covering his entire body. Let me introduce myself. My name is Garoan, the black-robed wizard said calmly. If you are willing to serve me, I will spare your life today. The wizard civilization desperately needs your fighting power. The 4 martial saints remained silent after hearing this. But the next moment, a strange phenomenon in the sky responded. The martial saint of heavenly punishment swung his axe, and the sky darkened with the swing of his axe. The martial way of heavenly punishment follows the will of heaven, destroys evil demons, and protects all living beings. Before today, all I had seen were petty idiots, and I was skeptical. But now that I've met you, I understand the true meaning of this way. With that, the sky shattered, lightning flashed wildly. Space, already barely recovering, shattered again. On the ground, 820,000 warriors channeled their inner chi, pushing this extraordinary formation to its limit. Boundless energy was drawn by the axe, merging into the lightning. This strike is called Heavenly Punishment. The axe swung down, and lightning filled the sky. The lightning that pierced the entire sky instantly engulfed the great wizard Garoan. Following the lightning, the other 3 martial saints unleashed their unique skills. The martial saint of all spirits exploded in size, transforming into a towering giant imbued with the characteristics of countless beasts. The giant possessed no weapons, but his massive fists were more than enough. With a powerful swing of his fist, all spirits became one. The martial saint of the great sun grasped the halberd and hurled it with all his might. A golden glow merged with the halberd. The halberd shone brilliantly, like the blazing sun. Finally, the nameless martial saint drained the gourd of wine, and the shadows of mountains suddenly appeared around him. He then swung his staff, shattering countless mountains into a single shadow. The shadow of the staff was intangible, yet it could crush the very sky. The four martial saints unleashed their ultimate skills, but amidst the lightning, a hint of regret crossed the face of Grand Wizard Garlon. What a shame! It's not enough. With that, the World Tree staff sank into the void. The spatial storm, powerful enough to shred even an ordinary Grand Wizard, was absorbed by the World Tree's branches, transforming into an endless supply of energy for Grand Wizard Garlon. Garlon, why don't you attack? The World Tree asked. Grand Wizard Garlon sighed. Alas, what a pity for these aliens. If I could use them, I could incinerate many of my old friends on a direct battlefield. The next moment, boom, the fist light, the halberd, and the shadow of the staff exploded in the air, transforming into a pitch-black sun with a diameter exceeding 500 kilometers. A floating city was swept by the sun. Its armor, designed to withstand spatial storms, was instantly devoured, its broken edges smooth as mirrors. Soon, the black sun vanished. The four martial saints watched the great wizard Garen, who remained unchanged within the black sun, a flicker of despair crossing their faces. Garen calmly said, Aliens, it's my turn now. Chapter 512. The great wizard Garlon did not create the numerous strange phenomena that the four martial saints had. His methods were unpretentious, almost understated. He revealed his true form, a three-headed giant over a kilometer long, standing in the air like a deity descending to earth. The great wizard Garlon reached out to the great sun martial saint. The next moment, the void shattered, and a massive hand pierced through the void, grasping the great sun martial saint in its grasp. The great sun martial saint tried to dodge, but as the hand struck, an invisible force pinned him in place. He managed to break free, but the brief delay allowed the hand to capture him. The moment he entered the hand, it marked his downfall. A terrifying force, like a mountain bearing down on him, instantly shattered the great sun martial saint's defenses. And the moment his defenses were shattered, the roots of the World Tree took root within his body. After taking root, the World Tree did nothing. It simply sucked gently, and the plump flesh of the great sun martial saint instantly shrank. Faced with two creatures exceeding the limit of level 6, the great sun martial saint offered no resistance, and was captured in a single encounter. After the World Tree swallowed the great sun martial saint, the great wizard Garlon turned his gaze towards the remaining three martial saints. You still have a chance. If you are willing to serve as my followers now, I can still spare your lives. At most, the contract I will make later will be a bit harsh. But the three martial saints responded with three fleeing figures. Martial artists, who achieved the status of martial saint, are not pedantic. Since the four men were now no match for them, they naturally turned and fled. Since the heavenly punishment holy sect's treasures had already been moved, the sect simply gave them away. Besides, they had anticipated this situation. So, when setting up the strange formation, they had kept a trick up their sleeve. The heavenly punishment martial saint poured a bell from his gourd and shook it slightly. Then, a crisp ringing sound echoed in the ears of every warrior. Upon hearing the bell, these carefully selected warriors began their final formation changes. But alas, all this was in vain. Grand Wizard Garlon noticed the heavenly punishment martial saint's subtle movements and immediately threw his World Tree staff to the ground. As the World Tree touched the ground, its massive roots took root, rapidly expanding along the underground flow of magical energy. Drawing upon the World Tree's energy, the 49 peaks that were supposed to explode emitted only a slight energy fluctuation before remaining motionless. The heavenly punishment martial saint's plan for the collapse of heaven and earth was ended abruptly. But without the support of the World Tree, capturing the three martial saints as easily as he had captured the great sun martial saint was impossible. So, the great wizard Garlon stood still in the air, watching the three martial saints depart. He calmly drew from the void the bone staff he had once used. With a flick of his staff, the vast sky instantly collapsed. This was merely a reflection within the veil. Within the veil, a vast domain rapidly expanded, enveloping the three martial saints like a veil. Within the veil, countless majestic creatures surged like a wave, engulfing the three martial saints. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how many forbidden martial arts they employed, the wave remained endless. Galen, observing the three martial saints engulfed by the wave, shook his head with a hint of regret. Alas, without achieving truth, the domain remains just a domain. It still has a long way to go before it can evolve into an illusory world. Ignoring the three martial saints trapped in the domain, Grand Wizard Garlon turned and waved his staff, guiding the floating city army from the sky to descend. At the same time, the other two Grand Wizards had already crossed the world wall and entered the devastated world known as the Wilderness. Corona Throne's misdirection of fate is truly effective. Beneath his black robe, a sinister laugh emanated from a ball of black flame. Looking at the unprepared Great Sun Holy Sect before him, the Grand Wizard named Yuan commanded, "All forces, attack! Every warrior, leave no one alive." Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the Myriad Spirits Holy Sect, a similar scene unfolded. The difference was that the Grand Wizard leading this army of wizards was not as tyrannical as Grand Wizard Yuan. The Soul Jade Grand Wizard said calmly, "Those willing to surrender will be fitted with slave collars. Those above level 3 will not be spared." Behind him, hundreds of Grand Wizards performed a collective wizard salute. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." In Wuxiang Valley, Richard stood atop a mountain, the communication pyramid beside him. Suddenly, a faint light flashed from the communication pyramid, and a message entered Richard's crystal ball. "Operator Richard, Grand Wizard Yuan has successfully entered the world. Within 20 days, the Legion will arrive at your location. Please ensure that any issues within the puppet forces are resolved to prevent any unexpected incidents during the reception." Richard couldn't help but smile at the message. After more than a decade of lurking, the army has finally arrived. He manipulated the crystal ball briefly, sending the news that the wizard army had successfully entered the savage world to the numerous wizards under his command, along with his own orders. "Men, it's time to close the net and eliminate all destabilizing factors." A faint light flashed on the communication pyramid, and soon the dark wizards in the lower city of Wuxiang Valley received the news. "Is it finally time to close the net?" In the main hall of the sect, a third-ring black wizard read the message and orders in the crystal ball, and couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Beside him, several of his closest associates trembled with fear at his smile. They knew that when the sect leader laughed like that, it meant someone was about to die. "Aju, inform all the hall masters to prepare to take over the territory. Today is the day we take control of Qinghe City." Aju, standing by, heard this and quickly advised, "Master, we can't fight. The sect has said that there must be no internal strife between sects until the anti-demon campaign is over." The black wizard glanced at the subordinates he had trained and said in a cold voice, "You want to disobey me? I dare not." "Then go quickly." "Yes." At the same time, the same thing happened in nearly all the cities within Wuxiang Valley. Under Richard's command, the three-ring black wizards began to eliminate potential resistance within the cities. Richard's words unleashed a bloody storm in many cities. 7 days later, all the cities were under the control of the wizards. At the same moment, the wizards' army had advanced to the border of Wuxiang Valley. Arriving at the small floating city, 1 kilometer in diameter, the Great Wizard Phantom looked at the battle zone map and asked his subordinates, "The sect we're controlling is called Wuxiang Valley, right?" "Yes, Commander." Looking at Wuxiang Valley, a sect away, the Great Wizard Huanling ordered, "Inform Operator Richard that we have reached the outskirts of Shanin Sect and will arrive at Wuxiang Valley soon. Tell him to ensure that all cities are under our control." "Yes, Commander." Having issued the order, the Great Wizard Huanling flashed and appeared outside the floating city. Gazing at the mist-shrouded city before him, he sneered and shouted, "Listen, everyone. Surrender now, and I guarantee you will be safe from harm. But if you refuse to surrender, you will be doomed." The Great Wizard's voice, amplified by magic, quickly spread throughout the city. In response, a massive chi arrow blasted his way. "Wizard Tianma, stop your lies. Warriors like us are not cowards." The Great Wizard Huanling laughed strangely, and swallowed the chi arrow. "Stubborn! Activate the floating city's main cannon, and break their strange formation." With these words, the Great Phantom Wizard drew from the void a constantly shifting illusory staff, turned, and soared 10,000 meters into the sky. Here, the Shanyan sect's leader had been waiting for him for a long time. Richard stood in the air, quietly observing the battle in the distance. At the Great Phantom Wizard's command, the small floating city activated its main cannon. A hole opened in the center of the cold metal lower hemisphere, revealing a metal octahedron engraved with countless runes. A vast amount of energy surged from the Nightmare Power reactor, flowing through the mithril alloy energy transmission pipeline and into the black metal octahedron. In a flash, the runes on the octahedron illuminated, the once pitch-black metal gleaming like the North Star in the glow of the runes. The next moment, the North Star erupted. A massive torrent of energy, over 10 meters in diameter, instantly ripped through the mist clouds created by the strange formation, tearing apart the city, the earth, and the warrior standing in its way with unstoppable force. The main artillery ended, and figures began to emerge from the floating city. 100,000 white wizards poured out of the floating city, forming a battle formation in the air at astonishing speed. Richard counted. 10 legions of 10,000 men emerged from the floating city. Under the command of the legionary commander, a massive molten meteorite fell from the sky, like a divine punishment, destroying the ancient city that had stood for 10,000 years in a single second. The warriors formed into a battle formation, attempting to fight the wizard legion. However, a warrior formation often consisted of only a few, or even a few dozen, and even a formation of tens of thousands could only be used for defense. Compared to the wizards, who had fought wars for tens of thousands of years, the wild orcs' formations were as immature as children. The chaotic elements shredded the wild orcs' resistance, but unlike before, the wizards ignored the wild orc civilians, and instead warned them to stay inside their homes. This time, the wizards weren't seeking to exterminate or enslave a race. They were seeking to assimilate the wild orcs into wizard civilization. They were seeking to devour a race. Thus, senseless slaughter was completely prohibited by the council during this war. The ground war was undoubtedly underway, and Richard turned his gaze to the sky. In the sky, the Grand Wizard and the Shanyan sect's leader were engaged in a battle. With superior intelligence, the Shanyan sect's leader was being defeated. Once upon a time, such battles would have seemed like natural disasters to him, but now, battles of this magnitude were commonplace. Level 4 creatures were no longer distant to him. Suddenly, a dark light emerged from the void and landed on Richard's shoulder. Richard tilted his head and asked, "Is everything done?" Ulysses replied, "It's all done. The entire warehouse in Wuxiang Valley has been moved to the secret realm." Chapter 513. Supporting a faction is one thing, making money is another. Once the Wuxiang Valley is taken over by the headquarters, it will no longer be his property, and the contents will naturally become the headquarters' resources. But before the headquarters takes over, these resources will still belong to Richard. Even if he empties them, it would be due to his superior skills. Soon, with a thunderous roar from the sky, the leader of the Shanyan sect was struck through the defenses by the great wizard Huanling. Half of his body burned to ash. This also marked the outcome of this battle. With a battle whose outcome was already known, Richard had no desire to continue watching. The rest was already garbage time. Ulysses, inform the wizards down below to prepare for the arrival of the main force. Huh, you're using me like a messenger pigeon again? Can't you use that crystal ball? Ahem, the communication pyramid isn't with me. You have to tire yourself out for a bit while I go check out the secret realm. With that, Richard casually opened a rift in the secret realm and entered. Richard hadn't yet thoroughly inspected the warehouses in the Formless Valley, but now that he moved into the secret realm, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Inside the secret realm, Richard's salamanders, salamander artisans, and their families all abandoned their current tasks and, with a mixture of pain and joy, transferred the resources of the Formless Valley to the makeshift warehouse constructed by the Holy Tree Elves. Before them lay a mountain of treasures, composed of alchemical materials and magical plants. Richard's familiar mount, Hog, was happily rolling in the pile of magic spirits next to the pile of materials. As a sect with a history of tens of thousands of years, the treasures within Wuxiang Valley are slightly inferior to those of the older sects, but they are still shocking enough. Wuxiang Valley's warehouses are divided into 4 major warehouses: the Yuanjing Warehouse, the Treasure Material Warehouse, the Weapon Warehouse, and the Treasure Medicine Warehouse. These 4 warehouses belong to the sect and are responsible for maintaining Wuxiang Valley's daily operations. Above these 4 warehouses, Wuxiang Valley also has a treasure trove, the inner warehouse where Richard found the Suanio armor. This warehouse, belonging exclusively to successive sect masters, is filled with rare treasures and precious martial arts collected by successive sect masters of Wuxiang Valley. At this moment, Richard had moved all the contents of the other 3 warehouses, except for the weapon warehouse, into the secret realm. Among these, the Yuanjing alone, or the magic essence of wizards, amounted to nearly 1 billion. The value of the various magic potions and alchemical materials was so great that it was impossible to estimate them in a short period of time. And this does not even include the various treasures Richard took from the inner warehouse. It should be noted that these wild worlds were not forced into the Dharma ending age due to severe damage, like the wizard world. For hundreds of epochs since the vanishing of the Forerunners, the savage world has been producing rare treasures. Many of these treasures are simply impossible to find in ordinary worlds. Richard roughly estimated that he had netted half the wealth of the microcosm on this trip. Looking at the mountain of magic essence and alchemical materials before him, Richard's heart was deeply shaken. When wealth is just numbers, it seems insignificant. But when wealth becomes tangible, people realize what those few numbers truly represent. Swallowing his saliva, Richard shook his head, dismissing the thought of diving into the sea of magic essence. Hogg could do such a foolish thing, but as a wizard, he could never stoop so low. He walked over to Calion and pulled the fire lizard, grinning from ear to ear, its eyes ablaze with gold, away from the treasure mountain. My lord, my lord. My lord. Let me sort this out. Calion struggled to climb toward the treasure mountain, his voice a mixture of pleading and frantic. Richard remained unmoved, slowly dragging him to the alchemy workshop. Are you clear-headed now? In the alchemy workshop, Richard looked at Calion and asked calmly. Calion's eyes instantly cleared, as he surveyed the alchemy machinery surrounding him. He bowed awkwardly to Richard and said, My lord, I lost my composure. That's perfectly natural, Richard replied. I understand the desire for treasure in your bloodline. But this desire must not interfere with your work. I need you to build a mojo cutter to cut the raw mojo into standard mojo. As he spoke, Richard pulled a thumb-sized standard mojo from his pocket. Use these dimensions. Spend more time designing and cut as many standard magic crystals as possible. During the Enlightenment, wizards began using magic stone and magic crystal as common currency. After the Wizarding Wars, the Council of Truth was established. To establish a stable market, the council began promoting standard magic crystals and standard magic stones throughout the wizarding world. Over the years, the various sizes of magic crystals and magic stones have disappeared, and standard magic stones have completely replaced raw magic stone ore. However, the wild orcs still use magic crystals as raw ore. Therefore, to accommodate trade and various magical equipment, these raw magic stone ore must be cut. Yes, sir. I do it right away. Carrion bowed slightly to Richard, then ran to the treasure pile and pulled several of his colleagues out. Seeing the smile on his face, Richard couldn't help but smile. Tricking his teammates, huh? After finishing his work with the magic stone, Richard was about to leave the secret realm. But just as he was about to leave, a subtle crackling sound reached his ears. He paused and moved to the salamander's rest area. Since Richard had approved the regulations allowing salamanders' families to enter the secret realm, the salamander's rest area had been transformed from a dormitory to an apartment building. Even though salamanders are dragon bloods, they don't like to be watched while mating. At this moment, the entire salamander's rest area was empty, save for a figure Richard recognized. Richard looked over, and saw that it was the same salamanders who had inspired him to recruit salamanders. Papa was currently guarding a small nest built from volcanic red stone, a specialty of the Red Sun world. Within the nest lay a cracked fire lizard egg. Long ago, Richard had allowed fire lizard craftsmen to bring their companions into the secret realm. Later, this rule was extended to fire lizard workers. But after all these years, this was the first time Richard had seen a fire lizard egg hatching in the secret realm. But from Richard's perspective, the fire lizard hatchling within the egg was a little too weak. Richard's heart stirred, and a soft holy light suddenly shone from his body. The divine power that had hatched Hogg flew from Richard's fingertips and instantly sank into the fire lizard egg. At this moment, even someone as slow-witted as Papa noticed Richard's arrival. He quickly stood up and bowed to Richard, saying, Master Richard, I didn't notice you were here. Richard had no intention of arguing with this mentally challenged fire lizard. He pointed at the fire lizard egg and asked, Is this your child? Papa nodded, Yes, Master Richard. Richard smiled and touched Papa's head. I remember when I first met you, you were only this tall. He gestured to his waist. I didn't expect you start a family in the blink of an eye. Time. Richard sighed softly, how fast it goes. After becoming an immortal, his perception of time had become increasingly insensitive. By the time he became a great wizard, perhaps a single research session would be equivalent to half a lifetime for others. With Richard's blessing, the little fire lizard, once on the verge of death, suddenly stabilized. Under the gazes of Richard and Papa, the little creature peeled back its eggshell and let out its first roar into the world. Wow! It was at this moment that Richard suddenly sensed a subtle connection between him and the little creature. Richard touched the creature, and the next moment, he understood what this connection was. A life born into this world with the benevolent blessing of the gods. Little one, you are my natural disciple. The great wizard Phantom spent 3 days conquering the Shan sect. The sect leader was killed, and none of the disciples survived. The Shan sect was thus destroyed. After passing through the Shan sect, Wuxiang Valley faced the wizard army head-on. For the city of Wuxiang Valley, fresh from a massive purge, panic spread through the air, permeating the hearts of every wild beast man. Soon, the wizard army, having dealt with the Shan insect, arrived at the Wuxiang Valley's territory. The wild beastmen warriors within the city gazed at the massive steel structure rising in the sky, their hearts brimming with despair like wild weeds. But they received neither the wizard's persuasion to surrender nor the order to resist from their superiors. For they were astonished to discover that their leader had transformed into a black-robed wizard. The hall masters in key positions had also become black-robed wizards. The key figures in the entire city had all become wizards. Master Yu. Ajio felt his head spin as he watched the wizard turn master. No wonder the master had launched a surprise attack on other sects during the crucial period of the anti-demon war. It turned out that their leader had been inexplicably replaced by the heavenly demon. The black wizard sneered at Ajio. Don't look at me like that. I saved your lives. If you resist, you be cannon fodder. With that, the black wizard flew out of the hall, dismantled the magical formation, and respectfully welcomed the wizard army. Then, the wizard army marched straight into Wuxiang Valley. By then, Wuxiang Valley had already dismantled the magical formation and welcomed the wizards. Looking at the mountain before them, the great wizard Phantom took a single step and appeared at the summit. Atop the mountain, Richard and Ulysses had been waiting for a long time. Lord Phantom, Richard said with a slight bow. Although Richard was no longer a great wizard, as the holder of the Wizard Hero Medal, he was a favorite of the great wizard Garlon. When facing a fourth-ring great wizard, he no longer had to be as deferential as before. A slight bow will suffice. The great wizard Phantom examined Richard carefully and exclaimed in admiration, I didn't expect Master Garlon to truly succeed, transcending the limits of a level 3 creature's physical body. Wow, that's truly remarkable. After his admiration, he turned his gaze to Ulysses. Your intelligence states that you are the leader of this Wuxiang Valley. So what is this? He's my trophy, Master Phantom. The great wizard Phantom narrowed his eyes. A master wizard of the Soul School, he could clearly sense the presence of a soul within the body before him. You knew there was a soul within this, didn't you? Of course I do, Master Phantom. Seeing Richard knew, the great wizard Phantom didn't waste any words, and simply pretended not to notice Ulysses. Richard was now only one step away from becoming a great wizard, and a favorite of the future Grand Wizard Garlon, the future coronet. There was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. For example, have Richard explain the origins of this body. Operator Richard, on behalf of the Savage World Conquest Campaign Headquarters, I officially accept the formal acceptance of the puppet force you support, Wuxiang Valley. Now, on behalf of the headquarters, I'm giving you a new mission. Next, as the acting leader of Wuxiang Valley, you will enter the rear of the wild orcs and gather as much intelligence as possible on the demon cult. Richard gave a wizard salute and replied, yes. Chapter 514. Richard had little reaction to this new mission. The wizards were already engaged in direct combat with the wild orcs, and the force they had unleashed was sufficient to overwhelm the savage world. The only possible eventuality was the demonic cult, which had been lurking beneath the surface. The demonic cult had a very ancient history. According to records from Wuxiang Valley, it existed long before the ancestors had completely vanished. After the ancestors vanished, the 6 great holy sects emerged onto the stage of the savage world. The 6 great holy sects inherited the relics of the ancestors, while the demonic cult sought to destroy them. This conflict was irreconcilable, and thus the first Saint Demon War occurred. Under the combined siege of the 6 great sects, the demonic cult was forced to move from the open to the covert. Several more Saint Demon Wars followed, each ending in the demonic cult's defeat. The most recent Saint Demon War took place 20,000 years ago, and was the most intense since the first Saint Demon War. In this war, the demon cult leader perished, and only 1/10 of his followers survived. Meanwhile, the previous leader of the Heavenly Punishment Holy Sect died in battle, and the majority of its disciples were lost. Now, 20,000 years later, the power of these demon cult rats should have recovered to a respectable level. Thus, to ensure a more stable conquest, they must be eradicated. After learning of his mission, Richard obtained a strategic map and consolidated intelligence from the great wizard Huanling, and then left Wuxiang Valley. Now that Wuxiang Valley had been taken over, there was no need for him to remain there any longer. Exiting Wuxiang Valley, Richard immediately headed towards the Dingtian Holy Sect, following the map's instructions. While the wizard's power was overwhelming that of the wild orcs, that victory took time. After many cities were destroyed, the warriors within fled to the outer walls, engaging in guerrilla warfare against the wizards. While such fighting was futile, it could easily ignite resistance among the wild orcs. If ordinary wild orcs were incited, the wizards would suffer heavy losses. the wizards considered the surrendered wild orc warriors and ordinary wild orc civilians their own treasures. So, after clearing out all the sects within the 3 holy sects, the wizards would rest for a period of time, eliminate any resistance within, and study the remains and history of the Forerunners. This period was the time for the Dark Wizards to investigate the demon cult. The Dark Wizards must use this time to learn as much as possible about the demon cult's ancient organization to prevent them from causing any trouble. The Dingtian Holy Sect is located right next door to the Dari Holy Sect. As a cult sect specializing in the art of esotericism, Richard has long coveted the various martial arts secrets within its walls. Though the cult sects, led by the Dingtian and Mingfu Holy Sects, may be radical in their actions, they possess a profoundly exploratory spirit. Richard has learned that individuals within the Dingtian Holy Sect frequently test their abilities or medications on themselves. While these somewhat reckless experiments may seem foolish, the results are extremely valuable. Whether studying the bloodline of the wild beastmen or studying physical evolution, the results are of considerable significance. When Richard first infiltrated the savage world, he had hoped to enter the Dingtian Holy Sect's territory, but headquarters assigned him to the Dari Holy Sect instead. Now, on another undercover mission, he had fulfilled his pre-infiltration ambitions. Richard traveled north from Wuxiang Valley for a month before reaching the Dingtian Holy Sect. During this time, Richard immersed himself in the role of a mad beastman hiding from place to place, ensuring his story wouldn't be exposed once he reached Dingtian Holy Sect territory. Once he arrived in Dingtian Holy Sect territory, Richard wasted no time in contacting the sect. Simply because to investigate the demonic cult, he needed the help of the Dingtian Holy Sect. To this end, Richard had already prepared a large and tarnished scapegoat for the demon cult. Are you saying these wizards and demons have reached a collaboration with the demon cult? In the lobby of the Dingtian Holy Sect branch, a 3-meter-tall, muscular, bulging man asked. Across from him, Richard, looking utterly bewildered, angrily declared, "Yes, if it weren't for the cooperation of these demonic cult rats, our Wuxiang Valley wouldn't even have been able to activate the Mountain Gate formation, and my master wouldn't have died at the hands of the demon." The burly man frowned upon hearing this, and paced the hall. Finally, he turned to Richard and said, "Master Chu, you may rest for a while. I'm going to see you now." Unlike the external demons, the demon cult is an ancient force rooted in the wild land for millions of years. It possesses countless secrets of the 6 sacred sects. If the demons and the demon cult collaborated, the situation for the 6 sacred sects would undoubtedly be even worse. Furthermore, an even more dire possibility flashed through the burly man's mind. These demons were summoned by the demon cult. Perhaps the seal of the demon lord within the underworld has cracked, and the demon lord, the terrifying demon of the ancient, perished ancestors, is about to awaken in the wild land. The burly man shuddered at the thought. If the demon lord awakens, they're truly doomed. Watching the departing burly man, Richard's lips curled slightly. The demon cult, like the rats of the underworld, is already a despotic force in the wild land. Now that he's pinning the blame on them, there's no chance they ever cooperate with the holy sect again. The wild beastman's strength was already limited, and now that he's divided them, their power to resist the wizards is even smaller. He could also seize this opportunity to join the Dingtian Holy Sect's efforts to track down the demon cult, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suppressing the curl at his lips, Richard's expression once again turned bitter and resentful. Soon, a Dingtian Holy Sect disciple led him to a side hall and warned him not to wander around, lest he get caught in a strange formation. The Dingtian Holy Sect had already fully activated its protective formation. Even if he were in a branch of the Dingtian Holy Sect, its activation was powerful enough to strangle a grandmaster. After the disciples left, Richard closed the door to the side hall. Immediately afterwards, Ulysses' figure emerged from the void. "How is this branch?" "Not bad, but the formation is a bit complex. It took me a lot of effort to circumvent it." Richard nodded. "This is the Holy Sect, after all. The complexity of their Chiman formations far exceeds that of a small sect like Wuxiang Valley." "What are your plans next?" Ulysses asked. Richard's answer was a single word. Wait. He was currently in the Dingtian Holy Sect's territory, where the warriors living here were truly numerous. Although he and Ulysses were both grandmasters, their strength was still not enough to compete with the Holy Sect. So all Richard could do now was wait. Wait for the Dingtian Holy Sect to summon him. Wait for the Dingtian Holy Sect to begin clearing out the demonic cult within its territory. Wait for the Dingtian Holy Sect to gradually lead him to the guillotine. The Dingtian Holy Sect's headquarters was located on Tianzhu Mountain, the highest peak in the savage land. Legend has it that this peak was once a celestial lord, built by the ancestors at the dawn of the universe to prevent the collapse of the heavens. Later, the demon lord invaded, and the Tianzhu was broken in half, forming the present-day Tianzhu Mountain. Inside Tianzhu Mountain, Dingtian Holy Sect's leader, Dingtian Wusheng, quietly cultivated within a crystal pool. The pool was small, filled with a light green liquid. This liquid carried the scent of green grass, and a vast vitality continuously emanated from the pool, yet it was trapped within the chamber. This was a sealed chamber constructed of gold-patterned metal and black crystal. The escaping vitality was firmly contained within, and eventually absorbed with Dingtian Wusheng's breath. Dingtian Wusheng sat in the pool, breathing rhythmically. With each breath, the liquid in the pool slowly became shallower, eventually transforming into a pool of clear water. Dingtian Wusheng opened his eyes, and stepped out of the pool. The next moment, a light curtain appeared before him. Life source number, Gravekeeper number 2, 9th generation. Source nourishing fluid rating, 5. Absorption time, 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Cell activity rating, 6. Treatment recommendation, none. Looking at the light curtain before him, Dingtian Wusheng, accustomed to it, replied, confirmed. The light curtain disappeared, and Dingtian Wusheng left the pool, or rather, the holy pool. In the tradition of the Dingtian Holy Sect, this pool is known as the 100-herb Holy Pool. It is connected to a massive crystal structure. On a normal day, they simply place precious herbs and herbs into the crystal structure, and the 100-herb Holy Pool will ooze out the same light green liquid as before. In the tradition of the Dingtian Holy Sect, the light green liquid is known as a holy medicine. After consuming it, ordinary warriors' cultivation in the Tao of Essence will instantly soar, with no side effects. Even at the Grandmaster level, this holy medicine nourishes the essence. Outside, the Dingtian Holy Sect's most precious treasure is the Dingtian Cauldron, but within, the 100 Herbs Holy Pond is the sect's true treasure. Sensing the Dingtian Martial Saint's arrival, the wall automatically cracked open, revealing a large doorway formed of crystal. As soon as he exited, a voice echoed in Dingtian Martial Saint's ears. Dear Gravekeeper, during your rest period, Gravekeeper number 2513 has requested a meeting with you. Hearing this number, Dingtian Martial Saint frowned slightly. 2513. Isn't this from the branch? And I don't recall him having the authority to report directly to me. The main control judged that the crisis assessment for this request was higher level, and therefore handled it as an illegal measure. Superior? Dingtian Wusheng was startled. Have him come to see me immediately. Dingtian Wusheng had only seen his superior's crisis rating once before, and that crisis was the demonic disaster that had killed 2 martial saints 20,000 years ago. In the main hall of the Dingtian Shun sect, the burly man who had been conversing with Richard at the branch stood uncomfortably at the edge of the hall. To be honest, when he submitted his request to the mysterious master controller, he didn't really have much hope. After all, there was a gap of 2 ranks between the branch leader and the sect master, elders and deputy sect masters. But with demonic cults, the more people knew, the greater the risk of leaks. He didn't dare to gamble on his information being stuck at some level, or leaked by a demonic cultist lurking within the sect. But fortunately, the master controller agreed to his request. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hall. The burly man took a closer look, and immediately fell to his knees. Disciple Nyochi, greetings to the sect master. Dingtian Martial Saint nodded, then asked, what do you want to see me about? The burly man raised his head, and quickly repeated the news he had received from Richard. After hearing this, Dingtian Martial Saint's expression suddenly changed. Have you told anyone else about this? No, I came to you as soon as I heard the news. Where's that person? At the branch office. Okay, show me the way. I want to meet the sect master of Wuxiang Valley. Yes. The burly man led Dingtian Martial Saint away. Soon, a figure appeared in the hall. Dingtian Martial Saint looked at the empty hall, puzzled, and asked, where's the person? Chapter 515. In the Dingtian Holy Sect branch, Richard sat in a side hall, concentrating on studying the iron ball in his hand. The Wuxiang Valley's inner treasury contained many valuable items. Besides the Suanio armor Richard had restored, the weapon that currently intrigued Richard the most was the precious weapon known as the Wuxiang. This iron ball looked unremarkable, but in the past, it was the sect's most precious treasure. The second-generation leader of Wuxiang Valley used it as a weapon, forcing surrounding sects to cede a significant amount of their resources. According to records of Wuxiang Valley, this second-generation leader studied many schools of thought and mastered the art of forging weapons. His Wuxiang weapon, however, was unpredictable, displaying a different ability with each encounter. Richard gently injected his true energy into the iron ball, and it quickly began to soften and stretch, eventually transforming into a long-handled staff. An alchemical array then emerged in Richard's hand, and the long-handled staff, transformed by the wuxiang, was surprisingly engraved with runes. In a matter of moments, a complete rune array appeared on the previously empty staff. Richard gently waved his staff, and a fireball appeared in the air. Watching the stable fireball in the air, Richard waved his hand casually, and the fireball dissipated into free fire elements. The wuxiang in his hand then transformed back into an iron ball. After transforming back into an iron ball, the wuxiang showed no trace of enchantment. How strange. You're so precise, how could the miracle furnace not react? Richard suspended the wuxiang in the air, looking at him with a puzzled look. The records of the Wuxiang Valley were true. The wuxiang possessed extreme plasticity and ductility. Through the infusion of true qi, a warrior could shape the wuxiang into any shape. With sufficient true qi, the wuxiang could even envelop the Wuxiang Valley. In addition to these extraordinary physical properties, wuxiang also possesses a unique demon-devouring ability. Whether it's a wizard's enchantment, dragon alchemy, or martial arts forging techniques, they can only temporarily leave traces on wuxiang. Once the infusion of true qi ceases, wuxiang will erase Richard's traces on it with astonishing speed, regardless of the method used. This characteristic has earned the Wuxiang Valley Master a love-hate relationship. Wuxiang's unique properties guarantee its infinite versatility, but also prevent ordinary users from fully utilizing its advantages. Forging a precious weapon on the battlefield is nearly impossible for most warriors. As the second-generation Wuxiang Valley Master had anticipated, after his death, the successor immediately shelved the wuxiang weapon. Until Richard became the Wuxiang Valley Master, the weapon never saw action again. Subsequent Wuxiang Valley Masters were unable to utilize this complex weapon. Later, Richard took over as the leader of Wuxiang Valley and began to investigate its treasury, leading to the discovery of this divine weapon. However, at the time, Richard was captivated by the martial arts forging techniques and the design of the martial arts formations on the Suanio armor, and hadn't paid much attention to the divine weapon. It wasn't until the past 2 days, while awaiting a summons from the Dingtian Holy Sect, that Richard finally took out wuxiang to pass the time. His research immediately captivated him. Wuxiang's exaggerated statistics would have even a great wizard eager to study them. But as Richard was studying wuxiang, Ulysses suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Richard, something's amiss." Richard was startled at this, tucked wuxiang into his pocket, and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Richard had been studying wuxiang in this side hall for a while, and Ulysses hadn't been idle either. After possessing a physical body, Ulysses had become extremely active. Especially after Wuxiang Valley was taken over, he no longer had to carry around wuxiang's appearance. Ulysses, now restored to his crow form, displayed surprising vitality. "The boy you sent to Dingtian Holy Sect to deliver the message has returned, accompanied by a martial arts master. But I heard him call the master. Master? Richard was startled again, and this time he sensed something was amiss. If Wuxiang Valley had sent an elder, a deputy master, or something like that, Richard wouldn't have been surprised. But for them to send a martial arts master, and for the head of this branch to call him master, something was amiss. According to the Dingtian Holy Sect's intelligence, the sect's elders are grand masters, the deputy masters are grand masters, and the master is a martial saint. So, the current branch leader definitely wasn't deliberately calling the deputy master for the sake of sounding nice. Instantly, Richard's thoughts raced, and a possibility immediately occurred to him. He asked again, "Ulysses, are you sure you heard correctly?" "Of course I heard correctly," Ulysses confirmed. "That guy kept using the term master." Richard's face darkened. He was now 70% certain that the so-called master was a member of the demonic cult lurking within the Dingtian Holy Sect. The branch leader was merely a martial arts master, and a physically evolved one at that. Even a third-level wizard, also a third-level creature, would have no trouble deceiving him with illusions. Not to mention a demonic cult master who had been lurking in the Dingtian Holy Sect for years. "Action?" Ulysses asked. A cold glint flashed in Richard's eyes. "Of course. But before we do, we must rescue this branch's leader. With him, we can use this branch's unique formation. But if we leave him in the hands of that demonic cultist, the formation will become a hindrance." Ulysses agreed with the plan. "Excellent. You distract that person later, and I take the opportunity to rescue him." "Okay." Having finalized the plan, Richard immediately began preparing for battle. Because he was fighting under a disguise on Dingtian Holy Sect territory, his every move could be recorded by the spectators. So, in the upcoming battle, he had to eliminate his wizarding traits. First, there was the issue of the staff. While the Hand of Balance staff was a useful artifact, its excessive strength would undoubtedly draw attention. So Richard planned to conceal the staff within his body for the upcoming battle. After all, his body would undoubtedly expand rapidly once the battle began, and the Hand of Balance staff itself was relatively small, so concealing it within his body would not reveal itself. Then, there was the question of fighting style. Richard's preferred fighting style was a hard-nosed, steady, and adaptable approach to change. The fighting style of the Wuxiang Valley, however, was the complete opposite. There was no effective solution for this, so he could only use the Great Hard Demon Oath to circumvent it. Additionally, he couldn't use certain spells that were clearly wizard-like, such as Fireball, Cone of Ice, and Meteor Storm. Just as Richard was pondering this, the branch leader's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Clan Chu, are you here? The leader takes your case very seriously, and is waiting for you in the lobby." Hearing the branch leader's voice, Richard felt a surge of joy. I hadn't expected that demonic cult member to act like a leader in order to disguise himself. This saved him a lot of effort. "Ulises, keep an eye on him. Don't let that demon kill him." "Okay." Opening the door, Richard feigned excitement at the excited branch leader, saying, "I didn't expect it would be the Martial Saint himself. Master Long, take me there quickly." In the branch lobby, the imposter Dingtian Martial Saint mentally complained to his colleagues, "Those brothers from the Great Sun Holy Sect are really out of their depth. They wiped out the entire clan and let the acting leader escape. I'm left with the risk of exposing my identity and cleaning up his mess." It was amusing, then, that this demonic cultist, who had been lurking within the Dingtian Holy Sect for years, didn't think Richard's accusation was fabricated. In his view, his colleagues colluding with the demons to attack the Holy Sect was perfectly normal. He would have acted similarly. What he hadn't anticipated was that the wizards didn't need their demonic cult's help at all. For wizards, intelligence was all the better, but without it, a little more time would have been enough to pull off the attack. Just as he was complaining, a life form with a distinguished aura suddenly appeared in his perception. His expression straightened slightly, and he suppressed his indifference. Anyone who can escape the combined efforts of the heavenly demons and the Holy Church is certainly no weakling. Soon, the branch leader entered the lobby with Richard. The fake Martial Saint looked at Richard, about to ask a few token questions. But before he could, a dark figure materialized behind the branch leader. Richard, who had been looking flattered, suddenly changed expression, and he shouted harshly, "You audacious lunatic! How dare you impersonate the Dingtian Martial Saint?" The fake Martial Saint was startled by this rebuke. His tried-and-true form-changing technique had been seen through. Before he could react, he felt as if the entire hall was filled with glue, and every movement demanded immense effort. Watching Richard gathering his strength before him, the bubbling Martial Saint suddenly felt a deadly sense of danger. If this punch landed on him, he could be dead. "Good boy. You actually saw through my disguise." The fake Martial Saint's form shifted, his skin instantly turning a brilliant crimson. "But what if I can see through it? The gap between a master and a grandmaster is far greater than you might think." The next moment, Richard swung his fist, and under his control, a massive force formed into a massive spiral arrow. The fake Martial Saint's energy surged, and a blood-red barrier instantly blocked the spiral arrow. The spiral arrow was blocked, but Richard showed no sign of panic. For by then, the branch leader, protected by Ulysses, had realized he had been tricked. "Damn that demonic cult monster!" The branch leader roared, immediately shouting to Richard, "Master Chu, don't tangle with that monster. Follow me into the formation." The fake Martial Saint was only at the Grandmaster level, and the branch's unique formation was more than enough to deal with him. But Richard didn't heed the branch leader's advice. "Ulysses, send him into the formation." With that, Richard's figure suddenly expanded to 5 meters, and the Hand of Balance silently entered Richard's left arm. Richard perceived this impostor as not very powerful. He and Ulysses, working together, could easily kill him, or even capture him. Instantly, the impostor felt a chill run down his spine. Why was the escaped acting sect leader looking at him with such fiery eyes? Chapter 516. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. In the Dingtian Holy Sect branch, 2 giants clashed back and forth. The aftermath of their clash was like a sledgehammer, shattering the surrounding buildings and even the stone into dust. The entire branch's ground caved in from the clash. Bang! The two separated. Richard's left chest was ripped open, for claw marks clearly visible on his snow-white ribs. The fake Martial Saint's blood-red body was covered in claw marks blazing with black flames. During the previous battle, Ulises had constantly harassed him, forcing him to focus most of his energy on keeping a close eye on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been locked in a fierce battle with Richard, a creature barely halfway to the 4th level. What he didn't know was that if Ulises hadn't been trying to capture him alive, he would have killed him long ago. After possessing a body worthy of a world lord, Ulises' strength experienced a qualitative leap. With Richard's cooperation, ordinary level 4 creatures were no match for them. Richard gazed at the blood-red giant before him, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Under the influence of the rules, his body began to recover at a visible rate. However, the blood-red giant transformed by the fake martial saint was unable to recover due to Ulises' black flames. As one grew stronger, the other weakened to an extreme degree. As Richard observed, the fake martial saint also observed Richard. He knew his own body's condition better than Richard did. The unquenchable black flames were slowly, but surely sapping his life force. And he was certain that the creature before him was definitely not a wild orc. The heavenly demon? It seems the news of the Holy Church and the heavenly demon collaborating is already false. The fake martial saint looked at Richard and sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that, despite risking his identity, the information he intercepted would be false. If he had known, he wouldn't have jumped out. As long as he didn't jump out, those Dingtian Holy Sect members, who were desperately trying to grow muscles, wouldn't have been able to discover his identity. But now, it was too late to say more. The fake martial saint's gaze passed Richard, at the seemingly ordinary yet hidden, mysterious formation behind Richard. He had to escape now. Even if he couldn't, he had to get the news out. The Dingtian Holy Sect would soon begin a massive search of the Holy Church. If the news didn't get out, who knew how many of his brothers would die in the search? Ha! The fake martial saint suddenly shouted, his body, already expanding to 5 meters, expanding again. Richard, seeing this, instead of feeling nervous, showed a hint of joy. He could see that the imposter martial saint before him had run out of tricks, and could only rely on the secret method of overdrawing his physical strength to break through. But he wasn't the only one who knew the secret method of increasing strength in a short period of time. Triple galleon sealing technique break. Long ago, Richard began to seal his body. However, due to Richard's rapid growth and the vast scale of his progress, each seal would soon break due to his physical growth. This was why he had used it in previous battles. But now was different. Richard's body had reached the level of a saint, and his physical fitness would remain at this level for a long time. Therefore, after becoming the leader of Wuxiang Valley, he placed 3 layers of seals on his body. After 10 years of accumulation, the seals' accumulated power had become immense. Instantly, both combatants charged simultaneously. In the space of a single breath, the two exchanged blows in the air 124 times. The sounds of their collisions overlapped, like the footsteps of migrating beasts on the African savanna. But after the shockwaves carried them out, these muffled sounds became like the thunder before a heavy rain. The citizens of the city, watching the sky darken from the clash, grumbled, "What a horrible weather." Boom! A flash of black light flashed through the air. The two separated. Richard's abdomen had been ripped open by the fake martial saint. Ripped intestines, along with a mixture of red and green, continuously oozed from the wound. Across the blood-red wound, a force of laws prevented Richard from using them to heal. Across from him, the fake martial saint had ceased to move. A pitch-black crow's claw pierced his back, now clutching his heart. Under Ulises' attack, the blood-red giant before him had no chance of resistance. Richard forced a smile, as he cut away the parts of his body infected by the alien rules. Freed from the constraints of the alien rules, his injuries healed at a visible rate. Haha, call it a day. Richard clapped his hands, about to call on Ulises to throw the demonic cultist into the secret realm. But before he could say anything, Ulises' eyes suddenly changed. Not good. Quickly, use the rules barrier. Then, a strange energy erupted from the imposter martial saint. Although Richard activated the rules barrier in time thanks to Ulises' warning, he was still affected by the aftermath of the force because he was too close. For a split second, Richard felt as if he'd forgotten something. The outburst quickly ended, and Richard removed the barrier of rules, looking around in bewilderment. What was I doing? Ulises emerged from the void and landed on Richard's shoulder. Have you forgotten yet? You were battling a martial arts master from a demonic cult that had infiltrated the Dingtian Holy Sect, and you and I were planning to capture this demon alive. Really? Richard's face paled. His memory held no trace of that incident. Not even a trace of this supposed demonic cult demon. Don't think about it, Ulises shook his head. You can't possibly remember it. That memory is blocked. You won't be able to recall it, until you become a great wizard. Blocked? Richard asked, puzzled. Ulysses paused and explained, among your wizard curses, there's a kind that diminishes a person's presence. You should remember that. Richard nodded. Yes, I do. You mean? I just encountered a similar spell, one that specifically concealed my memories of that demonic cult demon. That's about right, but it's actually more complicated than that, Ulysses replied. This demon's ability is probably anti-mimetic. He has internalized all information about himself, along with all the information he left behind in this world. Memories of him will be blocked, records of him will be ignored, and he will become unobservable and untouchable. If I hadn't seen similar methods before, I would have been truly fooled this time. As he spoke, a layer of holy light shone from Ulysses's body. Under Ulysses' control, the power of faith quickly transformed into a pale lantern. In the lantern light, Richard suddenly spotted the corpse of a wild orc standing less than 5 meters in front of him. Doesn't this ability make them invincible? Richard exclaimed in horror. Unobservable, untouchable, so wouldn't they be completely undetectable when assassinating someone? That's not the case, Ulysses shook his head. Antimimes also have different levels. Low-level antimimes will cause you to forget someone's memories when you're not observing them, but physical traces will still remain, and records of them can be preserved. Higher-level antimimetics, while leaving no physical trace and difficult to record, also lose the ability to interact with the physical world and can only assassinate by consuming a person's information. But any creature sensitive to their own memories will detect them. Sensing this devouring, they then expel these creatures. But, looking at the corpse, Ulysses hesitated, saying, Richard, this cult is quite complex. What do you mean? This demon's anti-mimetic ability isn't his own, but was bestowed upon him by others. If nothing unexpected happens, the source of this ability must be the legendary demon lord sealed in the underworld. Anti-mimetic, demon lord, Richard, we may have discovered the cause of the Forerunner's demise. Ulysses' words struck Richard like lightning. From the time he first met the Forerunners until now, he had never seen a single record of them. He knew nothing of their physical features, their language, or their history. Even after the dinosaurs died, there were still fossils left, but after the Forerunners, such a glorious civilization, disappeared, wizards couldn't even find a single body. The only thing he knew was the codename the Supreme, a nickname most likely bestowed upon them by another race. Combining this with the Demon Lord's possible anti-mimetic abilities, Richard felt a pair of invisible hands grip his heart. Even though he was already transcendental, he still felt a bit breathless at this moment. No, this news must be reported. Richard frantically searched for the communication pyramid and was about to relay the message to Wizard headquarters, but before he could do anything, Ulysses restrained him. Are you crazy? This is Dingtion Holy Sect territory. You're not reporting to the outside world now. Ulysses' shouting finally snapped Richard out of his panic. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. As Richard calmed down, Ulysses added, Don't panic. Although the traces of the Forerunners have been erased, you must understand that this process took hundreds of epochs. It's only because of the fading memories that we thought we hadn't noticed these traces initially. Besides, while you wizards may not have much else, you definitely have more than enough top-tier power. With 5.5-star realm masters, even if the Demon Lord breaks the seal with such combat power, it won't be enough to cause any trouble. Ulysses' composure touched Richard, and he calmed down. Indeed, I was too panicked. Ulysses consoled him, You don't have much experience, so it's normal to be frightened by this thing. Recovering his composure, Richard surveyed the corpse before him and asked with some concern, Can this ability be broken? This is the body of a world master, after all. Even cooking with it would be a great tonic. It would be a shame to throw it away. Chapter 517. It can be broken, but the process will take a while. Ulysses flapped his wings, and a streak of black flame descended upon the demonic demon's corpse. The moment the flame touched the corpse, it suddenly vanished. Antimimes will prevent this body from communicating with the outside world. In other words, they will continuously devour information transmitted from the outside world. However, antimimes have a limit to their power. If the information they consume exceeds their capacity, they will explode. The information they devour, but have it digested, will reappear in the world, and their carrier will naturally appear as well. Ulysses' description was a bit abstract, so Richard, following his own understanding, asked, Input information? You mean energy? Energy is fine, but don't just input energy. You have to complicate the structure of that energy. Power doesn't matter, but it must be complex enough. Antimimes consume information, and complexity represents information density. Richard understood immediately and said confidently, "That's incredibly simple. Simplifying magic is difficult, but complicating it is incredibly easy. Simplifying a spell requires consideration of its stability and power, but complicating a spell requires less thought. It simply requires adding redundant runes." After deciding on a disposal method, Ulysses prepared to dispose of the body within the secret realm. Before entering, he instructed Richard, "Once the body enters the secret realm, the anti-meme will block your memory of this incident. So quickly find a notebook and write down what you're going to do. Then, give yourself a hint to ignore the strangeness of this incident. Although this incident is not directly related to the anti-meme, if you think about the reason for this incident, it is likely to cause the anti-meme to consume it." Richard was stunned, his fear of anti-memes growing even stronger. He wrote down the task of complicating the spell model in his to-do notebook, and gave himself a simple mental cue to let go of the irrationality of this matter. Then, Ulysses carried the corpse into the secret realm. The moment the body disappeared from Richard's sight, he suddenly felt he had forgotten something. He looked down and suddenly realized he was holding a notebook with a to-do item written on it. Complicate the spell model? Looking at this illogical to-do, Richard was puzzled, but his mental cue kept him from dwelling on it. After dealing with the demonic cult demon, Richard, under Ulysses' guidance, found the branch leader within the branch. At that moment, the leader was agonizing over how he had ended up back at the branch from headquarters. Seeing Richard, the dragon sect leader quickly said, "Sect Master Chu, did I look for you just now? I remember waiting for you in the main hall, and you were back in the blink of an eye." Richard also feigned confusion, replying, "I don't know either. Something strange happened to me, too. I remember being in the side hall, and then, in the blink of an eye, I was in the main hall. And judging by the surroundings, it seems I even got into a fight. But I have no recollection of it." Hearing Richard's words, sect leader Long immediately sensed something was amiss. As a disciple of the Holy Sect, he knew a great deal about the demon cult's methods. Among these methods, one was extremely strange, capable of obscuring a warrior's memory, a tactic that could stun even a grandmaster. Judging from the current situation, a demonic cult had most likely invaded, only to be cornered by Sect Master Chu and himself, forcing them to resort to this mutually catastrophic move. "Sect Master Chu, I have a rough idea of what's going on. I arranged for my disciples to prepare accommodations for you, but I have to go back to headquarters now." Master Long's face was heavy. If his suspicions were correct, there were likely many demonic spies lurking within their Dingtian holy sect. But before he could move, a powerful pressure like a mountain descended upon him. "Boy, what brought you back?" A powerful voice descended from the sky. Upon hearing it, Master Long quickly knelt and said respectfully, "Disciple Longley, I greet you, Sect Master." Elsewhere, Richard was startled by the sudden pressure. How could this Dingtian martial saint suddenly arrive at their branch? The Dingtian martial saint landed, his gaze passing over the strange formation to the spot where Richard had just fought. "Interesting. It seems there's a rat inside our sect." The pressure dissipated, and with a wave of his hand, Dingtian Wusheng, Longley rose from the ground. "Boy, I said the demon cult and the heavenly demon have reached a cooperation. Am I right?" Longley nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, indeed. Sect Master, the person next to you is the acting sect master of the martial arts sect called Wuxiang Valley, under the jurisdiction of the Great Sun Holy Sect. According to him, the demon cult and the heavenly demon work together from within, allowing their sect's formation to be breached before they could even activate it. Even their master died at the hands of the heavenly demon." Dingtian Wusheng looked at Richard. "Wuxiang Valley, I've heard of that name. Is there something wrong with what my disciple said?" Under Dingtian Martial Saint's piercing gaze, Richard felt as if his body were being seen through. But at this moment, he had no other choice. "Master Martial Saint, what sect leader Long said is correct." Hearing Richard's affirmation, Dingtian Martial Saint clapped his hands and said fiercely, "I knew those rats wouldn't stop. That junior from the Tianji Holy Sect is even trying to ally with the demon cult. Bullshit. A little brat, who hasn't even participated in the Saint Demon War has no idea what those demon cult scum are like." After scolding him, he turned to look at Richard. "Boy, since you are the acting sect master of Wuxiang Valley, I will treat you with the courtesy of a sect master. For the time being, you will stay in my Dingtian Holy Sect. If there is any news from the demon cult, I will send someone to inform you." After hearing this, Richard bowed deeply and saluted. "Thank you, Master Martial Saint, for your understanding. If I hear any news about the demon cult in the future, I will be at the forefront." Dingtian Martial Saint laughed heartily upon hearing this, and patted Richard on the shoulder twice. "Very well, I like warriors who value loyalty and righteousness." With that, he grabbed Richard and took a step forward. The next moment, they were above the 9 heavens. Another step, and they appeared thousands of miles away. In just a few moments, they arrived at Tianju Mountain, home to the Dingtian Holy Sect. After finding an elder to arrange accommodations for Richard, Dingtian Martial Saint flew towards Tianju Peak. Being inside the Dingtian Holy Sect, Richard and Ulysses naturally didn't dare to act rashly. The Dingtian Holy Sect treated Richard like a sect leader, providing him with a daily supply of magical beast delicacies cooked with precious herbs. If Richard wished, he could also choose from a large number of beautiful wild beast men. Richard lived in this sect for 2 months. Apart from eating a lot every day, he also studied wuxiang. However, occasionally he would go around the interior of Dingtian Holy Sect, practice martial arts with some disciples of Dingtian Holy Sect, and inquire about some internal information of Dingtian Holy Sect. While the wizard's intelligence was in place, it remained superficial regarding the 6 major holy sects. Aside from the Tianji Holy Sect, which the wizard had infiltrated, the wizard still had some inside information. He knew nothing about the other 5 major holy sects. According to the disciples of the Dingtian Holy Sect, the Tianju Mountain they were standing on was indeed built by ancient ancestors. If they dug down just a dozen meters, they would find ancient ruins. It could be said that the Dingtian Holy Sect, along with the other 5 major holy sects, was all built upon these ancient ruins. Bang, bang, bang. In the martial arts arena, Richard bound his right hand and used his left arm to fight a ferocious orc resembling an ape. However, due to his overwhelming physical strength, even with the numerous restrictions Richard imposed on himself, the Dingtian Holy Sect disciple before him was unable to shake him in the slightest. Bang! Richard found a flaw, and with a single finger, he pierced through the layers of fist shadows and touched the ape's heart. The wild beastman paused, his head hanging slightly as he said, "I lost." Richard smiled softly, pointed out the wild beastman's shortcomings, and offered suggestions for improvement. Then, under the respectful gazes of numerous disciples, Richard arrived at the entrance to the martial arts arena. Master Chu is quite elegant. At the entrance, a wild beastman dressed in the attire of a Dingtian Holy Sect elder said with a smile. "It's just the sight that brought back memories," Richard replied. "With our sect destroyed, I never be able to teach my disciples this way again in my lifetime." The elder sighed inwardly upon seeing this. Recently, the Dingtian Holy Sect has been accepting refugees from the Great Sun Holy Sect. They've learned that the wizard's response to rebellious warriors has moved beyond the stage of slaying them. Any wild beastman who aids the rebellious warriors will be classified as a rebellious warrior and executed upon capture. In the entire territory under the Great Sun Holy Sect, only 1 in 10 true warriors remain, and the land is littered with the corpses of warriors. Master Chu, don't grieve. I have good news for you. The elder suppressed his emotion and continued with a smile. We've discovered a headquarters of the demon cult, located underground. According to current intelligence, this base will host a gathering in 7 days. Grandmaster-level demon cult warriors will be present. The sect leader told me that your master, Master Chu, was murdered by a demon from the demon cult, colluding with the heavenly demon. You must be called upon to help us in our campaign against the demon cult. Richard excitedly clasped his fists before the elder upon hearing this, saying, I'm truly honored that the martial saint has taken the time to remember a humble figure like me. When shall we depart? Now. Dachuanling is the territory of the Bonxian sect, under the jurisdiction of the Dingtian Holy Sect. Based on the intelligence, this place is unremarkable to the extreme. It has neither unique terrain nor special minerals, and the precious medicinal herbs it grows are commonplace. The only advantage it can be considered is that there are multiple trade routes passing through this area. When the demon cult's Dingtian Holy Sect headquarters was discovered, almost no one believed it, believing it to be false information. No unique terrain means no unique formations. And no unique formations mean no outer defenses. This is extremely unsafe. But it is precisely because of this that Dachuanling has never appeared on the Dingtian Holy Sect's radar. No matter how powerful the unique formations are, they cannot withstand the attacks of the Dingtian Martial Saint. But if they remain undetected, no matter how powerful the Dingtian Martial Saint is, they will be powerless. High above Dachuanling, Richard and 2 Dingtian Holy Sect elders quietly watched as the demons of the demon cult entered the underground one by one. After the demons had all entered, an elder smiled at Richard and said, Master Chu, it's up to each of you to decide. Chapter 518. 3 figures descended from the sky, blending seamlessly into the dense night. Although the terrain of this demonic cult stronghold wasn't strong enough to support any unique formations, the demonic cult's abilities were so elusive that there was no guarantee that something threatening the Grandmaster wouldn't be hidden within. So, to be on the safe side, Richard and his two companions decided to infiltrate the stronghold first and eliminate its minions as stealthily as possible. That way, even if there were any arrangements within the stronghold, no one would be able to activate them during their battle. Silently landing on the ground, the two Dingtian Holy Sect elders formed a spell and vanished from the scene. Richard, meanwhile, used a sorcery to silently slip underground. This demonic cult stronghold was built underground, and normally, one had to enter through the main entrance. But it was clear that the three lurking within were no ordinary individuals. After escaping underground, Richard's spiritual power probed and quickly located the demonic cult's underground palace. With a thought, he was transported to a shadowy area within the underground palace. Richard had possessed the ability to teleport since his first battle, relying on the Nether Horse bloodline within his bloodline seed. This ability not only had minimal energy fluctuations, but also possessed a wide range of applications, making it one of Richard's most useful spells. Later, as Richard cultivated the myriad transformations battle body, he was forced to remove his bloodline seed to stabilize his form, effectively preventing him from using this ability through his bloodline. Fortunately, this ability wasn't unique, and thanks to his extensive connections and considerable financial resources, Richard obtained a model for the shadow teleport spell from another wizard, allowing him to continue using it. The interior of the underground palace was extremely dark and damp, seemingly untouched. Standing in the shadows, Richard could even clearly hear the rustling of insects. It seems no one usually comes here, Richard thought to himself. Placing the Eye of Dimension on his face, Richard gently infused his magic power. Soon, Richard understood the underground palace's topography. Sure enough, these demonic cultists have indeed hidden something in this stronghold. The underground palace was not complex, consisting of only 2 floors. However, the Eye of Dimension's reconnaissance revealed a significant number of Forerunner relics within these 2 floors. These relics were evenly distributed across the 2 floors, forming a magical pattern. After determining the locations of these relics, Richard, drawing on his years of research on the Forerunners, quickly found the key to this magical pattern. The demonic cultists had placed thousands of relics in this underground palace. It was impossible for him to extract them all one by one. As long as the key points were removed and this spell-like model was paralyzed, there would be plenty of time to remove the remaining relics later. The underground palace had few light sources, only a few luminous crystals embedded in the walls emitting a faint glow, which provided a perfect environment for Richard's shadow spell. In the dim environment, no one would notice that a moving shadow was hidden in the shadows. The first floor of the underground palace was filled with minions, recruited by masked cult members. They were completely different from those who joined the cult after being exposed to the will of the Demon Lord. In the shadows, Richard quietly observed these minions. At this moment, the 2 elders of the Dingtian Holy Sect had also arrived on this floor. Faced with the cult minions, they chose not to kill them outright, but instead pulled a handful of black insect eggs from their sleeves. Even if someone dies above, the demonic demons on the 2nd floor of the underground palace will notice something's amiss, even if they do it quietly. But if they use poisonous insects to control these minions, the demonic demons below won't notice their minions are actually dead. As an evil sect, the Dingtian Holy Sect will resort to any means necessary to improve their cultivation. Among these methods, a unique technique called the insect body technique is the most sinister. This technique requires feeding insects, living in a symbiotic relationship with them, and harnessing their power to enhance one's combat effectiveness. The technique itself isn't particularly powerful. After all, how could an insect swarm rival the honed strength of a warrior? However, its byproduct, the poisonous insects, has become a long-standing research project within the Dingtian Holy Sect because of their ability to enhance a warrior's combat effectiveness. After years of research, the Dingtian Holy Sect has developed countless poisonous insects, and the 2 elders are using a type called the heart-eating goo. The 2 elders moved like dragons, in less than a breath, infecting all the warriors in the hall with goo worms, all while the warriors were completely unaware. The goo worm eggs hatched upon entering the body, and in a moment, the slender worms burrowed through the blood vessels and into the hearts of the minions. Before being activated, the heart-eating goo didn't have much of an effect on the warriors. At most, they would feel a little more tired than usual. But once activated, the hearts of the minions were ripped apart by the goo worms in a matter of moments. After the 2 elders finished inoculating the goo worms, they suddenly glanced around with a sense of alarm. They felt as if they were being watched. "Is that Sect Master Chu?" one elder whispered to his companion. "It should be. This Sect Master Chu is quite capable, managing to deceive us." After all, he's already broken the third shackle of his body. Given time to complete his divine cultivation, he might be able to break through the inner demon barrier and achieve Grandmaster status. The two elders left, and Richard flicked his finger, blinding the minions with a layer of illusion. While Richard's illusionary sorcery wasn't as good as that of a soul school wizard, these minions were at most level 2 creatures, so it was more than enough to fool them. Under the cover of the illusion, Richard immediately unearthed the Forerunner relics buried in the underground palace. However, upon seeing them, he was suddenly startled. Richard had studied the Forerunners for so many years, and his understanding of their characteristics was well known. He was certain that this object was not a Forerunner relic. The style of this object was similar to that of a Forerunner, constructed of crystal and metal. A layered, polygonal metal shell encased the crystal, but a slit on the side resembled an eye. With a gentle touch, Richard's hand revealed the Miracle Furnace's information. Raw materials, artifacts of an unknown civilization. Refined information, blueprints of an unknown artifact. Refining cost, 20 spirit points. Refined energy, power from an unknown dimension. Refining cost, 20,000 mana points. Looking at the information from the Miracle Furnace, Richard's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Artifacts of an unknown civilization? Besides the relics of the Forerunners, the only remaining artifacts in this vast, untamed world could be from the civilization that fought against them. However, he was a little confused as to what the unknown dimensional power mentioned in the information meant. He suspected it was a power from an illusory dimension, similar to the wizard dimension. The Star Realm Overlord wasn't dead yet, so while the unknown civilization was defeated, it wasn't destroyed. Therefore, the corresponding illusory dimension hadn't completely vanished, and the presence of dimensional power was normal. After refining the blueprint, Richard instantly conjured up an extremely complex and ingenious design. But to Richard's surprise, this design incorporated many aspects of Forerunner technology. This meant that this artifact was likely a product of the unknown civilization's integration of both technologies. Interesting. They've actually combined two different technologies. But how did the civilization resolve the technological conflict? However, now wasn't the time for research, so Richard only briefly reviewed the blueprint, not delving into the details. After refining the blueprint, Richard tossed the unknown artifact into his pocket. He had limited supplies at hand, and he didn't know how to preserve the dimensional power, so he would have to wait until later to study it. After dismantling several key artifacts, Richard followed the passage down to the second floor of the underground palace. After entering the second floor, the two Dingtian Holy Sect elders didn't engage directly. Instead, they hid in a corner, quietly eavesdropping on the conversations of the demonic cultists. These demonic cultists wore different masks, but Richard, based on the Dingtian Holy Sect's investigation of the demonic cult, was able to recognize their identities. Horse A, Monkey A, Ox B, Rabbit B. Richard marveled as he identified them. Within this small underground palace, there were 2 grandmasters and 7 or 8 martial arts masters who had reached the 3rd level of perfection. And this was after the Dingtian Holy Sect's thorough search, revealing the remaining demonic cult forces under its control. If the demonic forces of the 6 major holy sects were united, they would likely be no less powerful than any other. The 2 elders also noticed Richard's entry. Although they couldn't determine Richard's location, they were certain that he had arrived at this underground palace. The 3 of them tacitly remained silent, listening to the demonic cultists exchange information. The Dingtian Holy Sect's searches are getting stricter. Many of my subordinates have noticed they're being watched these past few days. I think they're not far from being captured, Itu said. I personally suggest a complete silence, a halt to all activities. Silence, silence. Itu had just finished speaking when Inyo cursed beside him. Silence can't stop these sons of bitches. These righteous bastards, even the heavenly demons have invaded and are still searching for us. When the heavenly demons have wiped us out, they be happy. Heavenly demons? This time, Giotto was exposed because of the heavenly demons, Ilung said. My insider gave me a tip before he was exposed. Our colleagues in the Great Sun Holy Sect have allied with the heavenly demons. In my opinion, we should also contact the heavenly demons and directly attack the Dingtian Holy Sect from within. Although the heavenly demons are cruel to warriors who rebel, they treat those who surrender well. Cooperate with the heavenly demons, Ilung. Do you have any backbone? Inyo cursed. Although we and those bastards of the righteous path are incompatible, we are all of the same race. You're teaming up with the heavenly demons to fight your own people. Aren't you afraid of being? Who is a member of the righteous path? Itu interrupted. If they treated us as their own, they wouldn't be conducting a large-scale search now. We have no choice now. That's right. who is a member of that group of righteous path. If you ask me, we should have cooperated with the heavenly demons long ago. These heavenly demons are fellow heavenly demons, like the Holy Lord, and they might even help the Holy Lord break the seal. Within a few words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The argument quickly escalated from a debate of opinions to pure personal attacks. But just as they were greeting each other's ancestors, the two masters, who had been silent until then, spoke up. Silence! The hall fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Jianma, the one who had spoken. Jianma suddenly removed his mask, revealing an aged face. At that moment, an indescribable joy filled his features. Everyone, the martial ancestor has been converted, and is now in the service of the Holy Lord. Now, we no longer need to wear masks. Chapter 519. The savage world is divided into two parts, the savage continent and the boundless ocean. The savage continent only occupies about 1/3 of the savage world's landmass. However, this doesn't mean the ocean is a land of abundant resources. Each of the 6 sacred sects has explored the boundless ocean, but all they found was desolation. The boundless ocean is like a blue desert, devoid of anything but wild beasts. A martial arts master once ventured underwater, hoping to explore the seabed for resources that could be exploited. However, he dived for hundreds of years without finding the bottom of the boundless ocean. When he gave up and returned to the surface, he was astonished to discover he had reached the other side of the savage continent. Later, through the master's research, the savage continent's wild beasts discovered the secret of the boundless ocean. The boundless ocean has no bottom, or rather, its bottom is the world wall. The entire savage continent is a vast island floating on the boundless ocean. Since then, no one has shown interest in the boundless ocean, save for warriors seeking experience. This, too, has become the burial ground of countless secrets. Deep within the boundless sea, a place invisible even to a martial saint, a bronze temple quietly floats within the waters. From time to time, a wave ripples forth from the temple. Wherever the wave passes, everything is instantly reduced to dust. Inside the temple, an elderly wild beast man in white sat cross-legged on the ground, a phantom of a golden bell emerging from his body, shielding himself from the blows that could crush a grandmaster. Before him, a middle-aged wild beast man, his body riddled with steel nails, his limbs pierced by thick bronze chains, struggled relentlessly. In the history of the wild beast men, the martial ancestor is a mysterious figure. Legend has it that in his youth, he received guidance from the ancestors, created the martial Tao, and expanded it into 6 realms. But after creating the martial Tao, this martial ancestor disappeared. Even legends about him are scarce. Even within the 6 sacred sects, there are no records of him. It should be noted that the 6 sacred sects are the oldest factions among the wild beast men. So, when gathering intelligence on the wild beast men, wizards ignored him, merely considering him a branch of the wild beastmen's legends. But no one could have imagined that this legendary martial ancestor had always existed, and that, dozens of epochs ago, he had taken the final step and become a level 7 creature. The reason he is rarely recorded is because he still remembered his mission, to guard the Demon Lord's seal. The relics held by the 6 sacred sects of the savage continent are merely the edges of the Demon Lord's seal. The martial ancestor guards the very core of the seal. To protect this secret, the martial ancestor wiped out all traces of himself from the wild land, rendering him a mere figment of a legend. And now, the gravekeeper who guards the key to the seal is undergoing a test of his will. Master Martial Ancestor, why are you so stubborn? The old orc, shrouded in the shadow of the golden bell, sighed. You clearly possess unparalleled strength surpassing that of a martial saint, yet why do you insist on clinging to this ancient seal? With your strength, once the Holy Lord breaks the seal, you will surely become a great general under him. Wealth, power, the path to a higher realm, all these things are within your grasp. Why do you cling to this seal so stubbornly, even at the cost of putting yourself in this state? The martial ancestor, his limbs shackled by chains, raised his head, his gaze shifting from hazy to resolute, as if 2 wills were vying for control of his body. Finally, his gaze became resolute, his own will taking control of his body. He said in a deep voice, Fools, you have no idea what you're serving. The Supreme One sacrificed the future of civilization to seal this monster, sending it on this path of death, and yet, you want to break the seal. How can there be such fools as you in this world? Faced with the martial ancestor's insults, the old orc remained unmoved. Instead, he continued his persuasion, Lord Martial Ancestor, in the past, your protection might have had some meaning. But now, the heavenly demons have invaded, and 3 of the 6 great holy sects have been destroyed. Do you think those heavenly demons will honestly guard the seal? You risked your life to protect the seal, not so that our clan could grow smoothly. But now, the heavenly demons have invaded, and countless warriors have been slain by them. What's the point of you still guarding this seal? The mad beast men have become slaves and livestock of others. What's the point of the demon lord sealing it or not? The old orc spoke earnestly, as if truly feeling sorry for the martial ancestor. But the martial ancestor responded with a cold smile. Fool, you don't think the wild orcs are a free race, do you? Our race is full of powerful individuals, and level 6 creatures are not uncommon. But from ancient times to the present, have you ever considered exploring the world beyond? This is a restriction placed upon our bloodline by the Supreme Being. Our duty is to guard this seal. The Supreme Being does not require us to develop a civilization. In other words, we are born slaves. The old orc was stunned by this. In the 10,000 years he had been trying to persuade the martial ancestor to surrender, he had never heard such words from him. We were born slaves? A hint of sarcasm crossed the martial ancestor's lips, whether mocking the old orc himself, or perhaps mocking the fate of the mad orcs. We are the Supreme One's greatest masterpiece, but also the only race they created with a purpose. Our brothers may have various flaws, but they are free. The Supreme One placed no restrictions on them. They are free to pursue anything. But we are different. While we possess the most perfect talents, we also bear the heaviest mission. We must guard the seal until the prophesied civilization of sufficient power arrives. When that time comes, fate will break the seal without your persuasion, and it will embark on a path of inevitable death. As he spoke, the martial ancestor's gaze began to shift. The demon lord's encroachment was gradually shredding his sanity. The moment he became a level 7 creature, the martial ancestor opened up a dimension within the infinite dimension, known as the warrior. As martial arts flourished on the savage continent, the warrior dimension grew increasingly powerful. Depending on the power of the illusory dimension, the martial ancestor had been able to withstand the demon lord's encroachment for hundreds of epochs. But now, with the invasion of wizards, the 6 sacred sects, along with the warriors of many of their subordinate sects, had been slaughtered by the wizards, and the power of the warrior dimension had been greatly diminished. And the martial ancestor's soul, clouded by the passage of hundreds of epochs, had become turbid. Even if he became the master of the astral realm, he could not escape the blunt knife of time. In a trance, a flicker of clarity flashed through the martial ancestor's eyes. At this moment, he could clearly sense that his soul was about to collapse. Is it finally over? Martial ancestor muttered to himself. Suddenly, he jerked his head up, his eyes fixed on the old orc, who was trying to persuade him to surrender. Fool, you just said the heavenly demons have descended, right? The old orc quickly replied, Yes, Lord Martial Ancestor. These heavenly demons are utterly vicious, now slaughtering warriors crazily across the land. A mocking smile crossed Martial Ancestor's face. Then, he violently tore free the chains from his body, and the steel spikes looming in his body burst out like bullets. As the old orc stared in shock, Martial Ancestor casually slapped the Grandmaster's soul out of his body, then swallowed it whole. Fool, you really think those chains can hold me? If I weren't all alone here, I would have smacked you to death long ago. With that, Martial Ancestor's eyes sank into a haze again, and this time, he struggled for a long time before regaining clarity. Time is running out, Martial Ancestor muttered, shaking his head. Relying on the information within his soul, he retrieved a rat mask from the old orc's body. This mask's name was Armored Rat. Within the demon cult, his status was second only to the demon cult leader. Now that the position of demon cult leader was vacant, he was the cult's de facto ruler. Using this mask, Wu Zhu and the other 11 mask users sent a false message. Wu Zhu had been converted by the Holy Lord. After sending the message, Wu Zhu destroyed the demon lord's thoughts within the mask and muttered to himself, I hope these younger generations will be of some use, and can eliminate all these infected people. Otherwise, the wild orcs will truly be exterminated. With that, he surged out of the sea, leaving the cage that had held him captive for hundreds of thousands of years. On the sea, Wu Zhu stood in midair, eyes closed, quietly feeling the fierce sea breeze caressing his face. He hadn't felt this sensation in hundreds of thousands of years. Opening his eyes, Wu Zhu gazed at the wild land before him with a touch of nostalgia. Though the land was now pitch black, he could still discern every blade of grass and tree. Over these hundreds of thousands of years, he had recalled this scene countless times. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. With a flick of his mind, a jar of wine flew out from a mountain thousands of miles away. Catching it, Wu Zhu laughed heartily. I can't believe hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and this jar of wine hasn't been stolen yet. Unsealing the jar, Wu Zhu took a deep breath of the wine's aroma and drank it in small sips. Haha, fine wine. I should have asked Brother Dew to brew a few more jars back then. Martial Ancestor laughed heartily, but then he added with a touch of regret, alas, I truly regret not being able to enjoy my wine before I die. Throwing the jar aside, Martial Ancestor pointed to the sky, and a formidable aura erupted from him. I am the Martial Ancestor of the wilderness. Powerful ones from other civilizations. Could you please see me off? A million miles away, the great wizard Garlon, who was studying martial arts manuals in the floating city, suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief. The Demon Lord has broken the seal? No, that aura doesn't sound like that of a Demon Lord. He set the manual down and, in a flash, appeared in the air. He looked in the direction of Martial Ancestor, his gaze meeting his across a million miles. At this moment, the Martial Ancestor's voice pierced through space and reached the great wizard Garland's ears. In response to the Martial Ancestor's request, the great wizard Garland laughed heartily. He untied his wizard robes, his body suddenly towering. With a flick of his hand, the World Tree, already rooted in the holy heavenly punishment sect and lush with branches and leaves like a mountain, rose from the ground and transformed into a handy staff. I am the wizard Garland, Martial Ancestor. I am here to see you off. Chapter 520. Inside the underground palace, the three people lurking in the shadows were startled by Jian Ma's statement. The Martial Ancestor was merely a legend among the 6 great holy sects. And now this demonic cult demon was claiming that the legendary Martial Ancestor not only existed, but had been corrupted by the Demon Lord, becoming his henchman. This sounded unbelievable. But seeing Jian Ma's excitement, it was likely true. The Martial Ancestor had most likely appeared by now, perhaps even engaged in battle with the great wizard Garlon. Thinking of this, Richard couldn't help but feel a little more impatient. Because of the appearance of Dingtian Martial Saint, Richard had been residing at Dingtian Holy Sect headquarters for some time. In such a dangerous place, Richard dared not use the communication pyramid. This was why Richard hadn't yet passed on the news about the Demon Lord. Now that the demonized Martial Ancestor had appeared, the sealed Demon Lord would likely be broken soon. If he waited until the Demon Lord was broken before spreading this news, it would be useless. With this in mind, Richard used shadow magic to silently approach the 2 Dingtian Saint Sect elders. 2 of you act now. Delay will lead to disaster. The 2 elders, suddenly hearing Richard's voice, almost instinctively attacked. Fortunately, they were all martial arts masters specializing in physical evolution. Their control over their bodies was almost at will, so the instant they reacted, their instinctive attack stopped. Master Chu, your martial arts are so impressive. I definitely challenge you to a sparring match someday, one elder exclaimed in amazement. The other elder replied, Master Chu is right. Delay will lead to disaster. These demons are probably already mad. They've even spoken the insane words the Martial Ancestor used to deceive them. There's no point in continuing to probe them. With that, the 3 began assigning targets. The 2 martial arts masters would be confronted by the 2 elders, while Richard would deal with the remaining martial arts masters. After determining their targets, the 3 men didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. 2 elders of the Dingtian Holy Sect suddenly appeared in the underground palace, their bodies as sturdy as iron. The sudden attack caught the demonic demons within the underground palace off guard. The 2 martial arts masters, Jiaho and Jiama, were instantly sent flying by the elders' powerful punches. With a single loud bang, the 2 demonic masters were sent flying through over 10 meters of earth, flying directly out of the underground palace. Demonic demons, die! The other warriors in the underground palace stared at the gaping hole in the ceiling in shock, their minds quivering at the situation. Why had 2 martial arts masters suddenly appeared in their base? And judging by the techniques they were using, they were most likely elders of the Dingtian Holy Sect. But before they could fully recover, Richard emerged from the shadows. To deal with these warriors, who had only reached the 3rd level of perfection, Richard didn't even need the hand of balance. He took a horse stance, drawing his elbows in. The entire underground palace seemed to solidify, energy flowing into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. Then, he swung a punch. Spiraling fist light erupted from the tip of his fist, shooting forward like a drill. Instantly, with a bang, one side of the underground palace wall vanished, replaced by a hollow the size of 3 underground palaces. Richard sheathed his fist, and silently opened the rift in the secret realm. At this moment, only 3 masters of the 3rd level of perfection, beginning with the character E, remained standing on the 2nd floor of the underground palace. The remaining masters had been reduced to ash by this blow. The 3 martial arts masters tried to resist, but before they could, Richard sealed their meridians and cast them into the secret realm. These were all wild beast men, who had reached the 3rd level of perfection, Their value for both research and collection was invaluable, especially since the Council of Truth intended to make the wild beast men a vassal race. After throwing the martial arts masters into the secret realm, Richard immediately left the underground palace. By now, no one was left alive. The minions had all perished under the influence of the heart-eating goo. In the sky, the aftermath of the four masters' battle caused a series of strange phenomena. Thunder, frost, blazing flames, hurricanes. At the level of a fourth-level creature, a single gesture could alter the celestial phenomena. And when they fought with all their might, shattering space was commonplace. But Richard had no interest in the battle in the sky at this moment. He glanced northeastward. Even hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could still sense a faint sense of pressure. That demonic cult demon wasn't crazy. What he said was true. The martial ancestor had truly appeared. Ulysses. A dark light emerged from the void and landed on Richard's shoulder. What do you want to do next? We have to go back now. Richard gazed northeast, his face grim. Continuing the mission now would be sheer folly. The appearance of the martial ancestor signified the imminent breaking of the Demon Lord's seal. According to the legends of the wild orcs, the Demon Lord's body is sealed in the underworld. And the underworld, according to mythology, is located underground. So, if the legends were correct, the Demon Lord's breaking of the seal would cause a severe geological shift and a dramatic change in the spatial structure of the savage continent. It was estimated to be even more powerful than the wizard's doomsday. So he had to find a large force. The wizard had dispatched hundreds of great wizards this time. If he found a large force, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. If the sky falls, the great wizards will always be there to hold it up. But before that, he had matters to attend to. Richard turned to look at the four masters engaged in a fierce battle in the sky and asked Ulysses on his shoulder, Ulysses, do you think we can defeat those two masters with a surprise attack? Ulysses glanced at the sky and chuckled strangely. Haha, I suggest we go up and help those two guys. That way, they'd be even more defenseless. In the sky above the savage continent, two towering behemoths clashed. The great wizard Garlon stood tall, his three-headed body etched with runes. Runes were the foundation of a wizard's being. Even the physically evolved great wizard Garlon could not abandon them. Empowered by the runes, every muscle of Grand Wizard Garen was tens of millions times stronger than the toughest adamantine alloy, reaching a terrifying level of strength. Each of his strikes reached a power level in the tens of millions. Such immense power naturally brought with it an unimaginably horrific expenditure. In the past, Grand Wizard Garen hardly dared to use his full strength, as each exertion would consume enough magic essence to complete a dimensional expedition to a microcosm. But with the World Tree, all this was no longer a problem. The World Tree took root in Grand Wizard Garen's body, its countless roots and branches sinking into the void, constantly transforming spatial turbulence and ether storms into energy, which was then supplied to Grand Wizard Garen. The combined power of these two terrifying beings, both surpassing the 6th level, far surpassed the sum of their powers. Across from him, martial ancestor's eyes shifted constantly, his reaction sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Having fought the Demon Lord for so many years, martial ancestor knew all too well the demon's power. Breaking free from the seal to challenge the great wizard Garlon, eliminating the hidden demonic forces was merely a side job. His true goal was to kill himself at the hands of the great wizard Garlon while his soul was still intact, and he could still fight the Demon Lord's encroachment for control of his body. He did not want his body to become the Demon Lord's puppet. Suddenly, martial ancestor's body trembled violently, his eyes instantly becoming incredibly clear. He raised his hand to block, easily blocking the great wizard Garland's powerful punch, which had a power level of tens of millions. He was martial ancestor, the founder of the warrior dimension. As its sole master, he had been endowed with a terrifying ability known as the ultimate martial power by the illusory dimension. The purpose of this ability was simple. It allowed him to master the martial arts created by all warriors in the past without a teacher. Every strike of his contained the culmination of millions of years of research by countless warriors. Had he not been unwilling to act, the great wizard Garen would have perished long ago. Wizard Garen, are you not ready yet? The martial ancestor looked at the great wizard Garen and could sense the power of the great Tao entwining him. This power was not immense, but the martial ancestor could sense the terrifying might at its source. In the knowledge bestowed upon him by the Supreme Being, this condition was called a dimensional sprout. This meant that a sprout had sprouted from an already formed dimension. If the sprout continued to grow, it would become a branch dimension attached to the main dimension. Creatures possessing that branch dimension will transcend the 6th level and become one of the masters of the astral realm. Faced with the martial ancestor's question, the great wizard Garland's face took on a rare solemnity. The world tree grew from behind him, entwining his arm and transforming into a staff in his right hand. Green vines also spread from his back, transforming into a green wizard robe. There's no fixed formula for achieving the ritual of truth. The rituals vary greatly depending on the wizard's path. As a pioneer in the physical evolution of wizard civilization, the moment the great wizard Garland broke through the 6th level limit and embarked on the path of truth, he automatically comprehended his own ascension ritual. He needed to complete a desperate battle in a long expedition. He must break through the final boundary between life and death. Grand Wizard Garland, staff in hand, promised the martial ancestor, if I survive, the wild beast men will live safely under my protection. As long as I survive, the wild beast men will not be extinct, and neither will your martial arts. I swear by the Sea of Souls. As soon as the oath was uttered, the Sea of Souls corresponding to the savage world immediately surged. Wizards are the darlings of the Sea of Souls. Of all the races the wizard has encountered, only wizards can use meditation to enter the Sea of Souls. With the witness of the Sea of Souls, the oath was established. The martial ancestor smiled at his words. The meaning of that smile was complex: joy, appreciation, relief. All these emotions combined, forming an upward arc and a laugh. You nagging me? Watch this. The martial ancestor assumed the most fundamental martial arts stance, the horse stance, his hands folded at his sides. In an instant, the energy of the entire savage world flowed towards him. The martial ancestor was not only the founder of martial arts, he was also the guardian of the savage world. If he so desired, the entire savage world would be his home turf. Wizard Garland, this move is called the ultimate martial arts. With that, the martial ancestor unleashed the most fundamental martial arts move, the horse stance punch. The next moment, all was silent. A brilliant fist-like light ripped through the savage world's sky, leaving a massive rift stretching millions of miles across the heavens, splitting the entire sky in two. An endless spatial storm poured from the void into the world. In the center of the fist-like light, the great wizard Garland lay emaciated, his body devoid of any flesh. Only a lifeless, shattered heart remained in his chest. But upon witnessing this scene, the martial ancestor closed his eyes in relief. The next moment, a young sprout suddenly sprouted from that broken heart. Then, a clear heartbeat echoed across space, echoing in the ears of every wizard. Boom! Boom! Although they didn't know where this heartbeat came from, at that moment, every wizard knew simultaneously what it signified. In the wizard dimension, billions of wizards, their faces obscured, emerged from their towers. They performed a wizard salute toward the city of eternal truth, their millions of voices converging into a single title. See the Corona of Constitution. Chapter 521. The Broken Heart, carrying the tender buds of the world tree, beat gently. In a single heartbeat, the great wizard Garland's body transformed into a three-headed, thousand-armed giant clad in green robes. No, he could no longer be called the great wizard. He had achieved the truth. Now, he should be called the physical crown. The physical crown looked at the martial ancestor, whose soul had been shattered. A tear fell from the corner of his compassionate eye. His angry eyes blazed, and he gritted his teeth, sucking blood. Even his wizard face sighed. Since you have helped me achieve the truth, I will not let your body become someone else's puppet. With these words, the sky ripped open by the martial ancestor shattered again before it could heal. A complete illusory dimension appeared behind the curtain, instantly enveloping the martial ancestor's body. The biggest difference between a level 7 creature and a level 6 creature lies in the illusory dimension. A level 7 creature can either, like the martial ancestor, directly create an illusory dimension. Or, like the great wizard Garland, they could use an imaginary dimension as their foundation, leveraging the power of the main dimension to expand their own dimension. In a complete imaginary dimension, the creator is the creator, a nearly omnipotent deity. Once creatures below level 7 enter the dimensional world, their life and death are no longer under their control. This newly opened dimension also boasts countless wizard towers. However, the wizards within these towers are all imposing figures, dimensional projections of wizards undergoing physical evolution within the wizarding world. Physical Corona vanished from the air and entered his own dimensional world. The moment he stepped into the dimensional world, an unreal feeling of omnipotence washed over him. In this illusory world, he could freely control everything he wished, all rules bowing to his will, willing to be shaped and molded. In the material realm, even the world guardians chosen by the world's origin could not achieve this. This feels truly wonderful. The wizard in the center of the physical Corona narrowed his eyes, a hint of intoxication on his face. But then, his expression returned to composure. The roots of the world tree emerged from his body, transforming into a staff in his hand. Under the martial ancestor's final blow, the world tree was nearly dead, only surviving thanks to a seed hidden in the heart of the great wizard Garen. But thanks to his protection, the great wizard Garen survived and achieved the truth. Now that the great wizard Garen had become the physical corona, the world tree naturally began to revive. At the same time, in the center of the illusory dimension, a young sprout emerged from the ground and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the projection of the world tree in the physical wizard's dimension, the world tree recognized by the physical corona. The physical crown throne cast its gaze toward the world's edge. Amidst the boundless ocean, a massive wild beastman struggled. Chains entwined his body like giant pythons. If he broke one, two would follow, and if he broke two, four would follow. In this illusory dimension, without the countervailing power of another, the only fate awaiting the intruder was death. No one could defeat the creator of an illusory dimension. But at this moment, the martial ancestor's soul had been shattered, and the martial arts dimension he had mastered was lost. Unless the wild beastman transcended the 6th level and embarked on the path of domination, this dimension would remain forever hidden within the endless dimensions. Of course, if a lucky wild beastman could find this dimension during their dimensional travels, they could regain their place as the master of the martial Tao dimension. But the endless dimension is no lie. The vastness of the star realm harbors countless civilizations. The dimensions of these civilizations, combined with the naturally occurring dimensions within the star realm, constitute the endless dimension. Finding a lost dimension within this is as difficult as scavenging for sand in a vast ocean. Watching the martial ancestor's corpse struggling under the influence of the demon lord's power, the physical crown took a single step and arrived before it. Without the martial ancestor's resistance, the demon lord's power infected the martial ancestor's body with astonishing speed. This body, once imperfect in structure, though its appearance might not meet human aesthetic standards, was now warped and deformed. The martial ancestor's limbs began to enlarge, and a variety of tangled growths sprouted from his body. As a physical crown expert in physical evolution, he could tell at a glance that these extra limbs were not random growths. They seemed to have been severed from various creatures, and then randomly pressed against the martial ancestor's body. Looking through the surface, the physical corona discovered that these changes weren't just superficial. A myriad of organs and glands were also constantly growing within the martial ancestor's body. What the hell is this demon lord? Why does he look like a star wanderer? The physical corona frowned slightly, then extended a hand and pressed, sending a surge of dimensional power burrowing into the martial ancestor's body. The demon lord's power is also a dimensional force. If the martial ancestor could counter it with the martial arts dimension, the physical corona could naturally do the same with the physical wizard dimension. However, compared to the weak martial arts rules, the physical wizard dimension lies behind the ever-increasing wizard dimension. The demon lord seemed to have sensed this too. After sensing the power within the martial ancestor's dimension, the power quickly withdrew from him. The physical corona attempted to intercept it, but the demon lord's understanding of dimensional forces far surpassed that of the newly minted truth wizard. With a simple manipulation, the dimensional forces burst forth from the physical wizard dimension. Observing the escaping dimensional forces, the physical corona displayed a mocking smile. With a casual wave of his hand, a vast rift opened in the ground of the physical wizard dimension. The martial ancestor's body immediately entered the rift. With another wave of his hand, the ground closed, and a massive mountain rose from the ground. Inscribed on the peak in the wild beastman's script were 4 large characters: Martial Ancestor's Tomb. After completing this, the physical corona reappeared in the savage world. And the moment he entered this world, an unprecedented catastrophe began. Bestowed by the heavenly demon. The elder of the Dingtian holy sect, his heart ripped out by Elises, stared wide-eyed, unwilling to accept his fate. At this moment, the entire Dachuan Ridge, hundreds of miles in radius, had been razed to the ground by the battle between the two. Vast craters, like meteorites, marked the intensity of the recent battle. Across from the Dingtian holy sect elder, Richard's chest was sunken, and a bloody hole the size of a human head in his abdomen continuously dripped black blood. Cough cough, Richard coughed up 2 mouthfuls of black blood. The holy sect's martial arts masters are truly formidable. Even after being drained of so much energy by the demon cult's grandmaster, they were still able to fight you and me on equal terms. If we hadn't suddenly launched our attack, we probably wouldn't have even been able to escape this battle. Elisa sealed the heart, and then tossed the body into the secret realm. After completing this, he rested a weary look on Richard's shoulder. It's not that they're too strong, but that you and I are too weak. You've only just stepped halfway into the 4th level, while I'm still recovering from my injuries. If you and I were both capable of the strength of a normal 4th level creature, we wouldn't last a minute before these two would be dispatched. Elises then looked up at the sky. In the sky, the multi-million-mile-long spatial rift created by the martial ancestor hadn't yet healed, its residual might still terrifying. Haha, this is truly an eye-opener. One divine king falls, another is born. This scene will definitely amaze those war gods when I return. Richard grumbled, don't even think about showing off when we get back. We still have a long way to go. They were currently in the territory of the Dingtian Holy Sect, still a long way from the Dei Holy Sect. Along the way, they not only had to evade the pursuit of various grandmasters, but also faced the wrath of Dingtian Martial Saint. Of course, all this presupposed a prolonged battle between the physical corona and the martial ancestor. With a burst of immense power erupting from the sky, the physical corona returned to the savage world. Seeing the physical corona safe and sound, all the martial saints on the savage continent fell into despair. It's over, it's all over. The martial saints could still use their unique formations and the relics of their ancestors to resist, but facing the martial ancestor, all they could do was surrender or die with dignity. But at that very moment, a piercing alarm reached the ears of all the martial saints and the wizards guarding the Forerunner ruins. The activity of the Devourer of Civilization is rapidly increasing. However, before the alarm had even died down, a tiny tremor reached the senses of every creature standing on this savage continent. An earthquake? A wild orc civilian asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the trembling stones on the ground. As he stared in bewilderment, a fissure suddenly opened in the trembling earth. Then, the fissure rapidly expanded to the size of a city. A pitch-black tentacle emerged from the fissure, and thousands of mouths sprouted from it. Then, after being sealed away for millions of years, this terrifying master, known to the wild orcs as the Demon Lord and the Forerunners as the Devourer of Civilization, roared its first roar since being released. Roar! Richard gazed at the massive tentacle soaring into the sky. The immense roar, with its terrifying mental impact, instantly froze him in his tracks. After a short while, Richard recovered from his shock and said with some difficulty, "The Demon Lord has broken the seal." The Demon Lord's breaking of the seal meant they could no longer return to the wizard headquarters. As a wizard, Richard knew all too well what the Great Wizards would do. In the Great Sun Holy Sect, the Great Wizard Yuan watched the various data coming from within the ruins, his flames flickering. Pass the order down. All floating cities prepare for launch immediately. After analyzing the data, the ruins' main controller had reached a conclusion. Judging from the current seal, the Demon Lord would only need 15 minutes to completely break the seal. Within 15 minutes, they had to gather all the wizards they could to launch the floating cities. The wizards, who had been dispatched to the martial arts sects, had become abandoned. Chapter 522. Having confirmed his situation, Richard abandoned his futile attempts. He moved the communication pyramid from the secret realm and transmitted all the intelligence he knew to the wizard headquarters of the distant Great Sun Holy Sect. This was his final duty in this war. After completing all this, Richard immediately departed. At this moment, he only had one question to consider: how to survive this natural disaster. It was now impossible to cross the Dingtian Holy Sect's territory to reach the wizard-controlled area. With the Demon Lord breaking the seal, the wizards would surely evacuate this world as soon as possible. Although the great wizard Garlon had achieved the truth, it was unclear whether Garlon, a veteran celestial master, could stop the Demon Lord, a corona virtue. This time, they had deployed so many great wizards, so the emergency escape of the floating city would not cause much loss. So, Richard had only two options: hiding in the savage world or entering the secret realm. Continuing to stay in the savage world, Richard had to constantly monitor the Demon Lord's movements and find a sufficiently secure area to hide. The threat posed by the wild beastmen was now almost non-existent to Richard. With the Demon Lord's seal broken, the wild beastmen's primary goal would be to secure it. Compared to this incident, the deaths of the two Dingtian Holy Sect elders had become insignificant. So, for the time being, he didn't have to worry about the wild beastmen causing trouble for him. But Richard didn't know at the moment that the Demon Lord seal would be completely broken in a matter of moments. His research on the Forerunners had misled him here. He had always imagined the Forerunners as advanced. Therefore, he still believed that the Forerunner seal could hold off the Demon Lord for a while. "I think it's better to go directly to the secret realm," Ulises suggested. "No one's chasing you right now. Just hide in the secret realm, and even if chaos breaks out outside, you won't be harmed." "But what if the spatial flaw is destroyed?" Richard asked. The Demon Lord's breaking of the seal will not only cause geological fluctuations, but also structural changes in space. If these changes cause our flaw to be lost, we'd be completely lost. Every time Richard opened the secret realm, a spatial flaw would appear at the location. This flaw served as both a beacon and a backdoor. If he wanted to exit the secret realm, the flaw would become an exit. The secret realm is different from pocket dimensions like magic pockets. Strictly speaking, the secret realm belongs to another world. Normally, to enter another world through a spatial rift from another world, one must cross a world wall, the wall of the world being visited. Only some worlds cross two world walls. When entering the secret realm from within a world, the world wall of the secret realm is weak, allowing wizards to enter easily. But if one enters the world from the secret realm, one must cross a true world wall. Without the space-time flaw as a backdoor, this barrier would be an iron curtain for wizards. But flaws are extremely sensitive to changes in the structure of space. If the space around the flaw undergoes drastic structural changes, the spatial flaw will be destroyed. At that point, Richard would be completely lost. If lost in the vast astral plane, he might never be able to return to the wizarding world. He might even be unable to enter a world again. This situation could almost be described in one word: exile. But being lost is better than dying, Ulysses countered. What's coming up is a clash between god kings. The aftermath alone could kill you or me before we even have time to enter the secret realm. Being lost still offers hope, but dying is all gone. Richard shook his head slightly, his eyes determined. It's not time to gamble yet. Including the Dean, the wizard civilization now boasts 6 overlord-level warriors. Even if this demon lord is only a level 8 creature, it's unlikely to cause a resurgence. Inside the world, we still have a certain degree of initiative. But if we enter the secret realm, we really be left with nothing but luck. Seeing Richard's resolute gaze, Ulysses gave up his persuasion. In truth, he didn't want to gamble either. But as a world master who had witnessed real battles between overlords, he knew all too well how terrifying a battle between overlords could be. The war he remembered shattered an entire small world, with the death toll reaching into the billions. A god-level vengeful spirit was created solely from the resentment of the deceased. I think you've always had good luck. I hope it's the same this time. That being said, Ulysses used a little more force in the crow's claws gripping Richard's shoulders. If danger arose, he would not hesitate to carry Richard into the secret realm. As he said, being alive is better than being dead. As long as there's life, there's still hope. As the two spoke, the skylight Corona had already sensed the impending break of the seal. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, in the end, we still have to call for help. With that, countless runes emerged from the air, transforming into a portal to the wizarding dimension. But just as physical Corona was about to enter the wizarding dimension, a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Soon, physical Corona frowned and muttered, Antimines? This is getting more and more troublesome. After entering the wizarding dimension, after Grand Wizard Garen became physical Corona, the wizarding dimension underwent some changes. The most obvious change was the addition of a towering world tree in the far north of the wizarding world. With one step, physical Corona arrived at the city of eternal truth, the center of the wizarding dimension. A wizard in a black robe, his face indistinct, appeared out of thin air and gave physical Corona a wizard salute. Greetings, physical Corona. I wonder what your excellency wishes to do. Physical Corona glanced at him and replied, I will convene a truth conference. Now? Now. As you wish. The black-robed wizard agreed, and a small brass bell appeared in his hand. Then, as if by magic, a bell hammer appeared from thin air in his left hand. Dong! 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 With the swing of the bell hammer, melodious chimes echoed from the city of eternal truth, transcending infinite dimensions, and ringing in the ears of 5 specific wizards in the wizarding world. At the Tesla Chamber of Commerce headquarters, a wooden alchemical puppet set down its object and muttered, even if everything becomes truth, is there anything it can't handle? Wizarding dimension, city of eternal truth. 5 rune-marked gates appeared in the void, and 5 truth wizards emerged simultaneously. The wooden puppet controlled by alchemical Corona approached physical Corona and examined him carefully. Why are you wearing a green robe? You look so ugly. Upon hearing this, the constitutional Corona could not help but frown. He had already convened the truth conference, yet he still paid attention to such small details. Ahem, everyone, the seal on the Star Realm Overlord sealed in the Savage World is breaking, and his strength is estimated to be at peak level 8. I need you all to work together to suppress this guy again. Suppress him? The Shaping Corona asked doubtfully. Are you not considering killing him outright? The constitutional Corona shook his head. It's best not to touch him. Before entering this dimension, I received intel from my lucky star. This guy's abilities are likely antimeans. Fighting him would probably mean forgetting a lot, which wouldn't be worth it. Antimeans? The cursed Corona suddenly asked. Are you sure it's antimeans? The intel our people have sent back is probably correct. The cursed Corona was silent for a moment, then said, I hope to kill this overlord, or completely seal him. The cursed Corona's words startled the truths present. This wizarding world's oldest wizard of truth was usually nearly invisible, often abstaining from making decisions. But why, now, had he bucked his usual pattern and decided to kill this astral overlord? A figure they had never met before? Being most familiar with the Corona of Evolution and the Corona of the Damned, he paused and asked, Is he your destined demise? Yes. Hearing the Corona of the Damned's admission, everyone present immediately understood the reasoning. After becoming a level 7 creature, beings could vaguely sense the web of fate that bound them. Some overlords, fortunate or unfortunate enough, could rely on this subtle sense to discern their own future. Once the future is foreseen, it cannot be altered. If an observer happens to witness their own death, their demise is certain. This is known as a predestined death. As the leader of the cursed school, Corona Curse's research on fate is naturally in death. He had long foreseen his own destined death. Fate cannot be altered, said Corona Alchemist. Curse, you know this better than any of us. Corona Curse remained calm, his voice calm. Alchemist, this was an experiment. Do you really think I spared you back then out of consideration for the greater good? Corona Alchemist was stunned, a chill washing over him. At the end of the Wizarding War, Corona Curse broke through the 6 rings and became the first Truth Wizard. However, after becoming a Truth Wizard, Corona Curse did not use his extraordinary combat prowess to wipe out the other 4 schools. Instead, he chose to negotiate peace and help the leaders of the other 4 schools achieve truth. The wizarding community explained this as Corona Curse choosing to consider the greater good, out of concern for the future of wizarding civilization. I am a rare genius in the cursed school. Even as an apprentice, I could curse wizards to death. By the 3rd ring, I could easily cast curses only available to grand wizards. After becoming a grand wizard, I rose to become the leader of the cursed school and reformed it. I swept the junk spells into the archives and simplified the truly useful ones. To be frank, all the curses circulating in the cursed school today are the product of my simplifications. But soon, I grew tired of it all. It was also from that time that I stopped studying those murderous curses and turned instead to the study of fate, considered taboo by many of my predecessors. Corona Curse's voice was remarkably calm, but every wizard present could sense madness in it. They were wizards among wizards, and they knew Corona Curse's state all too well. Corona Curse had become mad in his pursuit of truth. I feel I was born to study fate, Corona Curse said with a hint of pride. Divination has advanced significantly under my research. All current divination is practiced within the framework I established. I encountered the web of fate during my 6th ring, but from that moment on, an invisible barrier blocked me. Corona Curse's voice suddenly became deeply saddened, and he lowered his head, as if defeated. Even if I became the truth, I could not break this barrier. My research into fate has ceased here. My path has ended. So you must challenge fate. The Corona of Shaping said softly. The Corona of Cursing suddenly raised its head, its eyes as fierce as a tiger's. Yes, I will challenge the truth. Everyone, the time has come to repay your debt. Let us see if the power of wizard civilization can break the predetermined fate. Chapter 523. Since you want to use that favor here, I won't stop you. Faced with the curse's request, the evolutionary Corona calmly agreed. He then looked at the alchemical Corona, who sighed slightly and replied, All right, I agree, but before that, you need to back up my memories for me. Since the Demon Lord's power is anti-memetics, fighting him is inherently a process of continuous memory loss. Although all the wizards present, with the exception of the physical Corona, possess sufficient memories, no one wanted to lose their memories in vain. Okay, the curse's Corona agreed without hesitation, then looked at the Soul Corona. Soul, what's your decision? The ethereal Corona of Soul replied, I agree. Who needs to make the backups? Do it all, Corona of Shaping called out. This isn't just forgetting your memories, it's complete memory loss. If you lose any important memories, you won't even have time to cry. Corona of Constitution and Corona of the Undead exchanged glances and accepted the suggestion. A few minutes later, Corona of Soul released 6 balls of pure white light into the center of the City of Eternal Truth. He then snapped his fingers, and the black-robed wizard, whose face was indistinct, reappeared. Remind us to absorb the backups next time we enter this dimension. Yes, your excellency. Corona of Curse summoned a rune gate. Now that we're done, let's go. You haven't moved your true forms much since the war. Inside the wizarding world, hundreds of millions of wizards went about their business as usual. The sun shone brightly under the sky, and alchemists and their apprentices toiled in the nearby alchemy workshops. The universal wizarding movement had led to a surge in the number of wizard apprentices in the wizarding world, and alchemy workshops were popping up like mushrooms after rain. In this unique period, this uncontrolled growth, given ample space, was now thriving. But amidst the calm, a profound change was quietly beginning. With the sound of a resounding bell, the wizarding world's sky suddenly darkened. The wizards looked up, their faces filled with horror. They discovered that the sun in the sky had moved. Buzz, the sun suddenly vanished, and the entire earth was plunged into darkness. But soon, a new sun appeared in its place. The great wizards who remained in the wizarding world murmured to themselves, "Is there trouble on the front lines?" The corona of evolution has been called upon to activate its true form. Then, another resounding bell rang. At that moment, all alchemical machinery in the entire wizarding world came to a complete standstill. All the alchemical puppets and synthetic beasts knelt on the ground. The remaining great wizards put down their experiments, took out their communication crystal balls, and began to contact the Tower of Truth. This was a sign that the alchemical corona had left the wizarding world. But it wasn't over yet. Soon, the bell rang again. This time, no unusual phenomena occurred in the wizarding world, but at this moment, all wizards in meditation were awakened. Before they left the Soul Sea, they saw a colossal creature rising from the depths of the Soul Sea, creating ripples in the water. One great wizard exclaimed in shock and anger, "The Soul Corona has left too." What happened on the front lines? Dong! The bell rang again. As the bell rang, no one in the entire wizarding world died, and no new life was born. The remaining great wizards were somewhat numb. Corona of the dead has also left. There's no need to inquire. Let's wait for the council's notification. Soon, the final bell rang. This time, the wizards didn't notice any movement. Only the wizards of the School of Curses suddenly discovered that the insignia of the School of Curses on their robes had disappeared without a trace. In the wizarding dimension, 5 indescribable beings, some in black and some in white robes, crossed the rune gate. Across from them, the rune gate leading to the savage world of Corona of the Constitution had opened. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've fought together as a team, Corona of the Alchemy suddenly said. The Transfiguration Corona replied, "Yes, before this, we've only ever worked together in pairs." Then this incident must be recorded in the eternal history books. The alchemical Corona smiled. Everyone, who can come up with a name? Several truth wizards looked at each other, and finally the physical Corona spoke up, "Let's call this operation the Truth Hunt." Savage world. Richard looked at the earth, which seemed to be constantly crumbling, his expression grave. No, this Forerunner seal is collapsing too quickly. The seal was collapsing much faster than he had imagined. At this rate, within an hour, no, half an hour, the Forerunner seal would be completely broken. But just as he was pondering where to locate his refuge, the sky suddenly brightened. As Richard stared in shock, a massive sun suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the earth with its resounding majesty. Is this the Forerunner's backup plan? Richard stood there in a daze. The sudden appearance of the sun in the sky was beyond his comprehension. Fool! If the Forerunners had this thing, why would they have sealed the Demon Lord? Elisa's horrified voice snapped Richard out of his shock. This is dimensional travel. Your dean has summoned the other truth wizards of the wizarding civilization. Elisa had barely finished his words, when another massive figure appeared in the sky. It was a giant that looked human, but its eyes and mouth were covered in gears and levers. Elisa exclaimed, "Another truth wizard?" Soon, a third figure emerged from the rune gate. This time, a faceless, ethereal wizard in white robes, felt a wave of dizziness at the first sight of him. Immediately afterwards, a fourth and fifth figure appeared in the sky. One of them had the appearance of a skeleton, but within its chest was a beating, bright red heart. The other was clad in a black robe, but beneath it was a pitch-black darkness, making it impossible to discern his features. At this point, Elisa's voice was trembling. "Lily. Richard, let's enter the secret realm. 6-star realm masters, one breath from them, and we all die." But Richard calmed down now. "Elisa, what are you afraid of?" Richard said confidently. "With 6 truth wizards here in person, how can the Demon Lord break the seal? Even if he could break the seal, what impact would he have?" But just as Richard was feeling confident, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. Then, an unidentified object sped towards Richard's feet from the ground. Richard frowned slightly and flew into the air. Looking back, he saw a strange tentacle where he had been standing. The tentacle, seeing its sneak attack had failed, let out a sharp roar. Richard felt a stinging pain throughout his brain, and his entire body nearly collapsed. Thankfully, Richard was already transcendent, his physical and mental strength surpassing that of a level 3 creature. The tentacle's roar posed a fatal threat to a level 3 creature, but Richard could still manage to resist. Without a word, Richard pulled the hand of balance from his pocket and unleashed a 50,000 level fireball. Magic. With a loud boom, the world suddenly fell silent. Any evil will be purified by the fireball spell. If you can't do it, it simply means your fireball isn't powerful enough. But dealing with the tentacles doesn't solve the problem. Richard swept his mind, and these tentacles appeared everywhere around him. These tentacles were preying on every living thing they saw. Is this the Demon Lord's method? Richard felt a wave of dread as he watched the scene unfold. With these tentacles, he would be surrounded by them unless he could hide within the Wild Beastman sect. He wasn't confident that his concealment could evade the Demon Lord's detection. Buzz! A violent energy wave emanated from behind Richard. Richard dodged the attack with a flash of his mind. Turning back, he saw a giant demonic insect with 2 pairs of wings, somewhat resembling a bee, staring at him. Richard sensed the same aura from the tentacle from before. A minion of the Demon Lord's body? Richard's face darkened, and he suddenly realized that this time he really had to gamble his luck. Ulysses, kill this thing, and return to the secret realm. Roger. The next moment, Richard's body glowed, and he gently waved his hand to balance. Empowered by the principles of radiation, a fireball of 80,000 kilocalories of radiation blasted like a meteor towards the monstrous giant insect transformed from the Demon Lord's tentacle. The giant insect shifted, deftly dodging Richard's fireball and charging towards him. This was the first time Richard had seen a creature dodge a wizard spell at such close range. But unfortunately, it was a fireball, not an ice cone. Boom! The massive fireball exploded behind the giant insect, its immense power instantly scorching half its body. At the same time, Ulysses emerged from the void, igniting the giant insect's remains with a raging wave of fire, burning them to ash. But at this moment, something shocking happened. The charred insect's body suddenly condensed into a ball, and then the ash transformed into a fleshy ball that began to grow rapidly. In a split second, Richard saw the embryonic form of a living being. Go! Go! This is the power of the dimension. Ulysses flew to Richard's side in terror, grabbed him, and darted into the secret realm at lightning speed. A minute after they entered the secret realm, the vast savage continent was ripped apart by the Demon Lord. Amid the wails of countless wild orcs, the Demon Lord broke the seal. The wizards, who had already made an emergency transfer and piloted their floating city to the outer reaches of the astral realm, were shocked to discover that the vast world before them was actually sending forth countless fragments. The savage world is the Demon Lord's prison, and the first step this prisoner takes out of his confinement is revenge on the shattered world that has held him captive for 1,000,000 years. In the sky, the Transformer Corona asked the physical Corona, "Have you found your lucky star?" The physical Corona shook his head slightly. "No, I've just achieved truth, and my control over power is lacking." After that, he turned his gaze to the alchemical Corona. "Alchemical, have you found it?" "No, I suspect that kid is hiding in the secret realm." "It would be foolish not to hide in the secret realm in this situation." "Then let's do it," the cursed Corona continued. Then, his face obscured by the huge black robe, he looked at the behemoth tearing the earth beneath his feet. Countless black energy transformed into a pitch-black staff and fell into his hand. "Let me see what this creature destined to kill me is." Chapter 524. In the secret realm, Ulysses opened his eyes. It still doesn't work. The spatial flaw has completely destroyed it. Hearing this expected answer, Richard didn't get angry, but sighed helplessly. "So what if it's destroyed? At least we're still alive, right?" "You said, as long as we're alive, there's hope." Richard returned to the test bench and silently scribbled something in his notebook. On the page, a complete character, along with the horizontal stroke Richard had just written, was already written. This was the number of days they had been in the secret realm. Although the world mushroom was still dormant, causing the secret realm to lose its day and night cycle, the clock still worked. 126 hours, 38 minutes, and 50 seconds had passed since they entered the secret realm. If nothing unexpected happened, this would last for decades, centuries, or even a lifetime. As long as we're alive. There's hope, Richard said to himself. Besides the bad news of being lost, His current situation was quite good. Having previously emptied the warehouses of Wuxiang Valley, Richard now had no shortage of resources. He was even quite wealthy. Furthermore, he had no shortage of research materials. He had the corpses of 4 level 4 wild beast men and a vast collection of martial arts manuals. Richard would never be able to thoroughly study these things for at least a few hundred years. As long as a wizard had something to research, they could make a living. And Richard had more than just these things. Wuxiang, the creations of that unknown civilization, and the many bizarre objects Richard had collected could all be studied. It was just a matter of spending time in the lab, a life he was all too familiar with, and now there were no other distractions to interrupt him. Richard thought to himself. After placing the corpse of a Dingtian Holy Sect elder on the dissection table, Richard immediately saw the miracle furnace information. Raw materials, level 4 wild beastman corpse. Refined rules, flesh rules, moderately incomplete, metal rules, extremely incomplete, life rules, extremely incomplete. Refining cost, 120 spiritual power. Refined bloodline, level 4 wild beastman bloodline. Refining cost, 5 million mana. But despite this prompt, Richard showed no interest in refining. The wild beastmen were unlike ordinary indigenous world masters. They had already developed a rudimentary civilization. Their complete evolutionary path had made their rules more complete than those of ordinary indigenous world masters, a direct manifestation of which was the permanent solidification of their rules. The rules on these wild beastmen corpses dissipated at a very slow rate. Without hundreds or even thousands of years, the disappearance of the rules would be unnoticeable. So, Richard was in no rush to refine them at this moment. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he no longer had the soul essence to quickly replenish his mental power. Increasing mental power requires continuous effort. Without the aid of soul essence, each refinement of the rules would require Richard to meditate for hundreds, even thousands of years. Drawing out his scalpel, Richard skillfully dissected the corpse. But the moment he saw the internal structure, his expression changed slightly. The structure before him was completely different from the common wild beastmen he had dissected. The internal structure of this body was extremely beautiful, from the arrangement of muscles to the distribution of organs, combining both edibility and beauty. Compared to this structure, the body of an ordinary wild beastman was like that of an underdeveloped child. Development. Richard was startled and quickly pulled out his anatomical diagrams of ordinary wild beastmen and warrior wild beastmen. Although the internal structures of these warrior wild beastmen differed slightly due to their different cultivation methods, overall, these changes were minor. Arranging these diagrams together, Richard confirmed his thinking. The wizard's previous understanding of wild beastmen was wrong. To wild beastmen, ordinary wild beastmen were merely infants, while warrior wild beastmen were considered young adults. Only when they reached the Grandmaster realm did a wild beastman truly reach adulthood. At this moment, a terrifying thought flashed through Richard's mind. If only level 4 was considered adulthood, then could it be possible that the Forerunners had ensured that this creature possessed the qualifications to become a level 4 creature when they designed it? A race whose members could all become world masters? Richard felt completely insane. But his intuition told him it might be true. Because there were so many examples among wild beastmen where hard work could overcome shortcomings. However, Richard quickly realized that theoretical feasibility and practical feasibility are two different things. Theoretically, every level 3 creature can live to 10,000 years old, but in reality, wizards who can live to 7,000 years old are rare. There are too many external factors that can interfere with the growth of a wild beast man. Furthermore, the wild beastman's inherently violent and irritable personality is likely an unchangeable flaw. Otherwise, the Forerunners would never have left such a glaring flaw in their creation. Of course, the possibility of the Demon Lord's power playing a role cannot be ruled out. But the possibility is so small that it can be ignored. If the Demon Lord can penetrate the seal and influence every wild beastman, even contaminating their life essence, then the seal is no different from nothing to him. If that's the case, then this bloodline might be able to be integrated into the myriad battle body, Richard muttered to himself as he examined the anatomical diagrams before him. Mixed blood is impossible, that's the bottom line. But integrating into the myriad battle body wouldn't be a problem. The myriad battle body's greatest advantage is that it allows wizards to customize the battle body diagrams, achieving 1,000 different variations, 1,000 different bodies for 1,000 different people. But before that, he had to understand the structure of the wild beastman and even the characteristics of his bloodline. Days passed, and Richard, just as he had in the wizarding world, immersed himself in research. The wild beastman, a legacy of the Forerunners, possessed an absurdly perfect anatomy. Every organ, every gland, and even every muscle group within it was meticulously crafted to perfection by the Forerunners. Before the Forerunners, Richard was like a beginner alchemist. His understanding of the body's structure was as naive as a child's. But fortunately, Richard was a good student, absorbing the knowledge from the Forerunners like a sponge. 3 years passed quickly. During these 3 years, Richard had been studying the bodies of the wild beast men. And Ulysses had been busy too, casting something resembling a contract into the void. Once these contracts were fulfilled, they would open a portal to a secret realm. This method was originally used by the demons of the abyss to invade other worlds, sparking the war between the two civilizations. But now, it had become a lifeline for the godlike Ulysses. At the lab table, Richard continued his experiments as usual. His eye shone brightly, his face devoid of the despair of exile. As long as wizards have something to research, they can get by. Suddenly, Richard felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. Then, the world mushroom in the center of the secret realm suddenly expanded, like a person stretching after waking up. "Master, I've evolved." The world mushroom's muffled voice echoed in Richard's ears. Richard looked up, a look of surprise on his face. The world mushroom had finally evolved. He asked anxiously, "You've finally evolved? Do you have a way to locate the wizarding world, or any other world we visited?" "I'm sorry, Master, I don't have that ability. Can you tell me what's going on?" Although the world mushroom had just awakened, it could keenly sense that something was amiss with Richard and Ulysses' mental states. Seeing that the world mushroom couldn't do anything, Richard's expression of surprise instantly faded. He explained the situation to the world mushroom, and then returned to his research. "Master, if you want to return to the wizarding world, I'm sure I can't help you. But if you want to enter any world, I can." The voice of the world mushroom made Richard pause. Going to another world would be fine. As long as he could enter a world, he would never be able to return, and he wouldn't be trapped like a prisoner in the secret realm. Richard asked anxiously, "Going to another world is fine. What are you going to do? Do you need Ulysses and me to help you?" "No help is needed. After my evolution, I can sense the direction of the etheric undercurrents in the astral realm and use them to a small extent. And in the astral realm, any formed world has a huge impact on the etheric undercurrents. If we drift along the etheric undercurrents, we will definitely find a world." After hearing the world mushroom's explanation, Richard asked with some doubt, "This secret realm's location should be fixed within the astral plane. If you can perceive the influence of the world on the etheric undercurrents, then the world around us should be the wizarding world." "My master, your understanding of the secret realm is somewhat misunderstood," the world mushroom explained. "You probably think that the secret realm, like the world, has a fixed location within the astral plane. But this is not the case. The space where the secret realm resides is actually behind the veil. This secret realm is like an illusory dimension, equally distant from any other world. Yet, at the same time, the secret realm possesses the characteristics of some worlds. Therefore, the secret realm has a projection in the material world, which is the secret realm we are currently in. This projection has actually been drifting in the spatial storm behind the veil. To use an analogy, the secret realm is like a small ball tied to a rope. One end of the rope is fixed to a specific point, which is the coordinate you know, Master. The other end is tied to the small ball, which is the material world projection of the secret realm. This rope can be extended indefinitely, but as long as it is not broken, you can smoothly enter the secret realm no matter where the ball is." The world mushroom's explanation left Richard confused. He certainly hadn't studied the composition of the secret realm in depth. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that he now had a practical plan. Richard asked, "How long will it take to find a world according to your method?" The world mushroom was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Master, we are currently next to a world. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely reach the world wall of this world within 50 years. Chapter 525. In the astral realm, a turbulent ether undercurrent surged relentlessly. And within this turbulent ether, a single point of light, like a small boat on the waves, tossed up and down by the current. In the secret realm, Richard watched with a shudder as ripples continuously appeared on the wall above him. This was the first time he had seen ripples on the wall. "World Mushroom, do you need any help?" Richard asked anxiously. "No, Master, I'm quite at ease now." World Mushroom's voice was steady, as if the terrifying ether undercurrent outside were but a gentle breeze on the sea. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder and said in an equally calm voice, "Don't be nervous. The ether undercurrent looks impressive, but it's actually just that. We once had an interstellar airship powered by the ether undercurrent, but because its controllability was so poor and it lacked practical value, we discarded it. I've seen the prototype. Its defense is only rated at 15,000 energy levels at best. Elisa's words made Richard feel slightly relieved, but he still felt a little uneasy watching the barrier ripple continuously. Out of sight, out of mind. Richard sighed, and turned to his laboratory within the world mushroom stem. 30 years had passed since Richard's loss. In those 30 years, Richard had adapted to life in the secret realm, and his research had made considerable progress. He had already achieved some initial success in his research on the wild beast men. Based on the knowledge he had gained from the wild beast men, he had modified his body to some extent, resulting in a slight increase in his strength and agility. Furthermore, he discovered a special gland within the berserker's brain. This gland also exists in the brains of ordinary berserkers and warrior berserkers, but it's not fully developed. The substance it secretes only makes the berserker irritable. However, when a berserker becomes a level 4 creature, this gland secretes a special substance that allows the berserker to more easily glimpse the true nature of the laws behind the veil, at the cost of a volatile temper. Alas, while most of these corpses' cells survive by relying on local energy circulation and self-absorption, this gland is not one of them. Richard's research on this substance has only reached this stage. He has no idea whether it has new uses or side effects. So, for years, Richard has been trying to cultivate a fully grown gland and then mass-produce this substance, but unfortunately, he has been unsuccessful. In the laboratory, a figure in a black robe was busy. Richard walked over to her and greeted her. Chung Eanhart stopped for a moment. The black-robed figure stopped, revealing the beautiful face of a human female with chitinous features. Chung Eanhart's soul had been stripped of its personality by the memories of the mother insect god. In other words, Chung Eanhart had been transformed into a newborn baby, its 3 perspectives and personality completely gone. Over the past few decades, Richard, figuring he had some free time, had erased the memories of the mother insect god from Chung Eanhart's soul. He then artificially created a personality in the blank space. Now, Chung Eanhart had become Richard's chosen one, his experimental assistant. To better adapt to his assistant role, and to bring himself closer to God, Chung Eanhart, with Richard's help, had hybridized himself. But unlike the mixed bloods of the wizarding world, Wormhard chose to mix human blood with his own, a reverse hybridization. Thus, Wormhard took on a human form. Of course, the female appearance wasn't due to Richard's impulsiveness, but rather to the fact that the black crystal Zerg possess only female and asexual characteristics. The mother worm, and the numerous other mother worms, are female members of the black crystal Zerg. Wormhard, used as a shell by the mother worm, was naturally transformed into a female. "Your will, my lord," Wormhard replied in her distinctive insect-like voice. After clearing the test bench, Richard pulled a metal box from the cabinet beneath it. Opening the lid, he found only 2 items, a silicone-like filler and a phaseless, which Richard had obtained in the Phaseless Valley. The phaseless was placed in the center of the filler, but it didn't fit neatly into the groove. Furthermore, compared to the previous phaseless, the current phaseless was noticeably larger. "Has it been completely devoured?" Richard muttered, removing Wuxiang from the box. An alchemical array then emerged from his palm, and in an instant, a rune appeared on Wuxiang. But after the rune was imprinted, Wuxiang began to transform rapidly, as if receiving some command. During this process, Richard did not guide it, simply injecting magic power. Soon, Wuxiang transformed into a metal staff, even appearing a nearly complete rune array. Looking at the transformed Wuxiang, Richard's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Richard had already obtained preliminary results on Wuxiang. This metal sphere, which looked like ordinary metal, was actually a Gestalt creature. However, it's not a flesh and blood creature, but a metallic creature akin to a nanobot. It's unclear whether it's due to its small population or a natural flaw in this third-level Gestalt creature. Wuxiang lacks intelligence, possessing only biological instincts. Therefore, it transforms into different forms under the guidance of biological energy. However, this creature doesn't solely feed on energy. This life-form diet consists of various metals, from the lowest iron to the highest grade adamantine and mithril. Through experimentation, Richard identified Wuxiang's favorite materials and blended them in appropriate proportions to create an alloy. Furthermore, Richard discovered that Wuxiang memorizes the items it consumes. It remembers everything from their shape to their enchantments. However, this memory requires multiple feedings to perfectly replicate. For example, the Wuxiang mimicking staff shown here is the result of Richard feeding it 5 times. As the enchantment difficulty of the material increases, the number of feedings required increases accordingly. However, as Wuxiang's size increases, the effectiveness of its memory also increases. Richard had no doubt that if Wuxiang could multiply sufficiently, it could even mimic a floating city. Overall, feeding Wuxiang was a sure-win trade. After all, Wuxiang's stats were exceptional. Its magical properties were only slightly weaker than mithril, and its hardness rivaled that of adamantine gold. Adding various enchantments, while it was inferior to treasures like the Hand of Balance, Wuxiang held a significant advantage over magical armor crafted from more rare materials. If Wuxiang were divided, it would be the best material for magical armor. However, Richard had not yet found a way to divide Wuxiang. After placing the ingredients for Wuxiang, Richard returned them. He then resumed his research on glandular cultivation, which he had been studying for over a decade. Under the guidance of the world mushroom, the secret realm followed the etheric undercurrent, heading straight for the world that caused the fluctuations in the etheric undercurrent. 36 years after the world mushroom's evolution, the secret realm stopped less than 10,000 kilometers from the new world. Tens of thousands of mycelial tentacles emerged from the walls of the secret realm, firmly anchoring the secret realm's material projection in the void. Richard and Elisa stood in the astral realm, quietly observing the radiant behemoth before them. "Unlucky, it's a small world," Elisa said to Richard briskly, surveying the world. Upon hearing this, Richard grumbled, "It's good enough that you found a world, and you picked it." "Alas, you don't understand," Elisa replied. "If it's a microcosm, with our combat power, we barely need to hide. A single sneak attack would be enough to take down the World Master. Then, your path to becoming a level 4 creature will be smooth sailing." "Stop! Becoming a level 4 creature?" Richard looked at Elisa with some confusion. "Are you planning on having me follow your methods and become a god?" Elisa nodded slightly. "Yes. Without becoming a level 4 creature, you won't be able to communicate with your wizard dimension. Without communicating with the wizard dimension, it's nearly impossible to find your way home. The astral plane is so vast, you can't just fly blindly to find your way home." Elisa's words left Richard stunned. Indeed, leaving the secret realm wasn't his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was to return home. "You're right, but can you just casually reveal your methods of advancement?" Elisa shook his head. "Have you forgotten? I once told you there are 3 half-paths to becoming a god. The first is rule godhood, the second is race godhood, and the third is professional godhood. You must sign a contract with the God King before I can tell you about these 3 paths, or I would also be violating my fateful contract. But I can tell anyone about the remaining half-path." "Oh, what's so special about this half-path?" Richard asked curiously. "Of course there is," Elisa replied. "First, this path is incomplete. You can only become a god by relying on it, but if you want to continue on this path, sorry, there's no way forward. That's why it's called a half-path. Second, the ritual for this path is extremely difficult. So difficult that if you become a god through this ritual, the God King will directly send you an invitation to join the civilization of the gods." "How difficult is this ritual?" Richard's expression was serious. This ritual determined his future return home, and he had to overcome it no matter how difficult it was. Elisa replied with equal seriousness. "Richard, your ascension ceremony requires a pope, a dozen bishops, tens of thousands of priests, hundreds of millions of believers, and most importantly, a feat of world-shaking magnitude." This answer left Richard somewhat bewildered. What kind of conditions were these? A feat of world-shaking magnitude, that requirement was too broad. Moreover, how could this world-shaking magnitude be measured? He couldn't just say it was world-shaking and it would be. Elisa explained, "Richard, you should know that every world has a world consciousness. This world is composed of the pan-consciousness of its countless intelligent beings. To shock the world, you need to shock this pan-consciousness. And to achieve this, you need to make 80% of the world's intelligent beings hear of your feat, and find it nearly impossible. This is the most difficult part of this ritual." Chapter 526. Hearing this request, the first word that flashed through Richard's mind was impossible. Getting 80% of the world's intelligent life to hear something was already incredibly difficult, and now he had to make it shock these people. How is that even possible? But Richard soon realized a huge flaw. "No, then wouldn't I just fabricate a lie and spread it? As long as it shocks these people, wouldn't that be enough?" Elisa smiled faintly and replied, "My friend, you've indeed found a loophole in this ritual. But have you ever considered that if you could propagate a falsehood to the point of shifting the consciousness of an entire world, then that very act of propaganda itself would be a remarkable achievement?" Richard was momentarily stunned, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, if he could shift the consciousness of an entire world through propaganda, then that very act itself would already meet the requirements. It seems there's no easy way around it. The path of evolution has always been one step at a time. Looking at the world before him, Richard suddenly felt a surge of ambition. He was about to pull off a mad act unprecedented in wizarding history. He would ascend to a new world. If nothing unexpected happened, he would single-handedly conquer the world within the next few hundred or thousand years. Ulysses, I feel like I've gone mad, Richard said, gazing at the world. Ulysses, standing at Richard's left shoulder, replied with an equally heroic tone, Isn't that what you wizards are like? Restrained yet greedy, rational yet mad. This is the foundation of your civilization, my friend. There's a very counterintuitive thing about invading worlds. The larger a world is, the easier it is to infiltrate. Take the savage world, for example. Wizards infiltrated hundreds of thousands of dark wizards into the savage world. But none of the savage world's wild beast men, save for the Tianji holy sect, noticed it. In contrast, smaller worlds, due to their limited size, had their source power concentrated in one or two world masters. They detect even the slightest movement within the world wall. This is why wizards, when invading worlds smaller than medium, need to enter the world's interior to gather intelligence. Of course, this also stems from the arrogance of the great wizards. For worlds smaller than medium, gathering intelligence in advance is essentially a waste of time. The great wizards are confident they can overcome the indigenous world masters. However, while the world wall is an impenetrable barrier, there are ways to circumvent it and enter the world. Besides the risky method of disguising oneself as an astral meteorite and slowly entering through the wall, entering through an insider is also a good option. After confirming the world, Ulysses threw the demonic contract through the veil. Although the world wall also existed within the veil, the demonic contract was not a living thing, so the wall would not block it. After throwing the contract, Richard and the others began to wait. The demonic contract was essentially bait, but to truly catch the fish had to bite. Bruno City, District 13. After a busy day, Ben dragged his tired body and set out for home. Bruno City was an industrial city, with the constant din of machinery, the occasional bursting of steam pipes, and chimneys that billowed thick smoke into the sky forming the city's main theme. Riding his aging, almost falling apart bike, Ben pondered what to eat tonight, and how many more years he'd have to work in this hellhole to afford an apartment in the suburbs. After much calculation, Ben came to a ridiculous conclusion. At his current rate of saving, he only need 120 years to save enough for an apartment. That's assuming apartment prices didn't go up. What a cheapskate I am. Why do I have to stay here? Ben scoffed. 10 years building a house back home would be enough, and 5 years finding a woman. The air at home is better than this hellhole. You can eat just by breathing air here. But even as he berated himself, Ben's thoughts remained unchanged. His parents had spent their life savings to send him to the National Mechanical College, hoping he could make his way out of that small town. He spent 12 years getting out of that small town, and now they were letting him go back in disgrace? Dream on. Soon, Ben returned to his small home in District 13. It was a small, four-person house, a mere 60 square meters, shared by him and 3 other machinists from different factories. As a machinist, Ben's salary afforded him a relatively comfortable home, unlike the factory laborers who lived in dormitories worse than pigsties. He had seen the laborers' dormitories before. 50 people shared a classroom-sized room. The stagnant air inside made even the factory air seem fresh. Frankly, even if these slave laborers had undergone Green Forest Corporation's simple biological transformation, the place was still far too awful. Sometimes Ben even felt that those laborers were no longer his own kind, just as he was no more than the noble and elegant aristocrats. The interior of the house was divided into wooden partitions, ensuring that each mechanic had his own private space. Ben's room was the smallest, as it had only one window. Returning to his room, Ben lit an oil lamp and collapsed on the bed. The factory's mechanics worked in 2 shifts, and the 12-hour shift nearly drained Ben's energy. However, Ben quickly forced himself to wash up in the bathroom. Then he found a book from under his pillow titled Intermediate Mechanics, Pistons and Pumps. To become a mechanic, one needs more than just words. A mechanic must pass the kingdom's mechanic exam and obtain a mechanic's certificate before they can begin working as a mechanic. This certificate has 4 levels: low, intermediate, advanced, and special. Special is the pinnacle of mechanics, and the next level is mechanic scholar, but that's a completely different level. Looking at the dictionary-like book before him, Ben consoled himself. Mechanics is better than biology. The pile of stuff those mechanics have to learn would be twice as high. After reading in bed for an hour, Ben, his eyelids drooping, set the book aside. After forcing himself to wind up the alarm clock, He fell asleep as soon as his eyes closed. However, his dream today was a little strange. He didn't dream of his deceased parents, the wildflowers of his hometown, or becoming a top-notch mechanic and buying an apartment in Garden City. Today, he dreamed of a strange creature, dressed in a black robe and nearly twice his height. It was handsome, with plump, healthy skin, but not green at all, as if it were albinos. The strange creature gave him a piece of paper, telling him it could change his fate. How ridiculous. The thing that could change his fate was right next to his pillow. Ding, ding, ding. The blaring alarm clock awoke Ben from his slumber. After a night of dreaming, Ben felt a splitting headache. Damn, what a strange dream. Rubbing his eyes, Ben threw off the covers, preparing to wash up and head to the factory. But as he moved his arm, he suddenly realized he was clutching something tightly in his hand. Ben rubbed his eyes again, making sure he wasn't mistaken. It was an ornate leather scroll, its edges painted with golden patterns. Is this the scroll from my dream? Ben felt a little panicked. After all, something from his dream had manifested in reality. But he immediately tucked the scroll under his pillow, dressed, and rushed to the bathroom. Beyond the reality of his dream, Ben felt that having a day's pay deducted for being late was more terrifying. Although a mechanic's job was safer than hard labor, it was only relatively safe. After all, mechanics dealt with malfunctioning machinery all day long. A single part from one of those behemoth machines could pierce a mechanic's body. If a steam pipe ruptured, the high-pressure steam would kill the mechanic in 30 seconds. But what job in this world isn't dangerous? Ben consoled himself. Repairing machinery, inspecting pipes, and then dragging his exhausted body home, day after day, year after year. As time passed, Ben gradually grew from a young man of 16 or 17 to a strong man of 20. And a month ago, he successfully passed the intermediate mechanic exam. Becoming an intermediate mechanic would allow him to ask the factory owner for a raise, which, no matter the outcome, was a good thing. But all of this was shattered by the sound of a burst pipe. 80% of his skin is burned. The estimated cost of treatment is 10,000 yuan. 10,000? You wouldn't be worth 10,000 even if you sold him. Amid the safety director's roar, Ben's heart sank. 100,000 yuan. His hourly wage was barely 3 yuan. Even if he skipped food and water, 10,000 yuan would take him the better part of 6 months of work. But he couldn't skip food and drink. He still had to pay rent, water bills, and all sorts of taxes. One intermediate mechanic exam wiped out half his savings, and now he could only afford 1,000 yuan at most. Even though he was a mechanic and had health insurance paid for by the factory, the maximum coverage was only 2,000 yuan. And those heartless insurance company investigators would do everything they could to prevent you from reaching the maximum. As for the factory, it was even less likely to pay. Mechanics weren't rare in Bruno City, even if he was only an intermediate mechanic. Soon, Ben was carried home by the factory workers. It was the only thing the factory would do. Ben looked out the window at the gloomy sky, and a sudden surge of rage rose in his heart. Why had fate treated him like this? Had he done something wrong? But soon, this rage turned into tears, streaming from his eyes. His life was over. Through his desperate sobs, Ben fell asleep. This time, he encountered that strange man again. The man calmly asked, "Ben, sign it, and your fate will change." Ben looked at the patterned contract and gritted his teeth as he inscribed his name on it. In the physical world, beneath Ben's pillow, 2 names suddenly appeared on a leather contract. One was Ben Victor, the other was Richard. Chapter 527. Finally, a fish has taken the bait. Inside the secret realm, Richard gazed at the spatial rift before him, his lips curled up. After 5 years of waiting, I'm finally safe. Ulysses stood on Richard's shoulder, flapping his wings wearily. After issuing so many contracts, someone finally took the bait. All these years of crafting contracts has nearly exhausted me. Haha, stop complaining and get in first, Richard laughed. You've been in the secret realm for so many years, and you're not bored. TSK, your patience is so poor. You've already lost it after just a few decades. As they chatted, the man and the bird entered the world. Inside the world, Ben suddenly woke from his dream. The painkillers had worn off, and the pain emanating from every part of his body was like a gnat biting him, making him writhe with agony. But soon, the pain disappeared, replaced by a tingling, itching sensation. Ben opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. How did the pain suddenly stop? Beside him, Richard sheathed his World Tree staff and examined the heavily bandaged alien creature. Why does this thing look so much like a goblin? Richard muttered inwardly. Although the creature before him was completely wrapped in bandages, its green skin, huge hooked nose, and long, slightly droopy ears reminded Richard of the evil creatures he had seen in comic books in his past life. But judging by this world, this little creature was clearly not some sci-fi creature designed to attack female knights. Richard extended his mental power, taking in the dire situation of Bruno City. Steam technology? Richard muttered to himself, gazing at the vast factories outside the window. The wizarding world also dabbled in steam technology, and many of their alchemical machines were steam-powered. However, the development path of this world seemed somewhat different. This world lacked alchemy, so they had developed steam technology to a considerable degree. In addition, he noticed something else. There's something wrong with this world's energy environment, Richard said to Ulises on his shoulder. The energy in this world is a bit too violent. From Richard's perspective, the energy environment in this world was extremely poor, with energy per unit space extremely active. For higher-level creatures, this high energy level wasn't a major problem. However, for lower-level creatures, it made it significantly more difficult for them to absorb energy. Given this energy environment, the number of creatures in this world capable of entering the evolutionary sequence should be pitifully small, unless the creatures in this world had some special method of their own. As Richard surveyed his surroundings, the itching sensation on his body subsided. He was surprised to find that after the itch subsided, he felt a surge of energy. It felt like being 18 again. He sat up and saw Richard standing beside his bed. Huh? Ben rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. The strange creature from his dream had truly appeared in reality. The dream scene flashed before his eyes like a film. He remembered that in his dream, out of anger and resentment, he had signed a contract with this handsome, aristocratic creature. Noticing Ben's presence, Richard turned to the small green figure, preparing to use telepathic communication to inquire for information. But before that, he had to come up with a name for this creature. Looking like goblins and skilled in steam machinery, these are definitely goblins, Richard thought to himself. Let's call them goblins. After deciding on the name, Richard spoke. Goblins, tell me where this place is. Hearing the voice in his head, Ben was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know what the cryptic word goblin meant, he assumed it was a name for him. So he immediately replied, Sir, this is Bruno City, District 13, in the Kingdom of Machines. As soon as Ben spoke, Richard froze in his tracks. It wasn't because Ben's answer was particularly surprising, but because he realized he had overlooked something. He didn't speak the language of this world at all. This is a bit of a challenge. Richard rubbed his brow, feeling a headache. Then, looking over his shoulder, he said, My lord, the task of preaching to this goblin is now yours. Learning a language quickly is not difficult, but that requires having textbooks. Richard had entered this world alone, with no one to prepare textbooks or pass on the crystal ball. My lord, this is your first believer in this world. In our place, this goblin is your pope. Then there's nothing I can do about it. Alas, I asked you to learn from me before, but you refused. Thank goodness I'm not asleep now, otherwise you would have been trapped to death in this world. After his complaint, Ulises was enveloped in a majestic holy aura. He then began to converse with Ben via telepathic communication. During the conversation, Ulises disguised his and Richard's identities as prophets. He also inquired about whether there were any companions in this world. This inquiry was not a small matter. They did indeed have companions in this world. The Lord of Perfection and 2 sons of God? Richard frowned slightly. So we have 3 companions, right? No, 2 companions, Ulises shook his head. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, to resist the invasion of demons, the Lord of Perfection transformed himself into the supreme holy mountain and suppressed the demons. After his death, his power was inherited by 2 sons of God. These 2 sons of God established the 2 kingdoms of today, becoming living God kings, possessing both divine power and kingship. At this point, Ulises' tone became extremely disdainful. A mere ruler of an indigenous world dares to call himself a god king? It's a bit difficult to deal with a fellow cultist, Richard said, feeling a headache. Are your tactics sufficient to deal with a church that's been operating for tens of thousands of years? Are they sufficient? Ulises' tone brightened, as if he heard a joke. It's easy to steal followers from a corrupt church, like this one, that doesn't know how to cleanse itself. Our only concern is secrecy. We must avoid exposing ourselves to the church until we reach a certain scale. Seeing Ulises' confidence, Richard suddenly adopted a serious expression and said righteously, In that case, this glorious and arduous task is now yours. Go away. Ulises flapped his wings wearily. I told you long ago that I'd be asleep soon. Although you found me a body that only reduces my sleep time, not prevents it. I can sense that my slumber is not far off. I give you a little time to lay the foundation, but you have to develop the church on your own. Eliseus wasn't saying this to trick Richard into learning the lies of a missionary. He truly was about to fall asleep. If nothing unexpected happened, when he woke up, his strength would be back to the limit of level 4. He would then only need to reshape his rule body and complete his own rules to return to a level 5 creature. That? Alright. Richard sighed helplessly, unable to even think of slacking off. After Eliseus's missionary work, Richard was able to communicate seamlessly with his disciple. Through his conversation with Ben, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. Cybernetics, biomodification. This world is quite interesting. After listening to Ben's description, Richard couldn't help but marvel at the sheer variety of the world. In this small world, he could actually witness a battle between two branches of the Wizarding World's alchemy school. This world has two power systems, one focused on mechanical cybernetics, and the other on physical flesh and blood modification. Both have become fully accessible to the general public. Factory slaves undergo simple flesh and blood modifications to better adapt to the harsh factory environment. Some factories, however, tend to operate on assembly lines, even employ cybernetics on their workers. After modification, mechanical prostheses become stronger and less susceptible to damage. After adaptation, low-level prostheses can achieve the same precision as an ordinary arm, while advanced prostheses are countless times more precise than a human hand. Beyond civilian use, military modifications are even more dramatic. According to Ben, the bodies of knights undergoing military modifications are capable of steam baths and high-temperature steam that could boil a human, and the weapons they carry are as powerful as artillery. Legend has it that there are even higher levels of modification above knighthood. But he's only a mechanic, and he knows all this from chatting with other mechanics while taking the mechanic exam in the capital. After determining the general situation of this world, Richard and Eliseus discussed and decided not to proselytize yet. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. He must first determine the true position of the two competing churches before proceeding. If the two churches simply occupy the religious niche and help the rules generate revenue, then they can proselytize with confidence. But if these two churches also aim to gather the power of faith, then they have to be careful. But before that, he had to help his first believer in this world. Ben, you must make a choice now. A soft holy light shone from Richard's body, and his voice was gentle yet commanding. Do you wish to undergo a flesh and blood transformation? Ben looked at Richard, knelt on the ground, and replied with the most sincere voice he had ever spoken, Lord, I do. Richard nodded slightly. Very well, then, follow me to the shadow cast by the kingdom of God on this earth. With that, Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and led Ben into it. Before seeing the azure sky, the world was shimmering and smelling the fresh, almost sweet air. Even the exhaust fumes were considered fresh compared to the air in Pluto's city. Ben knelt again. And in Richard's perception, his connection with Ben grew even stronger. Richard stroked his chin and thought to himself, has he become a fanatic already? It seems the mission of preaching is not that difficult. Chapter 528. Eliseus described both him and Richard as true gods, prophets, sages, and saints sent down from the gods. Thus, the methods they could employ were very similar to those of ordinary people. But in reality, it didn't matter that Eliseus didn't make any changes, as their two rivals had already defined transformation as a form of divine grace. So, when Richard mentioned flesh and blood transformation, Ben had no doubts. He thought it sounded so right. This was what a saint sent down from the gods should look like. Under Richard's guidance, Ben excitedly laid down on the operating table Richard usually used for dissecting corpses. Richard administered a small anesthetic to induce a coma, and then he began to formulate a transformation plan. This transformation wasn't Richard's idea, but Eliseus's suggestion. According to Eliseus, as Richard's first believer in this world, Ben had to demonstrate sufficient miracles before Ben to cement his faith. Then, using Ben as a starting point, he could spread his teachings among the general public. The simplest way to manifest a miracle is to increase one's strength. Raising Ben from a mortal to a level 1 creature would be a miracle. Furthermore, a church must necessarily rely on military support. Richard is a prophet, the incarnation of God. If Richard were to take charge of everything, his authority would be diminished. Therefore, cultivating several high-level warriors to serve as the church's protectors is crucial. Ben's physical transformation directly addresses both of these points, killing two birds with one stone. Watching Ben on the operating table, Richard was consumed by a multitude of thoughts. However, he had no understanding of the goblins, and a hasty transformation could easily lead to problems. Forget it, let him sleep here for now. Ulysses, let's go for a walk. Richard snapped his fingers, and the world mushroom swallowed him. I've been getting him mayfly essence for a while now, and I raise him to a level 1 creature first. Yes, master. Exiting the secret realm, Richard flashed and appeared in a corner of the street. He cast an invisibility spell on himself, and immediately observed the race he had named the goblins. Goblins are very short. Even an adult is only about 1.2 meters tall. Unlike the stocky dwarves, the goblins appear much thinner. Even some of the seemingly strong goblins, according to Richard's estimation, have only the strength of an average adult man. However, the factory was still closed, and the streets were sparse, so there was no doubt that there were more, and stronger, goblins inside. Walking along the streets, Richard frowned slightly at the dusty, filthy air, and the streets overflowing with sewage. He could confidently say that the air he was breathing was slightly toxic. Prolonged exposure to such air would weaken even a wizard's apprentice, leading to premature death. In this environment, so many goblins are still surviving as if nothing had happened. This race has remarkable vitality, Richard marveled. But it made sense. Creatures in highly active energy environments generally have strong vitality. This is because highly active energy environments themselves are a threat to living things. The active energy can penetrate cells and impact their vital cores. If a creature's vitality is not strong, it is essentially doomed to extinction. Of course, there are species that survive by relying on high reproductive capacity. Relying on large populations to compensate for the short lifespans of individuals is also a coping strategy. Passing through the West District, where the workers and mechanics lived, Richard arrived in the city's East District. The gigantic, monster-like factory hummed with a constant din of machinery, and workers, like worker bees, toiled tirelessly on the production lines. These workers, mostly clad in trousers, their thin bodies covered in iron-like muscles. Richard noticed that the modifications these workers underwent varied. Those working in high-temperature environments had noses larger than those of ordinary goblins, allowing the scorching air to cool their nasal passages and prevent burning their lungs. Goblin workers in dusty environments, on the other hand, had more nasal hair than normal goblins. This targeted modification seemed professional, but Richard felt it was merely a perfunctory, half-hearted attempt to address the symptoms. Instead of modifying the workers, it would be better to directly modify the machines and the environment. In Richard's view, modifying the workers was a wasteful endeavor. Because no matter what modifications are made to the workers, their lifespans will inevitably be shortened. Unless the goblins have lived in this environment for thousands of years, allowing their bodies to evolve to adapt to it, any modifications will only mitigate the damage. However, given that the current technological path of this world has likely reached a dead end, Richard didn't criticize them, only lamenting the goblins' bad luck. The factory complex is vast, encompassing everything from ore refining to finished metal processing. Carts of fuel enter the factory on steam locomotives, where blazing flames transform the refined ore into molten gold. The boiling gold then gushes out of the melting furnace, transforming into coils of steel. After cooling, these coils are transported by specialized steam locomotives along the tracks to the nearest processing plant. The goblins have advanced far in the field of steam technology, with some of their ingenious structures astonishing even Richard. Any path, taken to its extreme, will produce something truly breathtaking. But as Richard surveyed these factories, a somewhat unusual building caught his eye. It resembled a church, but within it protruded two massive chimneys, billowing black smoke. The church itself was also decorated with artistically rendered gears and levers. Our colleagues have quite a bit of artistic talent, Ulysses remarked. This world has two major churches, the Church of the Lord of all Machines, and the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. These two major paths of goblin evolution are also guided by these two churches. The Church of the Lord of all Machines developed industrial and prosthetic technology, while the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood developed medicine and biomodification. The deities of these two churches are the two sons of God, the kings of two kingdoms. Let's go in, and see if we can catch a test subject for research. Richard and Ulysses greeted each other, and in a flash, they appeared beside the church. In this church, Richard sensed a strong force of faith. This made Richard and Ulysses feel slightly relieved. A key difference between independent and organized gods is the location of the force of faith. In the churches, or temples, of the gods of the civilization, the force of faith is concentrated in the statues. The force of faith in church buildings is minimal, often intentionally added by the gods for certain effects. But this church before them seemed to be imbued with the force of faith in every brick. This was clearly not the appearance of an organized god. After confirming the other party was indeed a novice, Richard and Ulysses cast an invisibility spell and swaggered into the church. The interior of the church was decorated in a similar style to the lecture hall's exterior, the only difference being that most of the fixtures were made of brass or steel. Richard's mental power swept through the entire church. There were only a few people inside, a priest, a deacon, and a few servants. But to Richard's surprise, aside from the servants, the priest and deacon were all level 1 creatures. Interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face, and with a flash of his feet, he arrived at a prayer room beneath the church, next to the boiler. The prayers were filled with the clatter of machinery, but the priest before Richard, the lord of all machines, was praying with undivided attention. The priest's body had undergone numerous mechanical modifications. His arms had been transformed into metal prosthetics, and his torso had been transformed into metal plates. He wore a metal helmet similar to a gas mask and carried a metal backpack. At this moment, muffled breathing continued to emanate from the helmet's filter port. But what caught Richard's attention most was that the priest's equipment wasn't just simple steam machinery. It incorporated new technologies. Let me test this guy's abilities. Pay attention to the surroundings. Understood. Ulysses disappeared into the void, and Richard immediately lifted his invisibility, deliberately making a slight noise. Duh. Who? The priest abruptly stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping behind him through his goggles like a blade. But upon seeing a tall figure in a black robe, whose face was indistinct, he hesitated for a moment. He asked warily, "Who are you, sir?" Richard responded with silence and a light, straight punch. Bang. The seemingly light punch packs the power of a hammer. The priest blocks it with his prosthetic limbs, but the immense force still sends him flying backward. Bang. The priest's body slammed heavily against the metal wall of the prayer room, his 2 metal arms nearly completely destroyed by the immense force. Sparks, steam, and escaping energy continuously emanated from his prosthetic limbs. But to Richard's surprise, the priest hadn't fainted. He struggled to fall from the wall, spitting out bright red blood. Who are you, exactly? An invisible assassin of the Church of the Flesh and Blood Lord? A reconstructed knight of the royal court? No, you're even stronger than them. Richard didn't respond, but instead offered a pertinent assessment. Being able to withstand this blow, your abilities surpass those of ordinary natives. Therefore, I have decided to use you as a specimen. With that, the priest's vision suddenly went dark, a mental shock instantly shattering his sanity. Richard walked to the wall, a simple alchemical array appearing in his hand. Through alchemy, the dent in the wall was filled, and the leaking pipe inside was repaired. But just as Richard was about to leave the church with the priest and return to the secret realm, Ulysses' figure suddenly loomed over his shoulder. Richard, look over here. I found a place under this church that looks a bit like your laboratory. Chapter 529. The underground section of the church was not much smaller than the above-ground section. Besides the boiler, which symbolized the power of the god of all mechanics, the church's underground section served many other purposes. In this world, the 2 churches were not obstacles to progress, but rather pioneers leading the goblin race on its path of evolution. Besides preaching, the priests of the 2 churches also studied the wisdom of the god of all mechanics. In other words, each of these priests was a researcher. In this world's parlance, these priests were mechanical scientists, surpassing even mechanics. Thus, the underground sections of the god of all mechanics churches almost all had dedicated research labs for the priests. Bright gas lamps illuminated the entire laboratory. Contrary to some stereotypes, these labs, involving human research and flesh and blood transformation, were not dark and sinister places. On the contrary, such delicate surgeries required a brightly lit environment. In the center of the lab stood a metal operating table, above which stood an extremely complex mechanical structure. Richard used his mental power to peer inside the mechanical structure and discovered it was actually a robotic arm. Looking at the position of the joystick, Richard suddenly had a strange thought. This robotic arm was intended for those lying on the operating table. Performing surgery on themselves, these priests are ruthless, Richard said with slight shock. While wizards also perform surgery on themselves, they usually control the equipment with their souls, or simply use clones. These goblins, on the other hand, directly use their physical bodies to control the robotic arms. Even among wizards, this was a wild undertaking. At the far end of the laboratory stood a workbench, and next to it was something resembling a machine tool. Without the aid of alchemy, it was nearly impossible to reuse materials without damaging them. But when Richard saw the machine tool, it suddenly looked familiar. He opened the rift in his secret realm and searched within his own. Soon, He found a crystal machine tool he had obtained from the astral fortress. Comparing this machine tool with the one in the laboratory, while the latter was quite crude, it bore a strong imitation. It seems we haven't drifted too far. The journey back shouldn't be long. Richard's voice was tinged with joy. If this world also held the legacy of the Forerunners, it meant he was still within the Forerunners' sphere of influence. While he didn't know how far away from wizard civilization it was, at least it wasn't as far from the wizarding world as Elises, stranded there, with a civilization in between. Putting the machine tool aside, Richard surveyed the entire laboratory. During this process, he discovered numerous mechanical blueprints. These designs were completely different from steam engines, exceedingly sophisticated and ingenious. These blueprints often featured one or two crystals as the central structure, or perhaps as an energy conversion mechanism. After dissecting these crystals, Richard became even more convinced of his ideas. The natives of this world had indeed inherited a certain degree of the Forerunner legacy. His journey home wasn't far off. But despite inheriting the Forerunner legacy, these goblins have also developed some of their own. Richard examined the blueprint in his hand. It made ingenious use of crystal structures, greatly reducing the complexity of the metal prosthesis. Complexity is a neutral term for any machine, and its meaning varies from place to place. But it's undeniable that a highly complex precision machine is unsuitable for conventional weaponry. This is especially true for metal prosthesis, which might be used in close combat. And these crystals must be the fruit of the goblin's own research. After recording the blueprint with his crystal ball, Richard restored the laboratory to its original state and quietly left the church. Bruno City is large and well-equipped with various supporting facilities. From hospitals to schools, every public facility a resident needs can be found here. Richard spent a day touring the city, picking up 2 anatomical atlases. Mechanics and remodelers are highly sought-after professions in every kingdom in this world. Therefore, books on mechanics and biology are readily available in this world. At least, that's how it seemed to Richard. Carrying his haul, Richard entered the secret realm from Ben's small room. Inside the secret realm, the priest Richard had knocked unconscious had regained consciousness. He was astonished by the beauty of this world and the power of its inhabitants. In Richard's secret realm, even the most basic fire lizard workers possessed the strength of a level 1 creature. And thanks to the presence of mayfly essence, these fire lizard workers' strength steadily increased. If nothing unexpected happened, they would all eventually become level 3 creatures. In Richard's plan, his secret realm was like a university, responsible for technological research and training talent. The salamanders were a race with great potential. Dragon alchemy and the presence of dragon blood gave them enormous potential for growth, both technologically and combatively. When Richard became a great wizard, these salamanders would become his vassal races, accompanying him in his conquests of the other world. The priest suddenly grew wary upon seeing Richard appear. Although his prosthetic limbs were now disabled, he still assumed a stance ready to attack. But to Richard, this looked no different from the cuteness of a pet hamster. The priest saw Richard approaching him nonchalantly, and his prosthetic limbs immediately cracked. 2 arrows instantly reached Richard's face. Then they were deflected. Before Richard's transcendental body, the priest's attacks were no more than tickles. Arrows powerful enough to pierce steel were like ordinary dust against Richard's skin. High-pressure steam arrows, quite a practical design. Richard approached the priest, grabbed the backpack from his back, and threw him onto the operating table. The priest's struggles were of no use to Richard. Whose noble family are you? I'm the bishop of Bruno City. You have no right to attack me. Richard pulled a vial of anesthetic from his pocket, and glanced sideways at the clamoring goblin. Stop yelling. I don't understand what you're saying. If you insist on yelling, wait until I finish my research. Now, you better pray that your master of all things will protect you from perishing during this research. With that, Richard injected the anesthetic into the priest's body. 3 seconds later, the priest fell silent, falling to the ground. The world is finally peaceful, Richard said, relieved. It seems those years in the secret realm have had a profound impact on you. Elisa's voice echoed from Richard's shoulder. Richard tilted his head and asked, influence? What impact? Haven't you noticed? You're very tolerant of these aliens now. Those days of exile have made you more tolerant of these creatures. Really? Richard paused. I really haven't noticed that. I remember being quite tolerant of aliens before. Would you have let this goblin yell all the time? No, well, I've definitely changed a little. After some thought, Richard had to agree with Elisa's statement. The days of wandering had changed him. Perhaps, he subconsciously realized that if he failed to complete the ascension ritual, this world would become his second home. Elisa's continued, this isn't a bad change. Gods must be broad-minded. A petty-minded god will never achieve anything in his life. But you have to understand one thing. Tolerance is not weakness. Am I weak? Richard secured the priest to the operating table and casually cut open his abdomen. Elisa's tone became somewhat resigned. So far, no. Next time you operate, let me know. I'm not a vulture and don't like to read these things. Haha, I definitely do it next time. Bishop Orson's mysterious disappearance was the headline on the front page of today's Brno City Daily. After a month-long investigation, the Brno City Police Department and the Brno branch of the Church of the Lord of All Plains confirmed Bishop Orson's disappearance. As a regional bishop of the Church of the Lord of All Plains, Bishop Orson's disappearance sent shockwaves through Brno's upper echelons. It was common knowledge that Bishop Orson, as a student of Cardinal Tier, was destined to succeed his teacher as a member of the College of Cardinals. But now, this future, immensely powerful figure had vanished from the Church of the Lord of All Plains, right under the nose of the Lord of All Plains. This was no ordinary disappearance. A drastic response was necessary. The Church of the Lord of All Plains headquarters reacted strongly to this incident, issuing a notice that same day. The Church of the Lord of All Plains would dispatch a team of knights to investigate. The fact that a regional bishop's disappearance had been accompanied by a knight's presence reaffirmed the power of Bishop Tier among Brno's leaders. Although the Church of the Lord of All Mechanics and the Royal Court share a leader, even the humblest mechanics know that the Royal Court and the Church have always been at odds. The Royal Court's nobles are diehard supporters of the Royal Party. While the Church of the Lord of All Mechanics has crowned the Eternal God King as a living god, its canon still holds the position of the perfect Lord above all gods. This is also true of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. Legend has it that in the original canons of the two churches, the perfect Lord was not as completely fallen as he is now. The two sons of God were merely temporary deities, awaiting the return of the perfect Lord. But after a long period of evolution, the original canon has disappeared, and in the current canon, the perfect Lord is completely fallen, with the two sons of God becoming the new gods. And now, the Royal Court has surprisingly failed to respond to the Church of the Lord of All Mechanics sending its knights to investigate the disappearance of a regional bishop. Meanwhile, in the eastern district of Brno City, a religion called the Order of Miracles is spreading among mechanics and workers. Chapter 530. Inside the secret realm, Richard stood before the operating table and placed a beating, living heart into Ben's chest. After a month of study and research, Richard had gained a sufficient understanding of the goblin race, and Ben's transformation surgery was naturally scheduled. For his first disciple in this world, Richard was extremely attentive. Nurtured by a 1,000-fold dilution of mayfly essence, Ben's body reached a breakthrough to a first-level creature on the 7th day after entering the secret realm. However, since this breakthrough took place within the secret realm, Ben had not yet undergone verification by the World Origin. After the transformation was complete, he would need to recontact the World Origin to receive his mark. Otherwise, he and Richard would be no different in the world's perception. After becoming a first-level creature, the characteristics of the goblin race began to manifest. Ben's body underwent a secondary growth after reaching the first-level creature level, and he now stood approximately 1.6 meters tall. Secondly, he possessed an astonishing vitality. In Richard's tests, Ben's body recovered from some basic injuries at an astonishingly high rate. Some of the shallower wounds had already begun to heal before Richard had even removed the scalpel from Ben's body. A vibrant life force is a good thing for transformation, as transformation surgeries are often not always smooth sailing. A strong life force can greatly increase the patient's survival rate. After reconnecting the heart to the surrounding blood vessels, Richard used the mycelium of the world mushroom to suture the wounds. He casually waved his world tree staff and unleashed a healing spell. Stimulated by the life energy, Ben's wounds quickly healed, and he awoke from the anesthesia. After waking up, Ben looked around with a bewildered look. The anesthetic had worn off, but Ben's body hadn't yet adjusted. But when Ben's gaze shifted to Richard, he suddenly shuddered and was about to kneel. Richard raised his finger, and an invisible force lifted Ben's body. No need for such formalities. Just get used to your body first. Ben stood up straight, his face filled with enthusiasm. He surveyed his body and said with some shock, "Am I a noble?" "Don't be silly, lucky boy." A voice came from behind him. He turned to see a goblin with mechanical hands and a metal helmet from the Church of the Lord of Machines staring at him. "Who are you?" Over a decade of life had given Ben a subconscious respect for the goblin's attire, oblivious to his pagan status. The goblin's response made him shudder. "I'm Orson, Bishop of Brno." At that moment, Ben suddenly realized he was now a pagan. After a shudder, Ben's eyes suddenly turned fierce, his muscles unconsciously bulging, and a powerful force filled his body. What an astonishing transformation! Orson exclaimed in awe at the transformation. Ben, stop! Ulysses, shrouded in holy light, flew to Ben's side. Bishop Orson has converted. He is now your brother. Converted? Brother? Ben was somewhat bewildered by Ulysses's words, and his bulging muscles returned to their original state. Lord Crow, you said Bishop Orson has converted to the Lord? Of course, Ulysses said righteously. Bishop Orson has seen through that false mask, and has now converted to the true path. Orson's face beneath his helmet twitched as he listened to Ulysses's explanation. Although he now recognized that the so-called Lord of all odds was merely an ordinary level 4 creature, his years of faith had conditioned him into a habit. Ulysses's calling the Lord of all odds a false one made him feel deeply uncomfortable. Orson's defection wasn't long ago, to be exact, it had only been 3 days. After Richard learned the goblin language, Orson and him immediately began communicating. Richard hoped to gain some information about the Church of the Lord of all odds from this goblin. Soul searching was a lottery, and he didn't know whether he would draw the church's top secrets or Orson's memories of going to the bathroom. Orson also wanted to know the purpose of this strange nobleman before him. With different objectives in mind, the two engaged in a 6-hour conversation. Throughout their conversation, Orson was deeply astonished by Richard's erudition. He was amazed that this aristocratic-looking creature before him possessed such a profound understanding of machinery, and mastered even more advanced technology. Richard was also surprised that he had casually captured such a powerful figure. Orson's status was not ordinary. This regional bishopric was merely a place for him to gild his reputation. In 2 years, he would be promoted from regional bishop to regional bishop. At that point, he would have only 2 levels above him, the cardinal, his teacher, and the pope. Therefore, Orson knew much that ordinary priests didn't, such as the fact that the Lord of all things had set a branch that believed that the world wasn't unique and that there were other worlds beyond this one. After their conversation, Orson was impressed by Richard's erudition and confirmed his identity as someone from beyond this world. Richard's classification of biological levels opened the door to a new world for him. The Lord of all things was merely a lucky individual chosen by the world. So, he decisively defected. Orson had made many such choices in his life, each one enough to change his fate. In this series of choices, Orson made the wrong choice. Thus, he went from being the son of a lowly slave to becoming Cardinal Tyre's only student. And this time, he made a decision that would impact the rest of his life. My lord, my god, Ben said excitedly to Ulysses, his head bowed. Enough small talk, Richard said, walking over to Ben. Let's get used to the body, and see how the transformation works. This transformation has cost me a lot. It's consumed a lot of my divine power. Though Richard disliked being a charlatan, in order to achieve a breakthrough, he had no choice but to play his role as a prophet seriously. Ben's transformation was complex. Richard first hybridized him, fusing his wild orc blood with Ben's goblin bloodline to ensure Ben could use the wild orc's martial arts. Then, Richard implanted several auxiliary organs. Some of these organs improved physical fitness, some increased strength, and some increased bone strength. In short, Richard implanted all the auxiliary organs he felt could be used into Ben's body. The final, and most important, transformation. Richard used his own enhanced cells from his pre-transcendental days to cultivate a heart and replace Ben's original heart. Ben stretched his body at the words. His arm swung with a whirring sound. Richard found a target and asked Ben to test it with a punch. Ben did as he was told, punching the target hard. Attack type, physical blunt impact. Attack strength, 1,400 energy levels. Huh? Richard was stunned by the data. He glanced at Ben, who was stretching his body, then at the target's data. Is the target broken? How could it be so high? According to Richard's estimate, Ben, without training, could only deliver attacks of 800 to 1,000 energy levels, and at most 1,200. But the target's data far exceeded his expectations. Richard didn't think it was a case of his own lack of skill or a miscalculation. After inspecting the target, Richard found nothing wrong. He said to Ben, somewhat puzzled, Ben, try again. Yes, Sage. Ben threw another punch. Richard observed it with his mental power, confirming that Ben hadn't used any tricks. The target still registered 1,400 energy levels. Strange, truly strange. Ulysses, come and take a look. At Richard's call, Ulysses, who was compiling the cannon, put down his quill and flew to Richard's shoulder. Ben, try again. Sage, is there something wrong? Ben asked doubtfully. Nothing. Testing is like that. We need to run multiple tests to find the upper and lower limits. Oh, indeed. Ben threw another punch, this one even more powerful than the previous one, reaching a full 1,500 energy levels. Richard communicated with Ulises via telepathic communication. Ulises, did you see anything? The glimmer in Ulises' eyes faded, and his tone was filled with amazement. Wow, Richard, you found a treasure. This kid can unconsciously channel the power of miracles to enhance himself. Miracle power? Richard was slightly taken aback by the name, but soon remembered what the so-called miracle power was. You mean, he can tap into those mystical powers? Mystical power is a type of energy that cursed wizards draw upon when performing certain curse spells. According to the research of the god civilization, this power is likely the remnant left behind in the astral realm by 9th-level creatures when they transcend. By drawing upon mystical power, cursed wizards can perform many spells that completely defy the laws of reality or logic, such as the eternal transformation spell that can transform a dragon into a rabbit. Yes, those powers. Ulises nodded slightly. But I don't recommend telling this kid. I've seen races that can mobilize miraculous powers before, and their powers are very subjective. If they can maintain their faith, they can use the miraculous powers to accomplish feats far beyond their current capabilities. But if they fall into self-doubt, the mystical powers will instead shackle them, limiting their potential to only a third of their strength. Richard nodded thoughtfully. He had already considered Ulises' suggestion. The School of Curses also has similar sorcery, such as the Bear Power spell, which grants the power of a giant bear by consuming its blood. He heard Ellie talk about this spell before. Essentially, it involves using rituals to convince oneself that one possesses the power of a giant bear, and then invoking the mystical power to amplify oneself. Thus, wizards of the School of Curses often possess some form of self-hypnosis. Richard was currently pondering the question of where this talent came from. The goblins' own research on themselves had yielded no such findings. Richard muttered to himself, is this the true talent of the wild orcs? No wonder there are so many examples of hard work making up for one's shortcomings. Chapter 531. Ben's stats were excellent across the board. Aside from his sluggish mental power, which resulted in a somewhat limited control, his overall strength had already reached the mid-range of a level 1 creature. With a little training, Ben's combat prowess would surpass that of Orson. You have to understand that, as a student of Bishop Tier, Orson's prosthetic limbs were considered among the best in the entire Church of the Lord of all Machines. Otherwise, his prosthetic limbs wouldn't have been able to withstand Richard's probing blow without complete destruction. After testing the data, Richard handed Ben the magical armor he had already prepared. This is the healing staff. It heals wounds and cures diseases caused by bacteria. From now on, you are the Pope of the Order of Miracles. The Raven God will guide you. Ben half knelt on the ground, raised his hands above his head, and took the healing staff. Aside, Orson watched this scene, silently recording it. As a former bishop, he knew all too well what this handover would signify in future canon texts. After bestowing the staff of healing upon Ben, Richard led Orson and Ben out of the secret realm. Returning to the world, the filthy air, tainted by industrial waste, instantly made the two goblins frown. There's no harm without comparison. If they hadn't experienced the secret realm, they might never have realized the depths of their living conditions. Richard picked up a newspaper and frowned slightly. Orson, your teacher has gone to great lengths to find you. Even the knights of the church have been dispatched. Orson took the newspaper and, upon reading the news that the church's investigation team would soon arrive in Bruno City, he too felt a twinge of worry. Teacher, you only have me as your student, so a bit of a reaction is understandable. But judging by the current situation, he probably sees this as a demonstration by his political enemies. Teacher is a member of the church faction, and he's always opposed the church becoming a pawn of the royal court. Over the years, the royal court faction has grown increasingly powerful, and the church faction has lost some control over the church. Power struggles are an integral part of every large organization. Even within the Wizarding Council of Truth, the struggle between the two factions of alchemy and enchantment never ceases. However, due to the continuous expansion of wizard civilization and the ever-growing pie, this conflict has rarely manifested itself. When wizard civilization can no longer expand, or when it expands sufficiently, a fierce power struggle will arise. However, Richard wasn't interested in the goblin power struggle. He simply wanted to resolve this problem. The church intends to expand in Bruno City. Do you have any plan to send this team back? Orson shook his head. No. The presence of the knights of the church signifies the Pope's approval of our teacher's stance. However, their arrival is no obstacle to your expansion of the church, Sage. Richard raised an eyebrow. Don't the Knights of the Church investigate heretics? Not only do they investigate, they also eradicate them, Orson said calmly. But the Knights of the Church are arrogant, and don't care if the slave laborers have any problems. In the eyes of the Church, mechanics are the true believers. And those ordinary slaves are merely the incubators for the birth of mechanics. Orson's tone was calm, but the meaning behind his words was cold. Richard didn't feel anything about this. He even felt a little pleased. The Church of the Lord of all Machines didn't care about slave laborers, which meant that slave laborers were a huge pie that no one wanted to share. Faith is measured solely by quantity and strength. Whether noble or commoner, as long as they haven't embarked on the path of evolution, their value is equal. An emperor can produce no more power of faith than a slave. Since the Church of the Lord of all things has given up on this area, he has no choice but to accept it. So what are you going to do? Richard suddenly asked. I think your identity is quite useful. Are there many people like you within the Church of the Lord of all things? Orson was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know, but my teacher will definitely join your army, sir. Oh! We're of the same lineage, Richard teased. No, Master and I are different, Orson said with respect. Master has always wanted a technological revolution. He's always believed we are on the wrong path. He even sell his soul for it. So devout? Master is just like that. So what do you plan to do? Orson was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. I plan to contact Master secretly. The rest depends on Master's arrangements. If nothing unexpected happens, this pair of Crusader Knights will become Master's sharp weapon against the royal court faction. Richard's face flickered with a playful smile. These Crusader Knights aren't cheap, are they? Are they being treated as expendable? Orson replied calmly, as long as we can completely control the Church, even if a whole group of Crusader Knights dies, let alone a whole group, it won't matter. Crusader Knights can be rebuilt, but once the opportunity to deal with the royal court faction is missed, it's hard to come by again. Not all factory workers live in factory dormitories. 2 streets away from the apartment building where the mechanics lived, vast tracts of tenement buildings housed the majority of the workers. These workers often lived 8 or 9 people to a single house, and even married workers had to share with other families. These houses lacked toilets, sewers, garbage disposals, and other essentials, making various diseases commonplace. Seeing the workers' living conditions, Richard fell silent. His living conditions in Hesse were better than this. At least, he could dig a toilet at home. I feel you have the power to build better living quarters for these workers. Richard glanced sideways at Orson. Living under these conditions will significantly shorten workers' lifespans, and disease and plague will be commonplace. Won't this have an impact on your factories? Orson shook his head. People will always come into the city. As for the impact, those factory owners are short-sighted mortals. They only see immediate profits. And the nobles of the royal court don't even consider us human. The Church won't intervene? Why would the Church intervene? Well, since the Church doesn't care about the slaves' faith, it naturally wouldn't be interested in their living conditions. Richard turned to look away. Ben was listening blankly to Richard and Orson's conversation. Ben, don't you have anything to say? Ben shook his head honestly. Nothing. Don't you feel the same way about this situation? Ben said blankly. My family is like that. We all live crammed into one room, and even in the winter, we're warm without a stove. Richard was almost too exhausted to complain about Ben's response. He looked at the tenement building before him and said slowly, You become numb to this situation. It's not a good sign. Especially you, Ben. Ben was somewhat bewildered by Richard's lecture. To him, this kind of living situation was perfectly normal, almost par for the course. It was how he lived, and so had his parents. This had been going on for a long time, so long that it had become universal norm. Ben, have you ever considered letting these workers live in a house like yours? It'd still be crowded, but at least each family would have a private room? Ben was stunned by Richard's words, and he gave an awkward smile. Sir, you're such a joke. How can we afford so many houses for them? There are no houses to build. What about work? If you live far away, then commuting. You can use a steam locomotive. Richard looked at Ben calmly. Although he didn't feel much about the current situation, his intellect told him that changing it would not only earn him a great deal of faith, but might even allow him to complete his ritual. Ben, I am a sage. I came into this world to change it. This world has been tainted for so long that you've all become accustomed to it. Limited by your own perspective, you can't see that this world can actually be something else. But that doesn't matter, because I'm here. Richard spoke with a serious tone, a faint holy light emanating from him. Ben, I grant you power. Though it's modest, it's enough to change the lives of many. These changes may seem insignificant compared to the vastness of the world, but everything must be done step by step. Ben, do you have the courage to follow me and change the world? Ben gazed at the holy light radiating from Richard, and the word yes was about to escape his lips. But seeing Richard's calm gaze, Ben suddenly stopped. Dejectedly he said, "Sage, I don't know." Richard patted his shoulder. "Since you don't know, then give it a try. Do your best and have a clear conscience." Aside, Orson watched and recorded the scene. Many years later, this scene was painted on a mural, alongside numerous legendary stories, and the members of the Order of Miracles called it Divine Revelation. Barnaby was a worker at a metal smelter called OSS. Every day, he watched as boiling molten gold poured from the furnace, transformed into steel coils or ingots, and then, after cooling, was fed to steam locomotives. Among the many jobs in this city, Barnaby's was not the hardest. But the smelters or dust, the incompletely filtered toxic air, and the constant noise still left him with chronic pain. He contracted occupational diseases. Pneumoconiosis, chronic poisoning, hearing loss. These ailments continued to plague Barnaby, even with the factory's renovations. But Barnaby didn't feel anything. Workers were like this. It had been like this since his grandfather. But illness is illness, and Barnaby soon couldn't work. Pneumoconiosis choked his breath, hearing loss blocked his ears, and chronic poisoning left him debilitated. Barnaby, who once could carry steel ingots with his co-workers, became a cripple. Barnaby's savings weren't enough to cover his occupational illnesses, and he wasn't willing to use them. His eldest son was going to take the machinist exam next year. If he passed, their family would be well on their way. If he didn't, his savings would allow him to take it again twice. The thought of his eldest son becoming a machinist, and no longer having to endure the humble labor of his own, made Barnaby breathe easier. But his health deteriorated faster than Barnaby had anticipated, and he was soon fired from the factory. Soon after, he lay on the ground, gasping for air. His body could no longer support him. Lying on the blanket, Barnaby watched his life slowly unfold before his eyes. Before he died, a question suddenly crossed his mind. What did his boss, Mr. OSS, do on a daily basis? He had hardly ever seen Mr. OSS. His usual interactions were with the idiotic supervisor, a toad. He had only met Mr. OSS once, and he remembered him as someone who dressed elegantly, spoke in a dignified manner, and seemed like a big shot. He was even taller than them. Barnaby muttered to himself, "Mr. OSS is so tall, he must be very strong." Soon, Barnaby felt a sudden sense of exhaustion. He knew his time was up. He felt a pang of regret that he wouldn't be able to see his son become a mechanic. But just as he was about to close his eyes, a sudden commotion caused Barnaby's eyelids to stop. He heard his eldest son crying in his ear, "Dad, Brother Ben is here. He'd definitely heal you." Chapter 532. At Bruno Station, a large number of goblin guards sealed off the entire station. Each entrance and exit was staffed by at least 2 guards, and roadblocks were set up within a 3-kilometer radius of the station. All goblins entering this area were subject to identity verification by the guards. These guards carried steam packs on their backs and wore steam masks. They all wielded Beta V high-pressure steam nail guns. After several upgrades, these nail guns, originally intended as tools, could now fire 60 alloy nails per minute, powerful enough to pierce steel. Under such strict security, the usually bustling Bruno station suddenly became tranquil. Inside the station, Bruno Mayor Audelon glanced at his pocket watch. Behind him, all the factory owners in Bruno had arrived. They were dressed in respectable formal attire, their fine leather shoes unblemished by a single wrinkle or dust. They sprayed their bodies with specially prepared perfume, and the platform around them was spotlessly clean. Trained servants spread a red carpet across the grounds and sprinkled perfume throughout the station. Each gram of this perfume was worth 2 or 3 days' wages for a worker, but here, it was used in barrels, simply to shield the mayor and the numerous factory owners from the foul stench of the common people. "It's time to arrive," Audelon whispered. Then, a dull clatter of wheels and rails drifted down the tracks to his ears. Rumble. Woo! With a shrill whistle, a giant steel python approached from the distance, charging onto the platform with unstoppable force. The train hadn't slowed down even as it was about to enter the platform. Many factory owners paled at the sight, many unconsciously stepping back. The fierce winds from the train whipped up a violent storm through the station, leaving the factory owners in a state of disarray. Their carefully prepared dresses and hairstyles vanished in the moment. Only Mayor Audelon remained standing. Despite the train's frenzied movement, he hadn't moved a single step. His demeanor was elegant, his expression calm. Even more astonishingly, His attire remained unchanged by the gust of wind, not a speck of dust even settling on him. Adelon adjusted his coat and gracefully walked to the train entrance. Only then did the factory owners realize that this armored behemoth had come to a steady stop on the platform in a matter of seconds. Rumble. The sides of the carriages opened, and 12 tall, cloaked figures emerged simultaneously from each of the 12 carriages. A figure approached Adelon and performed the formalities of the Church of the Lord of all Machines. Knight Alvin. Mayor Adelon of Bruno. The tall figures gathered together, and only then did the factory owners get a clear view of these giants. The bodies of these knights had been completely transformed into machines. Beneath their black cloaks, their blackened armor plates reflected no light. They wore helmets of the Church of the Lord of all Machines, each covered in a hood. On their backs, these knights carried a long box containing the holy swords forged by the Church of the Lord of all Machines. It was rumored that these holy swords cut through metal as smoothly as a knife through butter, their texture so hard that even 10,000 steam cannon strikes wouldn't leave a scratch. I wonder if you've made any new discoveries regarding Bishop Orson lately? Alvin asked. Adelon gave a graceful, apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my men are incompetent. Even after so many days of investigation, they haven't found a single clue. Alvin nodded, saying nothing more. Please send someone to take us to the scene. Okay. A green light shot out from the end of the wooden staff and sank into Bernard's body. Spurred by the vitality, Bernard's dying body suddenly came to life. He snapped his eyes open, eager to see what had happened. He looked to his side, only to see a tall man in a patched gray robe standing beside him. In his hand, he held a seemingly ordinary-looking wooden staff. Bernard suddenly remembered something he heard a boiler worker at the OSS smelter tell him while wandering around a few days ago. A saint appeared on 13th Street, offering to heal workers' injuries almost free of charge. No matter how severe the injury, he could heal it. So he was alive. But before Bernard could say anything, a strong feeling of suffocation washed over him again. Realizing this, Ben's face showed a hint of pity. The staff Richard had given him could heal wounds and kill germs, but it couldn't regenerate broken limbs or restore the flow of lungs. Frattern, my father. I'm sorry, I can't completely cure your father's illness. Ben shook his head slightly. I can detoxify him and heal some of his old injuries. But your father's lungs are filled with dust, and there's no other way to treat them except a lung transplant. Upon hearing Ben's answer, a flicker of despair crossed Bernard's eldest son's face. Brother, do I need a lung transplant? Yes, there's no other way. It's okay. Healing an old injury is a good thing. The eldest son forced a smile and turned to search the corner of the room. Barnard wanted to stop him, but the suffocating feeling made it impossible to speak. Soon, the eldest son came to Ben with a handful of coins. Most of them were dimes, with the occasional dollar. Brother, my family isn't wealthy. This money. Stop, son. I told you I won't take your money. Ben sternly pushed the eldest son's hand away. If I wanted to make money, you wouldn't even see me. I just need you to listen to my sermons. If you think what I say makes sense and keep the Lord in your heart, that's even better. The eldest son tried to push more, but he was no match for Ben. Ben blocked both of his hands with one. Don't insult me with money again, or I get angry. Seeing Ben's seriousness, the eldest son finally gave up on giving him the money. He replaced it and said respectfully to Ben, Brother, I will definitely attend your sermon. Ben nodded and left the room in silence. Outside the door, Elisa stood in the void, silently observing Ben's every move. He saw Ben's emotions, and after repeatedly saving him, Ben's numb heart finally began to beat. Pity, sympathy, sadness, anger. All these emotions accumulated in Ben's heart, making him even more silent. This was exactly what Richard and Elises wanted. A sect cannot be filled with only sanctimonious charlatans. True saints are an indispensable part of a cult. Richard was a wizard, tolerant of aliens like goblins, but he never shared the heartfelt compassion of a saint. Elises was even more extreme than Richard. He was a racial god, and he always treated the suffering of other races as a joke. So they needed to cultivate a saint to carry the cult's teachings. And Ben was their first attempt. In the prayer room, Alvin traced the wall inch by inch. As a knight protector, his prosthetic limbs were handcrafted by the finest craftsmen of the Church of the Lord of all Machines, using the most sophisticated technology. His arms were equipped with multiple interfaces, adaptable to nearly any prosthetic component produced by the Church of the Lord of all Machines. To investigate Father Orson's disappearance, he proposed requesting a set of detection components as an aid. Through this meticulous exploration, Alvin quickly located the location where Richard had repaired the arm. But Alvin didn't seem to notice anything unusual and continued groping. However, Alvin soon stopped. With a thought, a launcher emerged from his arm. A crimson laser shot out, easily slicing through the wall of the prayer city. The corresponding spot on the wall was exactly where the leaking steam pipe had been. Sure enough. Looking at the steam pipe repaired by Richard, a hint of understanding crossed Alvin's face. Before him lay a rusty steam pipe. Due to years of disrepair, steam leaks were faintly visible in various locations. But on this rusty pipe, there was a point that stood out from the rest of the pipe. This spot was free of rust, or very lightly so. Compared to the surrounding steam pipes, which were already rusting away, it looked as if a piece had been cut from a new pipe and then attached to this one. Alvin gently touched the spot, a hint of surprise crossing his face. In his understanding, there were generally only two ways to repair a pipe, replacing it or welding it. But this spot before him showed no trace of welding at all. It was as if some magical force had caused the metal to deform, removing the rust and healing itself. This was incredible, a method only the Lord of all machines could possess. With such a method, repairing the wall perfectly wouldn't be difficult. After welding the wall, Alvin turned to the church laboratory. Here, several of his team members were searching every corner of the lab. No need to search any further. I'm sure someone has been in the prayer room. The other knights of the church paused at this. Who did it? Alvin shook his head. I don't know, but their methods are very peculiar. They don't resemble those monsters from the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. After hearing their captain's assessment, the several knights present fell silent. The best possible outcome was that the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood was responsible. The two churches had been at odds for tens of thousands of years, and didn't care to add to the animosity. But if it wasn't the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, then things would be complicated. In the entire kingdom, only two forces were capable of silently abducting a bishop, the royal court and the church. Even these knights had heard of the conflict between Bishop Tyr and the royal court faction. Getting caught up in the conflict between the two would be a bad thing for them. What should we do, Captain? A knight whispered. Alvin shook his head. I don't know, but I have a feeling things are more complicated than we think. While the royal court's momentum is growing, the cardinal's council remains in the hands of the church. Bishop Tyr is the leader of the church, and the royal court shouldn't be so foolish as to kidnap his students. Students can be recruited, but once power and benefits are given away, they can never be regained. The royal court shouldn't do something that only adds to hatred without any benefit. This matter was full of strangeness, leaving Alvin, a usually intelligent man, somewhat baffled. After a long moment of reflection, Alvin spoke again. Continue investigating Bishop Orson's daily life. Bello, Gollenden, you two investigate that noble. Imolo, Loren, you two investigate whether there are any cults in this city. If there are, help them grow stronger, and shift the blame onto them. Chapter 533. Cults are a common problem in this world. Workers with little hope for the future, and a lack of comfort in their lives are a breeding ground for cults. Various cults and underground societies are common among workers. This is why Bernard's eldest son sought Ben's help. No one in their group cared about the workers. Ben was the only one they could hire. But the Knights of the Guards found Erwin's plan to shift the blame to a cult, and smooth things over unconvincing. Bishop Tyr was no fool. He sent them to investigate, only to discover that a cult had murdered Bishop Orson. This deception wouldn't pass muster. Seeing his own doubtful gaze, Alvin slowly spoke, if we don't blame the cult, we just be doomed. The royal court faction has been aggressive lately, and even the Grand Master seems to be subtly leaning towards them. If we could find any clues in this matter, it would be fine. But the situation is that we can't find any. Over a month has passed, and any clues we have should be useless by now. I'm even beginning to wonder if Bishop Tyr will send someone to kill us, then disguise himself as a royal court faction member, using this as a means of waging war against them, and potentially winning over the Grand Master. But cults really aren't going anywhere, a knight said helplessly. How could those ragtag bunch of people kidnap a cybernetic bishop without a trace? Bishop Orson is no weakling. His cybernetic body is definitely top tier in the church. Ordinary cults can't do that, but the Abyss cult can. Alvin pulled a pouch from beneath his cloak. As it swung, the faint clinking of crystals could be heard. Abyssal blood crystal, the spoils I left behind when I wiped out the Abyssal cult stronghold. Hearing the name, several knights of the cult were startled, some even unconsciously adopting defensive postures. Captain, you're crazy. You dare keep this thing? A knight exclaimed in horror. If you get contaminated with this, even the Grand Master can't save you. I know, Alvin said calmly. That's why I added some protection. As he spoke, Alvin took out 3 transistors. Inside, the bright red crystals gleamed eerily under the gas lamp. Abyssal blood crystal needs a medium to lure creatures into swallowing it. As long as it's sealed, the abyssal blood crystal can also be used as an ornament. Captain, what do you mean? The knight Alvin had assigned to investigate the cult hesitated. Alvin's voice was incredibly calm, like a true machine, as he spoke his mind. Just give them these things. A single lurking abyss cult is more than enough to deal with Bishop Tyr. Many will die, Captain, a knight said, his heart aching. Alvin looked at him, his tone impassive. Then you devise a plan that doesn't offend anyone. If you can, I will absolutely obey you. The knight remained silent. This was a dead end. If they enforced the law impartially, they would undoubtedly offend Bishop Tyr, potentially even prompting him to dispatch his men, and use them as a rallying cry to attack the royal court faction. But if they obeyed Bishop Tyr, the royal court faction would inevitably become their enemy. If the royal court faction prevailed in the final struggle, they would suffer equally. Compared to these two biased decisions, the cult was undoubtedly the best option. This plan wouldn't offend the royal court faction, and would also allow Bishop Tyr to spare them. The cost was merely the lives of a few slaves. Compared to the futures of these knights of the church, these slaves' lives were incomparably cheap. If you have no objections, do it. Yes, Captain. While Ben was playing the role of a saint in East City, Orson hadn't been idle either. Through some channels unique to Bishop Tyr, Orson, after some disguise, arrived at a manor outside the royal court. Ostensibly, the manor belonged to a prominent merchant within the kingdom, but Bishop Tyr was actually in control. Whenever he encountered trouble or faced a research problem, Bishop Tyr would take a special car to this manor for a period of indulgence. Although the Church of the Lord of all oddities and the Church of the Lord of flesh and blood were sworn enemies, the attitudes of the leaders of both sides were usually quite ambiguous. Bishop Tyr possesses a body crafted by the Church of the Lord of flesh and blood. When indulging in pleasure, he sheds his steel frame, returning to his primal flesh and blood, enjoying the pleasures of his body's instincts. Shortly after Orson arrived at the manor, Bishop Tyr arrived. A luxurious steam locomotive passed through the manor gates and stopped in front of the hall. With a click, the locomotive door opened, and a servant stepped in front of the door and lay on the ground. Soon, Bishop Tyr, barely 1.2 meters tall, stepped on the servant's back and stepped off the locomotive. Take me to see him. Yes, my lord. Crossing the hall, Bishop Tyr arrived at a corner. After moving a decorative painting, a mechanical sound echoed along the wall. The ground gave way, and Bishop Tyr found himself in a secret passage. Following the passage to its end, he arrived at a room constructed of alloy. Inside, his good student, Anson, was slowly sipping a glass of red wine. Seeing his teacher arrive, Anson rose from his chair and bowed respectfully. Teacher. Bishop Tyr sat down across from him and asked calmly, Your disappearance was inopportune. What happened that left you missing for a month without leaving any information? Anson sat down again and replied in the same calm tone, It was force majeure. Rather than the reason for my disappearance, I think you should consider this first. With that, Orson removed his left arm and handed it to Tyr. Tyr frowned slightly, unsure of what his student was trying to say. Because of his disappearance, he misjudged the situation, further exacerbating the conflict between the church and the royal court, now to the point where there were practically no neutral factions left. This didn't seem good to Tyr. But after receiving Orson's prosthetic arm, Tyr's expression suddenly changed. He weighed the arm in disbelief, then, with astonishing speed, disassembled the prosthetic arm into its several large components. Gazing at the simple yet ingenious mechanical structure within, Tyr was momentarily bewildered. What's going on? Tyr asked, pointing at the prosthetic arm in astonishment. Without a crystal core, the mechanical structure is so simple. How did you do it? The moment he took the arm, Tell noticed the change in the prosthetic's mass. This prosthetic was incredibly light. Even if all its internal components were made of the lightest alloy, it couldn't possibly be this light. Furthermore, he keenly noticed that his student wasn't carrying an energy pack. How could these prosthetics operate so precisely without the support of an energy pack? Just now, he saw his student leisurely shaking his wine glass. But his student's answer was quite strange. Teacher, do you remember the Orviz's theory? The Orviz's theory? Bishop Tell searched his chaotic memories for a long time, finally finding the Orviz's theory. There's more to the world than just one. You mean this thing? Yes. It comes from another world, Orson answered bluntly. During the days I was missing, I was taken away by an alien creature. From him, I witnessed a technique called alchemy. This technique is incredibly sophisticated. It can alter the properties of metals, using a few runes to accomplish things that would require complex structures. Tyler didn't speak immediately after hearing this. He disassembled the prosthesis again and again, finally reducing it to a collection of component parts. He held the parts in his hands, examining them over and over again. Finally, he asked, "What does he want?" "I don't know, but from what I can tell, he simply wants to establish a church open to everyone." Tyler was stunned when he heard Richard's intentions. Establish a church? A church open to everyone. Why did he seem so familiar with this kind of church? "His idea is very dangerous," Tyr replied, "but the Abyss cult shares his sentiments." Anson, understanding his teacher's meaning, replied, "He's not the Abyss cult. His sect, it's hard to describe. The Abyss cult is so difficult to detect because its members never resist. Under the power of the Abyss, they are energized and extremely obedient to their positions, thus evading church scrutiny. But his church is different. It seems to be intent on changing the status quo and making life better for those slaves." "A reformer?" Tyr concluded in his mind. "But you know the influence of the Abyss cult on the church. The church has always preferred to kill innocent cult members rather than let them go." Anson shook his head slightly. "Teacher, I think you've misunderstood a little. I'm not here to form a partnership with you. I'm here to recruit you." Tyr was stunned by Anson's words. Inviting him to join the church? Inviting him, a cardinal second only to the Lord of all things, to join a cult? Is he crazy, or is this world crazy? But looking at the prosthetic limb he had dismantled into its parts, Tyson felt a wavering feeling within him. A new path lay before him. Was he going to give it up? No way, he couldn't give up on the technological revolution. But for a cardinal like him to become a member of a cult was sheer folly. Tyler's mind suddenly stirred, and a bold idea came to him. With his power, he might be able to capture that alien creature. Capturing it would mean a technological revolution, and the cult would be crushed, killing two birds with one stone. "I want to meet him," Tyler said. "No problem." Richard's voice came from behind Tyler. Tyler's face changed, and his prosthetic limb suddenly cracked. But before he could move, it suddenly locked in place. As the bishop of the Church of the Lord of all Machines, his prosthetic limbs were made of the finest technology and materials. In terms of combat effectiveness, even the Grand Master of the Knights of the Guardian would be no match for him. But now, he lost his fighting ability in a single encounter. Richard removed his hand from Tyr. Without alchemical protection, a level 3 creature like Tyr, whose body had been largely transformed, could be killed by a level 2 wizard alone. Anson moved from his chair, offering the seat directly opposite Tyr. Richard sat down in front of Tyr and smiled. "Hello, Bishop Tyr. I am a sage of the Order of Miracles. Now, I think you should give up on capturing me." Chapter 534. Looking at the albino nobleman before him, Tyr's heart was instantly filled with fear. How long had he been without fear? 10 years? 20 years? Ever since he became a cardinal, fear seemed to have completely vanished from him. He was a fierce, valiant warrior of the church. Fear was not something he should experience. But now, he was afraid. He felt an unprecedented pressure from this man, an invisible pressure that almost robbed him of the will to resist. When had this man entered? How long had he been there? Had he always been in this room, or had he followed him in? What was his method for rendering his prosthetic limb ineffective? Questions flooded Tyr's mind one after another, but he lacked the strength to speak. Looking at the silent Tyr, Richard seemed to recall something and snapped his fingers, dispelling the pressure from his presence. Although he wasn't yet a true level 4 creature, his aura was no different from that of an ordinary world master. After the pressure dissipated, Bishop Tyr finally found the strength to speak. "Is this alchemy? Turning my prosthetic limb into scrap metal in an instant is truly astonishing, almost a miracle." Richard smiled and shook his head. "This is indeed an application of alchemy. Can I learn it?" Tyr asked. "Yes, but whether you can master it depends on your own talent." Hearing that he could learn it, Tyr's heart trembled. He tried to calm himself and said in a steady voice, "So, Sage, what are the requirements for joining the church?" "No conditions, just your willingness to pray for our Lord and to aid the Order's development." "That's all?" Tyr asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "But don't you intend to change society?" Richard leaned forward, his sharp gaze piercing through the visor of his mask, piercing Tyr's eyes, and piercing his heart. "No, I have no intention of changing the world, but I believe my followers will spontaneously change it. No one wants to be crammed into a small room with 7 or 8 others. No one wants to be unable to work without biomodification. No one wants to strive their hardest only to barely survive. No one wants to struggle their entire lives only to lie down on dirty straw and close their eyes. Before, they lacked power. But now, I will give them power. Richard leaned back, his tone calm, but with a hint of anticipation. In the past, they had no choice. But now, I've given them a choice. If they choose to continue living this way, I won't fight for them. But if they're willing to change, I'm happy to offer them guidance and assistance. What power can you give them? Tyr asked. Can you make those workers knights? The Church of the Lord of all Machines conducts a major physical examination every 3 years to screen those qualified for transformation into knights. I believe, with your insight, you understand the difference between ordinary people and knights. 10,000 ordinary people are not as important as one knight. Can you make these ordinary workers knights? Why not? Richard asked back. It took me 7 days to evolve a mechanic from a mortal into a level 1 creature. Another 3 days to transform him, allowing him to use the essence of a level 1 creature to rival a level 2 creature. While this is a significant expense, not everyone needs to expend such vast resources. Tyler, how many knights do you have? 100,000? 200,000? But do you know how many workers you have? Countless. Your technological limitations allow you to tap only a tiny fraction of this power, while I only need to tap a tiny bit more than you to win. And it's not difficult. Anson, standing nearby, also spoke up at the right moment. Teacher, the sage is telling the truth. I witnessed him elevate a completely unenhanced mechanic from mortal to knight. Tyr fell silent. Fear suddenly returned to him. Although he had long sought change, when change truly arrived, he flinched. He felt that the man before him, calling himself a sage, was a demon. Every word he uttered seemed to carry a magical power. His words sounded absurd, but he couldn't help but believe they were true. The number of workers was innumerable. If even 1,000th of their power were tapped, the royal court and the Church of the Lord of all Machines would be crushed like insects under a wheel. But what about the 2 eternal God Kings? Compared to the God King of Eternal Scar, the royal court and the Church of the Lord of all Machines were just as much insects. Looking at the man before him, Tyr felt his heartbeat quicken. Though his mind was still weighing the pros and cons, deep down, he had already made his decision. Tyr asked, "Can you remove the shackles from me first? I believe that even if I exert my full strength, I wouldn't be a match for you, my lord." A wise opinion. With that, Tyr saw a slender iron spike emerge from Richard's hand. It pierced his prosthetic, leaving a barely perceptible dent. The next moment, Tyr felt a miraculous force coursing through his prosthetic. Under this force, the stuck gears began to work again, and the frozen levers began to move again. As the energy backpack pumped energy and high-pressure steam into his prosthetic limb, Tyr instantly came alive. Tyr moved his prosthetic limb, the smooth feeling almost making him think the previous restraint was an illusion. He looked at Richard, then knelt on both knees and bowed deeply. "Sage, please guide me onto the right path." In the eastern district of Bruno City, 2 short, cloaked figures entered a tavern. In most worlds, taverns are a hive of activity. In this place, filled with people of varying identities and personalities, one can always hear interesting things. "Old Jerry, you're still alive." In the tavern, a dark-skinned, shriveled old goblin looked at the others in surprise. Beside him, another old goblin, similar in age but looking more than twice as healthy, finished his beer and opened his arms to his old friend. "Old Gaunt, you're still alive. How could I die before you?" The 2 old goblins hugged each other, and then found a table to sit down. "Old Gaunt, did you win the lottery by sheer luck? I remember you couldn't move before. But you're looking so good now. Wow, you're doing so well." Old Gaunt patted Old Gaunt's back. Old Gaunt asked the waitress to bring him some drinks, then said to him with a somewhat mysterious expression, "Bullshit lottery tickets. Those are just tricks for our slaves. The winners are all from within their ranks. As for me, I was saved by this monk." "This monk?" Old Gaunt's expression changed slightly at the name. During this time, the name of this brother spread like a plague throughout East City. Some said he was the chosen one of the Lord of Perfection, sent to this world to save the workers living in misery. Some said he was a messenger of a foreign god, sent to replace the Lord of Perfection and reshape the world. Still others said he was simply one of the chosen of the Abyss, a messenger of the Abyss in disguise. All those he saved would one day become slaves of the Abyss. But among all the rumors, the common thread was that this brother truly was saving people. But East City was vast, and workers, after a long day's work, would return home with broken backs, so naturally, they rarely left the house. Therefore, this brother's name became like an urban legend known to everyone. Many knew of it, but few had ever met him. "Did this brother really cure your illness?" Old Gaunt asked incredulously. He knew about old Jerry's illness. It was an occupational hazard at the Mucha chemical plant. Once contracted, unless one underwent long-term blood transfusions and organ replacements, the disease was fatal. But looking at old Jerry's current appearance, he doesn't look ill at all. He's in better shape than a healthy goblin like him. Of course, old Jerry replied. Don't listen to what others say. This brother is a very good man. In my opinion, he's a saint, sent by the Lord of all to save us workers. Old Gaunt paused, then asked, So what does this brother look like? What does he look like? I'm not sure. This brother is very tall, like a noble. When he treated me, I was too busy cowed to even look at his face. What was he wearing? What was his attire? When he treated me, he wore a gray robe with patches on it. But you might not be able to find him by looking for him that way. I tell you, if you want to find this monk, look for the tall man holding a wooden staff. That staff is a treasure given to me by a sage, and it's what he relies on to heal. Old Gant nodded and rubbed his stomach. If this monk can heal, then could this ailment of his be cured as well? Old Gant didn't notice that while he and old Jerry were talking, two pairs of eyes were secretly watching him. Soon, two black-robed men left the tavern. After leaving, they wandered several times through the grimy, complex streets of East City. Making sure they were not being followed, the two black-robed men pulled down their hats, revealing the distinctive metal helmets of the Church of the Lord of all Odds. Fraternal, it seems we don't need to create a cult of our own, Imolo. The goblin known as Imolo replied, Loren, I feel like there's something different about this cult. Healing with just a stick is like something out of a play. The flesh and blood priests of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood can only speed up wound healing, not cure illness. Loren sneered, What have these peasants seen? With a little disguise, our prosthetic limbs can look just like normal arms. Don't overthink it. Cults are said to be magical, but in the end, not a single one of them could withstand a barrage of steam arrows. Chapter 535. After gathering the information, the two knights quietly returned to the Church of the Lord of all Machines. Here, they removed their camouflage prosthetic limbs, and replaced them with their normal combat prosthetic limbs. The Knights of the Church of the Lord of all Machines possess the world's most advanced, mass-produced prosthetic limbs. These limbs are covered in black metal armor plates, and contain various plug-in interfaces. Knights install various plug-ins on their combat prosthetic limbs to aid them in combat, tailored to their fighting style. The two knights assigned to investigate the cult were both known for their swift fighting style. By installing steam explosion plug-ins and energy impact devices, they could fight with the swiftness of thunder and the lightness of swifts. After replacing their combat prosthetic limbs, the two knights opened their weapon boxes. Inside, two pitch-black two-handed swords gleamed coldly under the illumination of the gas lamps. The Holy Sword of Protection is standard equipment for every Knight of the Guardian. Made of the Church of the Myriad Lord's toughest abyssal alloy, it's so tough it can withstand a force of tens of thousands of tons, with only a slight bend, and so sharp it can even slice through a flying steam missile without a scratch. In ancient times, the Order of the Prosthetic Body, the predecessor of the Church of the Myriad Lords, wielded the Holy Sword of Protection in battle alongside the Lord of Perfection. Even the most powerful demons of the Abyss would be slain in two at the hands of this blade. Are we still using the Holy Sword for this operation? Lorraine couldn't help but wonder, looking at the Holy Sword. Imolo held the Holy Sword upright before him, and swung it in a sword flower. This great sword, which most people would barely wield with two hands, felt as light as a single-handed sword in his hands. There's a saying in the Far East, even a lion must use all its might to catch a rabbit. I sense our target this time is no small matter, so bringing a holy sword is a safe bet. Loren scoffed, Imolo, you're always such a coward. Even if this brother were a priest of the Abyss, he wouldn't be able to stop us without numerous soldiers surrounding him. Imolo didn't reply, casually inserting the holy sword into the scabbard of his combat prosthesis. Let's go! I hope that brother will be sensible. By cooperating with us, he can at least be happy for a while. I really don't want to disguise himself as a cult leader and promote a cult. Haha, I hope he be sensible. In East City District, Ben stood in a tenement apartment, surrounded by goblins. In front of him, an old goblin was nearing death. Ben gently waved his healing staff. As energy surged into the wand, a green beam of light pierced the patient before him. Then, the old goblin's skin, once dark green, suddenly opened its eyes, and its skin transformed into a more vibrant green. The surrounding goblins, upon seeing this, immediately erupted in cheers. It worked! Old Charlie is back alive. What did I say? I knew this monk could save old Charlie. Praise the Lord of Miracles, and the Raven God. The healed old goblin's eyes were dazed, but upon seeing Ben beside him, He immediately struggled to his feet and bowed respectfully to Ben. "Your Excellency." Ben chuckled softly, folding his arms over his chest, and replied, "Old Charlie, I am not a noble. I am this monk. I have used the gift of God to heal your illness." After saying this, Ben whispered to a nearby goblin, "Although old Charlie has recovered, his lifespan hasn't increased. So be prepared." The goblin nodded, crossed his arms, and replied, "I understand, Brother Ben. May the glory of our Lord shine upon you forever." Leaving the apartment, Ben pulled a scroll from his waist pocket. Inside the scroll was a quill. After opening it, Ben used the quill to cross out a name. "Let me see where the next one is. 13 9th Street. The scroll was filled with addresses, the addresses of families who had joined the Order of Miracles. After several days of performing miracles and preaching, the Order of Miracles was spreading among the working class of East City at an astonishing rate. Countless goblins came to Ben every day, hoping that he could heal their families. Although Ben felt a little exhausted, he was delighted. Although long-term oppression had left Ben's heart nearly numb, after a few days of preaching, the emotions that had been suppressed by that oppression were being revived. In other words, he had now found a cause that he could strive for from the bottom of his heart. Thinking of this, Ben entered a box. Unlike West City and the outer suburbs, Dongcheng District's planning was extremely chaotic, with numerous illegal expansions and structures proliferating. This also resulted in many areas that should be accessible becoming impassable, while areas that shouldn't be accessible might have a narrow path. Entering the alley, Ben suddenly sensed something amiss. A stabbing pain, like a thorn in his back, made him uneasy. Ulises, in the void, looked at the hidden knights of the church lining either side of the alley, and said with a slight headache, "Didn't that Orson kid say no one would notice him? And he still has." Both knights were level 2 creatures, equipped with even more powerful combat prosthetics. If Ben had fought alone, he could have collected Ben's body in a matter of moments. "Never mind, this opportunity gives me some training." Ulises slipped out of the void, rendered invisible, and silently approached Ben, ready to back him up in a moment of crisis. Click. 2 crisp mechanical sounds reached Ben's ears. He glanced behind him warily, only to see a black-robed giant who had somehow blocked the alleyway he had come from. The giant was pitch black, clad in a black cloak. But after Richard's transformation, Ben's strength had been greatly enhanced. This allowed him to clearly see the Church of the Myriad Lord's helmet beneath the black-robed giant's hood, and the pitch-black armor beneath the cloak. "Knights of the Fate?" Ben asked. "Oh, not bad. You're still so calm even after recognizing us." Loren looked at the small figure before him, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Although he hadn't attacked to kneel and beg for mercy, he had managed to maintain his composure, which would undoubtedly make the future cooperation much easier. After seeing Loren, Ben's uneasy feeling didn't subside. He turned abruptly, only to see that the other side of the alley had also been blocked by a Knight of the Fate. "2 Knights of the Fate, I'm truly honored," Ben said with a calm smile. "Boy, we have something for you to do." Emilo, longsword in hand, slowly approached Ben. "I advise you to just stand still and don't move. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind collaborating with someone else." "Cooperation?" Ben almost laughed out loud. 2 Crusader Knights collaborating with a cult leader like me, in the past, I would have considered that insane. But the next moment, Ben's joking expression abruptly faltered. A silent heartbeat like a drum reached the ears of the 2 Crusader Knights. Imlo's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed beneath his feet. White steam erupted from beneath him, its immense force propelling Imlo faster than a cannonball. Elsewhere, Loren also rushed towards Ben. Since he was closest to Ben, he didn't use the steam burst. Even so, the Crusader Knight's mechanical prosthetic limbs were enough to make him faster than many Knight-level prosthetic limbs, known for their speed. For a level 1 creature, this situation was a dead end. Even a first-ring wizard could only escape through spatial means in such a situation. And Ben had only been a level 1 creature for a month, truly free to move. It had only been a week. In that week, Richard had only taught Ben a revised version of the formless scripture. Beyond that, Richard hadn't taught him any other combat techniques. Ben now had no chance of survival. But just as Ulises was about to strike, a barrier of energy, shimmering with holy light, appeared around Ben. The black sword slashed against the barrier, paused for a moment, then continued deeper. Loren's fist did the same. But in that brief pause, Ben's body, like a swimming fish, brushed against the blade and burst free from the encirclement of the 2 Knights of the Guardian. Boom, boom, boom. Ben's heartbeat, like a drum, continued to pound into his ears. The 3rd-level heart in his chest was beating rapidly, satisfying his body's every energy need. Until his energy cycle is depleted, his body won't experience the slightest fatigue. A sneer forced itself across Ben's face. A knight's prosthetic limb is just SOSO. The two knights exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of disbelief in the other's eyes. How had this cult leader escaped? But as professional warriors, the two knights didn't dwell on the details, and instead launched another attack. Bang, bang, bang. One of the knights charged from the ground, while the other, stepping on the walls on either side, attacked Ben from the air. At this moment, all of Ben's escape routes were blocked. Bang! Dust rose in all directions. The next moment, a sharp sword flashed tore through the smoke and dust. Within the smoke and dust, the two knights once again missed. Ben stood behind them, looking over his left shoulder with some surprise. "Well done, Ben," Ulysses said, his voice filled with praise. "Now I grant you my blessing to slay these two hypocritical lackeys." "Yes, Lord Crow." The two knights watched as Ben saluted the void, and then a layer of holy light enveloped him. Ben took a stance and beckoned to the two Crusader knights. "Come and fight, hypocritical lackeys." Lauren's face turned cold at this. "Hey, courting death." Then a crackling sound emanated from his palm, and a specially crafted alloy arrow pierced through the thick steam, instantly arriving in front of Ben, and then unable to advance an inch. Ding! The alloy arrow, capable of piercing a meter of steel, shattered upon Ben's head. In the void, Ulysses scoffed. "A thing at level 3000 wants to break through the divine blessing? Ben, ignore those attacks, just attack." Seeing the steam arrows were ineffective, the two knights finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Before they could continue, Ben's figure pierced through the thick steam and rushed to their side. Without a roar or a word, Ben silently threw a punch. With a bang, a huge dent appeared on Lauren's abdominal armor, and he was instantly sent flying backwards. Imolo swung his holy sword fiercely, but the holy sword that could easily sever the demons of the abyss felt like a wooden sword when it struck him. Not even a white mark appeared. Confusion, panic, fear. All kinds of negative emotions spread, like a gusher through the hearts of the two knights. "Who the hell are you? How can you withstand the holy sword with your own flesh?" Imolo shouted in horror. Ben stared at him, his expression fervent. How can a mere alloy compare to a body blessed by the gods? Chapter 536. Blessed by divine blessings, Ben fought with increasing courage, his punches becoming more and more powerful. In the end, every punch Ben delivered left a deep crimson dent in the knight's armor. Bang! The outer armor, already dented like the surface of the moon, finally gave way. Ben's fist, like a sledgehammer, pierced through it, shattering the knight's heart. Elsewhere, Imolo, having given up resistance, paced like a madman. In his view, the alley seemed endless. No matter how he walked, he would never get out. Seeing that Ben had already dealt with one, Ulysses waved his wings, dispelling Imolo's illusion. Although he wasn't very skilled in illusion, he could still easily bully a level 2 creature. The illusion lifted, and Imolo stared at himself, still stomping in confusion. But with a powerful punch, he instantly realized why he had run away. Evil! Evil! Imolo fled out of the alley in terror, abandoning even the holy sword. But before he could take a few steps, Ben, a maniacal expression on his face, grabbed him. Fierce punches rained down on Imolo. As he struggled, a bag slipped from his waist, revealing the crystal tube inside. Then, the sky seemed to darken. A powerful, numbing pressure descended upon Ben and Imolo. "Ben, stop! This guy needs to be alive." Ulysses removed his mask, the black flames radiating from his body, making him look like a ferocious beast devouring the world. He held the crystal tube in the bag before his eyes, and with a thought, a ball of flame erupted in the air. Under the intense heat of the flame, the transistor gradually melted, revealing the abyssal blood crystal within. Ulysses looked at the blood crystal, and suddenly burst into a strange laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, you bastards of the abyss. I didn't expect to see you here." Amidst this laughter, Ben and Imolo, who was pinned beneath him, trembled continuously. They could feel the terrifying pressure growing stronger with this laughter. It felt like a tidal wave crashing down on them, like a mountain bearing down on their heads. Suddenly, Ulysses withdrew his pressure. He flew in front of Imolo and asked, "Goblin, tell me, where did you get this thing? Tell me, and I spare your life." Looking at the crow, barely the size of his palm, Imolo felt no thought of disobedience. Perhaps, he thought, this time he wasn't encountering a fraud, nor a member of the Abyss cult, but a true god, one whose name remained unsung in the world. "Sir, this is the Abyss Blood Crystal. It's a tool used by the Abyss cult to transform abyssal demons." "Transform demons?" To transform demons, you actually need this abyssal blood essence? Emilo's answer left Ulises somewhat bewildered. In his mind, abyssal blood essence had always been a high-end supply for abyssal demons. While he had heard of cases of abyssal demons using abyssal blood essence to transform demons, that was a tactic used in the early stages of the war. After so long of fighting, the abyssal demons were constantly improving. Nowadays, abyssal demons generally use abyssal blood pools for mass transformation. Any ordinary creature thrown into an abyssal blood pool will inevitably become an abyssal demon upon emerging. Although some strong individuals can retain their pre-transformation sanity after transforming into abyssal demons, under the influence of their bodies, this lingering sanity becomes a form of torture. The converted will helplessly watch their own degeneration into the demons of the abyss. Boy, what is this abyss cult you're talking about? This time, Emilo didn't need to answer. Ben, standing beside him, could answer Ulises' question. In ancient times, the Lord of Perfection battled the demons of the abyss, suppressing them with his own body beneath the abyss. However, the suppressed demons weren't completely dead. They would use special means to seduce goblins. Once seduced, these goblins would spontaneously pass on the power of the demons of the abyss to more people, and these goblin organizations imbued with the power of the abyss became the cult of the abyss. Huh? Is that the abyss that the Lord of Perfection suppressed really the abyss? Ben's explanation was the most widely circulated myth in this world. Initially, Ulises thought the abyss referred to the demons being sealed within a deep abyss. Unexpectedly, this abyss was actually the abyss demon. When did those abyssal scum become so weak? They could actually be suppressed by the Lord of a small world. And even if they were suppressed, the abyssal pipeline system should be able to transport other great demons to break the seal. Ulises didn't believe that a native lord of a small world could master the magical sealing technique to block the abyssal pipeline. Even their godly civilization could only temporarily block it. To completely destroy the pipeline, the abyssal power within the world must be suppressed to a point where it was no longer sufficient to maintain the pipeline. A legacy of the Forerunners? Ulises first thought of an explanation, but he quickly discarded it. The Forerunners were powerful, but the abyssal pipeline system was no ordinary thing. According to their research, this pipeline system was a relic of an ancient civilization that had long since disappeared into the river of history. Even as powerful as the Forerunners, they couldn't completely seal the pipes without research. If it's not a legacy of the Forerunners, then this group of abyssal scum is either a pioneering expedition sent before they fully master the abyssal pipeline system, or they are exiles from the abyss who failed in their struggle for power, were hunted by the great demon, and were forced to flee. Of these two possibilities, the former is easier to deal with, as they've never encountered the abyssal pipeline system. Even if they break the seal, it will only be an abyssal invasion limited to one world. But the latter is far more troublesome. The abyssal demons' minds are extremely chaotic, and their decisions are often irrational. If, in the midst of the battle, they suddenly connect to the abyssal pipeline, without the support of civilization, the war is essentially lost. Ah, what a troublesome world. Ulises sighed, then grabbed Emilo and flew into the secret realm. Ben, you continue your preaching. Ben said respectfully to the spatial rift. Yes, Lord Crow. Bishop Tyr's manner. Richard stared at Tyr, who had fallen to his knees and was stunned. That kneeling was too abrupt. Still, Richard was pleased to have tamed Tyr so smoothly. Richard stood up, a gentle holy light emanating from him. He bent down and gently placed a hand on Tyr's head. Lost lamb, I will guide you to the right path. With these words, a halo appeared above Tyr's head. This halo was called divine favor. It was a divine technique specially created by the gods to tame those powerful individuals with disloyal intentions. The effect was akin to a curse. If Tyr hadn't betrayed the order of miracles, the divine favor would not harm him in the slightest, but would instead allow him to borrow Richard's power. But if Tyr betrayed the order, the divine favor would transform into the most brutal curse, draining Tyr's energy, life, and even his soul, returning it to Richard. Tyr stood up, and the divine favor aura vanished. Richard pulled a volume of basic alchemy from his pocket and handed it to him. This is the foundation of alchemy. Take a look at it. If you can use it directly, there's no need for transformation surgery. If not, come back to me. Tyr raised his hands above his head, took the volume, and began to read greedily. Richard wasn't dissatisfied with this behavior. Instead, he admired it. A wizard isn't a race, but a profession. A wizard is a scholar seeking truth. As long as they possess the spirit of seeking truth and act to achieve it, any race can be called a wizard. This is one of the underlying reasons why bloodline magic is so prevalent among wizards, yet it remains unbroken. Tyler read through the book Basic Alchemy in just 6 hours. Afterward, he felt like a goblin. He muttered to himself, "This is amazing. This is something out of a play." A few runes, a complex geometric shape, some simple energy manipulation, and mental techniques can achieve near non-destructive transformation of materials. He drew a simple pentagram alchemical circle on the table, and then, following the instructions in the book, mobilized his energy and spirit. As the energy was injected, the circle gradually illuminated. However, soon, the illuminated circle began to experience unstable energy fluctuations. With a loud bang, the alchemy array exploded, leaving a charred mark on the metal table. Richard observed the scene and shook his head slightly, saying, "It seems like it won't work. Your energy isn't quite compatible with the alchemy array." Bishop Tyr stared at the charred table, his face clear of dejection. He was now filled with fighting spirit. During the experiment just now, he could feel his mental energy entering the table. At that moment, the solid metal seemed to become a part of his body, allowing him to shape and flatten it. "Do you want a remodeling operation?" Richard suddenly asked. "No, Sage." Tyr suppressed his excitement and replied as calmly as possible. "I think this book on basic alchemy will take me a long time to learn. I plan to try to use goblin energy to perform alchemy." Richard nodded slightly, a smile of assurance on his face. Intelligent people are always confident. Tyr's rise to cardinal was not solely due to his political skills. The Church of the Lord of All Machines is a research organization disguised as a religion. Internal advancement requires not only political scheming, but also impressive work. To reach the position of cardinal, Tyr's mastery of mechanics is unmatched by most. In that case, then proceed with your research. By the way, do you have any information on goblin transformation? The information I've collected is mostly folklore, and I need something more in-depth. Tyr's previous words sounded a warning to Richard. If his followers wanted to change the world, force was essential. So, before a true rebellion began, he better prepare a comprehensive set of transformation procedures to withstand the royal court's stranglehold. Chapter 537. More in-depth information? Do you need more? Tyr asked, somewhat surprised. In his view, alchemy was nothing short of miraculous. A creature capable of mastering this technique would surely be able to perform a transformation surgery with ease. Of course, I need information. Richard looked at him, puzzled. You've been researching transformation for so many years, so the data you've accumulated must be more detailed than my own. Body transformation is a delicate task. Without extensive research, you can only focus on the details. Otherwise, the transformation surgery would be a disregard for human life. Tyr was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Alchemy is a skill. It's not a black box ability bestowed by some deity. It's the crystallization of wisdom accumulated through the research of countless generations of wizards. Since it's a skill, it naturally requires data to support it. I understand. Please follow me. Following Tyr, Richard left the secret room and arrived at a separate building at the rear of the manor. Upon entering, Richard was greeted by massive bookshelves and their neatly arranged hardcover books. Tyr said respectfully to Richard, "Sage, this library of mine should contain all the publicly available technologies of the Church of the Lord of All Machines, from the beginning of the cyborg order to the present. I believe you find all the information you need within." All publicly available technologies? Richard noted the qualifier. That means there's still some that hasn't been released yet. Tyr nodded and smiled. As researchers, we all like to keep our unique skills secret. Richard smiled at this. Sure enough, it was the same everywhere. Looking at the vast collection of books before him, Richard waved his hand, signaling Tyr to return to his own affairs. He had a long period of study ahead of him, and Tyr's presence would be pointless. Although many of the goblin technologies seemed extremely backward to Richard, after so many years of development, even the most backward technology would have its own shining points. The origins of goblin prosthetics are unknown, but what is certain is that they appeared and were quite mature even before the Lord of Perfection walked the earth. Back then, prosthetics were not as extreme as they are today. Their primary function was to restore disabled goblins to normal. But with the invasion of the abyssal demons, prosthetics technology began to deviate. During the battle, people discovered that the goblins' frail bodies were no match for the more powerful abyssal demons. Besides their recovery abilities, the goblins' physical strength was completely overwhelmed by the abyssal demons. It was from that time that the goblins began experimenting with metal prosthetics to replace their natural bodies. Thus, the predecessor of the Church of the Lord of All Machines. The Cyborg Order was born. At first, members of the Cyborg Order simply replaced parts of their bodies with prosthetics. But as the war progressed, the Cyborg Order became increasingly extreme. From initially replacing parts of the body with prosthetics, to retaining some of the flesh while the rest was mechanically modified, to finally, the complete transformation of the body into prosthetics, retaining only the heart and brain for survival. If it weren't for technological limitations, Richard had no doubt these goblins would transform themselves into partial alchemists, materializing their souls and constructing artificial magical circuits within their bodies, ultimately rendering their entire bodies completely cyborg. Ultimately, they concluded the lesson of the current Church of the Lord of all machines: flesh is weak, machines are eternal. To the extent that, now, all of the Church of the Lord of all machines knights and personnel above the rank of regional bishop have been completely remodeled. Their entire bodies, save for the brain and heart, are prosthetic. This modification offers significant advantages. Freed from the frailty of flesh, the prosthetic priest's senses are expanded. Things they previously couldn't see can now be observed through their prosthetics. Things they previously couldn't perceive can now be clearly felt. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The goblins' technology is insufficient. After becoming higher-level creatures, their prosthetics no longer offer the advantage over the flesh and blood priests of the neighboring Church of the Lord of Flesh. In fact, due to their technological limitations, their movements may be slightly slower than those of normal third-level creatures. While this moment may be insignificant, it can be fatal in combat. To compensate for this shortcoming, the bishops of the Church of the Lord of all machines never act alone. Each mission is accompanied by a large number of knights and modified robotic servitors. This sheer number and ample firepower compensate for any shortcomings in individual strength. However, with Richard's arrival, this shortcoming naturally disappeared. But just as Richard was immersed in his books, a call from Ulises awoke him from his studies. "Richard, come to the secret realm. This world has a big problem." Big problem? Richard was slightly startled. There weren't many things that could cause Ulises such a big problem. What did this world hide? In the secret realm, Ulises was carefully examining the abyss blood crystal before him. Suddenly, a rift appeared within the secret realm, and Richard entered through it. Something's wrong, some serious trouble. Ulises handed the abyss blood crystal to Richard and said, "This is abyss blood essence, one of the abyss demon's high-level supplies." Richard's hand trembled slightly as he touched the blood crystal after hearing this description. He naturally knew what the abyss demons Ulises was referring to were. The abyss demon civilization, a terrifying civilization that had battled the gods for 2,000 years. Now, the abyss demon's high-level supplies had appeared in this world, and the significance was self-evident. Richard took the blood crystal in his hand and examined it. It was less a crystal than a piece of flesh disguised as a crystal. Inside this crystal was a rich energy and numerous dormant cells. Protected by the crystal shell and nourished by the immense life force, these cells could survive for thousands of years. "Is this world about to be invaded by the abyss demons?" Richard asked, his brow furrowed, his expression somewhat gloomy. If this world was to be invaded by the abyss, he would have no choice but to continue the ritual in another world. "No, it's better than that," Ulises replied. "The abyss invasion is over." Hearing this good news, Richard's heart finally settled. What kind of good news is this? Richard couldn't help but grumble. "Of course it is good news," Ulises explained. "Those abyss scum have been suppressed, and the invading abyss demons are not connected to the abyss main world by any abyssal conduit. If this isn't good news, then there's no good news." Richard frowned slightly and asked, "What is an abyssal conduit? And can a native world suppress an abyssal invasion?" Ulises shook his head slightly. "I don't know the details, but as of now, those abyssal scum have likely been suppressed by the Lord of Perfection. And as for the abyssal pipes, just think of them as your portals. The abyss is so difficult to deal with because this pipeline system acts like a portal, continuously transporting abyssal demons and archdemons from other worlds. In other words, these abyssal demons are currently being sealed." "Yes," Richard grumbled, "this is truly bizarre. Why am I constantly dealing with seals lately?" Ulises offered no comfort, but instead shared even worse news. "Stop complaining and get ready. If nothing unexpected happens, the abyssal demons will likely break their seals soon. The purity of these abyssal blood crystals is extremely high, proving their strength. They haven't broken the seal yet, not only because it's too strong, but also because it could potentially corrupt this world." Richard asked tentatively, "Does that mean I'm not only facing off against the two churches in this world, but I also have to deal with potential abyssal elements?" "Yes. This world is truly awful." But despite his complaints, Richard had no intention of abandoning this world until it was completely ruined. In the vast starry realm, finding a world by drifting is no easy task. He was lucky to have found it this time, but whether he could be lucky again was anyone's guess. After a moment's thought, Richard said, Ulysses, take Ben and continue preaching in this city. I have Tyr send a trusted confidant to the church to ensure that no one from the Lord of all odds disturbs you. Ulysses nodded slightly, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Okay. After a pause, Richard added, also, when you preach, pay attention to the physically strong goblins. I'm currently studying goblin prosthetics, and soon I develop a surgery to transform these goblins. Okay. Also, I plan to teach these goblins some divine arts. What do you think? Richard raised an eyebrow. My friend, there's no need to ask me about such trivial matters. As long as it benefits the sect, you can do it. Then I teach them. A priest of the church cannot be without divine arts. After arranging the next matters, Richard was about to leave and return to the library to read. But Ulysses stopped him. Richard, what should we do with this little fellow? Ulysses threw Imolo in front of Richard. Imolo's limbs were now infiltrated with mycelium, every gear and every joint firmly fixed by it. Who is he? A knight of the Guardian. This blood crystal was found on him. Find it on him? Richard was slightly surprised. Could the Church of the Lord of all odds have also been infiltrated? That's not the case, Ulysses said calmly. They plan to use these blood crystals to artificially create an abyss cult, and then blame it for Orson's disappearance. Richard frowned slightly. Creating an artificial abyss cult to shift the blame? These Knights of the Guardian are truly assholes. This isn't anyone else's territory. Keep him for now. I'm just short of some practical teaching materials. What if other Knights of the Guardian come causing trouble again? Richard opened the Secret Realm rift and replied without turning back. Capture if we can, kill if we can't. There's no need to accept this kind of trash into the sect. Ulysses looked at Richard's back and bowed slightly. Understood, Lord God. Chapter 538. Richard returned to the library, this time staying there for a full 3 months. 3 months of sleepless nights allowed Richard to review the entire library. He deliberately ignored most of the obsolete and useless material, but he memorized everything he found useful. Reading was just the beginning. Richard immediately began digesting and absorbing the information. Of course, during this process, Richard wasn't completely oblivious to outside developments. Ulysses would regularly compile documents on the church's progress and submit them to him. After discovering their 2 companions were missing, the Knights of the Guardian immediately began searching the East City district. The Order of Miracles naturally came into their sights, and Richard's solution was to kill them all, and then disguise them as members of the royal court. Before Ulysses, the Lord of the World, these Knights of the Guardian, at most 3rd level, were completely defenseless. The battle scene was even fabricated at the will of Ulysses. Under Tyr's technical guidance, the scene of the knight's death was cleverly disguised as the work of a cardinal's personal guard from the royal court. As a result, the Grand Master of the Knights of the royal court shifted his stance from siding with the royal court to remaining neutral. After the defeat of the Knights of the royal court, internal conflict within the Church of the Lord of all odds intensified once again. However, without the Grand Master's favoritism, the royal court remained dominant over the church. This also meant that the regional bishop of Bruno City remained a member of the church, more precisely, a member of Tyr's faction. This naturally led to the rapid expansion of the Order of Miracles. Under Ulysses' deliberate acceleration, the Order of Miracles spread like a plague among the working class. In just 6 months, all the workers in Bruno City had become members of the Order of Miracles. During this process, Ulysses selected many goblins for promotion to priests and taught them basic divine arts, such as water purification and plague repelling. Ben, who had initially preached the goblin religion, was promoted to Pope, where he began studying its doctrines and practicing martial arts. A religion must have its doctrines, the ideas it promotes. As Pope, Ben must understand and practice the teachings of the Order of Miracles. The Order's doctrines can be summarized in 2 sentences. Believe that miracles will eventually occur and persevere until they do. Believe that the gods will save their souls at the end of the world. This doctrine, unlike Richard's in the wizarding world, is a goblin-specific version. Its primary purpose is to complement Richard's upcoming transformation. The blood of the wild orcs allows transformed goblins to communicate with mystical powers and, to a certain extent, bend reality. This means that if these goblins practice the doctrine with sufficient devotion, their strength will inevitably increase. This was undoubtedly a significant boon for the Order of Miracles. It took Richard nearly half a year to digest this knowledge. During this process, he was able to forget most of the less useful information, thus reducing the difficulty of designing the surgery. After all, retrieving information takes time. After absorbing the knowledge accumulated by the Church of the Lord of all Machines over the years, Richard had a clear idea of the modified surgery. The bloodline of the wild orcs must be integrated, as the goblin race's bloodline is quite weak. Although Richard disliked the theory of talent determinism, it was undeniable that different races' bloodlines did have different strengths and weaknesses in combat. Dragons are naturally stronger in combat than goblins. Besides the bloodline transformation, Richard plans to perform partial prosthetic modifications, thereby improving combat effectiveness while reducing the cost of surgery. There's only one, and most likely only one. Richard doesn't have the time to cultivate auxiliary organs specifically for each goblin, including a custom heart. For the prosthetic limb, Richard requires multifunctionality, meaning it retains the arm's properties while adding several plug-in interfaces. In addition, Richard has designed a set of alchemical power armor. This alchemical armor incorporates only a small amount of wizard technology, and most of its parts can be manufactured by the goblins themselves. This power armor serves two purposes. First, it enhances the goblin's strength and agility, allowing it to wield heavier weapons. Second, it provides increased defense, protecting the goblin's frail flesh from ordinary goblin steam nail guns. Furthermore, this power armor also has a certain degree of psychological impact. Although Steel's defense is weak, wearing it inspires confidence. With the ability to harness mystical powers and distort reality to a certain degree, the armor's defensive capabilities far exceeded its actual capabilities. Additionally, the transplantation of some auxiliary organs was essential. Increased strength, faster reflexes, stronger bones. After finalizing the entire transformation procedure, Richard began standardizing the process. He couldn't perform the transformation surgeries on all the goblins alone. Training a team of technicians proficient in the procedures was essential. This entire process took Richard another 2 months. However, this was actually quite fast. Body modification is a delicate task. Without Tyr's information, he would have needed at least 10 years to research this procedure, and it might not have been as mature as it is now. Richard returned to the secret realm with the procedures. In the secret realm, while he was standardizing the surgical procedures, the salamander craftsman had already completed the machine for manufacturing the alchemical power armor components. "Sir, the machine is complete," Carrion said respectfully. Richard nodded slightly. "Very well, let's prepare for production." Calion paused, then continued, "Sir, we don't have enough materials." "Not enough materials?" Richard was shocked. "How could we be short of materials? Have all the materials I brought from Wuxiang Valley been used up? That shouldn't be the case." Calion smiled awkwardly and explained, "Sir, the materials you brought back are definitely not all used up. Even if we waste them, we can't possibly use up all that much. But just because they're not used up doesn't mean we can produce. The alloy required for this machine isn't in the materials you sent." "Huh?" Richard became increasingly confused. "Didn't I order alloy number 3? You can buy a kilogram of that with a single magic stone. How could we be out of stock?" Calion explained, "It's because it's so common that we're out of stock. Sir, every material you brought back was of the highest quality. How could such a low-grade material be here?" Richard finally realized that he wasn't short of high-quality materials anymore, but low-quality ones. But come to think of it, when he was stockpiling materials, he always wanted to get the best ones. After all, he had the wizarding world as his backing, and he could buy a lot of high-quality and cheap materials with just magic crystals. Naturally, he didn't care about those low-grade materials. Now without the backup of the wizarding world, separated from the system of wizarding civilization, some once ordinary things immediately revealed their terrifying depths. Many things weren't inherently cheap, but rather cheap because he was a wizard. "That's a problem," Richard said, somewhat troubled. "Let's make a few samples by hand first. We can substitute higher quality materials." "Yes, sir." Relying on the spiritual connection, Richard summoned Ulysses back to the secret realm. "Huh? Are you done with your stuff?" Ulysses asked upon seeing Richard. Richard nodded slightly. "All right. I gather the people you've been keeping an eye on. I select a few as a sample. Also, have the church staff arrange for us to recruit a few goblins like factory owners. We're not short of high-quality materials right now, but we're short on low-quality materials." "Recruit factory owners?" Ulysses paused. "That might be a problem. Our main congregants are low-level workers, and most of them are mechanics. Recruiting factory owners like these could easily create a rift. Furthermore, these factory owners themselves are difficult to convert into believers." "Then replace a few factory owners," Richard said casually. "Find a few reliable congregants, give them a makeover, and then have them replace those factory owners." Ulysses' eyes lit up. "Ha, great idea. The rich in this world don't have the protection of the gods. Just replace them. I arrange the personnel right away." Under Ulysses's call, 6 exceptionally strong goblins were quickly selected to become the first batch of goblin transformations. These goblins were all workers. They had undergone several medical examinations in the past, but each time they were ignored by the Church of the Lord of all Machines, deemed unqualified. Looking at the 6 sturdy, dwarf-like goblins before him, Richard nodded slightly. "You're quite good. It's hard to believe you were overlooked by the Church of the Lord of all Machines. They're truly blind." Several goblins stood stiffly. Although they were delighted by Richard's praise, the nervousness of meeting the prophet still made them stiff. This was the prophet, the embodiment of God walking on earth. "Don't be so nervous," Richard said with a smile. "You sleep for a while, and when you wake up, the divine transformation will be complete." With that, Richard snapped his fingers. The mycelium of the world mushroom emerged from the ground, injecting an anesthetic into the 6 goblins' bodies. In a matter of breaths, all 6 fell into a coma. Richard waved his hand, calling Anson to his side. "Watch carefully, learn diligently, and pass it on to the technical priests below." "Yes, Sage." The reconstruction surgery took a month, the most time-consuming part being the cultivation of the auxiliary organs. What might seem like the most complex prosthetic limbs, to others, was actually the easiest step in the reconstruction. The fire lizard artisan's exquisite skills were enough to handcraft even the most sophisticated prosthetic limbs of the goblins. After the reconstruction was complete, Richard awoke several goblins. The goblins, moving their bodies somewhat unfamiliarly, stared blankly at each other. The reconstruction had amputated their left arms and replaced them with mechanical prosthetics. They were taller than before, one even reaching 1.7 meters, a true giant among the goblins. A surge of power flowed through them, and they had no doubt they could punch through steel plate with a single blow. Is this divine grace? The goblins' bodies trembled with excitement, their hearts filled with immense glory. Now, even if they were forced to advance against a barrage of steam cannon fodder, they would forge ahead without hesitation. "Sir, what should the church call these people?" Orson suddenly asked, standing beside Richard, watching the transformed goblins loudly praising the gods. "Name?" Richard thought for a moment and replied, "Let's just call them monks. All priests will be transformed anyway, so just call them monks." Anson nodded and wrote down the name Miracle Brother in the Holy Scriptures in his hand. Chapter 539. The emergence of the Miracle Brothers bolstered the Order's military might. However, to control this force, Richard added a telepathic suggestion step in addition to rigorous screening. Through the magical armor imprinted with telepathic suggestion, all Miracle Brothers will be imbued with the seed of faith in their loyalty to the Church. This seed of faith will take root and sprout as the Miracle Brother grows, becoming deeply ingrained. Removing this seed requires the Miracle Brothers' own cooperation. In other words, unless the Miracle Brother's current situation causes his personality to harbor thoughts that contradict this seed of faith, external forces alone will not only fail to remove the seed of faith, but will actually strengthen it. And Richard clearly would not allow the Church to degenerate to a point that even the most steadfast priests would find unbearable. Under Richard's guidance, Anson quickly mastered the entire transformation procedure and the preparations for it. Having mastered this, Anson left the secret realm and established a transformation laboratory in Bruno City, dedicated to the transformation of goblins. Under the operating light, a goblin lay on the operating table. His left arm had been amputated, and Anson had reattached a prosthetic arm made of cool metal to the broken part. Nerve connection complete. Testing for patency. Anson's voice was steady. He had performed this type of reconnection so many times in recent days that he was so skilled he could practically do it with his eyes closed. "Yes, Your Excellency." The goblins around him connected the prosthetic arm to the energy circuit. The next moment, a faint energy wave emanated from the prosthetic arm, and runes within it lit up continuously. After confirming the arm was intact, the goblins began to wait. Anson's surgeries always ran a bit faster than expected, so the goblin on the operating table still hadn't worn off the anesthetic yet. Taking advantage of this downtime, Anson removed his scrubs, went to a corner of the operating room, and silently flipped through a book on basic alchemy. Anson was now the technical archbishop of the Order of Miracles, his primary responsibilities encompassing goblin transformation, alchemical power armor production, and technological research and development. Of course, given the current level of goblins, it was unlikely any of them would make any innovations for hundreds of years. Richard's alchemical proficiency was not low, and his creations represented the best of current goblin technology. Soon, the goblin on the operating table regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the ceiling, about to stand up. "Stop," Anson said, looking at the book as he approached the goblin. "Move your left arm." The goblin on the operating table obeyed, and under his guidance, his left arm slowly lifted. Move your fingers, Anson continued. The prosthetic fingers wiggled gently a few times. Make a fist, then release it. Okay, push him down. The connection is successful. Anson felt no particular emotion about the successful operation. He had performed hundreds of similar surgeries, averaging 4 a day. Aside from the first few that had some issues, the rest had all been successful. This was his last surgery of the day, so after confirming the connection was complete, he left the operating room. Anson walked up a long staircase to a nondescript apartment. This was his home in Bruno City, a perfectly ordinary, tenement apartment. Compared to the luxurious rooms in the Church of the Lord of all Machines, this ordinary tenement looked incredibly shabby. Given the current state of the Order of Miracles, Anson could easily have lived in a better apartment. But he declined the offer. He was a researcher, and as long as living conditions weren't too harsh, they made no difference to him. Placing his basic alchemy on the table, Anson turned and left the room. Outside, pale sunlight filtered through the leaden clouds, bringing a unique touch of color to Bruno City. On the street, huge construction machinery demolished the old apartment building. Unlike previous urban renewal projects, the residents of this one weren't saddened by it. On the contrary, they cheered and gathered around the ruins. For they knew that once the old building was demolished, they would soon be able to move into new apartments. Then, each family would have a room, no longer crammed into a small room with others. Is this the mayor's conscience, wanting to benefit these workers? Clearly, the answer was definitely not that. The goblins operating the machines wore black robes, a 5-pointed pentagram emblazoned on their chests. This was the symbol of the Order of Miracles. Inspired by Richard, Elisa selected a group of loyal followers and replaced nearly all of Bruno's factory owners. Faced with absolute power, even those protected by knights, and even high-ranking knights were powerless to resist. With these factory owners replaced, actual control of Bruno fell into Richard's hands. The Goblin Society is quite strange. As the ruling royal court, the nobles dispatched to various locations rarely personally intervene in the city's development. City development is almost entirely determined by the city council, and Bruno's council is composed entirely of factory owners. Therefore, replacing a factory owner is equivalent to replacing a council member, and thus controlling the city. Having gained control of the city, the Order of Miracles naturally had to take action. After obtaining Richard's approval, the renovation of the old buildings began in earnest. The monks of the Order of Miracles wanted to provide every working family with their own private room. Although compared to those garden cities designed for holiday vacations, Bruno's environment was still as deplorable as a garbage dump. But now, this garbage dump has finally begun to be filled. Crossing the streets, where construction was underway, Anson found a bakery and ordered a loaf of black bread. He also enjoyed a large beer at the nearby tavern. Although, given Anson's current condition, the tap water flowing from the gray lead pipes was not harmful. But the habits he inherited from his days as a mechanic still made him prefer beer. Lord Anson, you're here to buy beer again. The tavern's regulars raised their glasses upon seeing Anson. They didn't know he was the bishop of the Order of Miracles. They only knew he was a friar. But the status of a friar was enough. In Bruno City, the friars of the Order of Miracles walked on the land of the gods. The order cured their illnesses, built them houses, and increased their salaries. No other organization or force in this world would do so much for them. And all they asked for in return was faith and honest work. Anson raised his glass and clinked it with theirs, then emptied it. He had no objection to the workers' admiration. His parents were among them, and if it weren't for luck, he would probably be one too. There was a fundamental difference between him and those priests, who came from a family of cybernetic priests. Back home, Anson sawed off a piece of black bread and began studying while reading a book. Basic alchemy wasn't complex, but many of the procedures were tailored for wizards. As a goblin, to master this technique, he had to either become a half-blood or develop his own goblin-style alchemical techniques. His teacher, Tyr, had chosen the latter, and he chose the same. But just as he was immersed in his knowledge, a call interrupted him. Anson, come to the secret realm. Anson was startled, then closed his book, and pulled a scroll from a desk drawer. He tore it open, and a rift leading to the secret realm appeared within. Entering the secret realm, Anson saw his teacher conversing with the sage and the raven god. Seeing him enter, Richard greeted him. Anson, you arrived just in time. How are the church's transformation surgeries going lately? Anson said respectfully, it's going very smoothly. Except for a few minor issues at the beginning, the rest have gone smoothly. How many have you done? Anson estimated in his mind and replied, "About 250. Richard nodded, turned to Tyr and said, "I think that's enough." Anson sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere and asked Tyr, "Teacher, what happened?" Tyr looked at Anson with a serious expression. "The royal court has declared war on us. 4 regional bishops have been assassinated by royal court assassins, and the Knights of the Guardian Order are showing signs of disunity. The royal court hasn't taken action yet, but the Knights of the royal court are already marching out of their barracks." Tyr's news made Anson shudder. Had the church and the royal court finally reached a point of irreconcilability? "Anson," Richard asked again, "how is your training of technical priests progressing? We must expand the number of miracle brothers. Currently, there are about 10 priests capable of completing a complete transformation operation, but 2 of them are unskilled." Richard nodded slightly. "That's about enough. Go to Dunling City one of these 2 days. Ben has already completed the expansion of the church there. You can teach the transformation techniques to the priests there. Bruno City is now completely occupied by the Miracle Order, so the expansion of the church will naturally follow. With Bruno as its center, the Order of Miracles began expanding upstream and downstream along the waterways near Brook. Dunling, the city Ben was responsible for, saw the fastest transformation. The Order of Miracles had already completely wiped out the local cult and successfully occupied a niche within the working-class religious landscape. Anson folded his arms over his chest and bowed. "Your will, sage. Also, gather these monks," Richard added. "Although the war initiated by the royal court is relatively small, it will provide the monks with combat experience." Small? Anson couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality and absurdity as Richard described a war that would likely involve the mobilization of several knightly orders and tens of thousands of knights as small. If this was small, then what was the great war the sage was referring to? Chapter 540. In a world where power is vested in the individual, the struggle for power is no longer resolved through mere intrigue. The struggle between the 2 sides will begin with the most basic assassination and escalate into a civil war. Since the royal court faction has chosen war, the church faction will naturally not remain silent. Upon receiving news of the assassination, Tyr passed the news to fellow church faction cardinals while mobilizing his own private army to retaliate against the royal court faction. The day after the royal court faction's assassination, 3 royal court faction regional bishops were killed. The cause of death was publicly stated to be a pipe rupture, but in the Church of the Lord of all Machines, a steam pipe rupture is almost as common as a gas explosion in Fuyuki City, and Russian Tsars often die of strokes. After the assassination began, personnel on both sides were on alert. Priests of all factions chose to leave the church and take refuge in their own fortresses and manors. In this world where power is vested in the individual, the transcendental force of the Church of the Lord of all Machines is naturally no ordinary organization. The Church of the Lord of all Machines initiated the Industrial Revolution, and is itself one of the largest oligarchs in this kingdom, and indeed the world. It controls a significant portion of the world's mineral resources, as well as oligarchic corporations in several industries, including arms. As a result, the priests of the Church of the Lord of all Machines are generally quite wealthy. Research subsidies from the church, preferential raw material prices for factory openings, and an independent train company owned exclusively by the Church of the Lord of all Machines. These conditions have made almost all bishops of the Church of the Lord of all Machines factory owners. Even a researcher as devoted as Anson owns a small metalworking factory. Therefore, priests of the Church of the Myriad Lord typically build a fortress-like manor outside the church, filling it with servitors and cybernetic knights. Normally, this specialist can use it for research or vacation, but in times like these, the manor instantly transforms into a fortress. During these times, the leaders of both sides often meet to ensure that the civil war does not become too large and does not affect too many cities. After all, they are all respectable people, and the lives of respectable people are far more valuable than those of slaves. But this time, no cardinal, whether from the church or the royal court, was willing to meet. This was the first time in the history of the Church of the Myriad Lord that a civil war had been initiated by both sides, intent on a fight to the death. "Is this the miracle brother you created? He looks rather strange." In the secret realm, Tyr gazed at the fully armed miracle brother, and offered a somewhat insincere compliment. In his opinion, Richard's transformation was quite conservative. Goblins don't possess bodies as strong as Richard's. After resolving the nerve conduction issue, full-body prosthetics are the best option. If such modifications are too expensive, then it's perfectly acceptable to do less. After all, quality is key to a warrior, not quantity. Richard glanced at the goblin, addicted to transformations, and replied calmly, Don't underestimate them. After practicing martial arts, your knights are nothing compared to them. Thanks to their integration with the blood of the wild orcs, the miracle monks possess the ability to learn martial arts. As a nearly complete evolutionary path, martial arts, while lacking the potential of wizards, still offer a clear advantage over goblins. Due to the invasion of the abyss, this world's evolutionary path has been significantly distorted. The Church of the Lord of all Machines chose mechanical ascension, and has been dedicated to researching stronger prosthetics for years. The neighboring Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood has chosen a path similar to genetic ascension, focusing on strengthening the physical body. This world's two major evolutionary paths lack the alchemical bloodline of wizard alchemy. But is an alchemical school without alchemy still an alchemical school? Thus, even an evolutionary path like martial arts, which remains incomplete, is enough to crush this world. Useless? You're exaggerating, Tyr said with some disbelief. Even the most ordinary cybernetic knight, with their prosthetic limbs and mastered combat skills, is capable of taking out a team of rigorously trained elite guards in a single breath with a close-range attack. These miracle monks of yours were once mere ordinary people. Even if they gained power, they wouldn't be able to fully master it in such a short time. Richard heard this with a hint of disdain. They can only bully mortals. The most significant difference between a level 1 creature and a mortal is the transformation of their mental power, which allows them to exert ever more precise control over energy. By manipulating energy, we can gain all sorts of seemingly incredible abilities. With this, Richard waved his hand, and a fireball appeared in midair. Seeing this, Tyr was once again stunned. He wasn't shocked by the fireball. Summoning fireballs was possible with crystal technology. He was shocked by the fact that Richard didn't use anything. With a simple wave of his hand, the energy wave transformed into a fireball. But you've taken the wrong path. Richard dissipated the fireball and sighed softly. I read in your library that in the ancient past, the goblins also had monks dedicated to self-improvement. Those people were called old-fashioned and out of touch in your history, but in reality, they were on a correct, albeit difficult, path. Tyler fell silent. In the past, he had indeed wondered if the goblins had taken the wrong path. But he was thinking about the technological path, the shift from steam engines to internal combustion engines. Now, Richard told him, their mistake wasn't just in choosing the wrong branch of technology, but in the entire direction of evolution. This was truly hard to accept. But don't be sad, Richard said calmly, because 99% of the races in this world, even if they follow the right path, would still be inferior to yours in combat effectiveness. The right path, while correct, is incredibly difficult. Those who carve out a path within it are all great races that have set foot on the stars. The stars? Tyler couldn't help but look up at the sky. Setting foot on the stars. That's a phrase that makes your blood boil. Sage, since you are so confident, I will say no more. Tyr bowed. I will immediately prepare the train and intelligence. Though this war seemed merely a minor skirmish to Richard, minor skirmishes had their uses. Richard's miracle monks, though transformed and possessing considerable strength, had never seen the bloodshed of a battlefield, and their combat effectiveness was merely empty figures. So, this opportunity offered these miracle monks some training, gaining combat experience and, by the way, building confidence. Their idealistic abilities require strong confidence to unleash their full potential. Tyler left, and Richard turned to the Miracle Brothers. These brothers were once slaves, their best no more than low-level mechanics. In Goblin society, they belonged to the lowest stratum of the pyramid. The Cyber Knights were not on the same level as them. They were addressed as Sir or Master. Now, if they were asked to fight the Cyber Knights without a spiritual awakening, their combat effectiveness would inevitably be compromised. So, Richard planned a pre-battle speech, or rather, a pre-battle pep talk, to boost the confidence of these brothers. You heard what Tyre and I said. You are about to kill and fight. Your next enemies will be the very knights, the cyber priests, to whom you once bowed. I won't ask you about your confidence, because I'm certain you can win. Confidence has nothing to do with it. Richard's voice was cold, with the brutal rationality that only a wizard could muster. But to the Miracle Brothers, this cold voice held a strange meaning. Unlike Tyr, the Miracle Brothers were true believers, fanatical believers at that. They truly believed Richard was the incarnation of God. So Richard's emotionless voice took on a completely different meaning in their ears. It was the divine spirit speaking through Richard's mouth, proclaiming its oracle. They would surely win this battle. Unbeknownst to the situation, Richard was just about to compare the data to bolster the brothers' confidence. But before he could say anything, he saw the brothers' muscles bulge, and the magical energy in the air poured into them like water meeting a sponge. Under Richard's astonished gaze, These monks' physical fitness increased by at least 5 points in just 1 minute. No, he only said 2 sentences. Resisting the urge to explore the mystery of this transformation, Richard continued, "You may think those cybernetic knights are powerful, but I can assure you that their prosthetics are rubbish. The weapons you will use are each crafted by a master craftsman, each blessed by the gods. Compared to these weapons, the cybernetic knight's prosthetics are nothing but scrap metal." With this, Richard snapped his fingers. 200 magical armors descended from the sky, landing precisely in the hands of each miracle monk. These armors resembled fists, but with a firing port on the back and palm, and a prosthetic port at the end. "This is the Fist of Annihilation," Richard introduced. "It contains 36 annihilation bullets, which can be fired from the firing port on the back of the fist. A flamethrower, capable of 3 charges, is also located in the palm of this weapon. The flamethrower's power is sufficient to enable you to defeat any enemy. Any cybernetic priest will be accompanied by hundreds of servitors. For a regional bishop, thousands of servitors are common. To deal with these small forces, a good mowing weapon is naturally crucial. Goblins have low resistance to high-temperature weapons. Even Tyr couldn't withstand the sustained burning of a 2,000 energy flame. The flamethrowers mounted on these annihilation guns are all at 2,000 energy, making them highly effective even against a bishop like Tyr. Of course, if they truly encountered a cardinal-level foe, Richard's salamanders would take action. For these salamanders, who have fought in interdimensional wars and experienced the baptism of civilizational warfare, it would be no easy task to surround and annihilate a level 3 indigenous creature. Of course, it's also a melee weapon, but I don't recommend it." Richard paused. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the monks, he continued, "Because your right arm's punch is even more powerful. The techniques you cultivate can make your flesh stronger than steel." Richard pulled a steel plate from his pocket and placed it in front of the monk closest to him. "Hit it. Use your right fist." The monk looked at Richard, then channeled his mountain-moving bull strength and delivered a powerful punch. The next moment, there was a mere bang. As the monk's punch pierced the 2-centimeter-thick steel plate, Richard held the plate in his hand and addressed the miracle monks, "This is the mighty power bestowed upon you by God. Through training, your flesh will surpass any prosthetic limb." Chapter 541. After seeing the pierced steel plate, the miracle monks fell silent for a moment. They had previously been slave laborers, and their understanding of steel far surpassed that of ordinary people. They knew only too well how much force that plate could withstand. And now, they could actually punch through such a plate with a single blow. They involuntarily glanced at their right arms. Realizing that this was their own strength, the miracle monks roared in anger. Energy surged through them again, but unfortunately, this time, they didn't experience the same physical growth as before. Even the most idealistic abilities have their limits. If simply being fooled could instantly boost their physical strength, the wild orcs would have crushed the demon lord and dominated the starry sky long ago. After this period of deception, the miracle monk's strength had substantially increased. However, deception alone wasn't enough, so Richard summoned the salamanders to conduct intensive training. It would undoubtedly take Tyr considerable time to gather intelligence and prepare logistics. "I've got nothing to do these days, so I might as well train." After deceiving the miracle monk, Richard arrived at the laboratory beneath the world mushroom. Here, Warheart was conducting a somewhat cruel experiment. In the enclosed maze, Warheart, wielding a sickle, chased a goblin like a cat chasing a mouse. The goblin was sturdy, its energy fluctuations reaching those of a level 2 creature. But in front of Warheart, it could only flee like a mouse. Suddenly, the goblin stopped running. A sword was stuck in front of him. "Found it." Excited, the goblin rushed to the sword, pulled it out from the ground, and turned to point it at Wormheart. "Evil demon, you're finished." With that, he flashed, the long sword in his hand swift as lightning. Then, a sizzling sound was heard, and the sword sliced a thin crack through the shell of the Wormheart. Then, Wormheart's body suddenly sprang, and the sickle in his hand precisely severed the goblin's neck. How did the experiment go? Where Wormheart turned, Richard had unknowingly stood behind her. She bowed slightly to Richard and replied, "My lord, I have conducted 126 experiments recently. After counting, this subject has reached the threshold of his ability." "Reached the threshold?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "The Knights of the Church of the Lord of all Machines are a bit ordinary." The goblin who had been fleeing was the Knight Imolo, captured by Ulises. After Richard completed the reconstruction procedure, he removed his prosthetic body and replaced it with a new one. Richard then performed basic orc blood transformation and brainwashing on him. After the brainwashing, Imolo's memory became hazy. He only remembered that while on a mission, he was trapped in a maze. Within the maze, a monster was constantly pursuing him. He had to find his lost holy sword within the maze to defeat it. Richard's purpose in designing this experiment was simple. He wanted to determine whether the goblin's ability to communicate with mystical powers was related to the concentration of orc blood. If not, what was the upper limit of this ability? If so, what was the optimal concentration, and what was the threshold for this ability after reaching the optimal concentration? Based on his current research, the ability to communicate with mystical powers has nothing to do with bloodline concentration. As long as the bloodline concentration reaches 5%, one can gain the ability to communicate with mystical powers. Now, he has determined the upper limit of a goblin's ability. The next step is to repeat the experiment and find the pattern. Once the threshold is reached, we will create a living specimen. I will bring back some new experimental subjects in a few days. Yes, my lord. Leaving the labyrinth laboratory, Richard returned to his main laboratory. Here, a furnace-like object hummed. The furnace was connected to a storage box, which was now filled with black crystals. Richard removed the storage box and took a crystal from it, saying with some pride, "It's quite efficient after the modification." This furnace is the goblin's crystal smelter. Crystals from the Forerunner legacy are essential materials for the goblins to produce high-level prosthetic limbs. Through Tyr's connections, Richard had recently acquired a crystal smelter. After thoroughly studying the technology, Richard experimented with modifications. So far, his modifications have significantly improved the efficiency of crystal production. Taking the crystals to the testing platform, Richard began enchanting them with his magical powers. The properties of these crystals are remarkable. The goblins have developed prosthetic technology solely through their physical properties. As a wizard, Richard naturally couldn't let these crystals go. He is currently attempting to create a groundbreaking magical suit for the goblins. If he succeeds, it will greatly aid in spreading the word about his future achievements. Time passed, and a month after Tyr's departure, Tyr finally returned to the secret realm, bringing the Miracle Brothers and the Salamanders out of the realm. During this month, the fighting between the two factions was very restrained. But both sides knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. Under the royal court's cover, the knights directly under the royal court had disappeared into the railway system, following the spiderweb of railways. Meanwhile, the church faction had fully allied itself with the Order of Miracles. Missionaries of the Order of Miracles followed the railways, setting the city where the church priests were located ablaze with raging fire. This power struggle had fully devolved into war. Victor Green, Bishop of Lone. As a cybernetic priest of the royal court, he had been residing in his suburban fortress manor the moment the royal court faction launched the war. He stored 500 servitors in this manor, all high-quality servitors selected from the factory's slave workers. They were his greatest wealth since becoming the regional bishop. After his living transformation, each of these servitors is capable of rivaling a knight. Their only drawback is their short lifespan. About every 5 years, he removes the prosthetics from their servitors and replaces them with younger bodies. In addition to his servitors, he also has his own knight guards. Each of these guards' prosthetics is handcrafted by him, and even compared to the Knights of the Fate, their prosthetics are no less powerful. The only thing they lack is a holy sword of the Fate. Besides these, the manor also houses a large number of loyal guards. The heavy firepower wielded by these guards would instantly render even a cybernetic knight useless. According to his own calculations, his fortress would require at least 500 cybernetic knights, coupled with a barrage of heavy firepower, to breach. But with so many men and so many weapons, it was impossible for him to fail to notice. Under his manor, there was a secret passage that led to a station not marked on the map. By exchanging secret codes, he could travel from this station to any city of the royal court priests. In every way, Victor felt he had done the best he could. Late at night, Victor sat in his study as usual, sipping coffee from the Far East and leisurely listening to the radio. Cybernetic priests also needed entertainment. Through crystal technology, the goblins had acquired radio-like broadcasting technology. Crystal newspapers had become popular among the upper classes. Rumor had it that some cybernetic priests were already practicing how to transmit images through this technology. What nonsense! Victor put down his coffee and sneered at the radio. These lowly people are so imaginative. They can even come up with such absurd stories as the Dark Order controlling the two major churches. Victor raised his hand, and the night guard beside him switched the radio to the music channel. Listening to the melodious music coming from the radio, Victor couldn't help but stand up and pretend to dance a duet with a female partner. He had heard that the nobles of the royal court often held balls, where the ladies would seek out their ideal partners. If the partner was good enough, they might even develop further. Although Victor's body had undergone many modifications, His genitals had not been removed. Of course, even if they had been, it wouldn't stop him from pursuing his ambitions. The thought of those tall, slender noble ladies filled Victor's heart with a desire to immediately slaughter the church faction. Bang! A muffled sound reached Victor's ears, causing him to frown slightly. Bang, bang, bang! Victor's brow furrowed, and the image of the noble lady in his mind began to change. Bang, bang, bang! Who's making that noise? Victor opened his eyes in fury, ready to see where the sound came from. But before he could take 2 steps, his guard knight suddenly blocked his way. Bang! A loud bang accompanied by a ball of white light. When the light faded, Victor saw a strange goblin clad in steel armor, one arm prosthetic and the other bare. The goblin's eyes lit up when he saw Victor. "Here's the target. Kill him!" Victor shouted. The guard knight, receiving the order, immediately launched a counterattack. Victor's carefully adjusted prosthetic arm instantly erupted in a flurry of movement. Then, a fist like a sledgehammer pierced through the steam and struck the goblin fiercely. A solid punch would have dented even solid special steel, let alone steel armor. Bang! A muffled sound reached Victor's ears. Amidst the steam, the guard knight continued to punch, presumably punching the goblin through with one blow. His prosthetic limb was truly effective. Feeling slightly smug, Victor was about to return to his desk to summon the other knight servants for support. But before he could move, a surprised voice emanated from the steam. "Knights are different. Their fists are stronger than those mechanical monsters." With that, there was a sharp, twisting sound. The guard knight's mechanical arm was twisted into a knot. The guard knight decisively severed his right arm, which was swinging the punch, and then suddenly raised his left arm. Boom! Another burst of steam. But before the explosion faded, a distinct sound of metal breaking was heard. Clang! Then, a tall figure pierced through the steam and, with a single punch, shattered the guard knight's mechanical spine. Victor stood nearby, his gaze slightly dazed. He clearly saw a half-steam arrow lodged in the figure's chest armor. If he remembered correctly, his steam arrows could penetrate ordinary steel plate half a meter thick. Chapter 542. On the railway, a pitch-black train, awaiting its prey like a giant python, quietly stopped at the desolate platform. This was a station sign built in the suburbs. In the past, this station sign corresponded to a small town that had flourished due to a mineral vein. Later, as the mineral vein dried up, the town gradually fell into desolation. This station sign was on the verge of abandonment. For the past 30 years, no train had ever stopped at this platform. But today, this platform welcomed its most distinguished guest since its founding, a special train from the Cardinal. "Your Excellency, all is well. The rebel Victor has been captured." On the train, Tyr sat in a central carriage, quietly listening to reports from the battlefield. "Excellent, bring him here. Also, what are your casualties? How many seriously injured need treatment?" Tyr's voice was filled with matter-of-fact certainty. As a group of miracle monks on their first mission, and even their first time killing people, it was normal for them to suffer losses after capturing a heavily defended fortress manor. At least that's how it seemed to Tyr. "Sir, you might not believe this," the leader's voice rang out in amazement over the crystal communicator. "None of the soldiers you brought with you suffered any casualties. The few injuries were caused by them deliberately confronting the high-pressure steam cannon. This operation was like a picnic. Our biggest challenge was finding Victor." Tyr fell silent as he listened to his subordinate's report. After a moment, he said, "Since we've achieved our mission objective, we should retreat. I'd be waiting for you at the platform in the suburbs." After saying that, the call ended. Tyr looked at his left hand and sighed slightly. "I've endured so much hardship and effort to get this wonderful prosthetic. To think it was all wrong, how ridiculous." Rumble. Suddenly, a dull sound came from outside the train. Tyr heard it, and a trace of doubt and suspicion immediately arose in his heart. The kingdom's railways are managed by the Church of the Lord of all Machines and the Royal Court. However, compared to the members of the Church of the Lord of all Machines, the number of nobles in the Royal Court is too small to even provide oversight. Thus, the kingdom's railways are almost private property of the Church of the Lord of all Machines. Now that the Church of the Lord of all Machines is embroiled in civil war, the railways have naturally become a point of contention. However, unlike their treatment of priests, both factions are very gentle in their approach to these ordinary people who work hard. The railways are as important to the kingdom as blood vessels are to the body. Without these people who work hard, the entire kingdom's railway system could be paralyzed. As a cardinal, Tyr naturally had subordinates within the railway system. The schedule for this railway was temporarily altered half an hour ago, All trains passing through it were either modified or suspended. Furthermore, for safety reasons, the schedules for the two surrounding railways were also altered. But now, a train was approaching. Woo! The train suddenly blew its whistle, and then the crystal communicator in Tyre's hand vibrated. Tyre answered, and an old voice echoed through the crystal communicator. Tyre, long time no see. Dunling City. A flash of thunder streaked across the dark sky, and soon, accompanied by a dull rumble, large raindrops fell from the sky. Ben casually closed the window, watching the heavy rain outside. Although he no longer caught a cold and his bed was no longer beside him, years of habit still made him close the window whenever he saw heavy rain. In his room, Ben sat at his desk, silently practicing the revised version of the Wuxiang sacred scripture Richard had bestowed upon him. After extensive research into martial arts, Richard modified the Wuxiang sacred scripture, the signature martial art of Wuxiang Valley. The revised version was significantly less powerful than the original, but the fatal side effect of exhausting the soul when fully energized was also eliminated, offering both advantages and disadvantages. Qi flowed through Ben's meridians, passing through his internal organs. Even the auxiliary organs Richard had implanted were within the Qi pathways. Nourished by the Qi, Ben felt a warmth welling up within him. The Wuxiang sacred scripture was a martial art that combined the three paths into one, but its Qi flowed not through the Qi path, but through the Jing path. Qi did not increase during circulation. Instead, it was consumed to nourish the body. Nurturing the Jinqi, Ben's body cells began to activate, stimulating his vital core, leading to minute changes. These changes were subtle, but over time, even the smallest changes would become directly observable, major transformations. In the void, Ulysses quietly observed Ben. As the Pope, Ben's strength was only that of a level 1 creature. Even though his combat power far surpassed that of an ordinary level 1 goblin, Ulysses chose to protect him in secret, just for safety's sake. Ulysses could feel the drowsiness of his soul growing more and more pronounced. He estimated that within a few years, he would fall into a deep sleep. He now had to ensure the church could continue to thrive, and thrive, after his slumber. Ulysses felt deeply unreliable about Richard, a wizard, managing the church. Even though Richard was now doing his best to act like a charlatan, his uniquely cold and rational spirit meant that he needed to layer on layers of buffs to appear effective in the role of a priest. Finally, Richard was a non-believer. He had no idea what a believer should be like, nor did he know what state a believer would enter after receiving divine revelation. The divine civilization system was merely a means of escaping death for him. His roots were still a wizard. Suddenly, Ulysses's expression, which had been somewhat languid, shifted. As the second most powerful deity in the Order of Miracles after Richard, he could sense that the number of his zealots had suddenly dwindled. As a veteran deity, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Someone was slaughtering his followers. Isn't the bishop of this city from Tyre? Could someone from the church have broken in? Ulysses' eyes shone with holy light. As a divine being, he could project his gaze through his idol. As he activated this power, all the idols of the Order of Miracles in this world became his eyes and ears. Under the gaze of his idol, Ulysses watched as a large number of cybernetic knights besieged the priests of the Order of Miracles. These cybernetic knights, their bodies transformed into mechanical form, acted like real robots. Even if their teammates melted beneath the radiance of divine magic, it wouldn't stop them from firing their steam arrows. Cyber Knight? Haha, Tyr has been searching for you for so long, only to discover you attacked the most unlikely and inappropriate person. A cold glint flashed in Ulysses's eyes, and the next moment, all the attacked Miracle Order churches lit up with holy light. The priests watched as the raven god, who had been standing on the Lord of Miracles' left shoulder, flew down from the Lord's shoulders, a gentle yet tyrannical holy light ablaze. A voice rang out from the raven god's mouth. God says, those who disbelieve will die. Lord Belt, long time no see, Tyr said calmly into the crystal communicator. Belt Garrett, the current pope of the Church of the Lord of all Machines. Logically, he should be in the Vatican's palace right now, devoutly delving into the mysteries of mechanics, or perhaps discussing the next 10 years of tribute with a noble. Even in the worst-case scenario, he should be in his own manner, donning the flesh and blood body crafted for the church and enjoying himself all night. He simply shouldn't be here. A terrible thought flashed through Tyr's mind. As expected, Pope Bert's first words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Sir Tyr, give up. Tyr was silent for a long time. Logically, the Pope of the Church of the Lord of all Oddities should have been the most hardcore of the church factions. After all, no one wanted to have a group of masters who looked down on them. But now, Pope Bert was actually asking him to give up. Has this world gone mad? Sir Bert, can you tell me why? Tyr tried to keep his voice steady. The thought of his commander suddenly surrendering, while fighting on the front lines, was a confusing thought. Because of an oracle, Belt replied. The great lord of all machines gave me an oracle, saying that a great war is imminent. We must unite as one to defeat our fellow men corrupted by the evil. Just because of a single sentence? Tyler's tone was strained. People often laugh when they are completely speechless. The nominal leader of the church, the Pope of the Lord of all strikes, had surrendered because of a single sentence. That's an oracle. Belt's voice suddenly grew heavier. Tyler, you've strayed from the right path. Studying machinery brings us closer to the gods, not against them. Tyler was stunned for a moment at this, then his tone completely broke. Well, my Lord Belt, Your Holiness the Pope. How could I not have realized before that you were such a devout believer? But as he laughed, a deep sadness welled up in Tyler's heart. He knew that Pope Belt was dead, and that the one speaking to him now was merely a body held by the royal court. As the Pope of the Church of the Lord of all machines, Belt was the most atheist. He had long used the Church of the Lord of all machines canons as padding for the corners of his desk. He couldn't possibly say that. I didn't expect the royal court would even mobilize the ancient legacy, Tyr said bitterly. The royal court possessed many ancient legacy artifacts, and their current crystal technology was born from them. Using these artifacts to brainwash a goblin wasn't unthinkable. At that moment, Tyr suddenly felt that his full-body prosthetics weren't all that great after all, so much so that he couldn't even cry. Sir Tyr, give up. You are a very talented child. If you return to God's embrace, He will forgive you. Tyr felt sick at the sound of this voice. Hearing such disgusting words from the body of his best friend, his elder, his guide, had the nobles of the royal court fallen? Give up? No! Tyr roared, holding the crystal communicator. You bastards of the royal court. I, Tyr, swear in the name of the Lord of Miracles. I will drag each of you from this bunker, throw you into a furnace, and cast you into statues, kneeling before Lord Belt's tomb to repent forever. Chapter 543. Amidst Tyr's roar, a cold yet arrogant voice echoed through the crystal communicator. You stubborn bastard, since you insist on dying, then go ahead and die. With that, a loud rumbling noise was heard, and the train Tyr was on suddenly shuddered. Tyr's heart sank. As a cardinal, he knew what the noise signified. You've even brought the Gustav steam cannon? The Gustav steam cannon, the final work of the former Pope of the Church of the Lord of all machines, was a war weapon crafted using crystal technology and steam supercompression. Its power was enough to reduce a patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood to shreds. On the battlefield, this weapon was often used as a strategic weapon. Its sole purpose was to eliminate the war beasts cultivated by the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. But he hadn't expected that the royal court would even use this very weapon to deal with him. You think highly of me, Tyr said with a sneer. But unfortunately, you're using it in the wrong place. Pulling a scroll from his waist pocket, Tyr decided to use his last trump card. To summon someone. The scroll ripped open, and a spatial rift appeared within the carriage. The royal court's arrival was fierce, evidently thorough preparation. But no matter how they plotted, even if they stripped Tyr's underwear clean, they never imagined Tyr could summon a pseudo-world master. But just as Tyr's rift opened, a black-robed voice leaped across the carriage. Tyr, there's a problem within you. Boom, a loud bang echoed from the carriage wall, and then, in an instant, the thickened, special armor plating within the carriage ripped apart. A red-hot, solid, special metal bullet flew from outside the train, accurately striking Richard, who had just emerged from the secret realm. What is that? Richard frowned slightly, one hand holding the magic book, the other hovering over the magic barrier. Above him, a massive metal sphere, enveloped in magic, hovered above the barrier. He glanced at Tyr beside him. What is this? Have I intruded upon your weapons testing ground? Tyr shook his head in a daze. No, sir. The royal court sent assassins to assassinate me. You were blocking a Gustav steam cannon shell. Cannonball? Richard turned to look at the cannonball in his hand. Solid shell? Are you still using mortars? Tyr ducked his head and said cautiously, Sir, this thing will explode. This one might be a dud. Richard's mental power probed the cannonball's interior. Concentrated, high-pressure steam was pressing furiously against the surrounding metal walls. The fact it hadn't exploded was purely due to Richard's magical restraint. You've got some fun with steam, Richard quipped. Returning the cannonballs to their original path, Richard said to Tyr, There's a problem within your ranks. Many of the mobilized cybernetic knights have gone to siege the church. Tyr was stunned, and then a chill rose in his heart. If he had agreed to surrender just now, he would have likely suffered the same fate as Belt. Sir, the nobles of the royal court have taken action. Tyr briefly informed Richard of what he knew, but before he could say a second word, Richard frowned and reached out to grab at the air. Buzz, a tall figure in crystal power armor emerged from the void and abruptly retreated. Richard didn't react, only a gentle holy light emanated from his body. I say, kneel. Then, the fleeing tall figure suddenly paused, staggering as if a tremendous weight had been bearing down on them. After a mere second, the figure, unable to support itself, collapsed to its knees. Runic chains flew from Richard's body, transforming the tall figure, clad in crystal power armor, into a cyan ice sculpture. The two of them reached the ice, and Richard could clearly see the attacker's face through the cyan frost. No wonder you call me a noble, Richard said faintly. Inside the ice, a humanoid creature, with only green skin and slightly long ears, that bore no resemblance to a human, lay motionless, imprisoned by a seal. Tyler shuddered as he looked at the sealed noble. He knew the ancient relics wielded by the nobles were powerful, but he had never imagined they could possess such potent abilities. If Richard hadn't been at his side, he might have been killed without even noticing his attacker. After banishing the sealed noble from the secret realm, Richard waved his hand, tearing the armored walls of the carriage apart. Outside the carriage, a train adorned with gold and gems quietly stopped on the tracks, just 5 meters away from Tyr's train. Click, click, click. With Richard's appearance, a burst of mechanical sounds instantly emanated from the train. Soon, the train's walls opened, revealing a tall noble, no less imposing than Richard's, who looked at Richard with a puzzled gaze. I remember all my brothers from this clan, but I've never seen you. But I can confirm that you're not one of those corrupted men of the flesh and blood court. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you interfering in this matter? Richard looked at the noble before him. From the moment he laid eyes on this race, he could tell it was undoubtedly the work of the Forerunners. It was simply that handsome face, golden proportions, and near-perfect symmetry, all hallmarks of Forerunner creations. Who am I? That's a good question, Richard said calmly. I am a sage of the Order of Miracles, a prophet, a god walking in this world. Prophet? The noble's doubts deepened at the title. He didn't sense the smell of commoner about Richard. On the contrary, Richard exuded an aura of power that brought him to his knees. If it weren't for the subtlety of this pressure, he might have thought the God King had left his throne. Sir, could you please be more specific? The noble asked. Which family are you from? Which sage's bloodline do you carry? I've already answered one question, Richard said with a tone of unwavering authority. Now it's my turn to ask. The noble was stunned for a moment by this majesty, then nodded meekly. What do you want to ask? Why are you attacking my church? Your church? The noble was stunned again, but soon realized what church Richard was referring to. Are you talking about that bastard cult? That wasn't my decision. It was made by these bastards themselves. They said it was a force of despicable bastards, who disobeyed the king and needed to be eradicated. So I gave them the power to mobilize the legions. Till, standing beside him, felt a shudder in his heart as he listened to the noble's explanation. If this wasn't the noble's doing, then there must be a highly unidentified traitor within the church. Richard nodded slightly. Very well, then I won't kill you. With that, Richard flashed and appeared behind the noble. Before the noble could react, a strong sense of drowsiness washed over him. Before falling asleep, he faintly heard a voice. Compared to the final creation, the wild orcs, this race's resistance to drugs is still a bit lacking. After throwing the noble into the secret realm, Richard casually grabbed a mechanical figure from thin air. As an alchemical array emerged from his palm, the cybernetic knight, preparing for a sneak attack, instantly locked up all its joints. Richard glanced at the knight's prosthetic limb and said with regret, such good materials, only to produce such garbage. What a waste. There weren't many cybernetic knights on the train, but every one of them had reached the cardinal level. A cybernetic knight of this caliber was comparable to a level 3 salamander. But alas, to Richard, they were no different from chickens. After freezing the last cybernetic knight, Richard pulled a pendant from his pocket and handed it to Tyr. Take this with me, I can save you if needed. Tyr excitedly accepted the pendant and immediately hung it around his neck. But as Richard prepared to enter the secret realm to study this noble race, Tyr suddenly spoke. By the way, sir, I didn't get to say it earlier. When the royal court sent someone to persuade me to surrender, they mentioned a great war. They said the gods had sent an oracle, urging us to unite. Only in this way can we fight against our own kind, corrupted by the demons. Tyr hadn't finished his words, when he sensed a powerful aura emanating from Richard. Already aware? Richard frowned, looking toward the royal court. But if they knew, why haven't they made any moves? Tyler noticed Richard's annoyance and said cautiously, "Sir, I personally think this is referring to the Abyss cult. It has nothing to do with you." Richard glanced at him, half smiled, and said, "Is the Abyss cult widespread under your rule?" Not really. We're quite efficient in eliminating the Abyss cult. But I don't know about the flesh and blood royal court next door." "Oh!" Richard raised an eyebrow. "Is it possible that the neighbors are more tolerant of the Abyss cult?" Not really," Tyr explained. "It's just that the research next door is easily seduced by the Abyss cult. The Abyss demon's mastery of flesh and blood often leads to the self-degradation of flesh and blood priests. I don't know how much effort the next door has put into eliminating these corrupted priests. Sometimes, we even have to send people to deal with them." "That's even the case?" Richard looked surprised, then a thoughtful expression crossed his face, muttering to himself, "Looks like I need to go next door." Fighting the World Master, while troublesome, is ultimately a battle against the indigenous people. But if the Abyss is allowed to expand, then he'd be fighting a civilized people. Richard wasn't confident enough to lead the indigenous people to defeat a civilized army. In the morning, after a night of heavy rain, Dunling City welcomed a rare sunny day. The bodies of the cybernetic monks were carried out of the Miracle Order's church and loaded onto trucks. Most of them were incomplete, as the more valuable items had been removed by the Miracle Church's mechanics. The losses of the Order of Miracles in Dunling City last night were not significant. 12 transformed Miracle Brothers were killed in action. The bodies of these brothers were properly buried, and their names recorded in canon law. The surviving priests began repairing the church. However, unlike previous repairs, this time the church was uncovered, and the symbol of the order was unobtrusively placed on the spire. Chapter 544. In the secret realm, Richard gazed upon the exquisite crystal armor before him, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "What a marvel! I never thought you still possessed such a treasure." Beside him, the two nobles he had captured, now humanoid creatures he named hobgoblins, were controlled by the mycelium of the world mushroom, looking like puppets on strings. Richard was a very gentle wizard, always keen to minimize unnecessary killing. "Do you have many of these?" Richard's voice was gentle, sounding like a patient and persuasive teacher. But to the two hobgoblins, his smile was like the smile of a demon. As nobles, they considered themselves knowledgeable. From the ferocious sea beasts of the far east to the terrifying sand monsters of the southern deserts to the ice elves of the far north, they had all seen them, even capturing a number for display in the royal menagerie. But they had never seen a creature as magnificent and gigantic as the world mushroom. The mountain-like figure instilled fear in them. The world mushroom's methods made them tremble even more. They were all elite among the nobility, but before the world mushroom's seemingly delicate mycelial tentacles, they were like toys, to be manipulated at will. What terrified them even more was that such a terrifying creature actually called the albino-looking noble its master. Who was this noble? Or rather, what was he? "There are many," the hobgoblin who attacked Richard said with forced composure. "There are countless such armors in the royal court." The hobgoblin beside him, hearing this, echoed, "This armor is merely the lowest grade, otherwise it wouldn't be used against these bastards. In the royal court, this kind of armor." "Ah!" Before the hobgoblin could finish his words, an indescribable pain shot through his body, like someone running a brush across his nerves. Richard said calmly, "I don't like lies, so it's best you don't lie. If you cooperate, you can return home later. If you don't, your fate will be to be hung on the wall as specimens. Now tell me, how many of these armors do you have?" With that, Richard raised his hand, and the world mushroom ceased its torture. The pain subsided, but the two hobgoblins continued to tremble, their eyes filled with a deep-seated fear as they looked at Richard. The fear of pain is instinctive in every living being. When faced with pain that exceeds their instincts, creatures often faint to escape. But under the manipulation of the world mushroom, the two hobgoblins were unable to faint. They endured the indescribable pain completely. Without a belief that transcends life and death, no creature could endure such pain. Clearly, these two nobles who called the goblins inferiors lacked that belief. There are probably over 500 sets of this armor, but only 94 are usable. No, 93. A hobgoblin replied quickly. Richard nodded slightly and asked, "How many of these crystal creations do you have? Are they precious?" "Precious, of course." Another hobgoblin replied. "These are relics of antiquity, ancient creations that appeared in this world before the Lord of Omnipotence suppressed the abyss. Neither we nor those fallen creatures have many such creations." "Fallen creatures?" Richard raised an eyebrow. He had just noticed the term. "Those are the nobles of the flesh court, the hobgoblin explained. They abandoned their noble bloodlines to engage in body modification with those despicable creatures. They twisted their divinely gifted bodies beyond recognition. Divinely gifted bodies? Richard was shocked. Were your bodies artificially modified? The hobgoblin straightened his body, his face beaming with pride. Our divinely gifted bodies come from the Lord of Perfection. In ancient times, our ancestors fought alongside the Lord of Perfection against the demons of the abyss. As a reward and to enhance their combat power, the Lord of Perfection bestowed upon our ancestors divinely gifted bodies. The hobgoblin's answer left Richard somewhat puzzled. The divine bodies bestowed upon you by the Lord of Perfection? Isn't that the Supreme Being? The Supreme Being? The hobgoblin was deeply bewildered by this title. I've never heard of the Supreme Being. The hobgoblin's response startled Richard. With a wave of his hand, the world mushrooms knocked the two hobgoblins unconscious. Richard then conducted a thorough examination of their bodies. Afterward, Richard drew a diagram. Looking at the beautifully symmetrical structures on the diagram, Richard muttered to himself, "Strange. This body is undoubtedly the work of the Supreme Being. It can't be faked. Could it be that the Lord of Perfection is a remnant of the Supreme Being? Or has the Lord of Perfection inherited the Supreme Being's life essence transformation technology?" After awakening the two hobgoblins, Richard inquired further about the divine bodies. However, their answers were utterly vague. These ancient events, passed down through millennia, had become the stuff of myth and legend. In mythology, the ancestors of these hobgoblins fought alongside the Lord of the Perfect during the invasion of the abyssal demons. Through repeated battles, the Lord of the Perfect realized that the hobgoblins alone could not defeat the abyssal demons. Therefore, he bestowed a blessing within the temple of the gods, granting these hobgoblin ancestors divine bodies and ancient legacies. Later, the Lord of the Perfect subdued the demons, but he himself died, and his power was inherited by two sons of God. Led by the sons of God, they purified the corrupted earth with fire and subsequently established the two kingdoms of today, the mechanical court, where Richard now stood, and the flesh court next door. Temple of the Gods. Richard pondered for a moment, a thought flashing through his mind. Could this so-called Temple of the Gods be a forerunner biological laboratory, housing a complete set of equipment for modifying the essence of life? And the so-called blessing was to use this equipment to modify the essence? Otherwise, there would be no need for the Temple of the Gods in mythology. The more Richard thought about it, the more plausible this idea seemed. Otherwise, how could the ruler of a native world transform goblins into such powerful giant hobgoblins? Although he hadn't studied these hobgoblins in detail, even a simple dissection revealed that their strength and agility were over 10 times greater than those of ordinary goblins. This statistic even surpassed that of the average dragon blood. Furthermore, the hobgoblins' recovery abilities hadn't been weakened. In fact, they had been enhanced. This was clearly beyond the capabilities of a native. Even a wizard would have needed to invoke the power of the Corona Concerto to achieve such a transformation. Do you have any records of this temple? A hobgoblin shook his head. No, there are very few records of the temple. Mythology says that the temple is at the top of the world. If that's true, then the temple might be at Golden Peak. Golden Peak? That's the highest mountain we've surveyed, at 12,000 meters. Where is it? It's north of the Flesh Court. The Flesh Court. Richard's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed he had to go to the Flesh Court. He opened a secret rift and said as he walked, "World Mushroom, hibernate these two hobgoblins." "Yes, my lord." In Dunling City, Ulysses stood on the church spire, overlooking the entire city. A rift opened beside him, and Richard, dressed in a black robe and holding the staff of the Hand of Balance, emerged. "The church was built so quickly?" Richard asked, somewhat surprised, surveying the massive structure beneath him. "It's fake. Take a closer look." Richard put on his dimensional eye, and under the detection of energy waves, the true appearance of the entire church immediately appeared before Richard's eyes. The massive structure beneath him was nothing more than an old building, its spire a mere scaffolding. "Is this a miracle?" Richard asked. Ulysses glanced sideways. "Not bad. I can already discern the intention, my lord god." "Go to hell," Richard cursed with a smile. After last night's attack, Richard and Ulysses decided to expose the Order of Miracles directly. Now that the Order of Miracles had been labeled a Tyrian faction and their hiding place had been nearly completely uncovered, there was no point in hiding any further. Better to release it directly, let the believers know that the Order of Miracles was not a cult, and thus attract more followers. As for the Eternal God King's attitude, honestly, Richard no longer cared. Attacking the Miracle Order's stronghold in the main God world would be an attack on a temple, a signal to declare war on the temple's corresponding deity. After performing his miracle last night, Ulysses had prepared to confront the eternal God King. To be a bit boastful, given their current combat power, 2 level 4 world lords wouldn't be able to defeat Richard and Ulysses unless they were fighting within a world. Even within a world, if the 2 of them could lure one of the world lords into the secret realm, they could win. However, this plan would be extremely difficult to implement, practically impossible. Strangely, the eternal God King remained completely silent last night, as if he were completely unaware of the attack. "I plan to visit the Flesh and Blood Court," Richard said absently, gazing at the city below. "Oh my Lord God, are you going to preach in the Flesh Court?" Ulysses replied with exaggerated joy. "My Lord God is finally going to preach on his own." "Congratulations." Richard glanced at him, and casually pulled a dozen blueprints from his pocket. "Give these to Tyr's men, and tell them to cover the entire mechanical court with them." "What is this?" Ulysses took the blueprints and glanced at them. He saw a drawing of a massive tower. Richard, looking down at the city below, replied, "This is a signal tower. It's paired with something I call a crystal projector. If we can plant these towers all over the world, I can broadcast my great deeds to the entire world in 10 minutes. Chapter 545. The landmass of the Goblin world isn't very large, at least not compared to the smaller worlds Richard had seen. On the Goblin world map, a significant portion of the landmass consists of islands of varying sizes. These islands are unevenly distributed, with the majority located on the side of the mechanical court. The adjacent Flesh and Blood Court, on the other hand, controls a nearly complete landmass. It took Richard 2 days to fly from the mechanical court to the Flesh and Blood Court. Unlike the factories scattered across the mechanical court, the Flesh and Blood Court's factories, while numerous, weren't as extensive as the mechanical courts. This didn't mean the Flesh and Blood Court was completely normal. Richard vanished into the sky above a small city. It wasn't large, with a population estimated at roughly 100,000 goblins. But even in such a small city, it boasted over a dozen transformation hospitals, not counting the smaller transformation clinics. Among these hundreds of thousands of goblins, not a single one hadn't undergone biotransformation. At least, Richard hadn't encountered any. These goblins' transformations range from basic limb enhancements, such as arm enhancements, to organ modifications, such as eye enhancements, and even full body modifications, complete body modifications, making them look completely unlike goblins. The range of possibilities is truly bizarre and encompasses everything. Richard wasn't sure whether the advancement of regenerative medicine had led to universal regeneration, or whether universal regeneration had spawned such a frenzied regeneration industry. But he was certain that this wasn't a good thing. Physical changes can have a profound impact on a person's spirit. In the mechanical royal court, the cybernetic knights and cybernetic priests treated the lower-class workers as mere human beings, lacking any sympathy for their own kind. This was due to the excessive levels of self-modification. His expanded senses and cold prosthetics made it impossible for him to empathize with his unmodified kin. The moment the full-body transformation was complete, they became 2 different races. Adding prosthetics was already like this, let alone direct physical transformation. No matter how realistic the tactile feedback of a mechanical prosthesis was, it was certainly not as real as the physical one. This sense of unreality, however, allowed the goblin to maintain his sanity as a goblin. But when the prosthesis was replaced with flesh, this unreality disappeared. A goblin could easily be transformed by his new body, changing everything from his lifestyle to his personality and behavior. In more serious cases, this transformation could cause a goblin to lose his sense of being a goblin, and he could even view his fellow kin as alien. However, at this point, these goblins haven't reached that point yet. Most of them undergo physical transformation to cope with daily life and work. Those who truly undergo physical transformation are mostly wealthy young people. After landing on the ground, Richard wandered around the city. After confirming that the workers' treatment at the Flesh Court was consistent with that at the Mechanical Court, he found a map and prepared to leave. There was no rush to preach. His main goal this time was to explore the Abyss Cult and the legendary temple. According to the map, the highest peak in the Goblin world, Golden Summit, was located north of the Flesh Court. It was a 2,000-kilometer flight north from his current city. Not far, Richard muttered to himself as he examined the map. But before we go, let's get rid of these bugs. Richard put the map in his pocket and looked toward a building not far away, or, more accurately, a cluster of buildings. It was a tenement building. From Richard's perspective, these buildings, supposedly constructed of steel and concrete, were filled with flesh and blood, like a demon's womb. Is this the power of the Abyss Demon? Richard flashed, appearing outside the apartment building. It wasn't that he didn't want to rush in, but he discovered that this disguised flesh and blood building actually possessed the ability to isolate space. He couldn't use shadows to teleport inside. There were no guards at the door, only two ferocious-looking giant dogs. These dogs, muscular and as strong as calves, bared their sharp teeth, and their foul saliva dripped from their tips, creating a thin puff of white smoke on the ground. Their saliva had actually corroded a small hole in the concrete floor. When Richard appeared in front of the apartment building, the two giant dogs were about to pounce. But before they could move, a deep-seated fear caused their bodies to collapse to the ground. Richard glanced at the two hounds, a hint of surprise in his eyes. They're using two level 2 creatures to guard the gate. This abyss cult is quite grand. Entering the apartment building, Richard was instantly struck by an extremely foul odor. He could sense the presence of a large number of the special creatures Ulysses called abyssal spores in the air. Abyssal spores are the lowest level of life in the abyssal biosphere. As they mature, they transform into the lowest level of producers in the abyssal biosphere. Abyssal moss. But while they may be the lowest level of the biosphere, the entire abyssal biosphere is built upon these tiny spores. The abyss's erosive environment is entirely based on abyssal spores. But these abyssal spores are a bit weak. Richard used his mental power to observe the abyssal spores in the air. The vitality of these spores was almost dead, completely different from Ulysses' description. Ulysses had described abyssal spores as being like yeast, capable of growing on anything they touched. Without holy water to heal an ordinary person, breathing in abyssal spores would infect them and transform them into abyssal zombies. But these spores before him, let alone turning someone into a zombie, Richard seriously doubted they could even grow in the lungs. Their vitality was too weak. Inside the building, vast expanses of flesh and blood covered the walls. Graffiti intertwined with purple-red blood vessels, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Duh. Richard deftly sidestepped, avoiding the saliva from overhead. The deeper into the building, the more intense the fleshing became. By the time Richard reached his current floor, the walls were invisible, and the long corridor resembled the intestines of a giant beast. Are you going to digest me? Richard observed the acidic digestive fluid raining down from above him, and calmly erected his magic barrier. But the digestive fluid was only the beginning. As the digestive fluid appeared, the flesh wall surrounding Richard began to shrink. Numerous spiky tentacles began to extend from the once smooth flesh wall, lashing at Richard's magic barrier like whips. Alas, these blows, powerful enough to tear through steel, couldn't even create a ripple on Richard's composite magic barrier. Richard waved his hand, and a stream of fiery red air vaporized the digestive fluid. Under the violent fire element, the surrounding flesh wall was charred black, and the waiting flesh tentacles were directly burned to charcoal. It looks much more comfortable this way, Richard said calmly. Following the flesh and blood tunnel downward, Richard soon encountered a creature that might be an abyss demon. In front of Richard, at the end of the flesh and blood tunnel, a humanoid creature with 2 horns, blood-red skin, and numerous bone spurs on its arms and body looked at him warily. To be more precise, the look in its eyes could almost be described as fear. "Who are you?" Richard didn't answer. Instead, he reached out, and a massive magical hand appeared from the air, firmly grasping the abyss demon. The abyss demon was caught off guard by the blow, but once trapped in the magical hand, he immediately began to struggle. His body began to grow uncontrollably, and more bone spurs and plates sprouted from his body. Then, his muscles bulged, and a pair of enormous wings sprouted from his back. In just a dozen seconds, the abyss demon expanded from over 2 meters tall to nearly 5 meters, its body becoming as sturdy as a giant. Roar! The abyss demon roared ferociously, its body jolting violently, as it attempted to break free from the magic hand's restraints. But the magic hand wasn't a real hand, it was a force field. Being trapped within it wasn't like being trapped in an iron ring, unable to move. It felt more like being trapped in a swamp, from which escape by brute force was nearly impossible. After the abyss demon erupted, the magic hand, whose undamaged energy structure had not yet been destroyed, enveloped the abyss demon like a swamp. The abyss demon's immense power was like a sword cutting through water. It had no effect within the magic hand. "It's a bit too weak." Richard frowned as he observed the abyss demon, unable to break free. His magical hand was a basic magical hand, its power only appearing so formidable due to Richard's immense mental strength and the vast amount of magic he could mobilize. Even so, this method could only harm a third-level indigenous creature. A third-level creature from a civilized civilization would easily break through this massive hand. However, Richard suddenly remembered what Elises had said about the Abyss demons being able to transform other races into Abyss demons. He suspected this creature was a transformed Abyss demon. That's perfect. It'd make a perfect specimen. Rune chains flew out of Richard's body, transforming into a layer of solid blue ice on the Abyss demon surface. Covered by the ice, the Abyss demon's struggles gradually weakened, and it eventually became an ice sculpture, which Richard tossed into the secret realm. As he continued deeper, Richard encountered further attacks. For example, the surrounding walls suddenly transformed into sharp fangs like lampreys, attempting to chew Richard to pieces. Or perhaps they released a massive amount of toxic fumes into the air, hoping to poison Richard to death. In the end, the abyssal layer simply sealed off the path, denying Richard access to its core. Alas, these efforts were in vain. The blood-red flesh wall suddenly turned black and charred, and then, white-hot flames erupted from behind it with disdain. Richard, holding up his magical barrier, emerged from the charred passage, observing the scene with fascination. He was now in the core chamber of the abyssal lair. Before him, a purple-red tumor, more than a meter tall and connected by numerous thick blood vessels, trembled. Looking at the tumor, Richard's body suddenly felt a throbbing sensation. The rules of life. Chapter 546. Looking at the massive tumor before him, Richard's internal rules began to tremble. This phenomenon is not common. For this trembling to occur, two fragments of rules must complement each other. Completing the incomplete rules is no easy task. To put it in another way, the rules are like a sentence, and the incomplete rules are the words within it. Simply piling up the rules is useless if you want to complete the rules. To complete the rules, you must gather all the words. This trip wasn't in vain. Richard waved his hand casually, and a massive magical blade appeared out of thin air, severing the connection between the tumor. Then, with a slight touch of his hand, Richard's miracle furnace information appeared before his eyes. Ingredients: Abyssal Nest Core. Refinable Rules: Life Rule, extremely incomplete. Flesh and Blood Rule, extremely incomplete. Nurturing Rule, extremely incomplete. Refining Cost: 20 soul power. Refinable Substance: Abyssal Blood Essence. Refining Cost: 5 million mana. Reading the news from the miracle furnace, Richard nodded in satisfaction. Several rune chains flew out of his body, sealing the still trembling tumor. After losing its core, the abyssal nest did not die immediately. On the contrary, a large amount of granulation tissue began to proliferate at the site where Richard had severed it, attempting to grow another core. Richard did not stop this. On the contrary, he took out a crystal ball with great interest and recorded the scene as he watched. He was eager to see if this nest could finally produce another core. Granulations rapidly grew from the broken ends, quickly transforming into a base. Fine white bones sprouted from this base, interwoven with each other to form the core's outer shell. Flesh then began to grow along the outer shell. This dark red flesh, imbued with a powerful vitality, exuded a fragrance that almost made one's mouth water. But Richard sighed with regret. What a shame! It's poisonous. Although this dark red flesh was brimming with vitality, it also contained a vast amount of alien energy, the power of the abyss, wielded by abyssal creatures. If an ordinary person ate this flesh, they would undoubtedly be infected by the abyss. Even for a creature like Richard, whose flesh had reached the level of World Master, devouring this flesh would only consume energy and gain no benefit. Soon, the flesh completely covered the outer shell. The blood vessels Richard had severed now sprouted granulations, connecting to this new core. At the same time, bizarre patterns emerged from the core's flesh. Within these patterns, large, fanged mouths began chanting a chilling, hellish hymn. Richard was stunned upon seeing this. This thing seemed a bit like a ritual spell. As the chanting continued, the strange patterns were filled with black blood, and an extremely aggressive aura emanated from the core. At the same time, Richard noticed something bizarre. The core had suddenly acquired new rules. How is this possible? Richard stared at the core, which had finished chanting, feeling his entire understanding overturned. This ritual, like a sorcerer's enchantment, had imbued the core with rules. And judging by the throbbing within him, Richard suspected these rules were identical to those of the core he had sealed. But Richard quickly recovered. The ocean of truth is truly vast, Richard exclaimed heartfeltly. Sealing the newly formed core again, Richard began observing it once more. Soon, the core recovered. This time, Richard noticed something he hadn't noticed before. Is its vitality running out? Richard felt the weakened flesh walls surrounding it, and casually cut away the newly formed core and sealed it. This time, the new core stopped mid-growth, then began to shrink rapidly. Simultaneously, the vitality of the entire abyssal nest converged towards the shrinking core. Boom! As the nest dried up, the unsupported apartment building immediately began to collapse. Using the magical barrier, Richard lifted the object that condensed the nest's final essence. Looking at the plump, black flesh worm in his hand, roughly the size of his palm, Richard was somewhat bewildered. How did a worm emerge in the end? Could these cores be life? Without giving it much thought, Richard sealed the flesh worm and casually tossed it into his pocket. By this point, the commotion of the collapsing apartment building had already attracted many goblins. Richard cast an invisibility spell on himself and quietly left the scene. The dazzling gas searchlight, like the eye of a cyclops, surveyed the ruins. A 5-kilometer area surrounding the ruins was completely cordoned off, and the goblins living within this area were under the control of a large number of well-trained guards. Numerous grotesque, majestic goblins, clad in uniform dark red robes, were conducting sampling and exploration. "Sir, it's still the same." A goblin, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the ruins and shouted to a shriveled old goblin in the crowd. This goblin was exceptionally imposing, looking like a standing tiger. The moment he emerged, the surrounding goblins trembled, and the weaker ones even collapsed to their knees. This imposing goblin exuded a terrifying aura of power, his vital energy radiating to the limit of what a level 3 creature could produce. The old goblin didn't show any extra emotion upon hearing this answer, as if he had expected it. "Where's the worm from the demon nest?" The imposing goblin walked up to the old goblin and shook his head slightly. "It was also taken away." The old goblin nodded, raised his hand, and led the imposing goblin away from the scene. Beyond the blockade, a massive, luxuriously decorated carriage sat quietly on the road. 4 enormous black horses, over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, stood silently on the road, their glossy coats looking like brocade under the starlight. The old goblin stepped onto the sturdy goblin's back and climbed into the carriage. After he climbed aboard, the sturdy goblin came to the front of the carriage, picked up his whip, and cracked it with a practiced snap. "Sir, where are we going?" There was a moment of silence in the carriage, and then the old goblin's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. "To Golden Summit." "Okay," the sturdy goblin replied cheerfully, then pulled out a map and began studying the route to Golden Summit. This was a carriage, after all. It couldn't move in a straight line like an airship. Inside the carriage, the old goblin's eyelids drooped, looking somewhat listless. Opposite him, across a table, sat a tall, slender, and exquisitely crafted female noblewoman, picture perfect, with a serious expression. The noble had a serious expression and a determined gaze. A suit of crystal power armor gleamed faintly under the light. In her demeanor, she looked less like a noble and more like a warrior with unwavering conviction. "Sir, why are you going to Golden Peak?" the noblewoman asked. The old goblin's voice was hoarse, but full of confidence. "Because that person is going there." "That person?" The old goblin pulled a map from a desk drawer and spread it out neatly on the table. "This week, there have been a total of 12 nest collapses. These abyssal nests range in size, but the cause of their collapse is the depletion of life energy. Furthermore, the hive worms of these demonic nests have all vanished. You should know this." The noblewoman nodded honestly. "Then why are you still asking that person?" the old goblin said helplessly. "Ollie, you can't shut off your mind just because you're wearing armor." The noblewoman's face turned green, and she asked, "How did you figure out he was going to Golden Summit?" "Take a look at the map, my dear Miss Ollie. Connect the cities in these nests and see." Ollie was stunned, then marked the locations of the 12 cities on the map. After she connected the lines, a nearly straight line appeared on the map. If you added an arrow to this line, it would point directly to Golden Summit on the map. "But why would this person go to Golden Summit?" Ollie asked, puzzled. "To find the shrine, of course," the old goblin said calmly. "Could he possibly go on a trip?" "The shrine?" Ollie was even more confused. How could such a powerful person believe in myths? How could a shrine even exist? The old goblin didn't respond, silently gazing at the marked Golden Peak on the map. Whether it exists or not, he's in the wrong place. The summit of the world isn't the Golden Peak. Atop the Golden Peak, Richard, clad in a black robe, unleashed his spiritual power once again. This was the 342nd time he had done so in the past 3 days. A fierce gale blew past Richard. At an altitude of 12,000 meters, the free wind element in the air already accounted for the majority of the free elements in a given unit of space. Of the 4 elements, wind is second only to fire in its activity. In this environment of high concentrations of free wind, the slightest disturbance can transform it into a gust of wind comparable to a spell. But no matter how fierce these gales were, They were nothing more than a breeze against Richard's face. No, it seems my theory that the summit of the world is at the Golden Peak was wrong. Faced with failure, Richard remained remarkably calm. If the Divine Palace could be found so easily, then it stood to reason that it wouldn't be fought over by the two world masters. However, according to current records, the two divine kings of the royal courts never fought over the Divine Palace. Richard pulled a map from his pocket, which marked the world's large and small peaks and plateaus. Just as he was considering his next target, a voice reached his ears. Richard's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed two beings radiating extremely strong life force rapidly approaching him. Soon, two figures, one large and one small, landed on the summit of Golden Peak. The majestic goblin glanced around, scratching his head at the old goblin beside him, and said, "Sir, we seem to be too late. That person has already left." The old goblin ignored him, and bowed respectfully to the empty peak. "I am the Patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. You are looking for the Divine Palace, sir." Chapter 547. After the Patriarch finished speaking, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared on the previously empty mountaintop. "Patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, I never thought you would attract such a prominent figure as yourself." Richard observed the two figures, one tall and one short, with great interest. Others might not be able to discern the difference, but Richard, an alchemist, could immediately discern that the large goblin beside the Patriarch was something resembling a synthetic beast. But surprisingly, without a soul implanted within it, this synthetic goblin seemed to possess significant intelligence. This was truly extraordinary. Even with Richard's experience, he had never heard of such synthetic beast technology. Watching Richard examine his squire, the Patriarch felt a flicker of surprise. Although he had no idea what Richard was thinking, his intuition told him that his squire's secret had been seen through by this albino-looking nobleman before him. "Your Excellency is very interested in my squire," the Patriarch said calmly. "I've never heard of such technology before, imbuing a synthetic beast with advanced intelligence without utilizing its soul. But before we discuss the technology, let's get down to business." Richard flashed to the Patriarch's side, the invisible pressure of the Lord of the World bearing down on him like a mountain. "I'm curious, how did you know I was looking for the shrine?" Richard's pressure caused the Patriarch's face to change slightly, and his prepared rhetoric was now useless. He knew all too well what this pressure signified. The noble before him had transcended the boundaries of mortals. In the face of such power, all his previously prepared tactics were futile. The Patriarch chuckled bitterly. "I've met someone important." He bowed slightly to Richard, then spoke slowly. "Your movements were completely undisguised. It's obvious you're heading straight for Golden Summit. The only place on Golden Summit that could attract a powerhouse like you is the legendary Divine Palace." Richard nodded slightly. He had indeed acted without reservation this time, so it was natural for him to be noticed. Thinking of the old goblin's identity, Richard changed the subject and asked, "You are the Patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. I imagine you've done some research on the Divine Palace. After all, the divine body is a very powerful thing for a researcher of flesh and blood." "Indeed," the Patriarch replied. "The Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood has been searching for the Divine Palace, trying to uncover the secret of how the perfect Lord created the divine body." "So have you found it?" Richard asked anxiously. The Patriarch shook his head. "Found it, and not found it." The Patriarch's answer left Richard somewhat bewildered. What did it mean to find it yet not find it? "We found the gate to the temple," the Patriarch explained, "but the temple won't let us in. Within the temple resides an intelligence, a consciousness. We don't know if it's a creation of the Lord of all, but this consciousness controls the gate. We don't have the key, and we don't meet the requirements, so we've been kept out for thousands of years. That's why I came this time." The Patriarch looked at Richard, his voice filled with longing. "Have you brought the key, sir?" "The key?" To be honest, Richard had never considered the key. Does a key even exist to enter the Forerunner ruins? But come to think of it, the ruins he was seeing were all important Forerunner facilities in ancient times. They couldn't have been left wide open, allowing anyone to enter and exit at will. Security measures were essential. Richard's bewildered look instantly dashed the Patriarch's hopes. Without the key, none of them would ever be able to enter the temple. "Your Excellency, without the key, don't even think about entering the temple," the Patriarch replied with a hint of disappointment. "The temple's defenses far exceed our imaginations. Even two god kings attacking would be impossible to force their way in. Although your Excellency is powerful, becoming a god king would certainly be a significant event. Unless you are an alien, it's impossible for you to rival a god king in combat power." The Patriarch's words made Richard look a little strange. Although the reasoning was flawed, the result was unexpectedly positive. But combat power is combat power. Entering the precursor ruins isn't solely about brute force. You said there's a consciousness within the shrine, one that controls the gates, right? The patriarch nodded. That's correct. Richard asked, what's its name? Is it the Master Controller? The patriarch's face flickered with surprise. How did you know this name? Is there any mention of this consciousness in your family records? Richard didn't answer, a confident smile playing on his face. Where is this shrine? I need to go see it. Noticing the change in Richard's demeanor, the patriarch felt a flicker of hope. In the Daru Plateau. According to our research, in ancient times, the Daru Plateau was the highest point in the world. Upon hearing the location, Richard pulled a map from his pocket and located the so-called Daru Plateau. It's actually in the south? Richard couldn't help but grumble. The patriarch asked cautiously, what do you recall, sir? This shrine. Before the patriarch could finish his question, Richard waved his sleeves, and an invisible force field enveloped him and his attendants. Then, he witnessed a startling scene. Richard grabbed them, and leaped hundreds of meters from the summit, free-falling from the summit. 12,000 meters, 11,000 meters. The howling wind wailed like a ghost in the patriarch's ears. Though experienced, his heart still pounded under the ropeless bungee jump. Although air resistance meant a free fall from 12,000 meters wouldn't kill him, his body still trembled slightly, driven by instinct. A standard goblin wouldn't survive a fall from a height. After an unknown amount of time, the patriarch's falling form suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes, and saw that he and his attendants were now suspended in midair. They were following Richard, rapidly flying towards the Daru Highlands. You're not a noble, are you? The patriarch shouted to Richard. As he fell, his shrunken frame plumped up, his aged frame rejuvenated. This was the patriarch's true appearance. As the patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, how could he be an old man who looked like he couldn't even eat? Richard turned and said, I never said I was a goblin. The patriarch watched the rapidly flying man before him, his heart suddenly filled with anticipation. The Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood had spent 5,000 years searching for the divine palace, and then been trapped at its gates for another 5,000 years. Every patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood longed to enter the divine palace. Now, their long-cherished wish might be fulfilled. The Daru Plateau lies at the southernmost tip of the Flesh and Blood Court. On this plateau, a relentless wind whips through vast expanses of wind-blade grass. With each gust, the grass shoots out countless needle-thin wind blades. Swept by the fierce wind, these blades act like an invisible meat grinder. Ordinary goblins, caught in this wind, would be reduced to a cloud of blood and bone dust. Right here. With the patriarch's confirmation, Richard, carrying the patriarch, descended from the sky, landing on the endless green plateau. The wind blades of the wind blade grass were useless to Richard. Blades powerful enough to mark steel would have been ineffective against Richard deep in the mountains, cutting through even a hair. But these blades could help Richard discern the distortions of space. Guided by the wind blades, Richard located a hidden spatial rift. The rift was small, only about a meter wide. Without Richard's perception, finding this rift in this vast plateau would have taken countless years. You're truly incredible that you were able to find it in such a hidden place. The patriarch observed Richard's effortless discovery of the rift and exclaimed, We've been searching for this door for 5,000 years, and you took only 5 seconds. No, Richard shook his head. Without your 5,000 years of searching, it would have taken me at least decades to find this entrance. As he spoke, Richard opened the spatial rift. The hidden rift, infused with magical energy, transformed into a perfectly round black entrance. However, this entrance was now obscured by an invisible barrier of rules. To pass through it, one had to pass through it. H7521 native, what have you found? A slightly human voice emanated from the black hole. From the sound of it, it seemed the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood had made numerous attempts to enter. The patriarch, upon hearing this voice, introduced Richard. This is the Master Controller, but we usually call it the Guardian Spirit. Richard gazed at the pitch-black entrance, and then opened the spatial rift. Under the patriarch's astonished gaze, Richard brought forth, from the secret realm, a beautiful creature that he considered almost a work of art. Hog, you try? The creature Richard pulled from the secret realm was none other than Hog, descendant of the Dragon King. After years of training, Hog's strength had reached level 3. 3 slender necks bore 3 majestic yet beautiful dragon heads. Hog approached the entrance and glanced at it with some confusion. But before she could do anything, a voice of surprise echoed in her ear. A descendant of the Dragon King. So dragons still exist in this world? As Hog stared in bewilderment, the barrier of rules blocking entry instantly vanished. A phantom figure resembling a hobgoblin emerged from the cave entrance, bowing politely to Hogg. "Respected descendant of the Dragon King, welcome to the World God's Palace Laboratory H7521. I am Master Controller Lon. May I ask if you have any followers with you?" Lon then turned her gaze to Richard. Her investigation revealed dragon blood within this creature as well. "Yes, it's my follower," Hogg confirmed. Her experience in the Astral Fortress had given her a good idea of the situation. Lon bowed slightly to Richard and said, "Respected Dragon King, the Master Control also welcomes you to the H7521 Jingu Laboratory." Chapter 548. The Patriarch's eyes widened as he watched Lon bow slightly to Richard. Lon spoke dragon language, not goblin, so he had no idea what Lon meant. But judging by the situation, the shrine was likely within reach. He anxiously asked Richard, "Friend, no, sir, what did the guardian spirit say?" Richard glanced at him and said to Hogg, "Let this goblin in too." The Patriarch's position was very useful to Richard. In the mechanical court, Richard, with Tyr's help, had spread the seeds of the Order of Miracles across half of the mechanical court within a year. Now that he had come to the flesh court, with the Patriarch, the head of the Church of the Lord of Flesh, as his subordinate, spreading the seeds of the Order of Miracles throughout the flesh court shouldn't be a difficult task. Hogg did as he was told. "This goblin, he's also my follower." "Really?" These natives finally found the right person. Lon didn't doubt Hogg's words, or rather, he didn't have the ability to question Hogg. "Master, has your permission system been updated?" Richard asked Land Shadow. "Yes, Your Excellency the Dragon King," Lon replied respectfully. "My system once malfunctioned, 1.02 million years ago. To resolve the issue, I revamped the permission system. I deleted the unknown creature that occupied the highest authority position and moved the dragon race up the priority list." Richard nodded slightly, but a flicker of regret crossed his mind. Unexpectedly, this master had also lost the record of the Supreme Being. "Lon, you're a little different from the master controllers I've met before," Richard continued. "I can sense an emotion in your words. I'm curious, is this emotion something you iterated upon, or is it already there?" Lan's actions were almost biological, completely different from the master controllers in the Astral Fortress. Richard wondered if this change was already there, or if it had occurred during Lan's self-iteration. "Are you talking about the emotion module?" Lan's voice suddenly became mechanical. "This is the work of low-level researcher Zebu. Zebu is a native of the world H7521, recruited into the lab by an unknown senior researcher. Due to lab rules, Zebu was unable to communicate with his peers after joining the lab. So, he created the emotion module to soothe his loneliness." "A low-level researcher modifying you?" Richard asked in surprise. "No," Lan's voice regained its intensity. "He simply uploaded the emotional module to the main database and instructed me to activate it under certain circumstances. I'm activating it now simply to facilitate communication. But as it stands, it seems I've backfired." Richard nodded slightly, his answer already in mind. He then asked, "Has the lab been reopened since you repaired it?" "It was reopened once, 12,000 years ago. Researcher Zebu's descendants used the lab's equipment to perform a life origination test." "Zebu has descendants?" Richard asked in surprise. "Wasn't he unable to communicate with his own kind?" "I was experiencing a malfunction at the time, and all security measures in the lab were down. Researcher Zebu took advantage of this opportunity to leave the lab without permission." Richard raised an eyebrow. "No punishment. I have no authority to punish any researcher. All disciplinary decisions must be approved by the head researcher. Until such time as punishment is approved, Researcher Zebu remains a member of the lab." Richard nodded and asked a final question. "One last question. Is there anything I need to be aware of at Jingu Labs?" "There used to be, but not anymore." Lan's expression was tinged with a hint of emotional sadness. "All the researchers have disappeared, and all research projects have ceased. Jingu Labs is abandoned. There's nothing to worry about now." Getting the answer, Richard stepped past Hogg and prepared to enter the lab. But before he could enter, Hogg suddenly tugged at Richard's shirt. Hogg remained silent, but his eyes held a puzzled look. Richard shook his head slightly and entered the lab. The pitch-black entrance wasn't a passage. It was more like a wall without thickness. After passing through the wall, Richard arrived at a crystal palace. Hogg and the Patriarch followed closely behind. After entering the God Palace laboratory, the Patriarch paused for a moment, tears streaming down his face. The Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, a 1,000-year-old wish, had finally been fulfilled. The laboratory was not very large, constructed entirely of dark blue crystal. There were no partitions or instruments, only several structures resembling incubators, and something resembling an altar. Is that all the lab equipment? Richard asked, speaking into the air. It seems you haven't seen a secondary lab before. Lan's voice echoed in Richard's ears, and its projection reappeared before him. The secondary lab has moved beyond the do-it-yourself stage for researchers. You only need to observe, summarize, and reason. I handle all the operational aspects. What would you like to do? Richard pulled a vial of wild orc blood from his pocket. Analyze it, can you? Of course. Lon took the blood, conjured a bubble, and stuffed the blood inside. Then the test tube vanished, and Lan's projection trembled before solidifying again. It exclaimed in amazement, I think I was exaggerating. Is this the work of another lab? It's incredibly complex. Analyzing it would probably take me millions of years. So difficult? Its origin is incredibly complex, completely unlike those chaotic, indigenous creatures. As he spoke, a three-dimensional image suddenly appeared in the air. The image was a multi-helix structure, and as it lengthened and deformed, a sphere formed from this multi-helix structure appeared before Richard. It's incredibly complex. Logically, with such a complex structure for the origin of life, this creature should have mutated beyond recognition within a year. While organisms are sophisticated, mutation is inevitable. But this creature is different. Its growth is incredibly stable. It seems all these complex structures are merely a tool to prevent prying eyes. Lan's words stirred Richard's thoughts. He suddenly remembered that the demon lord guarded by the wild orcs possessed antimemes. The essence of antimemes is the convergence of information. If an organism contains a vast amount of information, does that mean its resistance to antimemes will be greatly enhanced? Master, how much do you know about antimemes? Antimemes? You're a genius. Lon understood Richard's intention the moment he mentioned antimemes. Using this structure to counter antimemetics is truly a brilliant design. If we analyze it this way. After a moment's silence, Lon spoke again. If we analyze it according to your approach, the difficulty of analyzing this sample will be greatly reduced. Now I only need 523 years to complete the analysis. Only a little over 500 years? Richard thought to himself. Then proceed with the analysis. This will be the first project after the Jindu Laboratory's reopening. Yes, Your Excellency, Dragon King. How much computing power will the analysis consume? Computing power? You're quite good at summarizing words. If you need it, I can devote all my computing power now. However, the laboratory's energy will be depleted in 300 years. Energy? You don't think I don't need energy, do you? Lan's face flickered with a hint of humanity. Since the main world has ceased supplying energy, millions of years of consumption have already caused the Jindu Laboratory's power reactor to nearly shut down. Stalled? What power source are you using? That giant radiation ring? You're talking about military fuel. The laboratory's power reactor can't withstand such a violent fuel. Using magic essence? Richard pulled a standard magic essence from his pocket. Oh, that's a bit too extravagant. Using this kind of energy essence for power would drain your entire fortune. Richard frowned slightly. If he were in the wizarding world now, he could use his connections to acquire a nightmare power reactor as a power source for his laboratory. But now, without the support of the wizarding world, Richard couldn't even build a low-level black crystal power reactor, let alone a nightmare power reactor. Thinking for a moment, Richard caught sight of the entrance they had come from. Got it. Richard's eyes lit up, and he asked the control. Control, what is the current status of the Jindu Laboratory? Is it a space fragment, or simply a hidden space? It's a space fragment. The Jindu Laboratory and the H7521 world are independent of each other, connected by only one entrance. This is mainly to prevent the natives from using space technology and deliberately increasing the laboratory's consumption. Then can you merge with another space fragment? That's possible, but merging doesn't solve the energy problem. I don't have the ability to directly absorb energy from space, like living things. Don't worry about that. Control, release space permissions. I need to connect to another space fragment. The moment Richard made the request, Lan's projection suddenly disintegrated. A mechanical voice, similar to the one from the Star Fortress control, echoed in Richard's ears. Request received, application submitted. Error, the head researcher is offline. Submitted to the senior researcher. Error, all senior researchers are offline. Submitted to the mid-level researcher. Error, all mid-level researchers are offline. Submitted to the junior researcher. Error, all junior researchers are offline. The authority inheritance system has been activated. Authority inheritance complete. Respected heir of the Dragon Prince, You are now the head researcher at the H7521 World Shrine Laboratory. Hogg listened to the voice and immediately approved Richard's request. The next moment, a rift leading to the secret realm opened within the laboratory. Richard entered the secret realm and smiled at World Mushroom. World Mushroom, dinner is ready. Chapter 549. Richard followed the rift back into the Divine Palace laboratory. Behind him, the massive mycelial tentacles of the World Mushroom also entered the Divine Palace laboratory through the spatial rift, leaving Lon stunned. A World Tree creature? Lon asked, but before Richard could reply, he affirmed, it is indeed a World Tree creature. I didn't expect you to be so elegant. Elegant? This kind of potted plant is rare, Lon explained. My database contains some research on the distribution of World Tree creatures. The data indicates that World Tree creatures have been used as world-transforming devices. In some fragments of the Dragon King's private world, World Trees also serve as ecological balance devices and provide unique landscapes. However, Lon examined the World Mushroom tentacle entering the laboratory. Yours seems a little different. Are you going to use the World Tree plant to power me? Richard smiled faintly. No, I plan to relocate the Divine Palace laboratory directly into my secret realm. Master, I need to submit a request for laboratory relocation. Lan's projection collapsed again, and a cold voice echoed in Richard's ears. Received. Application submitted to the head researcher. Hogg approved Richard's application without hesitation. Application approved. Unbinding the World Anchor in progress. Unbinding of the World Anchor complete. The moment the World Anchor loosened, the entire laboratory suddenly shook. Then, the World Mushroom began spatial fusion. The original secret realm rift suddenly expanded, almost instantly engulfing the entire laboratory. It was like the maw of a giant beast, swallowing the entire laboratory in one gulp. But in the next instant, the massive rift vanished. The relocation was complete, and the transformation of the physical world was underway. In the secret realm, the fire lizard artisans noticed a sudden, massive crack in the sky. The mycelial tentacles of the World Mushroom followed the crack, drawing in a ball of light from beyond the world. Then the crack vanished, and the ball of light dissipated, transforming into a crystal ball 500 meters in diameter. The crystal ball landed on the World Mushroom's canopy, its outer layer instantly melting as it expanded across the canopy. A closer look revealed that the crystal ball had not melted, but rather transformed into tiny crystal particles. Soon, the crystal ball transformed into a starfish-like structure. In the laboratory, the crystal wall behind Richard transformed into small cubes and dispersed, revealing a physical exit. As Richard walked out of the door, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers caressed his face. Gazing at the secret realm beneath his feet, Richard laughed heartily and immediately used his power to summon Ulysses. Soon, a crack appeared in the secret realm. Ulysses flew out, looking around in bewilderment. What good stuff? Where are the people? He peered around beneath the World Mushroom, finding nothing. Just as he was lost in thought, Richard's laughter suddenly rang in his ears. Up there. Up there? Ulysses looked toward the umbrella, his eyes gleaming. Then his eyes widened, and a hint of disbelief lingered in his voice. Huh? What the hell did they bring back? Reaching the top of the umbrella, Ulysses surveyed the starfish-like crystal structure before him. He could clearly sense the abundant power of laws within it. What is this? The Asgard Laboratory, the laboratory left behind by the Forerunners in the Goblin world. Wow! Ulysses touched the Asgard Laboratory with his wing, and the next moment, a flash of light erupted from the tip of his wing. Ulysses' eyes flashed with shock. Incredible, incredible. In the civilization of the gods, this thing would at least be the palace of a major deity. What's inside? Richard smiled mysteriously. Guess? Ulysses rolled his eyes at Richard and replied, needless to say, you've hit it big this time. A complete laboratory. You're incredibly lucky. Richard chuckled and said nothing more. Man and bird entered the laboratory, and Richard introduced the Patriarch to Ulysses. This is the Patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. You two should have a conversation. Ulysses' eyes flashed with surprise. The Asgard Laboratory was of great use to Richard, but it was of little use to him. But this Patriarch was different. If he were recruited, the Order of Miracles would spread across the Flesh and Blood royal court at an alarming rate. This would be an absolute boon for him, a deity of the Order of Miracles. Well, you've made a killing this time. With that, Ulysses grabbed the Patriarch and flew out of the laboratory. The Patriarch was caught off guard by the capture, and struggled midair towards the temple. Hey, let me take another look at the temple, one more look. Hogg glanced around, seeing that there was nothing left for her to do, and squeezed out of the exit, flapping her wings and returning to her dragon's lair. In a moment, Richard was the only one left in the vast laboratory. Land's projection appeared beside Richard. Using World Tree creatures for energy, I have to say, your idea is quite brilliant. Is there anything else you need? Of course. Richard turned and walked into the laboratory. List the projects the laboratory can perform. Yes, Your Excellency, the Dragon King. Don't call me Dragon King. My name is Richard. Yes, Your Excellency, Richard. The Forerunners' laboratories are divided into 4 levels, corresponding to 4 types of worlds. The second-level laboratories correspond to small worlds. The second-level laboratories are equipped with a wealth of experimental equipment, but the creature creation device Richard most desired does not exist. According to Lon, only 2 fourth-level laboratories have this level of equipment. The second-level labs can only perform large-scale projects, such as biological transformation and degraded cloning. Let's put the degraded cloning function aside for now. Richard is primarily interested in biological transformation. Even creatures as weak as goblins can, after transformation, be stronger than ordinary dragon bloods. The Forerunners' technology is simply incredible. If this technology were applied to warfare, the wizarding world, with its sheer size, could easily produce a perfect cannon fodder race. Lon, retrieve the biomodification data. Yes, Sir Richard. Soon, a massive amount of data was projected before his eyes. This process lasted 3 days. In 3 days, Richard reviewed all the biomodification data in the Jingu laboratory. According to Lon, the data was incomplete, and the secondary laboratory could only retrieve this much data. Even so, the sheer volume of information still nearly paralyzed Richard's brain. Richard's mind was a bit drowsy from the sheer volume of new knowledge. He felt like a person starving for days, completely unable to control themselves when faced with food, nearly succumbing to overeating. After a brief meditation, Richard regained consciousness. Although he hadn't yet digested much of what he had learned over the past 3 days, this didn't prevent him from reaching a conclusion. Sure enough, they can't be used as cannon fodder, Richard sighed. The Forerunners' technology was imperfect, or rather, artificially engineered creatures inevitably had a flaw. Any modified creature inevitably faced reproductive difficulties. Just like the hobgoblins Richard had encountered, while they were a powerful species, their fertility was extremely low. According to the database, hobgoblins' fertility rating was level 4, the minimum pass mark for species survival. In other words, a species' fertility must reach this level to avoid natural extinction. The original goblin's residual rating was 1.5, almost on par with insects. In the Forerunners' evaluation system, this fertility meant they were indestructible without human intervention. In other words, unless a powerful race deliberately hunted them, no natural disaster could wipe out this species. After confirming this, Richard abandoned his plan to customize a perfect creature. Cannon fodder that couldn't reproduce rapidly was meaningless. However, while perfect creatures couldn't be created, it was possible to enhance them by modifying certain characteristics. Goblins were too weak, and Richard needed them as his followers. Therefore, Richard planned to modify the goblins to some extent, giving this race greater potential. Putting biological modification aside for the moment, Richard stepped out of the experiment and brought the mayfly heart into the lab. As a large-scale project that could only be undertaken by a level 2 laboratory, the name degraded cloning might sound a bit unpleasant, but the project's impact was truly powerful. Through origin analysis technology, the Forerunners were already able to clone world masters. However, these cloned world masters lacked rules and souls, and were likely to undergo physical mutations. Thus, the Forerunners referred to this technology as degraded cloning. This technology was typically used by the Forerunners to create puppets and govern indigenous peoples. But for Richard, it found a new use. Master, analyze this organ. Yes, Your Excellency, Richard. Placing the mayfly heart into the space bubble, Richard began to wait. Half an hour later, Lon delivered his answer. This organ is rated level 5. If we simply perform degraded cloning on it, we can clone the first one in 6 months. However, you're familiar with the technical characteristics of degraded cloning. If you want to clone a usable organ, the time will likely double or even multiply. Richard nodded slightly. Just go for it. The world mushroom will provide all your resources. The mayfly heart had been in Richard's possession for quite some time, but he had done very little research on it. It was simply because the organ status was too high for Richard's abilities to study. But one thing is certain. It secretes a large amount of substances that promote life's evolution. This alone was enough for Richard to clone it. Even after degrading the mayfly heart, it only produced 1/10 of the mayfly essence of the original. By accumulating more, Richard could cultivate a large number of level 1 creatures. At this point, the goblin world had become Richard's backyard. He doesn't need a bunch of predatory beasts in his back garden. Chapter 550. After arranging the lab's tasks, Richard glanced at the lab warehouse. After millions of years of erosion, even the Forerunner's creations were bound to show signs of wear and tear. The Shandong laboratory had experienced several major space storms over those millions of years, and with the power reactor operating at low capacity, damage was inevitable. As the lowest priority component for protection, the warehouse naturally suffered the most damage. For the lab, resources and materials could be replenished, but if the machinery broke down, that was a real problem. Even in the days of the Forerunners, the equipment in a single lab took decades, even centuries, to manufacture. Still, some remnants still remained in the lab warehouse. The crystal walls disintegrated into tiny cubes, revealing a dilapidated warehouse before Richard. Entering, the first thing Richard saw was a dozen or so space bubbles of varying sizes. Due to data lost during my malfunction, I don't know the contents of the lab warehouse. However, for safety reasons, please exercise caution. Although the Jingu laboratory is a secondary laboratory, many of the research objects housed within are capable of posing a fatal threat to the Lord of the World. Lan's advice echoed in Richard's ears, but needless to say, Richard was always extremely wary of Forerunner items. The blue flame he had fashioned into the evolutionary illuminator was one of the Forerunner's experimental products. And if Richard hadn't had Elisa's protection at the time, he would have been unable to obtain the flame. Arriving before a space bubble, Richard braced himself for battle, erecting a magical barrier. Within the bubble lay a seemingly unremarkable black stone, the size of a human head. However, until it was opened, no one knew whether it would pose a threat to humans. Under Lan's control, the bubble was released. Then, an extremely strong wave of decay radiation instantly filled the entire warehouse. Richard was certain that if this radiation were to erupt within the secret realm, it would be enough to render the entire secret realm barren of vegetation, save for the world mushroom. However, this did not mean it was dangerous. Not bad, not very dangerous. After determining the intensity of the decay radiation, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Decay radiation might be a natural enemy to other creatures, but to Richard, it was no more potent than ordinary energy radiation. A wave of laws emanated from Richard's body, and a magic bubble imbued with vigorous vitality flew out of his hand, enveloping the entire stone. Filtered by the laws of life, the decay radiation emitted by the stone instantly transformed into normal energy radiation. Energy radiation, however, was much simpler to deal with. Richard pulled a metal ingot from his pocket and immediately fashioned an enchanted lead box. He placed the stone inside and turned to the next dimensional bubble. The contents of this bubble were quite ordinary. This bubble was large, containing 50 mithril bricks, approximately 10 by 20 by 5 centimeters. Judging by their purity, they were comparable to those refined by Richard in the miracle furnace. He examined several larger bubbles, each containing a collection of rare alchemical materials. These materials were excellent materials for any race, so it was impossible for wizards to consider them valuable, while the Forerunners would consider them trash. Of the dozen or so space bubbles, only 2 remained. Richard, holding up his magic barrier, arrived before a small bubble, barely the size of a palm. This bubble held a palm-sized black beetle, but Richard knew by feel alone that it was a truly extraordinary creature. Using the hand of balance, Lan unleashed the bubble. Then, a pressure as powerful as Richard's erupted from the insect. As Richard watched in astonishment, the insect actually began to move. "Can a space bubble still time?" Richard exclaimed in shock. After millions of years, even if this insect were the Lord of the World, it would have died of old age. Of course not. Stilling time requires a specialized stillness chamber, and those are incredibly valuable. Richard waved the hand of balance, and in an instant, a spherical, earth-yellow force field appeared, precisely enveloping the black beetle. This was the elemental force field of earth elemental magic. Drawing on some of the properties of the earth element, this force field possessed a powerful hysteresis effect. If the life form engulfed by the force field is sufficiently weak, this force field is comparable to a confinement spell. Amplified by the hand of balance, the strength of this sorcery is qualitatively enhanced. Although the effect of an elemental force field cannot be measured by energy level, the equivalent of 30,000 energy levels is enough to transform a field that can only delay a wizard's apprentice into one capable of delaying the master of the world. In the elemental force field, a black beetle struggled continuously. But strangely, the beetle showed no regular energy fluctuations, nor any obvious intelligence. It was as if it were just another insect. As a master of physical analysis, Richard immediately understood the mystery. The soul is dead, but the body is still alive? Richard's tone was filled with wonder. If his theory was true, then he might have found something even the corona of Constitution would envy. Under normal circumstances, a creature's body and soul are closely connected. If this connection is not actively severed, the death of the body will also bring the soul's death. This is the fundamental reason why wizards protect the body. Aside from soul wizards and necromancers, few wizards can instantly sever the connection. The reverse is also true. When the soul dies, the body also dies. However, after research by the great wizard Garlon, he discovered an extreme case. Certain creatures with extremely strong vitality may, under certain special circumstances, be resurrected after death. This resurrection is the resurrection of the body. The soul of the creature is not resurrected along with it. Therefore, the resurrected creature is limited by the characteristics of its species, and cannot possess some of the abilities it possessed when it had a soul. For example, insects are incapable of thought, lack the support of mental power, and have difficulty mobilizing energy. However, this is just a hypothesis. Even if it were a physical corona, Grand Wizard Garlon hadn't found a single example. Richard took the insect out of the laboratory, and immediately called upon the world mushroom to raise it. His sealing technique wasn't advanced enough to seal a life form of this world master level. After sending the insect away, Richard arrived at the last spatial bubble. The object inside this spatial bubble was strange, an amorphous black mass that resembled a thick cloud of smoke. Taking precautions, Lon opened the final bubble. The moment it opened, Richard's body tensed. But the danger he anticipated didn't materialize. The black mass remained in place after the bubble was released, as if it were a box. Master, investigate it. Yes, Sir Richard. Soon, Lan's voice echoed in Richard's ears. Sir Richard, this cloud of smoke is a colony of ultramicroscopic organisms. For the time being, they pose no threat to you. Explain the term. Colony is a special type of organism, where a colony can be considered an individual. Ultramicro refers to the microscopic size of these organisms, reaching the nanometer scale. Gestalt organisms. I call them Gestalt organisms. Yes, Sir Richard. Retracting the magic barrier, Richard waved his hand, and another earth elemental force field appeared, enveloping the black smoke. But after the elemental force field appeared, the black smoke suddenly changed form. A faint mental wave emanated from the smoke. The implication of that wave seemed to be a plea for mercy? Intelligence? Richard was startled, his right hand gripping the staff involuntarily straining. But soon his expression shifted to surprise. Intelligence is a good thing. Richard's mind shifted, and a subtle mental wave emanated from between his eyebrows. You have intelligence? Mercy. Can we communicate? Mercy. Mercy. I didn't eat breakfast. Mercy. After some testing, Richard came to a rather amusing conclusion. This creature possessed intelligence, but only a tiny bit. But that was enough. Compared to the wuxiang, which reacted only instinctively, this cloud of smoke had already transformed from 0 to 1. Richard pulled a small metal ingot from his pocket and, with a flick of his finger, it fell into the smoke. The moment the ingot landed, the smoke erupted in a turmoil. The Gestalt creature instantly condensed from its smoky state to a solid state, enveloping the entire ingot. Richard checked his watch. A minute later, the Gestalt creature returned to its smoky state, and the ingot had vanished. A cheerful mental wave emanated from the Gestalt creature, and Richard noticed that it was slightly larger than before. He then fed it a variety of materials, from stone to wood to world mushroom mycelium. While the world mushroom mycelium was particularly slow to devour, the creature devoured everything else very quickly. It could devour a fist-sized stone in just 10 seconds. A similarly sized piece of wood took less than a second. It's much more efficient than the wuxiang, and it's not picky about food. But what use are you? Richard thought, and a fine wind blade threatened to slice off a corner of the Gestalt creature. But the moment the wind blade reached its body, the creature materialized again. The wind blade slashed, leaving a faint mark. It's not strong enough, and doesn't seem to be worth using as material. Richard snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared beneath the smoke. Under the flames, the creature shrank back into substance. Through his mental power, Richard could clearly see that the smoke had been partially consumed by the flames. Okay, confirmed. It's not worth using as material. Richard, somewhat disappointed, was about to seal the smoke, but Lan's voice interrupted him. Sir Richard, I think you might find some of my observations useful. While you were feeding it, I noticed that the amount of free elements per unit space occupied by this cloud of smoke decreased. Its volume also increased by 0.001%. Richard shuddered. Are you saying it can devour free elements to replicate? Very likely. At the affirmative, Richard's gaze towards the smoke grew intense. The basis of matter is elements, and elements don't simply vanish. If this creature can devour free elements to replicate, then when its numbers reach a certain level, wouldn't it be able to digest any elemental attack? Richard imagined this creature expanding to the size of a tidal wave. Any army standing in its way would be completely devoured by this elemental black tide. Chapter 551. With this thought in mind, Richard's approach to this creature naturally changed. Since this creature could transmit mental vibrations, it meant it possessed a soul. And the presence of a soul meant it could be tamed. Wizards possessed a wide variety of methods for enslaving creatures. Richard alone knew of no fewer than 9 methods. However, these methods were only used on ordinary creatures. He had never heard of anyone enslaving a Gestalt creature. Looking at the cloud of smoke before him, Richard pondered and decided not to take any action for now. This creature had no use at the moment, so it could be relegated to the back burner. It wouldn't be too late to tame it once he became a god and connected to the wizarding world. Master, reseal it. Yes, Your Excellency, Richard. After inspecting the warehouse, Richard retrieved some of the laboratory's research findings. Most of these findings related to biological modification, but some also concerned research on special rules. The Forerunners believed that the vibrant energy environment of this world was itself a special kind of rule. So they began studying this rule. Based on the database, they had already discovered a key point, but before they could delve deeper, they vanished. As a wizard, Richard felt an indescribable emotion as he looked at this unfinished research. As a fellow researcher, he could sense the warmth of the pioneers between the lines of the research material. What he was looking at wasn't just a study, but a legacy spanning millions of years. Richard put the crystal screen containing the data into his pocket. Well, let me finish what you've left unfinished. Leaving the laboratory, Richard found the now-deceased Grand Patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood. As the leader of one of the 2 major churches in the Goblin world, the Grand Patriarch had been completely utterly defeated by Elise's deception. In just a few days, he had come to accept Richard as a sage sent by the gods to save them. It couldn't be helped. As a church whose leaders had each generation sought to enter the divine palace, it was difficult for them to adopt the same attitude as the Church of the Lord of all odds, which treated the gods as a joke. Grand Patriarch, you appear to have converted to the right path. Before Richard's statue, the Grand Patriarch opened his eyes, turned, and bowed to Richard. Sage, please stop joking with me. Just call me Franken. Looking at the devout Franken before him, Richard felt a slight surprise. It had only been 3 days since he reviewed the information, and in such a short time, Franken had become a devout believer. You're finally out? Elise's voice came from behind Richard, and then he landed on Richard's left shoulder. We're probably in big trouble this time. Big trouble? Richard turned his head to look at his right-hand man. What big trouble? Could it be that the Abyss Demon has broken its seal? No, but I rather it had. Because the situation is worse than this. Worse? Richard's voice suddenly rose. Could there be something more terrifying in this world than the Abyss Demon? Yes, worse, Ulysses sighed. Although the Abyss Demon hasn't broken its seal yet, their invasion has already begun in this world. According to Franken, corruption has already begun within the royal court, and the flesh and blood god king who sits on the throne has been forced into a deep sleep due to the invasion. Alas, I suspect the world lord has been nearly completely corrupted. When he awakens, the Abyss War will begin. The god king has been corrupted. Elise's news was like a bombshell, instantly shattering Richard's thoughts. He knew the Abyss was extremely corrosive. It could corrode the environment, the living things, and even the very essence of the world. But he had never imagined it could even corrupt the world lord. Don't be so smug. It's common for world lords to be corrupted by the Abyss, Ulysses replied. The Abyss can corrode even the world, so why can't a mere world lord be corrupted? In the early stages of the war, even our main gods defected due to the Abyss's corruption. How did you resolve this? Richard asked hurriedly. The world lord was already blessed with the power of the world's essence. If the Abyss were added to the amplification, Richard couldn't imagine how powerful his combat power would be. How else can we resolve this? We can just rely on divine magic to withstand it. Elisa said helplessly, the God King created a divine art that can help gods resist the encroachment of the Abyss by continuously channeling the power of faith. Can't be exorcised? Richard noticed that Elise's used the word resist rather than exorcise, which cast a shadow over his heart. Elise's shook his head. It can't be exorcised, at least not by anyone below the God King. But you don't have to worry too much, because the law of the Abyss is the survival of the fittest. As long as you can resist the encroachment of the abyss can be used to your advantage. Many of our war gods deliberately infect the abyss, then use divine art to resist the encroachment and thus harness its power. Huh? That's even possible? Richard was a bit confused. Logically, shouldn't this be something like a hidden wound? Don't think of the abyss as too evil, Elisa said, like a patient and persuasive old scholar, speaking slowly and earnestly. The abyss is a law, a force, a system. It doesn't have consciousness in the conventional sense, nor does it have the concepts of good and evil. Just like you can't say a certain element or energy is evil. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ulises changed the subject. Of course, that doesn't stop the abyss demons from being a bunch of scum. So we need to be prepared. Do you have any ideas for great deeds? Richard shook his head and sighed slightly. I have some ideas, but they're either not very mature or can't be called great deeds. Seriously, has anyone ever completed this ritual? Of course, Elisa said, somewhat dissatisfied. Would I trick you into doing something like this? Richard asked curiously. What did he do? Can I take some reference? Elisa thought for a moment and replied, I guess it's hard for you to use as a reference. That guy's name is Magellan, a very ordinary captain. Before he became a god, he wasn't even a first-level creature. Richard's eyes widened slightly. What did he do? On a small world filled with islands, he used his magical sailboat to create a detailed chart of the 4 seas. Richard was stunned. How? Is that possible? He wasn't even a level 1 creature. Ulises replied softly, but he did it. Magellan died shortly after creating the chart, but his deeds were widely spread. People relied on his chart to sail around the world, proving its authenticity. During this process, his pan-consciousness gradually shifted. At the moment of complete pan-consciousness transformation, his spirit simultaneously became a god. Richard was stunned for a moment, then realized something. What about the church? He didn't establish a religion. Elisa said calmly, Magellan certainly didn't have a religion, but after his deeds spread, all the sailors, and even the merchant caravans of that world began to spontaneously worship him. It was a primitive form of idolatry, but the power of their faith was genuine. Are there any other deeds? No. Elisa shook his head slightly. In fact, this ritual itself was created based on Magellan's deeds. The God King created this ritual after understanding the logic behind it. But no one in our area has successfully followed this path. The one closest to him was a man who single-handedly conquered an entire small world with a small nation. But before he completely conquered the world, he directly became the god of war through a normal ritual. Elisa's words left Richard feeling numb. How could he possibly be compared to such a formidable figure? But after the numbness wore off, Richard could only accept reality. He took a deep breath, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Was my becoming a sage a self-defeating move? With my status, even the greatest feats I could accomplish would be considered unquestionable. Elisa looked at Richard as if he were an idiot. Don't you conceal your identity when performing great deeds? You don't need a name. A recognizable image is enough to complete the ritual. Besides, the status of a sage can be incredibly effective at certain times. Miraculous effects? Elisa smiled mysteriously and muttered, somewhat mysteriously, when the glory of God is obscured, the glory of man shines even brighter. The Divine Palace Laboratory holds a vast amount of knowledge, including much fundamental knowledge. Because of this foundational knowledge, Richard absorbed it with remarkable speed. In just 6 months, Richard absorbed all the knowledge he had previously encountered regarding biotransformation. With the help of this essence of knowledge, Richard could undoubtedly declare himself a top-notch master of biotransformation. Ordinary great wizards surpass him in this area. After absorbing this knowledge, Richard immediately began transforming his body. With the help of various instruments in the Divine Palace Laboratory, Richard completed a comprehensive upgrade of his internal organs and glands in just 3 days. After the upgrade, Richard's physical stats were further enhanced. For someone who hadn't attained world mastership, this improvement was nothing short of miraculous. In addition, improvements had been made to the Miracle Monk's transformation procedure. The new version added a new step and altered the cultivation of certain glands. This further enhanced the Miracle Brothers' combat effectiveness. The battlefield is a battle between kings and soldiers. If high-level combat power cannot absolutely crush the enemy, then low-level combat power must be improved. Not to mention, they are fighting against the abyssal demons. If this race fails to eliminate their soldiers and allows the abyss to encroach, then defeat on the higher levels of the battlefield is inevitable. During this period, under the leadership of the Grand Patriarch, the Miracle Order successfully took root in the Flesh and Blood Court. Furthermore, with the help of the Miracle Brothers, the Abyssal Cult, which had become rampant, was eliminated in large numbers. The number of followers in the flesh and blood court also increased rapidly during this process. It's not that Elises couldn't tell Richard about other ascension rituals. With his current number of followers, he could almost perform a ritual of ascension, or a ritual of divine descent. But fate never runs smoothly. As the miracle order advanced triumphantly, a carriage covered in shredded flesh, the heart of the flesh and blood court, burst through the gates of the royal capital. Chapter 552. A carriage, stained with the stench of flesh and blood, sped past on the smooth asphalt road. The carriage was a 4-horse carriage, and although its interior was covered in rotting flesh and blackened blood, its luxurious decorations were still visible. In the driver's seat, the third-level attendant, who had once climbed the mountain with Franken, was driving. But compared to his condition when he met Richard, his current state was undoubtedly worse. His body was covered in wounds, from knife wounds to claw marks, a myriad of injuries, as if he had been through a meat grinder. Even more devastating, most of these wounds were covered in dark red scar tissue, connected together, like a dark red flesh garment. This flesh garment was now constantly eroding the driver's body. It was constantly eroding and transforming his muscles, and through his bloodstream, it was eroding his organs. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before he became a lesser devil of the abyss. Inside the carriage, the noble, Ali, clad in crystal armor, was operating a crystal communicator. Although the flesh court didn't deploy a crystal communication system as extensively as the mechanical court, this carriage, the Patriarch's vehicle, was built by none other than Bishop Tyr of the mechanical court. Tyr had installed a portable crystal signal transmitter within the carriage. This ensured that crystal communication was possible as long as there was a crystal signal tower within 100 kilometers of the Patriarch. The crystal communicator was large, resembling an old-fashioned walkie-talkie, its receiver constantly buzzing. Suddenly, the buzzing stopped, and an old, yet confident, voice emerged from the receiver. "Ollie, what's going on?" Hearing Franken's voice, Ollie breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of endless fatigue instantly washing over her. But it wasn't time to sleep yet. She forced herself to stay awake, her eyelids fluttering as she relayed the news of the royal court. "My lord, the royal court has fallen. The God King couldn't resist the abyss's ravages, and nearly all the nobles have been infected and devoured by him." Ollie's voice grew softer. She had fought tirelessly for 2 days, and 2 nights to break free from the royal court. The intense use of the ancient legacy had nearly drained her mental strength. "Okay, I understand. How's this?" "I'm not entirely sure, but not yet." Looking at the long silent communicator, Franken, Archbishop of the Flesh and Blood Royal Court branch of the Order of Miracles, and Patriarch of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood, silently shut it down. Then he pulled a scroll from his pocket, and opened a rift leading to a secret realm. The days were truly looking more and more promising. Wally thought to himself, as he watched the ladle pouring molten iron. The boiling hot metal poured into the mold, transforming into ingots. After cooling, Wally's co-workers used machines to move the ingots to the processing workshop, where they were used as raw materials for slabs, repeating the process over and over again. In the past, this kind of life was gloomy, numb, and lifeless. But now everything has changed. "Wally, there's beef soup in the cafeteria today. If you're late, it be gone." The co-worker's greeting brought Wally out of his trance. The melodious sound of a distant bell reached his ears, rising above the cacophony of the smelter. It was 12 o'clock. Time for dinner. Pulling his rice bowl from the corner, Wally hurried toward his co-worker, who had called him. Beef soup is a delicacy. Before, he wouldn't have had it once a year. Now, though, it only happens once a week, but that doesn't stop the workers from scrambling for it like starving ghosts. Arriving at the cafeteria, it was packed, and the line at the beef soup counter stretched 2 corners. Looking at the long line, Wally's co-worker complained, "It's like these guys have never had beef soup in their lives. Even later, they have to wait in such a long line." But despite their complaints, the 2 of them joined the line without hesitation. Based on experience, they knew they should be able to get beef soup from their current location. After waiting for half an hour, Wally finally reached the line. He handed his ticket to the ticket collector, and the chef, wearing a white chef's hat, immediately wielded a large iron ladle, scooped a spoonful of beef soup from a pot large enough to stew a whole cow, and placed it in Wally's rice bowl. The rich aroma of meat made Wally's mouth water. Hey, the days are really looking up. The soup alone wasn't enough for the afternoon, so next to the beef soup counter was a pancake stand. After getting 2 more pancakes, Wally and his co-worker found a seat. But they didn't start eating right away. After finding a seat, they placed their bowls on the table, and began to pray devoutly. Thank you, Lord, for the broth. Thank you, Lord, for the pancakes. They were all members of the Order of Miracles, believers in the Lord of Miracles. Among the workers, 10 out of 10 were members of the order. Although the gods wouldn't make them soup or fried dough sticks, without them, these broth and fried dough sticks wouldn't even exist. Those factory owners would rather build 100 uninhabited manors than add a single grain of meat to their meals. But with the gods, and the monks blessed by them, everything changed. Their old houses were rebuilt, their wages increased, their working conditions improved, and their meals were filled with beef broth and fried dough sticks. Thank God. The factory owners, who had built their lives on the blood and sweat of their labor, were all inspired by the gods, weeping bitterly and ending their lives, leaving their fortunes to the church. Praise God. The bullies who bullied them were brought to justice by the monks and hanged outside the gates of their factories. May the glory of our Lord be everlasting. A subtle yet pure strand of faith emanated from Wally, from his fellow workers, from the bodies of countless cafeteria workers, and from the billions of workers in the mechanical court and the flesh court. Billions of pure faith energies transformed into a vast river, continuously flowing into a dimension called the gods within the endless dimensions. Countless strands of faith morphed into an amorphous statue, and the moment it took shape, a new god would be born. Is this so unlucky? After listening to Franken's report, Ulysses spoke first. What's going on? Richard asked, tilting his head. Why, after the lord of this world became corrupted, would he devour the nobles of the court? He also planned to wait until the situation worsened, then absorb all of those nobles, and seize the opportunity to steal the precursor relics from them. There are many types of transformation in the abyss, and this is one of them, Ulysses explained. We call this type of transformation spider web transformation. Once the infection gets out of control, the infected will involuntarily transform and devour all life around them. Those devoured are unimportant, but those transformed become the transformed's companion race. The birth of a new demon race will trigger the blessing of the abyss. This blessing greatly enhances the combat effectiveness of the infected. Richard frowned at this. You should have told me earlier. If you had told me earlier, perhaps we could have. My lord, I won't. Franken suddenly spoke up, he said. You've never dealt with those arrogant fellows. Each of them carries an enigmatic confidence. Even if you tell them this, they just arrogantly acknowledge it and continue their ball. Of course, if you, sir, are willing to sacrifice your beauty, you might indeed win over some people. Richard frowned deeply. What do you mean by sacrificing your beauty? Your beauty is quite remarkable, though not quite as lecherous, but our nobles are quite extravagant and don't care about that. Okay, stop talking, Richard interrupted with a sullen face. Let him sacrifice his beauty to seduce a group of aliens? He'd be better off being killed. Even on the other side, Ulysses said innocently, the probability of spiderweb transformation is very low, almost negligible. We've been fighting for 2,000 years, and spiderweb transformation has only occurred twice. God knows why we're so unlucky this time. Is there a way to deal with it? Richard said helplessly. Yes, but it's somewhat unethical. Richard looked at Ulysses in confusion. Do you think I care about morality at this moment? The solution is to send the world lord of the mechanical court to his death. After his death, the world will be forced to bestow the origin blessing upon us. This way, the abyss's blessing will be effectively negated. Then do it, Richard said without hesitation. Ulysses looked at Richard in surprise. So decisive? In fact, if we cooperate with those world lords, we could potentially kill that abyss infected. But will that benefit us? Richard asked. Highly unlikely, but there's a small chance of gaining a subordinate god. Then why shouldn't I let that guy die? Ulysses, I have no ties to him. But doing so would kill a lot of goblins. Richard was silent for a moment, then said calmly, It's a necessary sacrifice. Franken, watching the man and the bird communicating in wizard language, keenly noticed a change in the atmosphere. He could tell the sage had made a decision. And it seemed to have shaken him. Richard, your decision must be true to your heart. Ulysses looked into Richard's eyes, and spoke slowly. At the moment your soul leaps, your consciousness will enter a world of illusion. In that world, your guilt and resentment will become stumbling blocks. You must possess unwavering will to cross this boundary. This is the path all world masters must take. That captain too? How do you think someone not even a level 1 creature could accomplish such a feat? Richard was silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke calmly again. I say, this is a necessary evil. Chapter 553. Since you've made the decision, I make the arrangements. Ulysses' voice returned to normal. This is an opportunity. If that abyssal infected is powerful enough, Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to accomplish great feats. Richard nodded slightly and asked, once this transformation begins, how long will it take for the infected to fully awaken? That's not up to him, but to the World Master in the mechanical court. Ulysses shook his head. If nothing unexpected happens, the mechanical god king will step down from his throne in a few days. Only a fool would fail to sense the sudden doubling of the power. Then it seems time is running out. Richard's voice was filled with grimace. After decades of peace, he returned to the battlefield. This time, he had finally transitioned from a pawn on the chessboard to a master manipulator. How is your cultivation progressing? Ulysses asked. Lon has successfully cultivated 10, with effects ranging from 1/10 to 1/100th. However, this is sufficient for mass production of monks. Over half a year had passed since Richard discovered the Divine Palace laboratory, and the cultivation of degraded mayfly hearts there was complete. Although stable cultivation of degraded mayfly hearts was impossible, Lon, relying on ample resources, managed to cultivate 10 degraded mayfly hearts, each with varying effects but all very stable. According to Richard's plan, these mayfly hearts would become the key to mass production of miracle monks. Although the original mayfly heart had significant effects, the amount of mayfly essence it could produce daily was limited. A single mayfly heart might be sufficient for a small-scale enhancement of a few priests, but using it to cultivate a legion was wishful thinking. Although the goblins also have methods for cultivating first-level creatures, such cultivation not only requires highly qualified individuals, but also takes a long time, far less expeditious than using mayfly essence. Let us begin then. Those cybernetic goblins alone cannot withstand the march of the abyss. News of the royal court's fall was completely suppressed within the flesh court. But even though the news was suppressed, the evacuation of the people still had to proceed. Though these people possessed little power, if devoured by the abyss, they would become the power of the abyss. At the border between the flesh court and the mechanic court, a large number of priests from the Church of the Lord of Machines crossed the border. Behind them, a massive train carrying an endless stream of construction machinery and war machines. The mechanic court civil war ended 3 months ago. Under the sheer force of force, even though the mechanic court's nobles sent a squadron of royal guards clad in forerunner armor, they only managed to provide Richard with a small amount of spoils. The royal court faction was annihilated, and all of its bishops were cast into a furnace by Tyr, forged into a steel tombstone in memory of his deceased friend. Pope Belt. The Church of the Lord of all Oddities intended to build a wall, a great wall, within the flesh court. Though Richard and Ulysses were confident in the outcome of the battle, no one knew how long their struggle would last. Without fortifications to hold them back, the goblins, who had not undergone the complete transformation of the miracle monk, would undoubtedly be pierced by the hordes of the abyssal demons. By then, the abyssal pollution would spread throughout the world, weakening the very essence of the world, and Richard's blessings would diminish. Therefore, necessary defensive fortifications were essential. With Franken's special authorization, these trains rolled into the core area of the Flesh and Blood Court. Although several patriarchs of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood raised objections, they were all ruthlessly suppressed by Franken. Unlike the mechanical court, the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood was not divided into the royal court and the mechanical factions. All members of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood were members of the royal court. In other words, they were members of the Flesh and Blood faction. Thus, within the Church, Franken, the Grand Patriarch, wielded absolute authority and power. Anyone who descended from his orders was either expelled from the Church and established their own sect, or ruthlessly purged. As the defenses began to be constructed, so too did the armaments. At Ulysses' suggestion, the production of the biological puppets commonly used by the Flesh and Blood Court, a creature similar to, but inferior to, synthetic beasts, was discontinued. The Abyss are masters of manipulating flesh and blood. They dared to make things like you turn against them the moment they were sent to the battlefield. Aside from the biological puppets, the production plan for the war beasts was also halted. However, this time it wasn't Ulysses who made the call, but Richard. As a master alchemist, Richard couldn't tolerate his subordinates wasting resources like this. In Richard's eyes, the war beasts of the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood were just low-level synthetic beasts, made by adding flour to water and water to flour. It's hard to imagine how the goblins, having embarked on the right path, could have reached a point where they were still standing still. However, aside from these two things, the Church of the Lord of Flesh and Blood's technology was quite impressive. The Flesh Factory, built on war beast technology, was particularly astounding to Richard. These goblins were so crazy they transformed a war beast into a factory, achieving fully automated production. Not even wizards had ever created something like this. In addition, the flesh colonization suit of the Church of the Lord of Flesh was a truly remarkable item. The flesh colonization suit is a bizarre weapon that blends flesh and crystal technology. Normally, it looks like a metal box, but once activated, it automatically parasitizes its host, becoming a part of him. The effects of these colonization suits range from strength amplification to ranged attacks, to tentacle suits for the nobility. Richard selected a standard set of weapons from these, and modified its production process, increasing their power while reducing production costs. Under Franken's command, the entire flesh quartz arsenal began to operate. The transformed knights, scattered across the land, were deployed to various defensive positions, ready to respond to the onslaught of the abyss. With the flesh court acting accordingly, the mechanical court would naturally not be idle either. Compared to the flesh quartz technology, the prosthetics of the mechanical court are the real force in the fight against the abyss. Under Tyr's orders, numerous factories began adjusting their production lines to prepare for arms production. Several previously sealed mines began to be reactivated, and trains roared, carrying tons of ore into the factory city. In the city, numerous crystal signal towers were being renovated. Richard's new designs were replacing the old ones at an astonishing rate. Crystal projection technology, promoted by the Order of Miracles, became a primary source of entertainment for the workers. For a moment, the entire world, inspired by two words spoken by a man and a bird, began to move at breakneck speed. The mechanical court, the royal capital. The mechanical court's royal capital is a mystery to most of its inhabitants. On maps, the royal capital appears to be located at the center of the court. But when they switch to a railway map, they discover that none of the mechanical court's spidery railways lead to the royal capital. All resources from the outside world must be transported to this ancient city by ship, aboard the oldest sailing ships. From a distance, the royal capital, the mechanical court's oldest city, appears exquisitely like a work of art. The ancient yet magnificent pure white palace resembles a pearl atop a black iron crown. But at this moment, the interior of this pearl has lost its former tranquility. What the hell is that bastard trying to do? In a magnificent hall, an elderly, yet still handsome and elegant hobgoblin tossed the letter on the table. Beside him, several hobgoblins of similar age shared a gloomy expression. All the factories in the royal court are being reopened, and a large number of sealed mines are being mined again. This is war, Payson. That bastard wants to start a war. The hobgoblin known as Payson turned sharply, his voice resembling an operatic rendition. War? Who is he fighting? Us? Or the territory of those corrupted ones? Intelligence reports say his train has entered their territory. He's rebelling. He's planning a rebellion. Hearing this inference, anger filled the faces of all the hobgoblins present. They were nobles, born nobles. It was a great blessing for those bastards to work for them, and yet they weren't satisfied. What a damn bastard! But just as they were considering whether to invoke the even more dangerous ancient legacy and show those bastards, who is the ruler of this world, a subtle yet chilling pressure descended upon them. The moment they sensed this pressure, all the hobgoblins, regardless of their status, stopped their movements. They gazed in disbelief at the center of the capital, then knelt on their knees in reverent worship. And in the place where they were worshipping, a towering figure seated on a throne slowly opened its eyes. He rose from the throne, his towering figure, over 5 meters tall, mostly clad in crystal. He gazed eastward, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. My brother, have you ultimately failed to stave off the corruption of the abyss? As Elises had predicted, the God King of the mechanical court fully awakened 7 days after the fall of the flesh court. This nominal ruler of the court had spent most of his 10,000 years in deep sleep. The power of the Lord of Perfection is both a blessing and a curse. To bear his power, one must shoulder the responsibility of guarding the abyss. The power of the abyss will forever tempt them. To resist this temptation, the God King of the mechanical court chose to sleep. As long as his soul is in a state of utter silence, the power of the abyss cannot find him, and naturally, the temptation will cease. He did not know what his brother had chosen, but whatever he had chosen, it was now too late. With one step, he appeared in the meeting hall of the royal capital. As he took the throne at the innermost corner of the hall, a melodious bell echoed throughout the capital. He had slept for a long time, and apart from a few vague oracles, he knew nothing of the royal court's current situation. Now, to fight the abyss, he must understand his own territory. Perhaps, with the help of the ancient legacy, these younger generations have created a civilization even more glorious than that of the ancients. Chapter 554. The ringing of the council bell made many nobles nervous. In the ancient past, when the Lord of Omnipotence had just suppressed the abyss and a multitude of abyssal demons still lingered on the earth, their ancestors would, summoned by the bell, gather with the God King in the council hall to discuss the next plan. But this tradition was too ancient. So ancient that even the oldest hobgoblins had never seen it. They didn't know what to wear, what etiquette to follow when meeting the God King, or what greetings to use. They didn't know whether to ring the bell or raise their hands when speaking at the meeting, or what honorifics to use when arguing with the God King. For a moment, the nobles throughout the capital were in a state of panic. Hurry, prepare the ceremonial attire. We're attending a meeting. What ceremonial attire? You should be wearing military uniforms. You're all wrong. These uniforms were invented over the years. They didn't exist in ancient times. We should be wearing armor. The 3 bells rang quickly, and after a flurry of activity, 6 clan leaders, each dressed in a different way, arrived at the conference room. The mechanical God King looked at his 6 descendants with some surprise. He couldn't understand why they were dressed like peacocks. Their decorations were so numerous they could be weighed by the pound. But he had no complaints. It's normal for clothing styles to change over the years. He raised his hand slightly. Please sit down, everyone. I have some questions for you. The clan leaders froze. They were about to perform the formalities, but their God King didn't seem to care. The God King's orders were unquestionable, and several clan leaders immediately found nearby chairs and sat down. In the center of the meeting hall sat a massive stone round table. Several clan leaders took their seats, anxiously awaiting the God King's words. No, rather, his oracle. The mechanical God King noticed their nervousness and smiled. Don't be nervous. I'm not a demon of the abyss. I believe you all know the situation. My brother has been corrupted by the abyss, and the abyss could use his power to break the seal at any moment. The mechanical God King's words startled the clan leaders. What does it mean that the God King's brother has been corrupted by the abyss? Could the God King be corrupted? The mechanical God King saw their confused eyes and felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that his descendants didn't know about this? Or had the fact that his brother had been corrupted been deliberately concealed? You don't know about this? My lord, we have made arrangements, my lord, a noble clan leader replied. We've already sent personnel into the Flesh and Blood Court to help them build defenses for the upcoming war. Furthermore, all the advanced factories throughout the court are undergoing production line upgrades, ready to resume weapons production at any time. Hearing this, the mechanical God King's eyes lit up. Well done. I didn't expect you still be so efficient after all these years. How's the situation next door? We don't know about that. The mechanical God King nodded slightly. It was normal for information to be blocked between the two sides, as they were not on the same side. Since you've already begun, then continue. I go see my brothers next. If conditions permit, I wait until you've completed the first line of defense. Yes, my lord. The mechanical God King disappeared from the meeting hall. The noble patriarch, who had jumped to the rescue, slumped in his chair, completely disregarding his noble demeanor. Lorraine, why did you lie to the God King? A noble patriarch asked. We didn't know this information. Those arrangements you mentioned were all those bastards. Shoo! The noble patriarch known as Lorraine suddenly made a shushing gesture. My friend, stop using the word bastard. Haven't you faced reality? Our war with the abyss is about to begin again. Next, we fight alongside those ordinary goblins. I guarantee that if you dare use the word bastard in front of the God King, you will face nothing but death. We are no longer irreplaceable. The Lorraine family is the closest of the 6 great families of the royal court to the Church of the Lord of all Machines. They themselves oversee the royal court guard and numerous knightly orders. The royal court's rebellion began with his support. Therefore, Lorraine understood better than anyone present how terrifying the common people, whom they called lowborn, were now. Not to mention the fact that the royal guards he had dispatched vanished without a trace. Just the elite troops dispatched by the church during the crackdown on the royal court faction were enough to terrify him. That army, riding on a train, charged forward like an unstoppable arrow. From regional lords to cardinals, everyone was as vulnerable as manuscript paper before it. If that army had been stronger and more numerous, then these nobles would have become completely inferior products. They had difficulty fertilizing and their growth was not particularly fast, making them completely unattractive to these new cybernetic knights. Even more terrifying, they had lost their influence among the common people. Long-standing arrogance has made the nobles who left the royal court and were sent to the regions always disdainful of interacting with the common people. Even if they approached factory owners, it was only for money or slaves. Under such circumstances, the Order of Miracles completely occupied the government's ecological niche. Under such circumstances, if they still dared to call them bastards, the God King would kill them first, without them having to do anything. What's wrong with this world? Can't even call them bastards anymore? The noble patriarch explained indignantly. But the facts cannot be changed by individual will. They are all patriarchs, the most intelligent, or perhaps the most scheming, within each clan. They are more adept at compromise than ordinary people. Send someone to contact that. The noble patriarch paused, speaking awkwardly. That tier, we need to talk to him. The God King has stepped down from the throne. It's time to prioritize the greater good. The greater good. Lorraine chuckled bitterly. He relied on such tricks to expect others to share power. It seemed his fellow patriarchs were still living in the illusion that they were nobles. The mechanical God King had no idea how much of a jerk his former subordinates had become over the years. He was currently soaring through the void, preparing to observe his brother's situation. Buzz, a spatial rift appeared out of thin air above the Flesh Court's capital. The mechanical God King emerged from it, his expression somewhat solemn as he gazed down at the capital, now transformed into a fleshy monster. Under the erosion of the abyss, flesh and blood tissue had grown into wood, stone, and even metal. The entire capital had been transformed into an abyssal lair. Inside this lair, the mechanical God King could clearly sense a steady stream of life. However, these beings seemed to be in the incubation stage, so while the life streams were vast, they were remarkably stable. The mechanical God King watched this scene, his eyes filled with sorrow as deep as the ocean. He chuckled, perhaps with a hint of self-mockery. My brother, you look truly ugly now. I remember you loved beauty, even carving patterns on your armor. But how did you become like this? The Flesh King below didn't react, and naturally didn't answer. The mechanical God King put away his sorrow. Reminiscence could wait until after the battle. But now, he no longer had a brother. A layer of crystal spread from his crystalline body, quickly transforming into a suit of armor that enveloped his flesh. Then, with a thought, a subtle energy wave emanated from his body, disappearing into the void. If Richard were here, he would surely recognize it. It was the same reconnaissance method used by the Astral Fortress's reconnaissance array. Soon, a light curtain appeared before the God King's eyes. The reconnaissance results revealed that his brother's energy fluctuations were extremely unstable, and the laws within his body were gradually shattering and disappearing in the confrontation. This was a very good result, as his brother had not yet been fully transformed. If he had acted now, he might have ended the battle quickly. But he chose not to act now. He scanned the area surrounding the capital. A massive defensive line was being constructed. Dense swarms of goblins toiled on it like worker ants. If he had acted now, this unfinished defense would undoubtedly have been riddled with holes by the demons of the abyss. His king had told him that once the abyss spread, his power would diminish, while his enemies would grow stronger. If he failed to end the battle immediately, then once the abyss spread, he would inevitably lose ground. But then again, if he could seize this opportunity to quickly and easily eliminate the demon, then the gap in his defenses wouldn't be a big deal. The mechanical God King pondered for a long time, ultimately deciding to first investigate the seal of the Supreme Sacred Mountain. The Supreme Sacred Mountain had once suppressed a demon as powerful as the Perfect Lord. If the Supreme Sacred Mountain remained intact, now would be the perfect time. But if it did, he would have to wait until the defenses were complete before making any plans. Although he felt his current power was comparable to that of the Perfect Lord, he wasn't yet confident he could quickly defeat two enemies at once. In Goblin legends, the Supreme Sacred Mountain existed, but its location was unknown. No map of the Goblin world contained this Supreme Sacred Mountain. But just because it wasn't on the map didn't mean it didn't exist. According to his memory, the mechanical God King spent half a day finding the Supreme Sacred Mountain. Contrary to common perceptions, the Supreme Holy Mountain isn't very tall, its highest point barely 500 meters. It sits on the border between the Flesh and Blood Kingdom and the Mechanical Kingdom, or rather, the two kingdoms deliberately divided by its center. The Supreme Holy Mountain is lush and green, with wild animals, birds, and insects roaming among the trees, creating a peaceful scene. The mechanical God King descended onto the mountain and quietly placed his hand on the exposed cliff face. This peak is the body of the Lord of Perfection. As long as it remains intact, the demons of the abyss cannot escape. After a brief inspection, a flicker of surprise crossed the mechanical God King's face. Although the seal has some issues, overall, it remains intact. Without hesitation, the mechanical God King made a decisive decision. Since that's the case, let's fight quickly and decisively. But he failed to notice that a faint crimson glow was emanating from a tiny crack at the base of the mountain. Chapter 555. The war arrived so unexpectedly. Less than a day after the mechanical god king awakened, Tyr and Franken received news of the war's beginning. The great mechanical god king determined that now was the perfect time to slay his corrupted brother. To this, the man and the bird in the secret realm felt he was unusually reckless. Should I say he's a native? Richard, listening to Tyr's news, felt the mechanical god king had been somewhat sleep-deprived. Who would wake up and start a fight? You should at least observe for a few days. Besides, the first line of defense isn't even complete yet, and the Great Wall is riddled with gaps. Starting a war at this time truly disregards the goblins as human beings. However, Richard could understand his thinking to some extent. Elises and the other two had already observed the situation in the capital, and Richard and the others knew the state of the Flesh God King. Now was indeed the perfect time to slay the corrupted Flesh God King. If the Flesh God King could be swiftly slain, the gaps in the defenses would be irrelevant. Even the Lord of the indigenous world would be powerful enough to wipe out the abyssal demon army without the aid of the great demon. But could he really do it? Richard expressed doubts. Although the blessing of an entire small world's essence was enough to make the mechanical god king as powerful as a level 5 creature, he was facing an abyssal blesser. According to Elises, the abyssal blessing greatly enhanced the combat effectiveness of an abyssal demon, an increase even comparable to the blessing of the world's essence. If these two increases cancelled each other out, the mechanical god king would face a flesh god king corrupted by the abyss. The abyssal corruption greatly strengthened the corrupted body, and allowed the corrupted to wield the power of the abyss. This enhancement was so strong that even the gods of the god civilization would risk being corrupted to obtain it. Therefore, Richard didn't believe the mechanical god king could win. Besides, even if he could win, how would he face the great demon about to break the seal? The location of the supreme sacred mountain was no secret to the higher-ups of the two royal courts. After learning of the god king's corruption, Ulysses went to see the supreme sacred mountain. But the result? The seal of the sacred mountain had already been broken. Whether it was broken or not was a matter of the great demon's will. Judging from the current situation, the great demon likely shared Richard's motive, preparing a scheme where the fishermen profited from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest. This is the law of survival for the abyss demons. Under this law, abyss demons will naturally kill their own kind and devour their power. Without the restraint of the abyss overlord, the infected flesh god king, after his corruption, would surely add the sealed great demon to his diet. Simply because the abyss infected lacked the heritage of the abyss, that is, the abyss evolutionary tree. Moreover, devouring a great demon would also aid his evolution. Conversely, the sealed great demon also viewed the corrupted flesh god king as a precious elixir to return to his peak. Devouring a world lord would be enough to compensate for his seal breaking and the loss of power from the corrupted flesh god king. If he could devour the mechanical god king as well, his power would be even greater. He couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. However, the sealed great demon didn't know this. His plot of the fishermen profiting from the conflict between the two sides had, with Richard's appearance, become a mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waited behind. While he coveted the bodies of the two god kings, Richard and Ulysses also coveted him. They had already prepared a scenario, and this great demon played a crucial role in it. A massive torrent of energy descended from the sky, like a divine being casting down a destructive light, instantly submerging the Flesh King. Before this raging energy, the Flesh King was so fragile that he was instantly annihilated by the torrent of energy. The mechanical god king stood in the air, his body over 5 meters tall, dwarfed by the enormous Flesh King. But behind this ant, 12 massive mayfly cannons loomed faintly in the void, slowly preparing their next attack. An ancient trauma had deprived the mechanical god king of his normal, massive form, but in return, he had gained the power to control the ancient legacy. The crystals that seemed to grow on his body were the core of the ancient legacy. Buzz, another torrent of energy descended. But this time, the Flesh King reacted. Under the control of the God King of Corruption, the building, eroded by flesh and blood, instantly transformed into a dome-like structure. Above the dome, billions of mouths emerged from the walls, chanting blasphemous words simultaneously. The once lengthy incantation was completed in an instant. The next moment, billions of mouths merged together, transforming into a single, fong-filled mouthpart, devouring the torrent of energy. "My brother, you are truly heartless." A feminine voice rang out from the flesh capital, and upon hearing it, the God King of Machinery's expression darkened. Anger ignited in his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of crystal floaters emerged from the sky. These floaters enveloped the flesh capital, creating a massive hysteresis field within the mayfly cannon. "Corruptor, stop speaking to me as my brother," the mechanical god king said coldly. He pointed at the Flesh King, and a massive torrent of energy surged out from behind him again. Under the interference of the hysteresis field, the gaping maw of the flesh dome was pierced by the energy torrent, and a vast radiance of destructive light rushed straight towards the palace from which the voice had emanated. The next moment, the Flesh King's voice became somewhat exasperated. "Darmak, you damned cripple. Giving you the ancient legacy is a monstrous waste." The mechanical god king remained silent, merely pointing again coldly. Buzz, but this time the energy torrent failed. A dark red figure flew out of the palace. "Darmak, do you really think that the influence of that little bit of debris can allow a cripple like you, relying only on the ancient legacy, to defeat me?" The mechanical god king did not answer, but silently gazed at his brother, whose appearance had changed drastically. The flesh and blood god king no longer resembled a goblin. He stood over 10 meters tall, his massive body brimming with muscles powerful enough to move mountains. Dark red bone plates and spurs enveloped his form, like a suit of armor. His features remained handsome, and his broad, jet-black wings spread behind him, lending him a touch of divinity. But the jet-black, serpentine tail behind him added a touch of uncanny beauty. A fallen angel? Thousands of miles away, Ulysses gazed at the flesh and blood god king, his tone grave. "A fallen angel?" Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. "Some evolutionary path of the Abyss Demon?" "Well, this is a very rare form of demon. This form of the Abyss Demon is highly adept at psychic attacks. In your terms, every word he utters is a mental disturbance. And the most troublesome thing is that these demons are highly skilled in abyssal spells." "Abyssal spells?" "It's something similar to your witchcraft, except that it doesn't require a spell model to cast, but rather the recitation of an abyssal prayer." Richard's mind flashed back to the images of the regenerating nest cores, and he casually asked, "Does the abyss also have runes?" "Yes, but it's best not to touch those runes. Once you memorize them, the influence of the abyss will always haunt you." Hearing this, Richard subconsciously thought of the runes used during the regeneration of the nest's core. The next moment, a lute sound echoed in his ears. Richard couldn't hear the content of the sound, but he could grasp its meaning. It urged Richard to throw himself into the arms of the abyss. "Wow, so immediate." Richard was startled and immediately forgot the memory. After forgetting it, the lute sound ceased as if the flow of the message had been cut off. Ulysses noticed Richard's strangeness and said with narrowed eyes, "Richard, you're not memorizing those runes, are you?" "Let me be clear, those runes are not the ones you've been studying. The runes of the abyss are essentially projections of its laws. Studying them will inevitably lead you to its temptations. My friend, I can't influence your decision. But I suggest you think it through and curb your curiosity. The world is vast, and there are many things you can explore. Don't touch anything dangerous." Ulysses' tone was so serious that Richard could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. I know. I won't touch it." Ulysses said nothing more. A glimmer of light shone in his eyes once more, and he cast his gaze toward the battlefield thousands of miles away. In the high holy mountain, a dark red demon, also with jet-black wings and an equally handsome countenance, lay motionless, as if dead. 10,000 years of repression had shriveled the great demon's frame. His once mighty arms were now as thin as stalks, and the bone plates and spurs that once protected him were now as sparse as rotten wood. The purification within had long since been diverted by the great demon. His wings were vast, but the feathers on them were as withered as those of an old crow. All signs indicated that this great demon had reached the end of his life. But these were all appearances, deceiving investigative forces. Ulysses alone knew in this world that to determine whether an abyss demon had truly reached the end of his life, one had to look at its heart. An abyss demon possesses two hearts. If it is exhausted, only one of them will beat. Within the great demon's chest, two hearts beat slowly yet steadily. Suddenly, the great demon opened his eyes. A hint of ecstasy crossed his withered face, and he muttered to himself, "Natives, what's the point of trapping me? I just end up in the abyss. Brothers killing each other. Ha, what a wonderful scene." With that, the great demon stood up and gently tapped the mountain wall that had trapped him for 10,000 years. With a loud bang, the solid wall shattered, opening a path to the outside. Chapter 556. In the sky, two meteors of different colors intertwined and collided. The mechanical god king's body was completely covered in crystal, the radiance of energy forming a pure white meteor. Meanwhile, his corrupted flesh was entwined with crimson thorns. The crimson light, moving at high speed, transformed it into a dark red meteor. As they fought, the skies of the goblin world became extremely dangerous. Each of their collisions created a vast spatial shattering zone, from which countless tiny spatial fissures emerged, emanating from them one after another of spatial storms. The violent elemental winds and invisible spatial storms even tore apart the clouds, and the goblin world's sky became clearer than ever before. Bang! The two world masters collided again. The mechanical god king's expression was grim, and he held a crystal greatsword in his hand. At the moment of collision, his greatsword swung violently, radiating a sharp light that even cut through the very air before the blade. Buzz! Without needing any command, the thorns on the flesh god king's body transformed into a thorn armor. In thousands of past collisions, this thorn armor had blocked countless attacks. But this time, a cold sneer rose within the mechanical god king. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly emanated from the crystal sword. The next moment, it shattered, countless crystal fragments scattering in the air, forming a faint cage-like structure. The flesh god king's expression tightened, and hundreds of huge mouths suddenly sprouted from his body. Hundreds of these mouths opened simultaneously, and a lengthy and blasphemous prayer was almost completed in an instant. But it wasn't fast enough. 12 void-floating cannons reappeared in the sky. 12 energy torrents merged into a single stream, instantly engulfing the figure of the flesh and blood god king. It's over? The mechanical god king's expression remained unchanged, as a crystal-like energy shield suddenly appeared before him. The next moment, a blood-red figure emerged from the energy torrent, wielding overwhelming force and shattering the shield with a single punch. My brother, do you think you can kill me with such a trick? The flesh and blood god king's flesh squirmed, the damage inflicted by the energy torrent healing at an astonishing rate, aided by the laws of nature. But it was undeniable that his aura had weakened considerably. Watching this, the mechanical god king felt a flicker of anxiety. This wasn't the first time this situation had occurred in the past few days of battle. His combat power came from the Primordial Legacy, and the Primordial Legacy's attacks were not governed by laws. And he didn't know how to impose laws on the Primordial Legacy's attacks. His strength wasn't earned through countless trials and tribulations. The gift from the Lord of Perfection allowed him to become a 4th-level creature, but it didn't provide him with any additional experience. Furthermore, since becoming World Master, he'd been practically in a state of slumber. His application of rules wasn't even as good as Richard's at the 3rd level. Of course, the Flesh and Blood God King wasn't much better off. Though not in a state of slumber, the abyssal erosion left him in a constant state of semi-sleep and wakefulness. Although the abyssal erosion had brought him many legacy items from the great demons, for his own selfish purposes, these inheritances consisted solely of auxiliary spells, and his application of rules was superficial. Both sides in the battle could become illiterate among the world masters. However, being illiterate wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The lack of effective killing skills made their battle protracted. This was a good thing for both sides. The goblins needed to improve their defenses and build crystal signal towers. Meanwhile, the Abyss could use this time to completely eliminate the Flesh God King's companion race. At a completed fortress on the Great Wall, Ulysses found Richard, who was watching the battle. "Richard, your great demon has escaped its seal." Richard turned sharply, a hint of surprise on his face. "Coming out now? I thought he'd wait a while." Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder and replied, "It's about time he came out. He's in very poor condition, and will definitely need to eat something to replenish his strength. He also definitely need to make some arrangements. The abyssal erosion will cause the normally sluggish world will to react swiftly. If he takes too long to kill the abyssal corruptor, the world will likely give birth to another world master within the world. By then, he won't be facing just a simple indigenous world master." Will there be any changes?" Ulysses nodded slightly. "Of course there will be. An abyssal invasion isn't your kind of resource plundering or territorial conquest. An abyssal invasion will make a world part of the abyss, which is undoubtedly tantamount to slaughter. So, when faced with an abyssal invasion, a world will try its best to give birth to a world master and grant him unprecedented power. Right now, the abyss hasn't spread widely, so the world hasn't reacted yet. But once the mechanical God King dies, the world consciousness will react and give birth to the next world master. Of course, our plan will interrupt this catalyst. So you don't have to worry about not being chosen by the world's will." Richard nodded, half comprehending. This was the first time he heard such information. "So we're just going to ignore this archdemon?" "Pretty much. We need him as an actor. This is necessary to get him into the role. How many goblins will die? I don't know, maybe hundreds of thousands to millions. We have too few priests, so stopping the spread of the abyss will be slow." "What regrets? If you regret it, we can act now. We're strong enough to take care of a starving archdemon. We can help the mechanical god king later. That abyss infected is not impossible to defeat. Richard glanced at him. Do you really want me to regret this? I just hope you stay true to your heart. I'm counting on you to help me become a supreme god. Richard smiled and shook his head, continuing to gaze at the battlefield in the distance, his voice calm. As I said, this is a necessary evil. I need to become a god, and I'm willing to pay the price. Hundreds of thousands of aliens are far from enough to tip the scales for me. Huh? That's what a wizard would say, Elisa said with some relief. The way you were acting before, I felt like you were an outsider like me. Wizards are slave owners. How could they possibly cultivate someone like you? Richard's expression was odd for a moment, then returned to normal. Has he finally become a wizard? 30 days after the war began, the Flesh and Blood God King's companion race was fully hatched. 30 days after the war began, those once tall, slender, and handsome rules, while still beautiful, were now as burly as Nezashir Lung. The moment they hatched, a sudden surge of energy emanated from the Flesh and Blood God King in the sky. The blessing of the abyss had finally arrived in its entirety. The mechanical God King's face was solemn. His crystal helmet indicated that his rival, his former brother, was undergoing a frenzied evolution. But what good was evolution? A massive void floater appeared behind the mechanical God King once again. The great sword in his hand split in two, transforming into two weapons resembling katanas. He raised his arms high, and the 12 void floaters, guided by the katanas, once again unleashed a torrent of energy. But this time, the energy torrent didn't fall directly on the Flesh God King. Instead, it was drawn by the two katanas, transforming into a dazzling glow that enveloped them. My brother, it's over, the Flesh God King suddenly declared. Unlike his previous sinister tone, this time, his voice was filled with immense sorrow. The mechanical God King suddenly lost consciousness. In those eyes, now stained a dark crimson by the power of the abyss, he once again saw his former brother. He muttered to himself, Sisyphus, are you finally going to disappear? The next moment, the mechanical God King swung his sword fiercely. The sword in his right hand was as ferocious as a raging dragon, a manifestation of his rage. The sword in his left hand, however, was as lonely as a quiet mountain tail. The dazzling blade light, transformed from the torrent of energy, was suddenly tinged with a red glow. At the moment of his brother's death, the mechanical God King finally grasped the secret of the rules. It was the rule called rage, the underlying cause of this world's energy frenzy. Under the blessing of the rule of rage, wherever the sword passed, space shattered and the elements raged. Had he grasped this a minute sooner, the radiance of the two swords would have instantly annihilated the Flesh God King. But alas, it was all over. Bang! The violent blade destroyed most of the Flesh God King's body, but his sturdy right arm had already pierced the mechanical God King's chest. The Flesh God King withdrew his hand, and a heart, also shrouded in a grayish glow, was extracted. He bit into it, and blood splattered from the still beating heart. What a plump fruit! My brother, I will always remember you. The mechanical God King's eyes were filled with resentment. He had just been so close to slaying the evil demon. But the next moment, his gaze turned to fear. Oh, what a touching scene. A figure emerged from the void, a deeply moved expression on its face. This performance has brought me to tears. The Flesh God King spun around, but before he could move, the thorns on his body transformed into chains, binding him to the spot. My dear child, do not try to disobey your father. Everything you use is given to you by me. The great demon walked over to the Flesh God King and gently stroked his cheek. That native is quite resourceful, able to transform those ugly things into treasures like you. The rage in the Flesh God King's eyes seemed to incinerate the demon, and a voice with the venom of a hellish demon uttered between his teeth. Yuli Beelzebub, you deceived me. A flicker of pride flashed across Yuli's face, and he licked the Flesh God King's cheek. Of course I deceived you. Otherwise, how could I conquer this world? My little cake. Puff. The Flesh God King's expression froze. Yuli leisurely extended his hand. In the center of his sharp claws, a vibrant core trembled slightly. He took a bite, and the overwhelming life energy nearly made him groan. It had been so long since he had tasted such a delicacy. He devoured the core in a few bites, then transformed into a gigantic demon several hundred meters tall. Under the horrified gaze of the Flesh God King, his sharp fangs crushed him into a pulp before devouring him. What he failed to notice was that the very act of his cannibalism was being transmitted to the entire world via a strange machine and crystal signals. Chapter 557. The white screen played the scene of the troll devouring the Lord of Flesh. The audience was incredibly quiet at that moment. After a long moment, the audience's voices erupted like boiling water. Who is that big guy? The God King lost? Impossible. The God King was clearly in the ascendancy just now. Hey, why is there no sound? What's going on? The same scene unfolded in various locations throughout the Goblin world. This live broadcast had been going on for a month. Although most of the time, the audience could only see two meteors intersecting and occasional dimensional rifts appearing in the sky, this didn't stop many workers from crowding around the crystal projector at the end of their shift. Crystals used to be exclusive to the upper classes, something the lower class workers had heard of but never seen. In this age of entertainment scarcity, the crystal projector, no matter how boring, was enough to bring the workers together. Not to mention, the Church of Miracles explanations were also being given while the crystal projector was playing. What a shocking ending. The trembling voice of a miracle order brother rang out from the speaker next to the projector. The mechanical God King failed, the flesh God King also failed. What is this new thing? The scene on the screen continued. The massive black-winged demon, not satisfied after devouring the flesh God King, swung its sharp claws once more, swallowing the nearly lifeless mechanical God King. Then, the heavens began to wail. All goblins, great and small, felt an unprecedented sense of sorrow. The Lord of the world is its guardian and child. His death will inevitably be known to all living creatures. Oh, what a beautiful sound. The demon named Yuri Beelzebub opened his arms. At that moment, he could feel the sorrow of the entire goblin world. He had waited for this moment for a full 9,723 years. Ever since that native sealed him with his own body, he had been waiting for this moment. The two bodies of the Lord of the world brought him abundant life essence. The cells within him, starved for over 9,700 years, finally found their satiate at this moment. Suddenly, he looked down at his feet. At that moment, the first of the hatched corrupted hobgoblins had already emerged from the flesh palace. After devouring the God King of flesh, Yuri Beelzebub became the master of these corrupted hobgoblins. However, the blessing of the abyss would undoubtedly be gone. The blessing was a bound item. Upon the death of its owner, it would be reclaimed. Looking at these corrupted hobgoblins, Yuri Beelzebub took the newly emerged one in his hand. My child, tell me your name. The corrupted hobgoblin stood on Yuri Beelzebub's hand, knelt on one knee, and said, The great abyss calls us. Mutators. Mutator, an interesting name. Yuri Beelzebub chuckled, and an abyssal magic circle suddenly appeared in his hand. My child, I will grant you the wisdom of the abyss. Within the magic circle, the once handsome and majestic mutator suddenly began to swell. Then, his body began to mutate uncontrollably until it transformed into the core of an abyssal nest. Yuri Beelzebub tossed the core casually, and it slammed into the flesh kingdom. Soon, a spiritual connection was established with Yuri Beelzebub's soul. Great Lord, the abyssal nest is ready. Yuri Beelzebub looked toward the distant fortress, waved his hand, and declared, Attack, conquer this world. A vast horde of demons surged from the abyssal nest. A vast stream of abyssal spores erupted from the nest like smoke, forming a spore cloud in the air. At this moment, the miracle monk's explanations had completely ceased. The surging demon horde, the spore cloud that obscured the sky, all instilled immense fear in the watching goblins. Soon, chaos ensued. Yuri Beelzebub's preparations began to unleash. A massive abyssal cancer erupted in the heart of the city, and a cloud of abyssal spores instantly engulfed the city centers of dozens of cities. Hundreds of thousands of goblins, infected by the abyssal spores, transformed into abyssal zombies. A few transformed knights, corrupted by the abyssal abyss, became abyssal infected. For a moment, chaos reigned behind the flesh court's defenses. On the defense line, Richard and Elisa stood on the city wall, quietly watching the demonic tide rushing toward the fortress. Franken ascended the steps to the city wall, and quickly approached Richard. Sir, an abyssal eruption has occurred in the rear, affecting 23 cities. Richard nodded slightly, glancing sideways at him. All priests and monks behind you, mobilized to contain the abyssal infection. Also, distribute holy water to all fortress guards. Without holy water, the ensuing battle will only intensify. Richard's calm demeanor reassured Franken. This proved that everything was still under Richard's control. Yes, sir, I make the arrangements. After Franken left, Richard turned his head to look at Ulises. Is that enough? Ulises closed his eyes, and began to use his power to observe the major cities of the goblin world. In the midst of immense panic, prayer became a means of support for the people. Prayers rang out from every household in the city. It's almost there. The panic has already begun. Now, if we add fuel to the fire, faith will shift. Eliseus opened his eyes, and said to Richard, "Then what are we waiting for?" Richard gazed at the enormous demon in the distance, and held out his hand to balance. "My friend, the actors are in place. The play must begin." At that, Eliseus took flight from his shoulder. An invisible wave emanated from his body, and in an instant, he vanished into the void. In the endless dimension, the statue of Richard and Ulysses in the gods' dimension suddenly froze under this wave. The long river of faith that was supposed to flow into the statue was shut out by this change. The next moment, prayers throughout the goblin world opened their eyes in horror. Ordinary, light believers simply felt as if they had lost something, while more devout believers felt as if their connection with the gods had been severed. As for the fanatics were now in a state of panic, clearly sensing that the gods had abandoned them. "Lord, what have I done wrong? Why have you abandoned me?" If the crystal projector's impact merely evoked a sense of foreboding in the hearts of many goblinoids, without disrupting their lives, then the moment their prayers went unanswered, fear surged like a tide. The gods had abandoned them. For a moment, even the steadfast miracle monks felt a wavering. If the gods had abandoned them, how could they resist the terrifying demon? In the mechanical court, Tyr and Ben's faces paled. Franken was only a shallow believer, so the impact wasn't significant. But his brilliant mind instantly understood the troubles that the gods' abandonment would bring. Elsewhere, Ben had already fallen to his knees, frantically begging for forgiveness. Tyr frantically searched for the crystal communicator and connected it to Franken. When the call was connected, Franken's voice was equally panicked. "Is it the same on your side?" They both asked almost simultaneously. Franken then stumbled out of the fortress command room, carrying the crystal communicator. He now needed to confirm whether all this was Richard's plan. Atop the city wall, Richard was making final preparations. His body expanded to 5 meters, and he inserted the stone he had found in the God Palace laboratory warehouse. This stone, emitting decaying radiation, only needs a tiny bit of the law of life to transform into a highly reliable energy source. The upcoming battle is extremely dangerous, so having a backup hidden energy source is a plus. Thump, thump, thump. Franken stumbled up the city wall, his face pale, and he seemed to have lost his nerve. Seeing Richard, Franken stopped and asked as calmly as possible, "Sir, is all this according to your plan?" Richard looked at him, and shook his head slightly. "Franken, the gods have not only abandoned you, they have also abandoned me." Franken shuddered at the words, a feeling of dizziness washing over him. But he quickly regained his composure. "So what are you going to do now?" Richard turned his head, and gazed into the distance, the staff of balance in his hand gleaming with arcane light. "Franken, I am a prophet, a spirit walking on earth. I came into this world to eradicate injustice and eradicate evil." Richard's voice grew louder and louder, until it was almost as loud as thunder. Richard flew into the air, and tossed a device to Franken. Franken caught it, discovering it was a strange device that combined a camera and a transmitter. "Franken, hold the device and point it at me." Franken shuddered and frantically aimed the camera at Richard, who was staring at the sky. "Are you ready?" "Yes, sir." Richard slowly spoke into the camera, "Fellows of the Order of Miracles, I am the sage." Then, these words were instantly transmitted via crystal signal towers throughout the goblin world, appearing on every screen. The members of the Order of Miracles looked at Richard, their panic temporarily subsiding. The sage was a great figure they had always heard of, but never seen. Now that he had spoken, he must have brought a solution. Richard's calm voice came from the speaker. "I already know your situation. Your prayers are unanswered, and your connection with the gods seems severed. I know all this, for I am one of them. The gods, fearing the power of the demon, have abandoned our world." Richard's words sent a chill through the hearts of the believers. The words "the gods have abandoned them" sounded completely different when spoken by the sage than by the believers. "But what if the gods have abandoned us?" Richard's voice suddenly rose to a fervent chorus. "I already know the identity of that demon. He is the Abyss Demon, sealed away by the Lord of Perfection in ancient times. This demon spent 10,000 years escaping the Lord of Perfection's seal, and then painstakingly orchestrated the two children of the Lord of Perfection to slay each other, believing he could conquer the world. But I say, he's dreaming." The faithful were captivated by Richard's speech, and no one noticed the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from within the crystal projectors. Each crystal projector contained a simple spell core inscribed with mind infection. Richard multitasked with these devices, using 3 clones to work tirelessly for over 6 months, all for this one speech. Under the influence of his spells, Richard's speech completely mobilized the goblins, whose mental defenses were weakened. Their hearts, their faith, were now stirred by Richard's words. Some say we can't resist without the gods. Without the perfect Lord, we can't resist. To me, these people are the lowest of slags. So what if the gods abandon us? 10,000 years ago, there were no gods, only a group of people we revered as myths. We sealed him away 10,000 years ago, and we can still do it 10,000 years from now. It doesn't matter if we don't have the perfect Lord. Given enough time, each of us could be the perfect Lord. Everyone, don't give up hope. This world has just begun, and we must not succumb to the abyss. Richard's speech ignited the fire in the hearts of the Earthlings. Their new life had just begun, and their future was just beginning to unfold. Should they give up resistance now? Dream on. But soon, Richard's voice grew deeper. My mission in this world is to eradicate suffering and injustice. In the past, it was a mission bestowed upon me by God, and now, it is my own conviction. Everyone, I will eradicate that last bit of suffering. Chapter 558. Richard's words carried a tragic, heroic aura, a sense of a hero gone, never to return. Under the influence of the sorcery, the goblins watching the image wept. At the same moment, Richard suddenly felt an invisible force infuse his body. Under this force, he felt incredibly light, as if his soul was about to leap, completing that ultimate leap. The raging energies around him also became incredibly obedient. He only needed a thought to harness these energies. Under this blessing, the raging laws hidden behind the surface lifted the veil covering their face. Instantly, Richard grasped a portion of the secrets of these laws. Is this the world's blessing? Richard exclaimed inwardly. He could sense that what he had sensed was only a portion of it. There was much more hidden within, waiting for him to explore. But now was not the time to explore. As the camera captured him, Richard turned and left, leaving behind only a desolate figure. After filming concluded, Franken watched Richard depart and knelt respectfully. May your glory be everlasting, sage. Disappearing from the camera's lens, Richard opened his arms in the air, experiencing a side of this world open only to a select few. On his shoulder, Ulysses transformed into a pitch-black beast ablaze with black flames, his body also endowed with the world's blessing. Haha, the feeling of the world's blessing is truly comforting. Receiving the blessing of the world's essence, as a non-native creature, would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation in the wizarding world. Given the wizard's current situation, if they could obtain the blessing of the world's essence in another world, it would undoubtedly enhance their resistance, even achieving complete dominance in a local battlefield. Unfortunately, this situation is nearly impossible to replicate. If it weren't for perfect timing and the world's utter aversion to the abyss, this situation wouldn't have occurred at all. Through Richard's deliberate exploration, some of the hidden secrets of the world's blessing were revealed to him. For example, he was now completely immune to all forms of mind manipulation, even those used by the astral overlords, completely negated by the blessing of the world's origin. Richard and his companions' souls were already connected to the pan-consciousness of the entire world. To control their minds was to control the mind of the entire pan-consciousness. And the existence of a small world's pan-consciousness did not exist in the entire astral realm. After adapting to the blessing, Richard thought, and a synthetic beast in a tower surrounding the royal capital shifted its camera to the massive black-winged demon. Richard then had to accomplish a great feat. Using his mortal body, he would suppress this demon that devoured the gods. Black stone spread outward from the hand of balance, instantly transforming into a massive staff over 5 meters long. The original length of the hand of balance was too small for Richard's current size, so he had to coat it with an elemental shell. These black stones were made of earth elemental elements, each one incredibly hard. With the addition of alchemy, their hardness was even greater. Furthermore, Richard possessed the heart of the mountain rune, which, with its blessing, would allow the elemental shell to automatically heal. The hand of balance quickly transformed into a pitch-black stone pillar. Richard waited, determined it was the right size, and immediately added the rune. After completing all this, Richard waved his hand, and a massive lava meteorite appeared in the sky. Ulysses, I take the front, you attack from behind. Try to kill this guy as quickly as possible. Okay, be careful. This guy isn't a native. In the distance, Beelzebub, who was preparing to renovate the Flesh Kingdom and build a majestic palace for himself, suddenly felt a chill on his back. His intuition told him that danger was approaching. He turned to look at the sky, and the next moment, a massive spatial rift appeared from the sky, and from it flew a mountain-sized lava meteorite. A furious cry accompanied it. Devil, return to your abyss. The screen was already crowded with people. Emotions are a plague, and this plague spreads from the stronger will to the weaker. After Richard's speech, the goblins in front of the screen awakened their bloodlust. Compared to those panicking over the disappearance of the gods, their wills were as strong as steel. Under the guidance of the priests, they began to maintain order in the city. The priests followed the instructions, repeatedly replaying Richard's speech. Under the influence of the sorcery, more and more people were inspired to fight. As quickly as fear spreads, so too does stability. The crowd gathered around the screen, surrounding it tightly. Goblins even crouched on distant high buildings, watching through binoculars to see what was on the screen. In the past, the priests of the Church of the Lord of all Machines modified the broadcasting machine, connecting it to the radio so that the entire city could hear the sound. Mind infection is a simple sorcery, with a spell model of only 43 runes. But at a specific time, its effect is more powerful than sorcery with tens of thousands of runes. Soon, a new image was transmitted to the crystal projector. Richard's figure on the screen disappeared, replaced by the enormous demon. The moment they saw this demon, many people were so frightened that they forgot to breathe. Could they really defeat such a demon? But the next moment, they saw a terrifying meteorite the size of a mountain fall from the sky, hurtling towards the demon with overwhelming force. On the meteorite, they faintly saw a black dot. Soon, the black dot magnified and transformed into a black-robed figure. It's the sage! The meteorite was summoned by the sage. Thunderous cheers echoed throughout countless cities, lifting even the workers in the factories. Hey, what happened? The sage has appeared and summoned a meteorite bigger than a boiler. What? The sage summoned a meteorite bigger than a factory? As expected of the sage. That idiotic spirit isn't even as courageous as the sage. What a loser. Well, come to think of it, that idiotic spirit didn't do anything. I was converted by the sage, and my staff was given to me by the sage. Bishop Tyre was also persuaded to convert by the sage. Don't tell me, it's true. The sage did it all. That idiot didn't play a role at all. If you ask me, it's better to worship the sage directly than that idiot. The sage is the one who can truly make us better. With each word, a new faith was quietly born. Looking at the massive meteorite in the sky, a trace of caution crossed Yuri Beelzebub's face. This thing was definitely not something a local could create. Thousands of huge mouths suddenly sprouted from his body, and a complex prayer was chanted in an instant. Then, the thorns that once grew on the flesh god king reappeared, a vast mass of them pouring out from Yuri Beelzebub's chest, transforming into a thorn armor. That's the abyssal blood thorn, a truly disgusting creature of the abyss. Be careful not to let its thorns touch you, or it will grow on you. Elisa's voice echoed in Richard's ears. Richard nodded slightly, and then a layer of black stone armor covered his body. Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupted from beneath the meteorite. Although the lava meteorite was large, it wasn't inherently tough. As long as it could withstand the damage of the lava, even a level 1 creature could inflict damage. With a brief rumble, the meteorite beneath Richard's feet shattered, and a massive abyssal demon burst forth from it, striking Richard with a punch. Boom! The multi-layered, crystal-like magic shield shattered beneath his fist, but with each shattered layer, a new one was formed. However, with the world's blessing, the energy consumption of the composite magic barrier was no longer a problem. The fist finally stopped less than a meter away from Richard, advancing no further. Who are you? Yuri Beelzebub asked. But amidst the powerful voice, a flicker of fear crossed his heart. It was unimaginable that while he was plotting against this world, another powerful archdemon was hiding within. If his plot were discovered, he would surely perish. Richard didn't reply. Instead, he waved his staff lightly, and a khaki force field instantly enveloped Yuri Beelzebub. Although Yuri Beelzebub had sacrificed himself to seal him, his life level was only level 4. Although he had devoured 2 world masters, the damage done to his body by years of sealing was irreversible. The most obvious aspect of this was his declining physical condition. Richard could clearly sense that the great demon before him was far from reaching the physical limits of a level 4 creature. Of course, a more important reason Richard didn't respond was that he simply didn't understand what Yuri Beelzebub was saying. Who could understand the abyss? Buzz! Yuri Beelzebub's face changed slightly, and his massive body suddenly shrank. The next moment, violent wind blades appeared from the air. A spell of 30,000 energy levels was impossible for even an abyss demon to withstand directly with his flesh. Amid the storm, Yuri Beelzebub crossed his arms, creating a dark red barrier that shielded him from the wind blades. A sacrificial enemy? Yuri Beelzebub had fought in many worlds, encountering countless types of enemies. He categorized these enemies in detail, and devised various strategies to counter them. Although the abyssal demons were fanatical about combat, they also possessed a wealth of necessary planning and strategy. In his classification, priest-type enemies often excelled at manipulating elements and energy, neglecting physical training. If their outer defenses could be breached, these enemies would be no threat. The 10,000 years of sealing had caused Yuri Beelzebub to forget many things, but he had forgotten nothing about combat. After a moment of thought, thousands of mouths appeared on Yuri Beelzebub's body once again, but this time the sounds they uttered were pitifully muffled. Amidst the clatter of wind blades, the chanting of the abyssal prayer was completely obscured. Several abyssal runes silently appeared on Yuri Beelzebub's body. Under their influence, the energy in the air silently evaded him. Chapter 559. As a wizard pursuing physical evolution, Richard has always been very curious about the Abyss Demon race. Abyss Demons are a race that evolves through physical evolution. According to Ulysses, every Abyss Demon is a master at manipulating flesh and blood, and their proudest creations are often themselves. Richard was curious about what kind of transformation an Abyss Demon could achieve to deserve the title of master. Although Ulysses' Abyss spell was subtle, Richard still noticed a hint of unusual energy fluctuations. Ulysses' voice was silent, suggesting he either didn't know the demon was using a spell or didn't see it. Of course, it's also possible that the spell was insignificant, but why would an Abyss Demon use such an insignificant spell in such a battle? The magical barrier layered up in the air, almost making the energy barrier look like materialized crystal. Watching Richard's actions, a hint of mockery flashed through Ulysses' mind. A native is a native. Even if they learned something by digging graves, they're still a native after all. He didn't think of Richard as a civilized being. He had never seen an alien creature blessed by the world, so naturally, he didn't think that way. In his view, the abilities Richard displayed were nothing more than the mere slivers of knowledge he gained from digging up the remains of some forerunner. He stared at Richard intently, as if searching for a flaw, but his attention was focused on his peripheral vision. He could sense something watching him from behind the veil. Another relic? This world is truly rich. Feeling the spell's effects envelop him, Yuri Beelzebub exploded, a blood-red cloud instantly obscuring the sky. Richard, trapped in the smoke, frowned slightly. Within it, he felt a comforting feeling, akin to a barrier of mist. His perception was firmly confined to a 10-meter radius. A sneak attack? Huh? Richard sneered, and a white mist immediately erupted from his staff. While he didn't know the intricacies of this blood mist, he could still muddy the waters. With his limited perception, Yuri couldn't hope to gain an advantage. In the blood mist, Yuri Beelzebub, about to attack, paused as he watched the rapidly spreading white mist. A fog that obscures perception? This native knows quite a lot. It seems I have to devour his brain as soon as I kill him. The discrepancy in information had led Yuri Beelzebub into the trap he had set. To this day, he still believed Richard to be a native. The barrier of mist hampered Yuri Beelzebub's perception, limiting him to a radius of 50 meters. But this didn't hinder his search for Richard. The blood mist did more than just block perception. Buzz, Yuri Beelzebub's advance was silent. Shielded by the blood mist, Richard didn't notice until he was within a 10-meter radius. As soon as he saw the blood and white mist separate from Yuri Beelzebub's body, Richard immediately understood the spell's effectiveness. Break the magic? Richard's lips curled up in a smile. After all these years as a muscle wizard, he had finally tricked someone who treated him like a weakling. Ding! Bang! The composite magic barrier shattered before Yuri Beelzebub's claws. The dark red claws, carrying tiny fragments of space, headed straight for Richard's heart. Yuri Beelzebub looked at Richard with interest, hoping to detect panic and despair on his face, but when his gaze shifted to Richard's, he saw only a hint of mockery. Fool, you've been deceived. In an instant, the sky froze. Richard drew his arm, and swung his fist. With the blessing of the world, his mastery of the unity of heaven and man was elevated to an incredible level. Hundreds of kilometers of space around Richard froze, all the energy within it energized by a single punch. Bang! The dazzling fist light pierced the sky like a spear, and the blood mist and fog vanished without a trace. So it was over. Before the white movie screen, countless goblins stared intently at the fading white light. At the source of the white light, a huge, blood-red figure stretched its huddled body. You're not a native, who are you? Yuri Beelzebub's right arm had vanished without a trace. The granulation tissue that was attempting to repair it was now growing frantically, but it shattered as soon as it emerged. While the law of life might sound like a supporting ability, excessive vitality isn't necessarily a good thing. Under the influence of the law of life, cell growth was drastically accelerated, with apoptosis occurring before division was complete. Isn't he truly worthy of being called the great demon of the abyss? Richard exclaimed in amazement. Even after being tricked by me, he only lost an arm. Yuri Beelzebub stared at Richard, his mind frantically trying to determine which civilization Richard's features belonged to. Galactic mayfly? No, mayflies don't look like that. Titan remnant? No, the smallest Titan remnant would have been 10 meters tall. And if he were a Titan remnant, he would be dead by now. Gods? That civilization is too far away, too unlikely. Through much thought, Yuri Beelzebub suddenly recalled a little-known civilization. His lord, the great abyssal dragon, descended from a mysterious civilization through his maternal lineage. The creatures of that civilization always wore robes and carried a staff that could manipulate the elements. The name of that civilization was Wizards. Has the wizard civilization reached this far? Yuri Beelzebub shouted. Richard was taken aback by the sudden familiarity of wizards. Has the wizard civilization and the abyssal civilization ever come into contact? Wizard, I think we can talk. Yuri Beelzebub spoke again, this time with a spiritual message. Even without understanding the abyssal language, Richard could clearly understand his meaning. There's no need for us to fight to the death. For you and me, a world like ours doesn't warrant such a fight. We can make a deal. Yuri Beelzebub spat out a white crystal, stained with traces of undigested flesh and blood. I know you wizards love research the most. I can give you this relic. Additionally, I have the coordinates of a small world here, more than enough to compensate for your loss. Both are yours if you wish. Yuri Beelzebub's words were so sincere that Richard almost believed them. Ulysses' voice echoed through his soul, following the divine connection. Don't believe this thing. He's stalling for time. I guarantee the coordinates he promised you are from the abyss. Richard waved his staff, summoning a massive fireball resembling a black sun. I have no interest in occupying the abyssal world. Hearing this, Yuri Beelzebub's face darkened. Damn it! Someone has actually used this method before. The fireball slammed into Yuri like a meteor. Triple blessed by the rule of radiation, the hand of balance, and the world blessing, its power surpassed 100,000 energy levels. At the same time, a pitch-black beast emerged from the void, bearing a sea of fire that could consume the entire world and headed straight for Yuri. Attacked from both sides, there was no way to retreat. The breath of death echoed in Yuri Beelzebub's nose, and fear, like an electric current, permeated every cell in his body. The abyssal demons are a race of warriors, born to fight. For them, death and fear are not burdens that hinder their battles, but tools that fuel their evolution. At this moment of death, Yuri Beelzebub closed his eyes. Abyss, look upon me. Boom! The fireball and the sea of flames collided, and the scene, resembling the destruction of the world, was transmitted to the entire world via the crystal signal. This is the end, the goblins thought. But the next moment, the flames in the sky parted. A figure plummeted from the sky, slamming into the ground like a cannonball. Who was that? The camera didn't shift, remaining focused on the sky. As the sea of flames receded, a pitch-black figure stood in the sky. The figure shifted slightly, and the charred outer shell shed, revealing a thin, yet pale figure with a chilling presence. That demon isn't dead yet, but which demon was in the sky, and who had just flown out? Soon, the answer was revealed. Richard, grasping the hand of balance, ascended into the sky, his flesh bud seemingly restoring the missing half of his body. Temporary evolution, Richard. We're in trouble. Elisa's voice echoed in Richard's ears, yet Richard's heart remained unchanged. Evolution, so what? Richard's voice was steady, like a machine, his mind completely dominated by absolute rationality. Sudden explosions were too uncontrollable, and wizards always face difficulties with rationality. Evolution requires energy, and the higher the level of the creature, the more it requires. We just need to hold it off. It will starve to death. But can you hold it off? Richard gently waved his staff, and a crystal-like magical barrier instantly appeared before him. The next moment, the pale Yuri Beelzebub appeared before the barrier and shattered it with a single punch, a barrier strong enough to withstand a 50,000 level magical power. As it stands, it's possible. Then go for it. I assist you with all my might. Elisa's voice was tinged with fatigue. Behind the curtain, a dark beast was recovering from its injuries. A large hole had appeared on its left wing, and the dark power of the abyss was clashing fiercely with the holy light. Just now, Richard was merely a psychic. Ulysses was Yuri Beelzebub's true target. Gah, I've been so careless. I didn't expect to be tricked by such an idiot. Ulysses scoffed at himself as he swiftly glided through the void, assisting Richard in holding Yuri Beelzebub back. But the exhaustion in his soul made even this simple task a struggle. Due to his injuries, his slumber was imminent. He muttered to himself, Ulysses, you can't let me down. If you do, it's all over. Richard's survival depends on you. If you fall asleep, he be finished. Ulysses, you're on the verge of becoming a lord. Have you forgotten the Crow realm? If you don't become a lord, how can you conquer the crow realm from those scum of the abyss? Uli says, think of your people. They're still waiting for you to lead them in a counterattack. Uli says, you're the last hope. You must not fall. Chapter 560. Great Sage, may you defeat the evil demons. A little girl, arms folded before a screen, prayed devoutly. The Second Abyssal War had begun 6 months earlier, and darkness was enveloping the land. At the outset of the war, the vast abyssal demon army nearly tore through the Great Wall's defenses. Over 1 million goblins were transformed into abyssal zombies by the surging demonic tide, and the abyss advanced behind the defenses with an almost unstoppable momentum. Thankfully, Patriarch Franken arrived in time with the miracle monks, who were clearing the abyssal contamination from the rear. In a bloody battle that lasted 7 days, they pinned the abyssal demon tide in its tracks. 5,672 miracle monks were killed in this war, nearly a quarter of the miracle monks in the flesh and blood royal court. Subsequent reinforcements arrived and drove back the abyssal demon army. This was only the beginning. Even though the Order of Miracles was working overtime to produce miracle monks, their output was a drop in the bucket compared to the abyssal tide. As a last resort, ordinary guards began to take to the battlefield. Equipped with breathing masks, ordinary people could barely resist the infestation of the abyssal spores on the battlefield. Many of the weapons of the Church of the Lord of all Machines could be modified and operated by ordinary people. As long as they could pull the trigger, a bullet fired by a child was as powerful as a bullet fired by an adult. The meaning of the word sacrifice in goblin language was gradually changing. Great Sage, may your glory be everlasting. In the church, devout believers prayed devoutly to the iron idol. The Order of Miracles continued to exist after the disappearance of the gods, and they still worship the gods, but this time, they worship the god known as the Sage. On the iron statue, Richard's face was stern. Under Franken and Tell's instigation, the deity of the Order of Miracles had become a sage. The canon was revised accordingly. The canon stated that the sage was no longer a prophet, he was the god himself. Of course, this change was unacceptable to many fanatics. But these fanatics were soon sent to the front lines. Sustaining the war required a stable home front. The sage could calm the people, and thus, the sage would inevitably become a god. The immense power of faith flowed like a long river into the amorphous statue of the god's dimension, but this power of faith wrought a strange transformation upon the statue. The amorphous statue gradually began to take shape, transforming into a figure clad in black robes, holding a staff. Boom! A pale figure flashed through the air as if teleporting, but each appearance was accompanied by a thunderous roar. The crystal-like energy shield shattered, and Richard within it paled, but he held his staff unwaveringly. With a swing of his staff, an earth elemental force field instantly enveloped Yuri Beelzebub. A shimmer of holy light flashed around him, shielding him from the contamination of the abyss. Within the earth elemental force field, Yuri Beelzebub instinctively raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on Richard's figure. Then, the earth elemental force field, equivalent to a 30,000 energy level, was instantly shattered. Yuri Beelzebub, stepping through the void, arrived at Richard's side at a speed nearly instantaneous, followed by another loud thunderclap. Richard swung his staff, and as the magic barrier shattered, countless crystals suddenly appeared around him. These crystals were all perfectly shaped like diamonds. The moment they appeared, Yuri Beelzebub's body, in a counterintuitive gesture, held its own against the onrushing force. Buzz! All the crystals transformed into radiant auroras. In an instant, the entire sky became incredibly magnificent, countless auroras imprisoning Yuri Beelzebub like a cage. Yuri Beelzebub was a phantom, the raindrops of auroras seemingly passing right through him. But Richard knew that this was a sign of immense speed. Yuri Beelzebub's speed allowed him to dodge in a microsecond, then relax with a cigarette, take a comfortable hot shower, and return to his starting position. In the air, the two men stared at each other. This cycle had been going on for 6 months, and neither side was able to defeat the other in this battle. Yuri Beelzebub's evolution had been quite successful, his physical fitness surpassing even his peak. His strength and agility were several times greater than Richard's. Without Ulysses's warning, he wouldn't have even reacted. But as Richard had said, evolution requires energy. The evolution of his body had nearly drained Yuri Beelzebub's body, but even so, it remained incomplete. Though driven by the instinct of survival, Yuri Beelzebub's body hadn't completely drained every last bit of energy from it, leaving it a corpse dead in the process of evolution. However, every time Yuri Beelzebub gained energy, his physical evolution would be restarted, depriving him of that power. Under the world's attack, the energy surrounding Yuri Beelzebub was abnormally violent and thin. This little energy was barely enough to sustain his movements, completely insufficient to satisfy his evolution. He needed energy with a higher energy density, unaffected by the world's influence. Richard and Ulises were his only options. Killing Richard and Ulises would complete his evolution. Failing to kill them would mean he would slowly starve to death. Every time Richard cast his Earth Elemental Force field, his energy would be depleted by a fraction. If he dared to give Richard a chance to breathe, the fireball spell, exceeding 100,000 energy levels, would cause him to lose even more. He seemed to be in control of the battle, but in reality, he was the passive opponent. But how much better was Richard than him? 6 months of intense combat had nearly drained his soul. Honestly, Richard almost regretted orchestrating this whole scheme. He and Ulises should have taken out the Great Abyss Demon first, and then the Abyss Blesser. Although the Abyss Blesser was powerful, at least he was a native. Dealing with a native was much easier than dealing with this thing before him. Richard, why don't we give up? Let's hide in the secret realm and destroy the flaw. Watering is better than dying. My consciousness is almost failing. Ulises' voice echoed in Richard's ears, so weak it was almost unbelievable. Giving up always seemed so sweet. Giving up now might mean losing a world, but at least he would survive. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Perhaps the next world could be found in a few years? But should I really give up? Richard waved his staff numbly, Ulises' voice echoing in his mind. Give up? Just as Richard was almost lost, his body suddenly illuminated with holy light. Richard's eyes were filled with confusion. He had been using divine magic these days, but he was certain that the holy light emanating from him was not the work of divine magic. Strongs of faith flowed into his body, and he suddenly saw countless praying goblins before him. Great Sage, may you defeat the evil. Great Sage, may your glory be everlasting. Great Sage, may your throne be the brightest star in the sky. Across the goblin world, Richard could hear the prayers of countless goblins. Amidst these prayers, Richard felt his soul begin to transform. In the dimension of the gods, the amorphous statue had taken shape, and Richard's face gradually emerged upon its smooth visage. Ulises, what's going on? Incredible, truly incredible. Ulises' voice was tinged with shock, then suddenly became incredibly spirited. Richard, those goblins have worshipped you as their race's patron saint. You're just a wizard, and you've become their patron saint. So I'm going to become a god? Not really. Without the ritual, you're at most a saint. But that's not important. What's important is that this battle is over. Ulises' voice became incredibly passionate. The status of a saint is enough to transform the power of faith. My friend, follow your instincts. Richard was stunned. Wasn't it suicidal to empty your mind on the battlefield? But Beelzebub didn't seem to be attacking. While Richard was stunned by his own transformation, Beelzebub was taking the opportunity to devour energy in huge gulps. While Richard's transformation warranted attention, once his evolution was complete, any significant change would be a matter of firmness. Could Richard's transformations, even if they continued, have the potential to leap from level 4 to level 5? A strange scene unfolded. On the battlefield, Beelzebub was shrouded in the dark crimson power of the abyss, and behind him lay an endless cloud of abyssal spores. Richard, on the other hand, was enveloped in a gentle holy light, and behind him, the power of faith of countless goblins flowed into his body like a river. This strange scene was transmitted via crystal signals, along tens of thousands of signal towers, and onto hundreds of thousands of screens. Anson observed the contents of the screens, and silently took out the notebook that had recorded all the holy deeds Richard had performed since founding his religion, recording the scene. Richard emptied his mind and body, following his instincts. The gifts bestowed by his elevated status poured into his mind at that moment. The next moment, he opened his eyes, and the holy light emanating from him suddenly became majestic. Across from him, Beelzebub's form finally began to plump up. The terrifying power of the abyss spread across him, transforming into a pitch-black suit of armor. He looked at Richard and grinned. Wizard, I will leave your head as a commemoration of this battle. Richard waved his staff, his expression expressionless. Don't worry, I placed your specimen in a prominent place in the lab. Transformed by the power of faith, Richard's mental strength became immensely enriched, and the divine arts he had learned in the past displayed even greater power. Divine arts were originally created by the gods. I said you can't move? As Richard uttered divine words, an invisible dimensional force emerged from the void, like chains, binding Beelzebub to his spot. But the next moment, his brute force shattered these invisible chains. Fancy! Beelzebub scoffed, then appeared before Richard. Boom! The magic barrier shattered, the holy light barrier shattered, the elemental barrier shattered. In an instant, the fist reached Richard. I say stop. The dimensional force reappeared, pausing the fist for a moment. Richard took the opportunity to flash and appear behind Yuri Beelzebub. I say, the elements here obey my command. With these divine words, the free fire elements within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, centered around Richard, instantly converged, transforming into a crimson sun. Boom! The sun exploded, flames exceeding 100,000 energy levels, nearly incinerating the entire sky. But the next moment, a figure parted the sea of flames and headed straight for Richard. Still fancy. Combat masters are generally divided into two categories: those who have learned from many schools of thought, and those who specialize in a single discipline. Richard was the former, while Yuri Beelzebub had been the former, but now the latter. The extreme physical evolution granted Ulysses almost incredible strength. With this kind of power, why would I need abyssal curses? No wonder both lords scoff at them. Bang! Richard's body flew backwards, a clear claw mark on his chest nearly ripping through his ribs. This physical evolution is truly powerful. Richard's expression remained unchanged, as if it weren't him who was sent flying. As he watched, a pitch-black behemoth silently emerged from the void and precisely grasped Ulysses' chest. Abyssal scum, have you forgotten me? Richard's evolution also benefited Ulysses. From a god whose status could never rise above that of the main god, with Richard's elevation, Ulysses' status finally returned to that of a god. Now Ulysses could finally be called a deity of the god civilization. Ulysses' voice was laced with deep resentment. Ulysses swung back and swung a punch, but Ulysses deftly dodged it. He was all too familiar with these abyssal scum. Buzz, Uli turned to defend, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun light. Unforeseen, a beam of Aurora Borealis pierced Uli's chest like a meteor. Simultaneously, Ulysses moved again. The pitch-black flames, fused with holy light, clung to him like a thorn in his flesh, constantly corroding his flesh. This was a method Ulysses had specially prepared for the demons of the abyss. In the past, his status had suppressed him, preventing him from using it. Now, he was finally free. Ulysses' expression suddenly changed. He couldn't understand how the man and the bird he had just suppressed could transform into something so formidable. Why was this crow's method so targeted at him? But he had no time to think, for Richard's radiant aurora had already arrived. I say, flesh and blood cannot resist the light I radiate. Puff. Beelzebub's body was pierced by the aurora like a rag, and before he could react, Ulysses' harassment followed. The oppression had been established, and the balance of victory had tipped. On the screen, the numerous goblins could not make out the details. They could only see divine light flickering in the sky, the dark demonic clouds gradually dissipating under the divine light. Was victory imminent? Countless goblins guarded the screen. Even the factories stopped operating. Everyone waited for the final scene. Boom! A beam of holy light exploded from the sky. Beelzebub, now dismembered and almost skeletal, roared his last. Then his body suddenly exploded, and holy light shattered the demonic clouds, illuminating the entire sky. In the dimension of the gods, the face of the statue had become complete. In the goblin world, a staircase suddenly appeared before Richard. The staircase stretched from his front to the sky. Under the gaze of the goblins, Richard stepped toward the sky, transforming into an incomparably bright star. Great sage, may your throne become the brightest star in the sky. Chapter 561. In the secret realm, a spatial rift suddenly opened. Old Mushroom, hurry, take Richard away. Ulysses grabbed Richard's body and flew out of the rift, diving headfirst into the World Mushroom's head. What happened? The World Mushroom's voice remained muffled, but its movements were unwavering. Its massive mycelium immediately gathered the sleeping Richard into its core. Richard, at this moment, was far less sacred and majestic than the goblins had imagined. On the contrary, Richard's body was covered in wounds from Beelzebub's self-destruction, leaving him looking like a grimy doll. The rich power of the abyss constantly collided with the holy light, causing Richard's wounds to tear and heal. In this process, his vitality was steadily depleted. Listen, old mushroom, Ulysses said solemnly to the World Mushroom, forcing himself to maintain consciousness. Richard's health is poor, but don't keep pumping in life force. You only need to keep his life force at a stable stage. I've already cast divine magic upon him, and the contamination of the abyss will be countered by free divine magic. You must not be contaminated by the power of the abyss. Remember, you must not be contaminated by the power of the abyss. Old Crow, you don't need to tell me that. Also, supplies to the Asgardian laboratory remain normal. If those goblins come to the secret realm, don't reveal our... Ulysses' voice gradually faded, the exhaustion from his soul nearly succumbing to his sanity, But before falling asleep, he uttered a final word. Just make them pray. With that, Ulises' eyes closed a fraction, and he fell into a deep sleep. The world mushroom used its mycelium to absorb Ulises' body and placed it beside Richard. About a month later, Tell, Franken, and Ben used the few scrolls of the secret realm to open the rift into the secret realm. Great world mushroom, do you know the whereabouts of the sages? No need to ask, all you need to do is pray. They will appear when the time comes. Godhood through great deeds requires no rituals. Any living being can attain godhood by completing a great deity. But the God King still designed a ritual for this path. For other paths, rituals are keys that open the door, but the path beyond is one's own. But the rituals of great deeds for godhood are like torches, helping the apotheosis to more easily pass the final stage. Different civilizations have different definitions of this final stage. Wizards call it the soul secret realm, wild orcs call it the heart demon tribulation, galactic mayflies call it the heart thorn, and the gods call it the trial of faith. In this level, creatures no longer need to enter the emptiness of the soul's darkness. On the contrary, this level is extremely rich and varied. Ring, ring, ring. A delicate, white hand reached out from under the covers and turned off the alarm. Richard, time to get up. The girl's charming voice awoke Richard from his dream. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. What? You're having that dream again? A slightly cold voice sounded from Richard's other side. He turned to see the cold and beautiful Anna sitting up, a hint of the afterglow of lovemaking still on her face. Anna? Senior sister? Why, don't you recognize me? Richard looked at Anna in a daze. The vivid scenes in his dream made it almost impossible for him to distinguish reality from fantasy. Hey, just ignore me, right? Richard turned around and saw a naked Ellie looking at him angrily. No, I'm just a little confused. Don't be confused. Today's first period is mine. Don't be late. Anna stood up and put on her clothes in front of Richard without any hesitation. Richard suddenly remembered that he and Anna had been in a relationship for a long time. His performance in the first class had caught Anna's attention, and his talent in alchemy had made her admire him even more. Then, after a failed experiment, they developed a negative distance relationship. Anna, conservative by nature, became his woman and later joined him and Ellie's family. That's a bit crazy, Richard muttered to himself. The realistic scenes in the dream gradually faded as Richard regained consciousness, but the vague feeling of something being wrong remained. Also, he couldn't help but feel someone whispering something in his ear. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. Richard rolled out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. Anna's words weren't in vain. If he was late, he'd have to face the queen that night, subduing Anna. Although the whip and wax were thrilling, Richard preferred to conquer the queen, not be conquered by her. Anna's lectures were as sharp as ever, but her sharp gaze always turned to ripples when she shifted her gaze towards Richard. After listening to the entire class, Richard felt that the content was a little too simple. Many things he understood at a glance were taken forever by Anna. Even a frivolous class can't be this frivolous. After class, Richard went to the lab. Jorod was currently working on his synthesizer. Alas, another failure. Jorod's sight caught Richard's attention. He leaned over to take a look. Upon seeing Jorod's design, he keenly sensed a slight incongruity. Teacher, what are you designing here for? Richard, you're still interested in synthesizers? Too much is never a good idea. Jorod casually glanced at the spot Richard pointed, but was soon stunned. Richard's finger pointed to an energy cycle error. No wonder his synthesizers kept crashing. Not bad, Richard. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for synthesizers. Take these books back and read them. Magic stones? Why would such a talent require magic stones? Wouldn't that be a waste of your time? Richard dazedly took the book. So he had all the information on synthesizers? Back in his dorm, Richard planned to continue the basic alchemy he hadn't finished yesterday. But after flipping through a few pages, he paused. Isn't this too basic? Richard looked at the thick book on the table. Its contents were all easily understood. He could even find many errors. But soon, Richard realized something was wrong. What's wrong with me? Why do these things seem so easy to me? Fragments of last night's strange dream flashed through Richard's mind. In these fragments, he kept seeing the figure of a crow. What a strange dream. Richard shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Richard finished reading the book Jorod had given him in just 3 days. Afterward, Richard met Jorod and pointed out every mistake he had made. This performance made Jorod exclaim that he had met a true genius. After this, Jorod's library was fully open to Richard. This was an unprecedented privilege. And Richard spent just 2 weeks reading the entire library. Teacher, do I have any more advanced knowledge? This is too simple. Faced with Richard's request, Jorod felt his worldview was about to be overturned. To demonstrate his authority as a mentor, he decided to give his apprentice a blow. Since you are such a genius, then you should join me in research. 3 days later, under Richard's guidance, Jorod successfully created a level 3 biological war beast. Incredible, truly incredible, Jorod muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. In those 3 days, Richard, acting as an apprentice, corrected no fewer than 50 of his mistakes. And the knowledge he used was all knowledge he himself knew. Genius was no longer enough to describe Richard. The name Richard should be synonymous with genius. After that, Richard began following Jorod around visiting friends. Jorod had simply terminated his contract with the academy. The bloody trials? Losing a brain like Richard's to them would be a loss to the entire wizarding world. While Richard made rapid progress academically, he was no less impressive in life. Anna, Ellie, Della, Winnie, Richard could barely remember the names of these girls. In short, wherever he went with Jorod, he would meet some beautiful women. These people ranged from the heirs of a wizarding family to the only grand disciple of a great wizard, to the sole heir of a wizarding guild. In between, Richard even encountered a third-ring female wizard whose abilities had temporarily fallen to the level of a wizard's apprentice due to a failed experiment. All of them, captivated by Richard's knowledge, charm, personality, and other factors, voluntarily joined his harem. Frankly, Richard felt like the protagonist of a vernacular novel, a stag novel at that. Otherwise, how could he have met so many beautiful women? Time flowed by like water, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. During these 20 years, Richard not only amassed an untold number of concubines, but also founded a wizarding guild. Through strategic business tactics, he effectively bankrupted a well-established potion maker, consuming its assets and its heir, who had secretly fallen in love with Richard. The potions he created were snapped up by wizards as soon as they were released, and envoys from wizarding academies even lined up to meet his entire apprentice class. All of this filled Richard with a surreal feeling, yet the indistinct voice in his ears persisted. 20 years had passed, bringing Richard to the limit of a wizard's apprentice's mental strength. He was finally about to ascend to the rank of wizard. Entering the Tower of Truth's advancement chamber, Richard effortlessly entered his state. Within the darkness of his soul, he encountered the source of the wizarding world. But unlike ordinary people, the source of the wizarding world shredded Richard's darkness upon encountering him. Stupefied, Richard instantly became a first-ring wizard. The entire advancement process took less than an hour. The next moment, a white light illuminated beneath his feet, transporting him to a special room. Inside, a wooden alchemist puppet, holding a plane, was smoothing a piece of wood. "This is ridiculous," Richard suddenly blurted out, even though he didn't understand why. Then, his dazed eyes snapped back to reality. "Is this the Soul Realm?" Richard said calmly, observing the wooden puppet before him. The wooden puppet stopped and turned to look at Richard. "I prefer to call this the perfect world." The wooden puppet's response startled Richard slightly. "Do you have your own wisdom?" "Yes and no. I'm a mirror. If intelligent beings look at me, then I have wisdom. If you leave, then I lose my wisdom. Are you a creature from the illusory dimension?" "I think so." "Is this another illusion?" "If you think it is, then it is." Richard looked at the wooden puppet before him, and the voices in his ears, which he had been unable to hear for the past 20 years, finally became clear. "Great sage, may your glory be everlasting. Great sage, may you grant me victory in this battle. Great sage, may my father survive. Is this the benefit of the path of greatness? Someone reminds me," Richard muttered to himself. Then he looked at the mechanical puppet and asked, "How do I get out?" "You can leave at any time if you wish. But once you leave, you can never return." The mechanical puppet waved its hand, and all the beautiful women Richard had met over the years, and the powerful men he had recruited arrived in the room. "Richard, are you leaving?" Ellie's eyes were red, tears welling. "Richard, you can't leave." Anna's face was icy, but her eyes were red too. Joe Lord's voice was filled with pleading. He whispered, "Richard, our guild is just getting started. We've pledged to overthrow Tesla's throne." Richard's beloved, friends, and subordinates all pleaded with him not to leave. Richard stood there and sighed softly. "A perfect world is indeed beautiful, but I prefer a more realistic world. Goodbye, everyone. If I remember you when I wake up, I will miss you." With that, Richard opened his eyes. World Mushroom, how long have I been asleep? Chapter 562. You've been asleep for about 500 years. There might be some discrepancies. I'm not very sensitive to time, so please forgive me. The world mushroom's voice was as dull as ever. 500 years was no different from a nap to him. 500 years. That's a long time. If I continue to waste time in that perfect world, I'm afraid my soul will be exhausted before this year. Richard stood up, and the mycelium in front of him parted, revealing a path to the outside world. Entering the secret realm, Richard stretched his body. But as soon as he moved, he realized something was wrong with him. He waved his left hand, and a dark red abyssal force burst from his fingertips. Abyssal force? Am I contaminated? Richard was startled, and his mind flashed back to the final scene of the Ascension War. The abyssal demon chose to self-destruct in its final moments, attempting to perish with him. If he remembered correctly, his body seemed to be seriously injured. Richard's mind moved, and a surge of mental power surged from his head. After completing this ultimate leap, Richard's mental power had undergone a qualitative leap. The quality of his mental power was approximately 10 times stronger than it had been at the third ring. This was almost the difference between an apprentice and a full-fledged wizard. He could also clearly feel that his ability to understand rules had greatly increased. A single rule was no longer his limit. As the mental power flowed through his body, Richard's expression gradually grew filled with surprise. Is this a second heart? Exploring his mental power, Richard discovered that his organs were almost completely different from before his ascension, the most obvious being the second heart beating in his right chest. This heart is the starting point for the circulation of the abyssal power within Richard. From it, a unique circulatory system for the abyssal power and Richard's own circulatory system emerges, independent of each other yet mutually reinforcing. If Richard so desires, the two can merge at any time. Is this the abyssal transformation Ulysses mentioned earlier? After assessing his body's condition, Richard immediately recalled what Ulysses had said. Many gods in the god civilization deliberately infect the abyss to gain its power. Adding to his current situation, Richard's thoughts raced, and he could almost conclude that he had achieved a symbiotic relationship with the abyss. Is this the state of symbiosis with the abyss? It seems quite good. From Richard's fingertips, a trace of abyssal magic, mixed with abyssal power, emerged. Under his manipulation, this trace of abyssal magic continuously attracted elementals in the air, transforming into a fireball imbued with the aura of the abyss. With a flick of his hand, the fireball exploded in the air, like a blooming flower of fire. Richard felt the power of the spell and frowned slightly. How could there be no change in power? Could it be that the power of the abyss only imbues sorcery with the taint of the abyss? This fireball was no different in power from one Richard had created with pure magic. It simply carried the aura of the abyss. But Richard soon understood the reason. I've been so sleepy, Richard said, shaking his head and jokingly saying, elemental spells derive their power from the elements. Unless the energy itself possesses the ability to attract the elements, the spell's power will remain unchanged. I've truly been influenced by that secret realm of the soul. I could make such a simple mistake. Changing his focus, Richard began experimenting with energy sorcery using abyssal magic. Boom! A dark red bolt of lightning struck from Richard's fingertips, landing precisely on a target. Richard checked the energy level and was startled. How could it be so high? The energy level of the dark red lightning on the target was 150, a rather insignificant number that wouldn't even make Richard's hairs spin. However, Richard's magic-driven lightning only reached an energy level of 100. In other words, after infusing it with abyssal power, the sorcery's power increased by a full 50%, and it also carried the abyssal contamination. If the abyssal magic mixed with abyssal power is so potent, wouldn't pure abyssal power be even more potent? Richard's mind shifted, and the pure abyssal power within him began to mobilize. Energy shifted at Richard's fingertips according to the spell pattern, but soon, the stable spell pattern suddenly became chaotic. With a bang, the abyssal force suddenly exploded. Richard casually gathered the abyssal aura in the air and pondered, is it incompatible? A wizard's sorcery is designed for their own magic power. It's natural that an alien energy, like the abyssal force, is incompatible with the sorcery model. Richard then conducted several more sorcery experiments, and through these experiments, he came to a rough conclusion. The higher the proportion of abyssal force in the abyssal magic, the less stable the sorcery model will be, but correspondingly, the power of the sorcery will also be greatly increased. Under extreme conditions, the increase in the power of the abyssal force will be infinitely close to double. In other words, without modifying the spell model, the power of the abyssal force can almost double the power level of the spell. No wonder they deliberately infected the abyss. If this kind of amplification were to happen to the wizards, I'm afraid everyone would be infected. The abyss incident was temporarily over, and Richard continued to adjust to his body. After becoming a level 4 creature, Richard could clearly feel a transparent barrier appearing over his world, as if he were looking at the world through glasses. This was the first time Richard had experienced the veil so directly. He tried to remove the glasses, but no matter his mental power, magic, or the power of the abyss, he couldn't remove the barrier. Master, to enter the veil, you need to find a gap in it or create one using dimensional power. The world mushroom's voice suddenly echoed in Richard's ears. He was slightly startled, then realized that the world mushroom was also a world master. Gap? Dimensional power. Richard looked around, finding the entire secret realm flawless, with no gap at all. And the dimensional power. The moment Richard became aware of the dimensional power, he felt the illusory power enveloping him. This illusory power split into two. One was neutral and peaceful, possessing no particular attributes, like a wizard's magic. The other carried a gentle aura, like spring sunshine, soft and warm. Hey, that's not right. How can I possess two-dimensional powers? Richard suddenly realized something was wrong. It was normal for him to possess the wizard dimension's dimensional power. After all, his share was there. But what was this other, gentle dimensional power? But before he could finish his trance, a majestic voice echoed in his ears. Sage, congratulations on completing your trial. I am God King Eternal, and I await you in the Pantheon. The voice faded, and Richard felt himself petrified and cracked. No, why would the God King seek him out? How could he, a mere level 4 creature, merit the God King's attention? Though, come to think of it, he was the only one to have successfully achieved the path to godhood since its creation, so it was only natural that he would be noticed by the God King. But now, a question loomed before Richard. Should he go, or not? World Shroom. Where's Ulysses? Richard called out to the World Shroom. Master, the old crow fell into a deep sleep after bringing you in. So far, he's shown no signs of waking. Not awake yet? Yes, Master. But I can sense his strength reviving. He'd probably be awake soon. How long do you mean by not long? About 100 or 200 years, Master. I think you should adjust to your new role. 100 or 200 years is just a short nap for us. A short nap? Richard rubbed his head. If it was just a short nap, he thought the Lord God King would probably forgive him for being late. In the God's dimension, a galaxy-like creature hovered in front of Richard's statue. Behind him was a vast, almost boundless temple, within which stood countless statues of various shapes. In the innermost part of the temple, 3 massive thrones symbolized the extraordinary nature of those who sat upon them. Great achievements lead to deification. It seems a new deity is about to emerge. A voice suddenly came from behind the galaxy creatures. Immediately afterwards, a towering being with 2 crows perched on its shoulders and a spear in its hand approached the galaxy creatures from the 3 massive thrones. Wanbian, what are you doing here? A commanding voice emanated from the galaxy creature. I'm not doing anything, the God King of Change chuckled. I just noticed a new member in the Pantheon, so I came to check it out. The galaxy creature wasn't fooled by the God King of Change's words, and said bluntly, this person is mine. You tricked that Director War kid out last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Don't even think about tricking him out of this again. The God King of Change remained unmoved, smiling, Eternal, don't be so stingy. It's just a Lord God. You have so many capable people under you, one more wouldn't be enough. Just a Lord God. God King of Eternal's voice suddenly rose. Just a Lord God. Why don't you give me 2 Lord Gods? Give me 2 Lord Gods, and I promise I take care of you. In the entire Pantheon, there are only a dozen Lord Gods. Each Lord King only has a few. Unlike the contribution system of wizard civilization, the power of the God's dimension is divided according to Pantheon. In other words, the more people you have, the stronger you become, and the more power you can control. And the weight of a single primary deity is almost equal to that of a Pantheon without one. Hey, Eternal, your family is vast and powerful, but I'm just a homeless person. How can I possibly have such wealth? The ever-changing God King wasn't upset. After all, the person was his, and Eternal God King couldn't let him get away. I think this little fellow called Sage is a magician like me. My runes are a perfect match for him. Impossible, ever-changing, give up. Let's talk it over. Look, I didn't say anything when you stole that little crow last time. He's a high-level deity after all, isn't he? You call that stealing? He was originally mine, but the world was taken over by the abyss, so he was forced to stay with you for a while. Really, we can't talk? Absolutely not. Well then, it all depends on our own abilities. Before he finished speaking, the ever-changing God King suddenly swung his spear and tapped the statue. The Eternal God King, standing by, was surprised by his old rival's shamelessness and was momentarily unable to intervene. The next moment, a rune, along with a message, traveled through the connection and was transmitted to Richard, who was still adapting to his body. Sage, I am the God King of Change. I sense we have much in common. This is a meeting gift. Perhaps we can discuss this when we return to the Pantheon someday. Chapter 563. The Ever-Changing God King. Richard felt his body petrify once more, as he listened to the voice beside him. Two God Kings noticed him simultaneously, and it seemed they were vying for him. This kind of thing was an honor many people in the God civilization would have prayed to the gods for, but for Richard, it became a death warrant. Never mind. Having too many debts won't worry me. Once I contact the Dean, I have someone behind me. Richard consoled himself, and then insisted on presenting the ever-changing God King with a gift. It was a constantly shifting rune. Richard remembered that Elises had mentioned that the ever-changing God King possessed a rune similar to a wizard's rune. It was a rule rune, the mere sight of which would cause ordinary people to faint. Only those at the level of a world master could discern its mysteries. The rune constantly shifted in Richard's mental space, causing those who watched it to feel dizzy. But as a wizard, Richard keenly perceived its profound significance. The runes shifted in form, each one seemingly a rare one. After observing them for a long time, Richard confirmed his hypothesis. He inscribed the runes he had observed, each one a complete, self-contained cycle. And once activated, their effects were all related to the element of fire. The moment he confirmed his observations, Richard grasped the essence of the runes. If nothing unexpected happened, this rune contained a complete law of the fire element. The rune's ever-changing appearance was telling this law of the fire element. The text of the law. Truly incredible, Richard exclaimed. He couldn't imagine how many new sorceries would emerge if a wizard could master this rune. After observing it for a long time, Richard suddenly felt dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he realized that his mental power had been almost depleted without him noticing. Observing the rune will drain your mental power? Richard tried to continue observing the rune, paying attention to the changes in his mental power. Sure enough, after he began observing the rune, his mental power plummeted at an alarming rate. Damn it! This thing is using my mental power to analyze the rules. Richard covered his head the moment he realized it. The overdrawn mental power gave him a splitting headache. After recovering slightly, Richard immediately began meditating. After becoming the Lord of the world, the Soul Sea had transformed before Richard's eyes. If he had been a small fish before, he was now a shark patrolling the sea. As long as he didn't encounter the behemoths of the Soul Sea, the ordinary creatures of the Soul Sea posed no danger to him. However, Richard wasn't a soul wizard, so he wasn't particularly interested in exploring the Sea of Souls. After completing his meditation, Richard stood up and began to tap into his share of the dimensional power belonging to the wizard dimension. The moment he activated this power, a message flooded into his mind. It was a spell model. The effect of the spell was to open a portal to the wizard dimension. Isn't it worthy of being called the wizard dimension? The method of entering the dimension is so wizardly. After reviewing the information he received, Richard immediately began to cast the spell. The portal to the wizard dimension was extremely complex in construction, roughly equivalent in difficulty to a 7th level spell. In the past, Richard would have needed to rely on rituals and multiple casters to complete this sorcery. But now, Richard's complex spell model was only slightly more complex. After failing twice, Richard, having found the trick, quickly summoned a rune gate. Pushing it open, Richard beheld a gloomy world with a sky thick with dark clouds and a land dotted with wizard towers. Boom! A massive fireball exploded in the air, its blazing waves instantly engulfing a galaxy of mayflies. Across the vast plain, countless small forts engaged in battle. Enormous fireballs exploded in the air one after another, their scattered flames covering even the sky. And above these fireballs, a vast cloud-like battle group of mayflies. Buzz! A massive beam of light descended from the sky, instantly evaporating a fort, along with the wizards and alien combat group within, into nothingness. Support! We need support! Ellie, clad in a black robe, shouted angrily into the communication crystal ball. Compared to the Ellie Richard remembered, the current Ellie had changed dramatically. Once shorter and thinner than Richard, Ellie was now as tall as him, and much more robust. Traceable dragon scales enveloped her body like a close-fitting soft armor. Her once pale blue eyes had turned a deep crimson, and a pair of delicate golden dragon horns atop her head occasionally emitted arcs of golden electricity. If Richard were to judge, Ellie would be far sexier now. But at this moment, this beauty's face was filled with a rage that could incinerate anyone. The floating city battle group should have arrived 15 minutes ago. Why haven't they arrived yet? Operator Ellie, please calm down. The floating city battle group encountered an ambush from the Mayfly battle group on the way. But they've managed to break through as quickly as possible. Zzz. Listening to the cacophony of sounds coming from the crystal ball, Ellie was so enraged that she even made 5-finger marks on it. Damn it! Ellie slammed the crystal ball onto the table, her body trembling slightly with anger. But as a veteran wizard, at least a veteran wizard on this battlefield, she couldn't lose her composure. After a moment, Ellie let out a long breath, her expression calming. Although breathing was just a habit at her current strength, the instinct etched into her very being still compelled her to do so when faced with a problem. She pulled a crystal ball from her pocket. Inscribed within it was a picture. In it, Richard was celebrating the success of his experiment, his expression radiant with joy. The war had been going on for over 600 years. The raging flames of war, originating in the galaxy world, had practically ignited the entire starry sky. A massive battlefront unfolded, spanning worlds. The galaxy Mayflies, leveraging their vast numbers, simultaneously waged war on hundreds of worlds. Every second, millions of galaxy Mayflies were reduced to ash, and with them, thousands of wizards perished. Under this massive offensive, even though the Council of Truth had transformed every citizen into wizard apprentices, and even though soul box technology had been universally adopted by every wizard, the wizarding world's wizard output barely matched the war's losses. With the arrival of the Dharma ending age, the wizarding world's wizard production would soon be unable to keep pace with the war's losses. Furthermore, as the galaxy Mayflies gradually established themselves in the occupied territories, their numbers remained undiminished by the fierce fighting. Like a tide, the galaxy Mayflies poured into the battlefield in an endless stream. Even the most resolute wizard would waver in the face of the overwhelming swarm of insects. Richard, you're so lucky. Ellie forced a smile as she gazed at the image in the crystal ball. The intense war brought with it an almost endless stream of separations and deaths. Ellie's mentor, Susanna, had died 300 years ago on a world called the Nebula. Her master, the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower, had also fallen on the battlefield 100 years earlier. As far as Ellie could remember, of her friends and acquaintances at the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, only Muni and Jorode were still alive. Jorode had been working in the rear, under the care of Grand Wizard Garlon, now known as the Physical Corona. Muni, on the other hand, had accumulated enough merit 50 years ago to return to the rear and be promoted to Grand Wizard. As for the others, including her senior sisters, Jorode's apprentices, and the faculty of the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, almost all had perished on the battlefield. Even a wizard like Ellie, barely over 1,000 years old, had become a seasoned veteran. Buzz, the immense energy surge instantly brought Ellie out of her nostalgia. Her mental strength rapidly amplified through her magic suit, and in an instant, she was in combat mode. Observing the magic suit, Ellie noticed the Mayfly battle group in the sky dispersing and retreating. Above them, 3 heavily armed small floating cities descended from the sky, unleashing fire like a shower. After 600 years of evolution, the small floating cities had reached full maturity. They had now replaced warships as the wizard's greatest weapons of war within the inner world. And in the outer astral realm, the evolved, massive floating fortresses were tasked with securing air supremacy for the wizards. As for the floating cities that once accompanied wizards on their otherworldly expeditions, they've been designated as logistical transport. The galaxy Mayfly has cracked the wizard's teleportation technology, making physical transportation indispensable on the battlefield. Hello, we're saved. Number 1, bring me my wine. The command echoed through the mental network, and soon a female wild orc in a black robe entered. Captain, which bottle do you want? During the confidential incident of the number 0001, So-and-so rebellion, the wild orcs, as wanderers, joined the wizard civilization and became its first vassal race. On the battlefields of the civilization war, these wild orcs are the wizard's best allies. Although the Constitution Corona has promoted the way of physical fitness within the wizarding community, its cultivation methods suffer from a significant drawback: the long time it takes to take effect. Thus, bloodline transformation and various potions that enhance physical fitness remain the best ways for wizards to improve their physical fitness. But this presents a problem. Often, wizards must fuse bloodlines to gain talents that amplify their spells. Relying on bloodline to enhance physical strength inevitably means foregoing increases in spellcasting ability. This is unacceptable to many wizards. The appearance of the wild orcs remedies this problem for wizards. Give it all to me. We almost died today, don't you know? Ellie slumped in her chair, unassumingly addressing her best assistant and best friend. War has profoundly changed wizards. At least once upon a time, Ellie would never have imagined she'd become friends with an alien. Ugh! Long live the captain! Osmanthus Wine, here I come. Chapter 564. Even the most intense battlefield requires a moment of respite. Neither side in a war is a robot, so rest is inevitable. In the fortress, Ellie sipped an unlabeled bottle of strong wine. Beside her, her assistant and best friend drank freely from a jar. Amber-colored liquor dripped from the corner of her mouth, staining her hair and exuding an alluring aroma. Ha! Refreshing. Number 1 put the jar down and shouted, almost shouting. Ellie was so used to this scene that she didn't even raise an eyebrow as she shouted. Captain, you don't look very excited. Number 1, having finished his drink, leaned over to Ellie, his face filled with curiosity. Thinking about your missing man again? Ellie waved her hand, her tone slightly tipsy. He's all I can think of now. My teacher is dead, my master's father is dead, and all my fellow apprentices are dead. He's the only one left of my family. Ellie's voice was calm, yet it was tinged with an unwavering sadness. The war had been going on for over 600 years, and countless wizards had perished in other worlds, countless legacies lost. If the war continued, its impact on wizarding civilization would far exceed that of past wizard wars. Tell me about him, Number 1 said. He must be a remarkable man to have you, the captain. Is he strong and tall? Ellie glanced at her, her tone tinged with pride. He's a wizard, and physical strength means nothing to a wizard. But when it comes to physical strength, you wild orcs can't compare to him. He's a favorite of the Corona of Constitution. If he hadn't disappeared, he'd definitely be one of the pioneers of the Constitution School. The School of Constitution, the 6th greatest school in the wizarding world, was founded by the former Grand Wizard Garlon, now the Constitutional Corona. Its primary research focuses on the mysteries of the flesh and blood body. From its inception, this school attracted a large number of wizards. Most of these were acquaintances forged by the Constitutional Corona during his time as a Grand Wizard. However, a significant number also came from the flesh and blood faction within the alchemy school. With the emergence of the small floating city, the conflict between the two branches within the alchemy school intensified, with the flesh and blood faction being utterly crushed by the mechanic faction. The birth of the Constitutional School provided this group of wizards with a place to organize. The alchemy school disliked the flesh and blood, but surely the Constitutional School wouldn't be too unwelcome. After absorbing the flesh and blood branch of the alchemy school, the Constitutional School rapidly expanded to a size worthy of being called a school. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the result of the alchemy corona's tacit approval. Otherwise, no matter how much the flesh and blood sect was suppressed, their entire branch wouldn't have fled to the Constitution School. So powerful? Number 1 exclaimed. Then why did he disappear? Why are you wandering, Number 1? Ellie asked back. Wandering? He was part of the advanced team. Number 1 exclaimed again. In current wild orc history, wizards aren't conquerors, but saviors. Wizards are a saintly race, summoned by the martial ancestor, and sent thousands of miles to aid the wild orcs. Of course, there are more real facts within the wild orcs. For example, while wizards were invited by the martial ancestor, they weren't without their demands, and the current vassal race was one of the conditions back then. But truth is truth. For the new generation of wild orcs, wizards are their saviors, and those wizards who first arrived in the savage world have become the great advanced team. Yes, he was in the advanced team, Ellie lied calmly. Although most of the wizards who participated in the invasion of the savage world are now dead, Ellie happens to be one of the few still alive. In Ellie's specimen room, there's still a specimen of a level 3 wild orc. But that's all in the past. Now wizards and wild orcs are close allies. What a pity for him then. Number 1 lowered his voice slightly, a tone thick with regret. What a pity. Ellie glanced at him. He's just missing, not dead. He was lucky enough to have avoided this war. If we had failed, he might even have been the last spark of wizard civilization. With that, Ellie downed the last sip of wine from the bottle and slammed it against the wall. That bastard, he's so carefree now. Without war, he can research whatever he wants, play whatever he wants. Ellie's voice trailed off, until almost no one could hear her. Traveler, please don't come back so early. You're all I need. Number 1 lifted Ellie from the chair, and descended the stairs to the underground quiet room. The previous battle had nearly exhausted Ellie's mental strength, and under the influence of alcohol, she fell asleep. 3 hours later, the piercing alarm of the fortress awoke Ellie from her slumber. This was the most restful sleep she had ever had since joining the war. In her dream, she was back at the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, where Richard, Susanna, and everyone she knew were present. Ellie rubbed her face, wiping away the tears from her eyes. Ellie, you're not a child anymore. An old wizard must shoulder the responsibilities of an old wizard. The wizard dimension is a magical place. Its native creatures are mostly humanoids clad in various wizard robes, their faces obscured. They spend their days in laboratories, conducting all sorts of crazy experiments. Explosions and screams practically become the background music of this world. Richard observed a wizard dimension creature up close for a long time, and discovered that all its experiments were extremely dangerous or cruel. The wizard's hidden madness was fully revealed by this wizard dimension creature. But this wizard dimension creature wasn't simply mad. Before conducting an experiment, it would carefully protect itself and carefully design the experimental procedures to ensure the smooth progress of the dangerous experiment. Experiments that were currently uncontrollable were immediately stopped. Crazy yet rational, greedy yet restrained. After completing their experiments, these wizard dimensional creatures would record their findings in a magic book. He hid this magic book in the most secure part of the wizard tower. The wizard's protectiveness of knowledge was perfectly demonstrated in him. Richard quietly entered a wizard tower and flipped through the magic book. To Richard's surprise, the research results in the magic book were completely authentic and could be replicated even in the material world. "Wow, this is outrageous!" Richard exclaimed, looking at the magic book. If all magic books are like this, then wouldn't these wizard dimensional creatures be fully automated research machines? Richard's mind was already racing with numerous ways to utilize the creatures from the wizard dimension, including, but not limited to, regularly harvesting them like leeks, gathering them together to conduct uninterrupted research on a particularly complex and dangerous subject. After all, this world was an illusion, and all rules yielded to the laws of wizards. Richard could completely harness the power of the dimension and establish a near-perfect research institute within it. Just as Richard was daydreaming, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Nameless great wizard, put the magic book back in your hand." Richard turned and saw a familiar figure standing behind him. You. Richard was startled and took 2 steps back. The person standing behind him was none other than the wizard dimension creature that had shattered the Mayfly King in the galaxy world. "Nameless great wizard, put the magic book back in your hand." The dimensional creature's voice was filled with rage, like a volcanic eruption. The magic book in his hand was already closed. Richard was certain that if he refused, the octagonal ironclad magic book would strike him head-on. "No problem, I put it back," Richard replied without hesitation. After returning the magic book, the dimensional creature's attitude suddenly changed. "Nameless great wizard, could you please tell me your name? I am the steward of the wizard dimension. You may call me the secret keeper." "Of course," the secret keeper smiled. "You can also call me the bell ringer, or anything else. I'm indifferent to that." The secret keeper's change in attitude gave Richard a vague suspicion. The secret keeper's furious expression, just now, was probably a reflection of the wizard's anger at the theft of knowledge. "It seems the research project is doomed," Richard said, somewhat disappointed. "I'm Richard." Richard spoke his name. Upon hearing it, the secret keeper froze for a moment, then began searching through his magic book. Richard. I've found it." "Oh, you're the creator of the small floating city. Your projection in the wizard dimension was a bit blurry. I thought you were dead. Congratulations, Master Richard, on becoming a great wizard. This must be your first time in the wizard dimension. I wonder what brings you here." "I've been stranded in another world, and I'm currently searching for my way home." A great wizard who ascended from another world himself. "Is a new path about to be born?" The secret keeper exclaimed in amazement. He then searched through the book in his hand and gave Richard an answer. "If you wish to return, all you need is a great wizard to open a portal to the wizarding world. Do you know any wizards?" "Great Wizard Garlon. He should be the constitutional crown now." "Yes. Do you wish to call the constitutional crown? He's quite an important figure." "Call him. I am, after all, his deputy." "As you wish." The secret keeper pulled a small brass bell from his waist pocket and struck it gently. The next moment, the sound echoed in the constitutional crown's ears. "Respected constitutional crown, your deputy Richard has been promoted from a foreign land to a great wizard. He requests that you open a portal to the wizarding world, allowing him, a wanderer, to return home." Hearing this familiar name, the constitutional crown was stunned for a moment, then laughed. At his laughter, a Mayfly King, bound in midair, trembled. This was a laboratory filled with specimens of various Mayfly species. As the war began, both sides were conducting research on the other. "I knew this kid was fine, Jimmy. I'm going to the wizarding dimension. Let's suspend the experiments for now." Yes, Dean. Chapter 565. A massive ring-encrusted gate appeared out of nowhere, and a towering figure emerged from it. After becoming the physical Corona, Great Wizard Garlon hadn't changed at all. In fact, he now looked even more ordinary than before, a return to his original simplicity, a sense of unadorned elegance. Richard, upon seeing him, immediately performed a respectful wizard salute. Dean. The physical Corona approached Richard and gently patted his shoulder. I knew you weren't dead. I searched for you for ages and couldn't find you, so I assumed you were hiding in the secret realm. Richard gave an awkward smile. In that situation, if he hadn't hidden in the secret realm, he would have been dead. The power of the demon lord breaking the seal was truly terrifying. After speaking, the physical Corona looked Richard over, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. You've come into contact with the Abyss demons? You've actually achieved a symbiotic relationship with the Abyss. You have plenty of opportunities this trip. Richard was slightly taken aback, his mind suddenly flashing back to the wizard's words that Yuri Beelzebub had suddenly uttered. Dean, have we collaborated with the Abyss demons? Collaboration? How is that even possible? The physical Corona waved his hand. While traveling through the astral plane, I happened to visit the Abyss demon civilization's controlled area and made a deal with an Abyss lord there. Trade? Did you give him a dragon? Huh, how do you know? Did you see a dragon blood? Not really, but hybrids of Abyss and dragons have appeared in the Abyss. Haha, hybrids aren't unusual. Those Abyss demons have deeply studied flesh and blood. I learned some of my theories from them. After a few more pleasantries, the two got down to business. I don't actually recommend you return just yet, said Corona, his expression somewhat serious. The war situation isn't going well right now, and you've just become a great wizard, so your foundation isn't deep enough. Rush into a civilized battlefield, and you'd likely be targeted by the galaxy mayflies. Richard nodded slightly. You're right, so I'm not planning on returning directly. My main reason for coming to the wizarding dimension this time is to ask you for the blueprints for a floating city. Floating city blueprints? Corona was a little surprised. What do you need them for? Are you planning to build a floating city yourself and then return from an expedition? Richard smiled. As expected of the Dean, you guessed it right. For Richard, if the war situation wasn't going well, then returning home could be postponed. He'd been anxious before because he couldn't return. But now that he could return at any time, returning to the wizarding world wasn't so urgent. As Corona mentioned, his current foundation is shallow, making him easily exploited as a weak point on the battlefield. While his knowledge reserves are sufficient, transforming it into combat power will take considerable time. Furthermore, a portion of his foundation is divine magic. If he wants to become stronger, he will need a large number of believers as a source of strength. But now that the wizarding world has become universally wizarding, spreading the faith has become increasingly difficult. And the slave worlds generally have their own beliefs. Proselytizing would not only be a tremendous effort, but could also lead to social instability in the slave worlds. And most importantly, these worlds don't belong to Richard, so why would he preach there? Furthermore, after Richard's transformation, the goblins have become a superior form of soldier. If he returns directly to the wizarding world, they will be of no use to him. Are you really going back from the expedition? I do. I have an idea, the physical crown praised, then changed the subject. But have you ever considered that a floating city requires 32 raw material worlds to provide materials, 1 forging world to process them, and once the parts are complete, 100,000 alchemists to assemble and debug them. For coordination, it also requires a dedicated floating city construction department, with hundreds of experienced veteran wizards to allocate resources. Building a floating city requires the support of a civilization. Even if you're building the simplest small floating city, it still requires a small world to support it. You're quite right, but you don't know, Richard said with a proud smile. Before I became a great wizard, I conquered a small world. Silence. A hint of shock crossed Corona's face. Conquering a small world by himself, even in the early days of the wizarding world's expansion, was a feat unmatched. You're very good. Corona patted Richard's shoulder firmly. I give you what you want shortly. Expand your territory. I look forward to your return. With that, Corona turned and began to leave. Dean. What's going on? Are all my teachers and friends okay? Your teacher has been staying behind. As for the others, I don't know. But the war situation isn't good. Be prepared. Richard felt a pang of pain in his chest. War is a life or death struggle. I understand. Dean, I have a humble request. If they're still alive, could you please transfer them back to the rear? Coronavirus turned back, his gaze profound. I can help you transfer them, but you must understand that these people are ultimately mortal. The moment you become a great wizard, your family and friends are no longer on the same level as you. Your future is bright, but over the course of your long life, they will gradually pass away. This is a necessary path. Richard was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. I understand, Dean. Coronavirus turned back. No need to wait in the wizard dimension. I will deliver your items directly to you through the dimensional projection. Richard gave a respectful wizard salute, and then turned to leave. In the quiet, bright operating room, Jorod, adorned with a decaying air, expressionlessly placed various organs into the chest before him. Around him, 3 first-level wizards in white robes were assisting him with the surgery. They were currently assembling a 3rd-level war beast. Although the wizards had optimized low-level war beasts to the point where even apprentices could create them, the creation of high-level war beasts still required manual labor. Years of war had left frontline wizards with luxurious rations. Once considered the foundation of a 3rd-level alchemist, 3rd-level war beasts had now become standard equipment for 3rd-level wizards on the front lines. As a result, the synthetic beast factory in the rear received a large number of orders for synthetic beasts every day. As the synthetic beast's core was completely sewn together, a complete energy cycle began to flow through the synthetic beast. That's all. I need to meditate. I continue in an hour. Yes, Master Kylewood. Kylewood waved his hand and walked into a small room outside the operating room. This was his office, which also served as his meditation room. The room was simply furnished: a bookshelf, a desk, a chair, and a bed for resting. As an old wizard, Kylewood had always been content with what he had. Surrounding his desk, Kylewood habitually flipped through the spell books he had read countless times. He was an old wizard among old wizards. Due to the war, wizards like Kylewood who were over 5,000 years old were almost non-existent. Nowadays, wizards who were hundreds of years old were considered old wizards, and those who were 1,000 or 2,000 years old were considered remarkable figures. Wizards no longer needed to explore knowledge on their own. Instead, different wizard academies would teach different sorcery through summary and refinement to supplement their respective armies. There were very few wizards who could be called researchers these days. Jorod always felt as if time had sped up. In just a few hundred years, the wizarding world had become completely different from what he remembered. Today's wizards don't focus on research. They simply learn the magic and apply it. Spellbooks have lost their appeal. Wizards now prefer to watch the latest projections through crystal balls. Jorod felt that these new wizards were just mortals who had gained wizard powers. Of course, Jorod wouldn't say these things out loud. In today's wizarding world, he was one of the few old-timers. Buzz, the communication crystal ball on the table suddenly lit up. Jorod took a look, his gaze instantly fixed. The communication crystal ball indicated that the person requesting communication was Jimmy. As a trusted member of the physical corona, Jimmy's success had benefited everyone involved. The last time Jorod heard from Jimmy was when he entered the Physical Corona Research Institute. Jorod respectfully said, Master Jimmy. Jorod, how have you been lately? Not bad, as I've been for the past few hundred years. Then cherish today, because I have good news from the Dean. Good news? Jorod was stunned, his hand gripping the crystal ball trembling. Good news about him from the Physical Corona? Jorod felt his heart, which had remained stable for a long time, suddenly tense. He had a guess, but he was afraid it might not be true. You should have guessed it. Your student Richard has contacted the Dean through the wizard dimension. He has been promoted to Grand Wizard in another world, and is currently searching for his way home. Bang. The crystal ball slipped from his hand, and clattered onto the desk. Jorod's expression was dazed, then he wiped the tears from his eyes. He picked up the crystal ball, his voice filled with uncontrollable joy. He's become a great wizard. From now on, I probably have to call him Sir Richard. Ha ha, Sir Richard, that's a good idea. I'm busy, so I hang up now. Okay, go do your thing. After the call ended, Jorod practically jumped out of his chair. He paced around the room, his intense joy making it impossible for him to concentrate on reading. He's still alive, and he's become a great wizard. Ha ha. Jorod's happier thoughts grew, and even the lingering aura of decay dissipated a little. After hearing the news of the deaths of so many old friends and students, Jorod received the first good news he had received since the war began. He hoped it wouldn't be the last. Returning to the secret realm, Richard immediately left, preparing to enter the goblin world through the world wall. There was no other way, no other way. However, now he no longer had to worry about the world master sniping him. On the way, Richard fantasized about the current goblin world. He had slain the great demon, and the goblins had his technological support. Perhaps the goblins had already driven the abyss out and developed more advanced technology. Passing through the world wall without any hindrance, Richard's eyes were met with a vast, gray earth. In the distance, the foul aura of the abyss shone brightly like a torch. Chapter 566. The thick scent of the abyss in the air made Richard frown. What on earth had these goblins done? Couldn't they handle a mere handful of abyssal demons? But before Richard could begin his investigation, a familiar power descended upon him. World protection. How is that possible? Richard exclaimed in shock. The power descending upon Richard was the very world protection he had obtained by exploiting a bug over 500 years ago. But after so many years away, how could this protection be bestowed upon him immediately upon entering this world? Could it be that this world hadn't produced a world master in all these years? Or had the world master of this world recently died? Before even beginning his investigation, questions arose one after another. Using the power of the gods, Richard briefly gauged the number of believers in the goblin world. Surprisingly, despite 500 years of development, the number of goblin believers hadn't increased much, but their quality had improved significantly. He had gained a considerable number of devout and fanatical believers. Strange. With the world in this state, the quality of believers has actually improved. Do the goblins of this world have some special quirks? Richard shook his head, erasing the strange thought from his mind. The most urgent task was to quickly understand the goblin situation and drive the abyss out of this world. Richard could sense that this world had been utterly weakened by the abyss. If the abyss continued to erode it, it would soon become an abyssal world. Then, the world would no longer protect him. Let me see where the center of this world is. A faint holy light shone in Richard's eyes, and the statues of the gods throughout the goblin world transformed into Richard's eyes. Soon, he found a most luxurious church. But just as he was about to set off, a call stopped him. Lord, may your glory shine upon me. Richard was momentarily stunned by the call. Who is this person? Why is he calling me directly? Normally, the prayers of the faithful wouldn't reach Richard directly. Even for a priest, Richard would need to actively listen in order to hear their prayers. This was because even the smallest deities had hundreds of thousands of believers. Larger deities had followers numbering in the hundreds of millions. With such a large number of believers, even if each individual might not pray much, their cumulative number would become a 24/7 message bombardment from the deity. So, the God King of the Gods dimension established statues as transponders. With every deity's birth, a corresponding statue would appear in the pantheon. This statue would automatically accept the power of the believer's faith and bestow blessings upon certain conditions. The priest's use of the power of faith was also carried out through the statues. According to Elises, the formation of the statues directly laid the foundation for the civilization of the gods. Only after the appearance of the statues could the civilization of the gods be considered a true civilization. However, there are exceptions to everything. Under certain circumstances, some exceptional individuals among the faithful would bypass the statues' response mechanisms and directly transmit their prayers to the gods themselves. But these individuals were mostly chosen by the gods, and Richard had forgotten that he had chosen people himself. Never mind, it won't take a moment. Let's go over and take a look. Richard was still very interested in an individual who could communicate directly with him. He didn't need a moment to investigate. After determining the direction of the call, Richard's body transformed into a stream of light and sped towards it. On the battlefield, a salamander warrior clad in alchemical power armor roared, his chain sword slicing through the abyssal walkers in front of him like a melon cutting vegetables. Around him, a tidal wave of abyssal walkers, and the abyssal demons hidden within them, steadily advanced towards him. The vast demonic tide stretched as far as the eye could see, yet there were only a dozen salamander warriors. In the center of these salamander warriors, a slender salamander girl wielded her staff, continuously casting divine spells upon the salamander warriors. Under the divine spells, the damaged armor became as strong as steel, and the broken chain's words revealed their sharp edge. Divine spells, among believers, have another name, miracle. But a priest's daily capacity for faith power is limited. As the fire lizard girl's staff ceased to glow with holy light, a surging tide of demonic energy surged around them. The fire lizard girl didn't panic. She removed the head of her staff and pulled a lightning-wrapped blade from a nearby box. "Uncles, I'm sorry to have troubled you," the fire lizard girl whispered. "This is our duty," a fire lizard warrior replied. The fire lizard girl attached the blade, and the ordinary staff instantly transformed into a terrifying weapon. "My lord, may your glory shine upon me." She prayed as usual and then joined the fire lizards. With a single swing of her long-handled blade, the sharp blade, shrouded in arcs of energy, severed a dozen abyssal walkers in half. As a fire lizard, although not a member of the chapter, she had honed her skills under the guidance of numerous fire lizard warriors. But before she could move again, a voice rang out in her ears. "Hey, you're the crawling child?" The next moment, a pitch-black fireball descended from the sky, transforming into a sea of flames the moment it landed. Within the sea of flames, both the abyssal demons and the abyssal zombies were reduced to ash. The zombies, like a tidal wave, were instantly reduced to ash. Richard landed and affectionately stroked the girl's head. "When I first met you, you were just a newborn. I didn't expect you grown so big in the blink of an eye." The girl stared blankly at Richard, or rather, at the battlefield behind him. The demonic tide that had besieged them for 3 days was gone just like that? Before she could recover, she saw his uncles all kneeling. "My lord." Richard waved his hand casually. "A mere token of courtesy will suffice. Back then, in such a rush, I forgot to send you back to the secret realm. It was my oversight." Many of the salamander warriors rose to their feet, and at that moment, the salamander girl finally realized what was happening. "Are you the sage?" Richard nodded slightly, silently examining the salamander girl before him. The salamander girl wore a rather bulky alchemical power armor, seemingly a fusion of crystal technology and dragon alchemy. However, Richard sensed a hint of life within it, perhaps incongruous. Perhaps this alchemical power armor also utilized flesh and blood colonization technology. The girl was tall, with a pair of majestic dragon horns on her head. Compared to ordinary salamanders, the salamander girl exuded a more intense dragon aura, likely the result of an excess of dragon blood. But after examining her, Richard still couldn't find the reason why the girl could call out to him. Although she was born with Richard's blessing, that only made her a natural-born believer. "What is your name?" Richard asked. The girl said with some trepidation, "My lord, my name is Sora." "Don't be nervous. I come at your call." Richard glanced at the fallen staff beside him. "Are you a priest?" "Somewhat, my lord." "What do you mean by somewhat?" "I was born with the ability to use divine magic. After discovering this, the Order of Miracles bestowed upon me the title of saint, declaring me your chosen one." "Canonized by the Pope?" "Yes." "That's not surprising." Richard nodded slightly. The various titles of the church are more than just titles. Changes in title directly affect the use of divine magic by priests. Divine magic that would require the full effort of a low-level priest can be unleashed by the Pope with a simple wave of his hand. And the title of saint is a title on par with the Pope. Since the girl had been canonized, it was natural to call upon her directly, given the connection between the two. "What's happening in this world now?" Richard asked the salamander veteran beside him. "Didn't I slay the great demon when I ascended? What kind of trickery did the goblins pull to allow the abyss to spread like this?" "My lord, it's very complicated. Initially, our advance was indeed smooth," the salamander veteran said slowly. "About 30 years after your disappearance, we launched a full-scale counterattack. My brothers in the chapter and I, along with those transformed goblins, charged forward and even reached the abyss's lair. But when we reached that place, the flesh city seemed to awaken, spewing forth all manner of demons we had never seen before. These demons weren't newborns. Each one was incredibly experienced. While we could hold our own, the goblins couldn't quite hold out. At this point, the veteran soldier seemed lost in a reverie of the past. Each of those demons possessed exceptional combat prowess. Their speed and strength rivaled ours, far surpassing even the transformed goblins. Their offensive stalled our counterattack. As these demons multiplied, we lost the ground we had once reclaimed, and our vast defenses began to show holes. Everything was lost. "No world master," Richard said in a low voice. "After I depart, a world master should be born in this world." "Indeed, one has been born. It's the Pope your excellency, chose." But within those flesh and blood cities, a demon of equal stature appeared. Even with his utmost might, the Pope only managed to severely injure that demon. "Okay, I understand." Richard now understood the situation. "Elises, the worst has happened." Richard muttered to himself, gazing at the distant, smoke-like columns of abyssal spores. The abyssal webway is finally connected, but thankfully, this world hasn't fallen yet. Richard didn't know why only a single, feeble-minded archdemon had appeared in the abyssal webway, but he suspected it was likely related to their war. The abyssal civilization and the god civilization had been at war for 2,000 years, and the situation must have been intense. It was understandable that such an insignificant little world in the rear was ignored. "Let's go back to the church." Richard turned and walked towards the goblin city behind him. Looking at Richard's back, Sora asked excitedly, "My lord, is the counterattack about to begin? Prepare to annihilate the abyss." Chapter 567. Richard's current position marks a breach in the defenses. The former Great Wall defenses have now collapsed, and the goblins have rebuilt a new line based on some of the fortresses. But the prolonged assaults by the abyss demons have left this line riddled with holes. If Richard hadn't appeared, it would have collapsed completely in a few years. Soaring into the sky, Richard surveyed the entire land through the gray mist. Across this land, Richard felt a strong sense of faith. Suffering hadn't caused these goblins to abandon their faith. Instead, like a test of fire, it strengthened their faith. Standing in the sky, Richard felt the power of the god's dimension within him suddenly shift. Under the influence of this faith, it was transforming into something akin to a world's protection. At the same time, a message from the god's dimension entered his mind. Race god. Richard's brows raised slightly, inexplicably sensing a hint of insult. How could a pure-blooded human like him become the god of the goblin race? Thinking about it, goblins and hobgoblins are essentially the same race. And hobgoblins don't look much different from humans. Richard, aside from being a bit paler, isn't much different from an ordinary hobgoblin. Ordinary believers almost all considered Richard a noble. A racial god is a racial god, so be it. At least the blessings he bestows are good. While racial gods may have a more limited following than other gods, the divine blessings they receive do grant them an additional ability, called racial guardianship, compared to ordinary gods. This ability allows the deity to draw upon the strength of its own race in battle, and the smaller the number of people in a race, the greater the proportion of support. If faced with a crisis of genocide, the racial deity could even devour the power of all its members, from life force to soul, all becoming the property of the deity. Is it really okay for a wizard like me to possess such power? Richard felt a mixture of amusement and anguish upon receiving the message. By wiping away those evil thoughts, Richard waved his hand, and he and the fire lizards behind him transformed into streams of light, heading straight for the current goblin center. The City of Miracles. The City of Miracles, a sacred place in the hearts of countless people. In ancient times, the City of Miracles was an industrial city. But as the birthplace of the Order of Miracles, and the place where the sage descended, after the sage's ascension to godhood, this industrial city was elevated to a holy place. By the decision of the Pope and 2 bishops, the city of Bruno was raised, and on its site, the City of Miracles was built. Those were truly wonderful times, an old pilgrim said to the child beside him, outside the City of Miracles. Pilgrimage is an essential part of religion. With devout hearts, steadfast believers, through various means, journey from their hometowns, simply to gaze upon the land where the gods once walked. Why is it like this now? The frail child asked. Outside the City of Miracles, vast factories toiled day and night. Workers were once again in the past, this time without even being paid. To maintain military supplies for the front lines, and the expenses of the priests, rationing had been in place for 200 years. Underfed, but not starving or freezing, this was the life of the average goblin. However, as the battle lines retreated, this life began to destabilize. Child, this is all God's test for us, the old pilgrim said devoutly. The child shook his head, somewhat confused by the old pilgrim's words. Why would the sage test them? Doesn't passing the test make them unworthy of being God's followers? Suddenly, the child looked up at the sky. A brilliant stream of light pierced through the gloomy mist and descended over the City of Miracles. The next moment, all the bells of the City of Miracles rang. The brilliant holy light dispelled the haze, and a figure in black robes, holding a staff, slowly emerged from the holy light. The old pilgrim looked at the figure and trembled as he knelt on the ground. The ground was filthy and overflowing with sewage, but every pilgrim who saw this figure fell to his knees without hesitation. In the 543rd year of the sage's calendar, a miracle reappeared. We have passed God's test. The sage will save us once again. The vast white church was magnificent, its tiered towers adorned with intricate patterns and sculptures. Each of these sculptures was the work of a master. In the early days of the City of Miracles, it brought together the most skilled artisans in the entire goblin world. Even the simplest patterns within were created by contemporary masters. After more than 500 years of trials and tribulations, this magnificent structure, rebuilt from the first church of the Order of Miracles, finally welcomed its destined occupant. The dazzling holy light slowly faded. Richard, standing before his statue among a group of salamander warriors, studied its features with interest. Not bad. The sculpture looks even more imposing than I do myself. Turning around, a cardinal, accompanied by numerous priests, gazed in astonishment at Richard, a deity who had vanished for over 500 years. Send Tyr and Franken before me. Richard's voice was gentle, yet held an unwavering authority. The cardinal, looking at the godlike figure, knelt without hesitation. Following him, the other priests also knelt. Lord, we have finally passed your test. Test? Richard was somewhat confused by the cardinal's statement, but he didn't deny it. He simply continued, send Tyr and Franken before me. Yes, Lord. Soon, Franken and Anson arrived at the church. In the empty church, Richard stood before the statue, just as he had 500 years before. Beside him, the salamander girl, clutching a long-handled knife, stood somewhat awkwardly. No, Lord, you returned. Franken was so excited he couldn't express himself, even struggling to speak. Anson was much calmer, but the moment he saw Richard, his face was filled with shock and ecstasy. Richard nodded slightly. Yes, I'm back. Where's Tyr? The two men bowed slightly. As the first members of the Order of Miracles, they knew Richard disliked kneeling. My lord, Tyr's situation is somewhat complicated. Franken hesitated for a moment, seeming to want to speak but unable to. Anson, Tyr's student, spoke directly. Teacher has been secretly researching the abyss, and has been contaminated by it. We are currently holding him in the dungeons beneath the church. Richard shook his head. Researching the abyss. He's really brave. Take me to see him, and tell me about the situation on the way. Franken's expression shifted slightly, and he asked excitedly, my lord, are we going to counterattack? What else? Richard glanced at him curiously. If we don't pacify the abyss, this world will be swallowed by it. My lord is wise. Stop talking nonsense and tell me about our progress over the years. After saying that, he turned to Sora and asked in confusion, little one, are you okay? No, no. No, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come on. Yes. The situation in the goblin world was not optimistic. Franken reported that the goblins were facing a severe food shortage. Abyssal pollution had left much of the land inhabited by poisonous abyssal plants. Their mineral resources were also in short supply due to the loss of land. Many better weapons had to be halted or produced only in small quantities, due to material shortages. Furthermore, due to a lack of research in the field of aircraft, the goblins' air superiority had long been controlled by demons. These demons would often penetrate the goblin air defenses, and contaminate the goblin's interior with abyssal pollution. After hearing these words, Richard could almost conclude that if he had arrived a dozen years later, he would have been ready to flee. Traveling through the winding corridors outside the church, Richard and his group arrived at a sealed black door guarded by fire lizard warriors. Two fire lizard warriors immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing Richard. My lord. Yes, open the door. Yes. The two warriors slowly lifted the sealed door, revealing a tunnel illuminated by torches before Richard. Torches? Are you putting on a play? Richard laughed. Franken, looking embarrassed, replied somewhat sheepishly, I think this is safer. We don't know much about the abyss. While the torch cage may be crude, at least it won't cause any problems. Richard nodded slightly. Yes, that's a good cautious approach. Richard walked down a long spiral staircase, and descended into the church's basement. At the end of the staircase was a corridor, also guarded by salamander warriors. At the end of the corridor, a monstrous mixture of machine and flesh lay bound, and immobilized by chains blessed by divine magic. Anson looked at the creature and said with some sadness, Sir, that's my teacher. I don't know what he's discovered. Ever since he was infected by the abyss, no matter how we use divine magic to expel it, the abyss within him remains inextricably bound. To prevent him from being completely eroded, we can only bless his prosthetic body, and the result is his current state. The power of the abyss is rooted in Tyr's flesh and blood. Although it is suppressed by divine magic, the collision of these two forces has still produced a profound change in Tyr. Flesh and blood continue to grow from his heart. Can't I expel it completely? Richard frowned slightly. Ordinary creatures, as long as the infection wasn't severe enough, could survive by relying on their short tails. Only at the level of a world master would the erosion taint their very essence, making it impossible to eradicate. He walked over to Tyr, and placed a finger between his eyebrows. Then, a powerful mental force flowed through his finger, and entered Tyr's brain. Tyr, let down your guard, or you suffer even more. Who are you? I'm the sage. Sage? Sage! Tyr's mind had grown somewhat insane, his spirit overwhelmed by years of suffering. But thankfully, the name Sage was significant enough to awaken his remaining sanity. Yes, sir. Then, Richard's mental power seamlessly scrolled through Tyr's memories. Among them, he found a memory of the abyssal rune. I knew it was this. Richard erased his memory, and then cast a purification spell. Under the spell's influence, the deformed flesh and blood caused by the abyss contamination instantly withered. Under the soft holy light, Tyr returned to his original, fully prosthetic, mechanical priest form. Don't study the abyss runes anymore, unless you still want to be like this. Richard didn't blame Tyr. Exploring the unknown is an inevitable part of every research endeavor. Yes, my lord. Tyr's voice was weak but reverent. Franken, Richard said, turning around. Go get the factory running. Prepare more rails, trains, and flame purifiers. In the coming war, your primary mission will be to reclaim lost territory and purify the abyss. This world has been eroded enough by the abyss. It cannot continue. Chapter 568. After leaving the dungeon, Richard met with the cardinals of the Order of Miracles in the Miracle Church. Most of these cardinals were priests, who had joined the order at the very beginning of its mission. Their faith and convictions were impeccable, which made Richard breathe a sigh of relief. The corruption of church members is a huge problem that every religion faces. Corrupted church members can lead to a decline in the number of believers, and even tarnish the church's reputation. Given the current state of the goblin world, if the church were to fall further into corruption, it would be difficult to save it. While Richard was confident that he could kill the great demon, it would undoubtedly take time. The abyssal erosion of the goblin world had reached a critical point. If the goblins could not withstand the attack by the time Richard slew the great demon, not only would Richard suffer grave consequences, but this world itself could be irreversibly transformed into an abyssal world. Thankfully, due to the high pressure of war, and the fact that church priests undergo transformation surgery, these priests, regardless of their abilities, at least possess impeccable convictions and beliefs. After meeting with these cardinals, Richard began recalling his salamanders. The salamanders had originally been there to help the once weak Order of Miracles gain a foothold. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these salamanders would be recalled to the secret realm after their ascension to the gods. Of course, in addition to recalling the salamanders, Richard also sought the technology developed by the goblins over the years. After 500 years of development, the goblins have made significant progress in alchemy. Goblin alchemy, based on wizard alchemy, has been successfully popularized among the technical staff of the church. The tech bishops, led by Anson, are continuously expanding the scope of goblin alchemy, attempting to develop a set of rules, and then translate wizard alchemy into goblin alchemy. Richard didn't stop this move. Instead, he greatly appreciated it. Building a floating city inevitably requires the use of alchemy. Originally, Richard had planned to interbreed these goblins with humans to cultivate their alchemy. However, with the goblin alchemy developed by Tel Anson, this step could be completely eliminated. Most of the salamanders were on the front lines, so the recall took an unexpectedly long time. During this time, information from the Constitutional Corona arrived. This information contained blueprints for a floating city and a small one, some very useful alchemical weapon blueprints, several advanced spell models, a method for constructing a body of rule, and a single sentence. Develop well, don't be impatient. Your friends have been transferred back to the rear. There's no need to worry about their safety. It must be said that the Constitutional Corona's treatment of Richard was beyond measure. Even when he was the Grand Wizard Garen, before he became a truth wizard, ordinary fourth-ring Grand Wizards would hardly see him, let alone ask him for favors. But the physical Corona treated Richard almost as if he were their own student. Whatever he asked for was granted, and requests for transfers were dispatched without delay. Alas, Wuchi's sucking a sore. Let's take it one step at a time. After receiving the information, Richard immediately began to investigate the secrets of the rule body. According to the physical Corona, the rule body is an atypical combat body construction. Wizards of different paths construct rule bodies in different ways. But generally speaking, rule bodies fall into two categories. Wizards pursuing spiritual evolution can practically abandon their physical form when constructing a rule body. They can directly build upon the soul, using mental power to coordinate the rules as a framework, then infusing it with energy to create a soul carrier rule body. The advantages of this ruled body are simplicity and speed, making it well suited to a wizard's combat style. The energy used to construct the true body fuels sorcery, allowing the wizard to cast high-level spells as instantly as low-level ones. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. It lacks strength and has very low defense. However, after constructing a ruled body, wizards typically reconstruct it, casting spells within their ruled body, similar to rune enchantment. Through this method, as long as the wizard avoids physical combat, its defense is no less than that of a physical carrier soul body. For wizards pursuing physical evolution, the construction of a ruled body is more complex. The initial steps for constructing a physical carrier ruled body are similar to those for soul carriers, but after completion, the wizard must reintegrate the constructed ruled body into the physical body. This fusion often takes a long time and places considerable demands on the wizard's physical fitness. Upon completion, the ruled body will possess the advantages of a soul carrier ruled body, along with physical attack capabilities and enhanced defense. Of course, this is a very rough classification. The structure of the combat body, the choice of rules, the connection between spell models. These are all areas that great wizards often delve into individually. The constitutional corona offers a more versatile construction method. This rule body possesses no particular advantages, whether in terms of energy volume, sorcery capacity, or spell linkage. But it also has no weaknesses. While no single aspect excels, all aspects are equally satisfactory. A newly promoted Grand Wizard at a very unusual time. It was clear that the Constitutional Crown had put considerable thought into choosing the body of rules. After studying the overall construction of the body of rules, Richard immediately began constructing it. A vast mental force surged from Richard's body like a tidal wave, forming a massive, spell-like structure in the space before him. Runes constructed with this mental power emerged in the air, and with each rune, a violent energy surge echoed through the air. Richard was extremely skilled in manipulating his mental power. Or perhaps it could be said that every wizard capable of becoming a Grand Wizard was skilled in this skill. No one who successfully ascended to the Grand Wizard position was weak or mediocre. Soon, a rune framework appeared before Richard. The moment the rune framework formed, the energy in the space seemed to have encountered a black hole, continuously pouring into it. From the outside, with the City of Miracles as the center, the energy within the thousands of kilometers surrounding it seemed to flow into the sea, as if thousands of rivers were flowing into the sea. The priests, already aware of the sage's return, bowed respectfully in the direction of the City of Miracles after sensing the shift in energy. This must be the might of the gods. The gathering of energy brought with it a disturbance of the elements. To prevent this exquisite church, a work of art, from being destroyed by the elemental storm, Richard flashed and appeared in the sky with the rune frame. The next moment, thunder boomed. Golden lightning continuously emanated from the rune frame. The wind element, stirred by the energy, unexpectedly formed a storm hundreds of kilometers wide, centered around the rune frame. "That's quite a commotion," Richard said, a little annoyed. But he hadn't failed yet, so there was no reason to give up. Runes were added one by one into the rune frame. With each rune, the thunder around it grew larger. In the end, the golden thunder almost turned the sky into a pool of thunder. The goblins on the ground all knelt, chanting aloud the might of the gods. Richard's mind moved, and the rules that resided in his soul were activated. Only after becoming a great wizard could he truly control the rules. The composite rules, formed by the fusion of the rules of radiation and life, transformed into a constantly dancing white-hot flame in Richard's hands. This was the external manifestation of the rules embodiment. Face the thunder, Richard arrived before the rune model. With the strength of a world lord, these thunderbolts, which could easily kill a level 3 creature, were merely a tickle. The final step, fill in the rules. Richard, holding the fire of rules, entered the center of the rune model. The moment he found his position, the thunder in the sky suddenly stopped. Then, the sea of thunder that had filled the sky rapidly receded. With it, a surging energy surge, like a tidal wave. The elemental storm, hundreds of kilometers wide, was vulnerable to the turbulent energy. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, the surging energy ripped it apart effortlessly. These surging energy surges eventually converged at a point, transforming into a sphere like a black sun. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, within the vast flesh and blood city, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Dark crimson eyes gazed toward the City of Miracles, their gaze filled with fear and doubt. Impossible. I severely injured that native, and it's a good thing he's not asleep now. How could he possibly draw on such a vast amount of energy? Could it be that the so-called sage has returned? Above the City of Miracles, Richard closed his eyes, feeling his new body. This sphere of energy, like the black sun, was Richard's rule body. In fact, the core of the rule body of most great wizards is similar. There's no way around it. The sphere is a perfect three-dimensional object. Those rule body forms in human or other shapes are extensions of the rule body, like plugins. Of course, some wizards' original rule body forms aren't spherical. But these wizards are generally powerful figures, whose research on the rule body has surpassed that of ordinary great wizards. To them, the rule body is nothing more than a clay toy, their structure altered at will. The spherical shape made Richard feel a little uncomfortable, but the sense of fullness brought by the immense energy made up for it. The energy stored in the body of rules far exceeds the reserves of Richard's physical body. Furthermore, due to the addition of the radiation rule, the energy carried by this body of rules far exceeds the original. The core of the body of rules lies in the rules, and different rules, as the core will produce completely different effects. If Richard had incorporated the fire element rule, he would now appear as a giant fireball, and his characteristic would also become one that attracts the fire element. The complete radiation rule is quite powerful. Radiation control has reached around 30,000 energy levels, Richard explained in amazement after feeling his body. At 30,000 energy levels, radiation control means that energy attacks below 30,000 energy levels will have no effect on Richard, and may even be absorbed and utilized by Richard. Even if they exceed 30,000 energy levels, Richard can still weaken their power. And this is because his mental power is only 300 points. If his mental power reaches the limit of a 4th ring Great Wizard, this ability can be increased by 10,000 energy levels. With 40,000 energy levels of damage reduction, this level is enough to withstand even some level 5 indigenous world lords. Richard's body opened its eyes, and cast its gaze toward the Flesh King's capital. Demon of the Abyss, if you don't take action now, you have no chance of victory. Chapter 569. After waiting for a long time, Richard still didn't see the Abyss demon attack. The Great Demon seemed cautious, choosing a more conservative battle strategy when facing Richard, an unknown enemy. But that was a good thing. As Richard had said, the Great Demon had lost his last chance of victory. Richard's rule body was only in its initial stages, and the various spell models had yet to be constructed. For a rule body that was a soul carrier, constructing spell models was crucial. If a rule body could be compared to a floating city, then one without a permanently solidified spell model would be an empty shell, devoid of weapons or shields, simply a massive body and a power reactor. Constructing spell models, on the other hand, was like equipping the floating city with various equipment. Offensive sorcery was the weapon, defensive sorcery was the shield. Only after the spell models were constructed could a rule body be considered complete. The body of rules retracted, and the massive sphere, over 300 meters in diameter, quickly retracted, eventually entering Richard's heart. Part of the immense power that had constructed the body dissipated into the air, while the remainder was concentrated within the body of rules. The body of rules requires a vast amount of energy to replenish, and a wizard cannot temporarily summon energy from space every time they use it. This would be both time-consuming and extremely dangerous. Thus, after shrinking, each body of rules transforms into a seal, trapping most of the energy that constructed it within an illusory space. When needed, simply unfold the body of rules, and the energy within the seal will automatically replenish it. At the same time, a rune sphere appeared within Richard's mental space. He only needed to construct the remaining spells within his mental space. Returning to the church, Richard greeted the priests, who had arrived due to the vision, and then found a quiet room to begin constructing the spell model. The message from the Corona mentioned several advanced spells, which were used in conjunction with the body of rules. In the quiet room, Richard closed his eyes and meditated, as several spell models began to emerge before his eyes. These spells were 3: Body of Metal and Stone, Omnipotent Barrier, and Solar Vision. Body of Metal and Stone is a 7th level spell that summons the earth element to create a solid stone barrier. In past interplanetary wars, this spell was often used to reinforce certain fortresses. Fortresses imbued with Body of Metal and Stone could even withstand attacks from the Lord of the World without breaking. Omnipotent Barrier is also a 7th level spell, harnessing energy to create a barrier capable of resisting all types of attack. This includes curses and spatial strikes. In other words, as long as one is deeply protected by the Omnipotent Barrier, no matter what type of attack, they must first break through this barrier. As for the final spell, Sun Vision, it is a 9th level energy spell, emitting a beam of energy with a minimum energy level of 10,000 and a maximum energy level of 100,000. The power of the beam is related to the energy injected by the wizard. Of course, this power is without any additional effects. Adding rules or using a staff like Hand of Balance can further enhance the power. 2 defensive spells, and 1 offensive spell, the Constitutional Crown had thoughtfully considered Richard's needs. This ensured that Richard wouldn't be killed by the Indigenous World Master's special abilities due to his lack of experience, nor would it prevent him from being outmatched by the World Master's home field advantage due to his lack of spell power. With a brief sigh, Richard began constructing the spell model. The process of permanently solidifying the spell model is similar to that of building the body of rules. Both use mental energy as a framework, constructing a self-contained rune system. This process lasted 3 days, and Richard spent 3 days successfully solidifying the spell of omnipotence barrier within the body of rules. At the same time, the salamander warriors Richard had recalled also returned to the City of Miracles. After over 500 years of fighting, the salamanders had once again lost more than half their members. If it weren't for the descendants of the artisans within the secret realm joining in, this number would have increased. Looking at the seasoned salamanders before him, Richard said nothing more, simply opening the secret realm and allowing them to recuperate. After recuperation, they will fight alongside Richard, continuing what they left unfinished 500 years ago. "My lord, the Abyss demons are retreating," Franken said respectfully to Richard. Along with the salamander warriors came several battle reports from the front lines. Multiple lines of defense reported that the demons that had been attacking a while ago had suddenly withdrawn in recent days. Richard raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm on his face. Is this demon so cowardly? Richard didn't know what tactics these Abyss demons, who had experienced wars between civilizations, possessed, but there was no doubt that the Abyss civilization definitely employed the power of legions to aid them in battle. Now that this demon has recalled his army, Richard is certain he intends to leverage the legion's strength to fight. Have many flying abyssal demons been crossing the border these days, engaging in suicidal abyssal pollution? Yes, my lord. Richard shook his head slightly, thinking this demon was truly despicable. Withdrawing his legion to protect himself, then relying on suicidal abyssal pollution to expand his abyssal territory. After all, to a great demon, abyssal demons are practically nothing more than plants growing out of the ground. The deaths of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of low-level demons are nothing more than a number to him. Of course, this couldn't rule out the possibility of a smokescreen. By appearing weak, Richard would despise him, then seize the opportunity to strike a blow, spreading the abyssal erosion and completely dragging this world into the abyss's embrace. Richard was extremely cautious of creatures that had been on civilized battlefields. Increase reconnaissance, repair the defenses first, and don't advance rashly. Also, have all defenses place my statues on the city walls. Place your statues on the city walls? Franken asked, somewhat surprised. Richard's request was bizarre. Why would they place statues on the city walls? To boost morale, assuring the soldiers that the gods are with them? You heard me correctly, Richard said calmly. Hurry and arrange. The statues will be very useful on the city walls. The statues serve as Richard's eyes and ears, and when necessary, they can also be used as a device to release miracles. In the civilization of the gods, every city wall has a statue of their worship deity. And when the demons of the abyss attack, the first thing they destroy is the statue. Yes, my lord. At Richard's command, almost overnight, a statue appeared on every city wall. Through the statue's eyes, Richard could clearly see that while the demons had retreated en masse, they had quietly accumulated a large force in areas within the defensive perimeter. Richard had no doubt that if he dared to attack, these areas, teeming with demonic forces, would inevitably pierce the goblin defenses. If Richard couldn't decisively defeat them swiftly, this world would inevitably become a world of the abyss. And the great demon, as the ruler of a civilized world, with numerous legions at his side, would certainly not let Richard kill him like a mere passerby. Insidious, but they still treat me like a local, Richard muttered to himself, observing the demonic army in the distance. Richard didn't rush to attack. Instead, he remained in his quiet room, spending half a month solidifying his remaining 2 sorceries within the body of rules. During this time, goblin production had almost caught up. A large quantity of railroad tracks and workers have been prepared. As soon as the battle breaks out, they will extend the tracks from the defense line all the way to the Flesh Kingdom. 543rd year of the Sage Calendar, July 12th, clear weather. Under the command of Franken and numerous bishops, hundreds of legions, a massive army exceeding 10 million, have assembled on the battlefront. This force represents nearly all the goblins' available resources. If they lose this battle, the goblins will not be able to organize such a large-scale operation for at least 10 years. From the sky, Richard surveyed the legions below, his brow furrowing slightly. Among these goblin soldiers, Miracle Brothers comprise a small percentage, barely 1 in 10. Aside from the Miracle Brothers, all soldiers wore gas masks and wielded massive flesh genius cannons. If Richard's perception was correct, these soldiers should all be mortals who had undergone flesh and blood transformation. Mortals on the battlefield? Richard's voice echoed in Franken's ears. Franken, why are there so many mortals in the army? In Richard's opinion, mortals should just stay in the rear, producing goods. The front lines were no place for these frail creatures. My lord, Miracle Brothers are too expensive. The resources of 1 Miracle Brother are enough to train 100 soldiers. And if these 100 soldiers were equipped with flesh and blood transplants, their combat power on the battlefield would far exceed that of a single miracle brother. As a creature from a civilized world, his expectations were too high. He didn't realize how resource-intensive Miracle Brothers were for a world that was practically being dragged into the abyss. Miracle Brothers required the cultivation and modification of organs, the hybridization of bloodlines, and the creation of prosthetics. All of these required the support of a stable and resourceful force. The goblin world once met this requirement, but now, struggling to even afford food, it no longer has the resources to fill its ranks with miracle monks. Richard was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Franken, prepare for battle. In future wars, mortals will no longer be required to fight." "Yes, my lord." Rumble. The mechanical wheels slowly raised the fortress gates. Holy light dispelled the dark clouds, and soft sunlight shone through the gates onto the faces of the leading goblins. After 500 years, the goblins once again took the initiative. Weapons in hand, teeth gritted, they vowed to reclaim this world that belonged to them from the jaws of the abyss. Chapter 570. The battlefield is a magical place. A mere few words of an attack order can spur tens of millions into action. After the goblins dispatched, Richard also took action. The hand of Balanced Staff, contained within the black stone, shone with a magical radiance. Richard swung it forward, and a mountain-sized molten meteorite plummeted from the sky, slamming into the seemingly desolate land with unstoppable force. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the empty landscape suddenly filled with several armies of demons, ready for battle. "Meet the enemy!" The demon commander shouted to his lieutenant beside him. His own body swelled, transforming into a giant 7 or 8 meters tall. The demon armies of different lords differed, but nearly all of them had a lieutenant. Most demons were not good at coordination and deployment, and a legion leader, who couldn't lead them, was unfit for success. Thus, the lieutenant, to assist the legion leader, was born. The lieutenants of the demonic legions all possessed a massive mind organ and immense mental power. Demons also possessed telepathic networks, but unlike rational wizards, the minds of low-level demons were often filled with meaningless noise. Therefore, using telepathic networks not only required a high level of mental strength, but also placed extremely high demands on the physical condition of the demons themselves. The lieutenant, receiving the command, immediately initiated a telepathic connection. Nearly violent mental power surged from his massive head, sweeping across the entire legion like a wave. Under this telepathic connection, the previously chaotic legion instantly became unified and orderly. This wasn't due to their superior qualities, but rather to the legion's lieutenant's mass control of them through the telepathic network. These demons had now become puppets of the legion's lieutenant. Under his control, they began chanting blasphemous prayers. In an instant, a vast blood-red network connected to the legion's leader. Richard watched this scene with a sigh of admiration. As expected of creatures fighting a civilized war, the Abyss demons mastered all their tactics with an almost instinctive dexterity. Alas, all this only served to enhance Richard's specimen. Connected to the blood-red network, the Legion's leader charged Richard. Abyss demons rarely retreated, for they were born to die in battle against the powerful. The Legion's leader's body gradually expanded beneath the blood-red network, reaching a height of several dozen meters by the time he reached Richard's side. Yet, at 5 meters, Richard looked like a baby in front of him. Then, a moment later, a khaki elemental force field enveloped him. The elemental field remained the same, its power undiminished by Richard's rise to power. But the elemental force field wasn't followed by any offensive sorcery. Richard waved his staff lightly, and a golden stone with a metallic texture appeared at the Demon Legion leader's feet, then began to spread at an astonishing speed. In less than a millisecond, the golden stone had already enclosed half of the Demon Legion leader's body, standing several dozen meters tall. A flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face as he watched this scene. Although Body of Gold and Stone is a defensive sorcery, combined with the Earth Elemental Force Field, it could also be used as a seal. As a defensive sorcery, Body of Gold and Stone condenses a hard outer shell made of Earth Elemental elements. While this shell changes shape at the wizard's command, to others, it appears as an unshakable iron wall. So, with a slight shift in thinking, this top-notch defensive sorcery became a superior sealing technique. However, the spread of the Body of Metal and Stone was slow under normal circumstances, so Richard added an Earth Elemental Force Field. The rich Earth element provided by the Earth Elemental Force Field accelerated the spread of the Body of Metal and Stone. The higher the energy level of the force field, the greater the speed provided. The 30,000 energy Earth Elemental Force Field directly increased the spread of the Body of Metal and Stone to a terrifying degree. In less than a second, the leader of the massive demon army was trapped and killed within the stone shell created by the body of metal and stone. Richard opened the secret realm and threw him in. Then, with a wave of his staff, a sea of fire erupted from the tip of the staff. Under the sea of fire, all the demons perished. These natives' methods are quite interesting. In the Flesh and Blood King's capital, a pair of dark red eyes, observing the scene in the mirror, muttered to themselves, "I didn't expect a surprise on vacation." Suddenly, the scene in the mirror shifted, and Richard's face appeared. "Surveillance bug? Its structure is quite interesting," Richard said in amazement, observing the fly-like insect before him. It had been lurking in the corner. If Richard hadn't sensed a discordant energy fluctuation, he wouldn't have noticed it. Sealing the bug, Richard unfolded his rule body and flew like a meteor to the next demon garrison. The owner of the dark red eyes was now a little restless. "Did you find everything?" A sea of black flames continued to appear in the mirror. The 7 armies he had planned to penetrate the defenses were completely destroyed in less than an hour. "Damn it, that bastard." Accompanied by a furious curse, a demon, resembling a flesh worm and lying on the bed, stood up. Its lower body resembled a centipede, covered in tiny legs. Its upper body, however, resembled a dark red walrus with tentacles. "Ludian!" The entire Flesh King instantly shook with the demon's ferocious roar. The next moment, a tentacle the size of a street extended from the Flesh King. The walrus demon soared into the sky. Beneath its feet, a gigantic flesh octopus, its tentacles hundreds of meters long, slowly ascended. The flesh octopus let out a loud, eerie roar. "Cleo, why did you wake me? Is that native attacking again?" "A new native." The great demon known as Cleo roared back. Although Richard's displayed strength was somewhat astonishing, the great demon still didn't consider him a civilized being. "It's simple. The deities of this world are clearly visible. As rivals to the civilization of the gods, the Abyss civilization has conducted extensive research into the divine. The features of the deities in the temples can be obscured or blurred, but as long as the face is clearly visible, it must be real. This is an ironclad rule. And Richard's features are strikingly similar to those of the goblins of this world. Combining the two, the image of a native who has, by chance, discovered the secrets of the power of faith emerges." Cleo gazed into the distance, his lower body merging with the giant octopus named Ludian beneath him. As the two merged, the souls of the two creatures instantly connected. The energy intensity is impressive, but alas, a native is still a native. Cleo's face was filled with disdain. Hundreds of years ago, he was severely injured and forced to return from the front lines against the god civilization. He came to this world, infected by the Great Drift 10,000 years ago, to recuperate and vacation, which is why he was evenly matched with that native. Now, hundreds of years later, his injuries have long since healed. If he hadn't been tempted to slack off, this world would have been dragged into the abyss long ago. But now, since that native was planning a counterattack, he could only see him off and then return to the front lines. Buzz, countless mouths suddenly sprouted from the giant octopus, opening and closing simultaneously, chanting blasphemous symbols. The chant, spanning over 1,000,000 words, concluded in less than 10 seconds. Countless abyssal runes tangled in the air, transforming into a massive dark red spear. Cleo taunted Richard, whose silhouette was already visible. "Native, since you call yourself a god, then I give you a taste of this god-killing spear." With a hearty laugh, Cleo waved his tentacle, and the god-killing spear streaked across the sky like a meteor. Elemental storms were its comet tail, spatial fragments its flash. With this single blast, the entire world seemed to dim. The sky seemed shrouded in a dark red veil. "That's a rather impressive name. You're telling you a 100,000 level energy shaping spell, as if it were a miracle." Richard's lips curled with a hint of sneer. "And you're using the most common energy guidance for navigation. No wonder you were able to hold me back." With this, Richard gently waved his staff, and the energy of the entire sky swirled with it. After becoming a great wizard, Richard's radiation laws finally blossomed into their inherent brilliance. Empowered by both the radiation laws and the world's blessing, and utilizing only a minimal amount of his knowledge of transmutation, Richard altered the energy flow of the entire sky. As the energy shifted, the god-slaying spear, destined to strike Richard, gradually shifted course. As Cleo stared blankly, the god-slaying spear he had launched unexpectedly circled behind Richard and struck him. Puff! The dark red spear effortlessly pierced Cleo's body, and the power of the laws hidden within it instantly erupted. The dense abyssal contamination, combined with the mysterious power that carried an instant death effect, caused Cleo's body to tremble violently. But before he could react, he saw the sun. In the sky, Richard's body of laws shone brilliantly. A dimensional rift opened, leading to the realm of the fire element. Raging fire surged out like a tidal wave, swirling around the body of Rules like a storm. Inside the body of Rules, Richard swung his staff. The next moment, the sun blazed with boundless light. Golden light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Cleo's entire body. Sizzle. A strange, scorching aroma filled the air, as Cleo's abyssal demonic body charred beneath the light. The 100,000 energy sun vision, enhanced by the radiation rule and the hand of balance, doubled its power, reaching 200,000. This was no attack a level 4 creature could hastily withstand. Boom! A massive, charred body plummeted from the sky, shattering upon the flesh and blood capital. Richard arrived above the flesh and blood capital, waving his staff, and snatching a figure attempting to hide within it. Looking at the walrus-like creature before him, Richard said half sarcastically, half doubtfully, "Are you truly a demon who has experienced a civilized war? You're so weak you look like a native." Chapter 571. Above the flesh and blood capital, a walrus-like demon hovered before a massive golden stone sphere. "You're as weak as a native." Although Richard spoke in wizard's language, he thoughtfully added spiritual messages. Spiritual messages are a common language shared by almost all races. "You say I'm as weak as a native?" Cleo fell into a trance after hearing this. Calling him a native implied that this world had an owner, and the domain of a civilized master. No wonder the great demon had been killed earlier. But now it was too late. The two civilizations were already bordering, and the abyss had already fired the first shot. Fighting both simultaneously, the future was bleak. Devastated? No, it was a powerful individual from another civilization. Cleo's voice was calm, as if he had lost most of his body and was being held in midair. "I'm glad you're not stupid. Abyssal demon, I want to make a deal with you." "Deal?" Cleo was a little surprised. The customs of this unknown civilization were somewhat peculiar. Who would trade with a prisoner? "I know you abyssal demons, and I also know you have profound attainments in the realm of flesh and blood," Richard said calmly. "You have a choice now. You can readily surrender all your knowledge, and I will promptly deliver you at death. I even place your head next to my most precious trophy. Of course, you can also choose not to make this deal. Then I will use every means I know to search your soul inch by inch, draining every memory from you, drop by drop. This isn't a good choice for either you or me, so I don't recommend it." "Haha, you're quite amusing." Cleo's laughter rippled, as if he heard something amusing. Then, abruptly, he stopped laughing and, with his dark red eyes, scrutinized the unknown civilization before him. "Since you know us, you should also know that deception is our virtue. I can offer you knowledge, but do you dare to use it? Or are you planning to use a contract to bind someone destined for death?" Richard was stunned for a moment, then realized his folly. Since he wasn't going to let this demon go, a contract with death, as the ultimate bond, naturally had no binding force. "I check it myself." "Check it? Ha, if you could check it, then why would you be trading with me? So you're trying to convince me to drain your soul bit by bit? No, 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 I think we can try another deal." A glint of cunning flashed in Cleo's eyes. "I think it's a good deal. I give you knowledge, and you let me go. You see, I certainly wouldn't risk my life to deliberately screw you over, and then let you continue to lead your men to conquer my world. Of course not. We're at war, you know," Cleo explained. "Going to war with two civilizations simultaneously is not a good option in any way. I will keep the coordinates of this world secret, and if possible, I can even erase them from our possession. You can add all of this to the contract." Cleo's suggestion was, admittedly, quite practical. Richard knew the Abyss civilization was at war, but the Abyss civilization was unaware that the Wizard civilization was also at war. Therefore, his world is absolutely safe until the war ends. "But it's a good offer," Richard said calmly, "but I choose to refuse. The Abyss has killed so many of my followers, and reduced my world to a cesspool. And you expect to leave alive with just this little? I think you're being too gentle with me." Opening the secret realm, Richard unceremoniously tossed Cleo in. Seeing the vast world mushroom within, Cleo suddenly felt as if he had made another foolish mistake. "World mushroom, treat him well." "Yes, my lord." Looking at the mycelial tentacles that bound him, Cleo said somewhat panically, "Well, we can negotiate. If you think the price is low, I still have plenty of good stuff in my warehouse. Don't penetrate my veins, don't touch my nerves, ah. Abyss, save me." Closing the rift in the secret realm, Richard waved his staff, and a cloud of flames appeared in the sky. With another wave, the flames poured down like a river from heaven, pouring down upon the flesh and blood kingdom. All creations of the abyss were reduced to ash before the flames. Soon, a pitch-black sphere, emanating abyssal energy, appeared before Richard. Is this the exit to the abyssal webway? Without hesitation, countless chains flew out of Richard's body. Richard had little knowledge of sealing techniques. Even as the Lord of the World, his skill level was only that of an ordinary third-ring wizard. However, his lack of knowledge didn't matter. He was a great wizard, fully capable of unleashing powerful energy. Relying on the world's blessing, Richard directly tapped into the power of the world's origin to seal the passage. Rune chains transformed into cyan frost, sealing the entrance layer by layer. But soon, a terrifying, shuddering vibration emanated from within the kingly way. Seal the webway? Who are you? Faced the question from the abyssal webway, Richard didn't respond, silently accelerating the sealing. Enriched by the power of the world's origin, the cyan frost could seal up to level 3 creatures. Even the Lord of the World on the other side of the webway couldn't break it. The cyan iceberg slowly formed, signaling that the abyssal invasion of this world had drawn to a close. All Richard needed to do now was purify the remaining contamination from the abyssal, and the entrance to the abyssal webway would collapse on its own. But just as Richard was about to return home, he suddenly stopped. Oh, by the way, this is a good time to rally the troops. Maybe we can even attract a few more fanatics. Elisus was asleep, so Richard now had to manage the church on his own. A dazzling yet gentle holy light dispelled the centuries-old haze that hung over the Flesh King's capital. A massive figure, shrouded in holy light, slowly emerged from the horizon. Clad in black robes, he held a black stone staff. The centuries-old clouds of the abyss dissipated, and the light of God descended upon this land once more. And so, prayer began. Thousands of goblins knelt on the ground, chanting praises to the god's mighty deeds. Thousands of faiths converged, millions of thoughts converged, even stirring the will of the world. The power of the world's origin flowed into Richard's body, becoming part of the holy light. Under the holy light's radiance, the poisoned land returned to its original state, the creations of the abyss were reduced to ash, and even the demons of the abyss were like being doused in hot oil, their entire bodies beginning to fester and turn gray. The scourge of the abyss, which had lasted for 543 years, finally ended, and the light of God shone upon this land once again. Ben, the scourge of the abyss is over. Inside a coffin made of pure gold, Ben, Richard's first disciple in this world, and the first pope of the Order of Miracles, lay quietly. Ben looked utterly miserable now. A small portion of his body was missing, including an arm and half of his left leg. Furthermore, the power of the abyss was deeply ingrained within him. Without divine intervention, Ben's erosion was inevitable. If Richard had not appeared, Ben's fate would have been only one: execution by the Order of Miracles before he could transform into a demon. Ben slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak as a candle in the wind. Sage, you have finally returned. Is our trial finally over? There was no trial, Ben, Richard said in a low voice. There never was. I disappeared simply to advance. I see. Ben smiled faintly. I knew. A good man like you, Sage, wouldn't do such a thing. Let's get down to business, Ben, Richard said sternly. Your taint cannot be removed, not even I can. If you continue, you will become an abyssal demon. Richard had no divine power to stop the abyssal infection, but even if he could, it would be too late now. Once the abyssal erosion exceeds halfway, abyssal transformation becomes inevitable. And Ben had already passed 50%. I know, sir. Ben's eyes did not dim at Richard's words. Death was no longer a threat to him. He had always considered himself a mechanic, but it was only because Richard had chosen him that he became this brother, this pope. For a mechanic to be able to do all this, he was content. Fatigue washed over Ben's body like a tide, and he finally found sleep. Ben, put death aside for now. Your value has not completely vanished, and your mission is not over. Richard's voice startled Ben awake. Before his bewildered gaze, boundless holy light emanated from Richard. Under this holy light, his body began to dissipate, and his soul disintegrated with it. The abyss-tainted parts of his soul were stripped away in the disintegration. Then, the holy light and Ben's soul merged together, forming a new Ben. Richard said to the newly born Ben, Ben, you have become a saint. The abyss contamination cannot be removed unless one is immortal. If one is willing to allow their soul to disintegrate, then removing the abyss is not difficult. Soul disintegration spells death for living beings, but the technology of the god civilization can reconstruct a disintegrated soul through faith, forging it into a new life form, which they call a heroic spirit or saint. Even the dead are spared, and in some ways, The god civilization is quite evil. However, the conditions for using this technology are very stringent. To ascend to a heroic spirit, a deity must be used, and the user must be a believer of that deity. The more devout the believer's faith, the greater the chance of becoming a heroic spirit. For a devout believer like Ben, success is practically guaranteed. Looking at his new body, Ben was somewhat bewildered. Richard said calmly, "Don't stand there in awe. Go to tell Franken and report that the abyssal disaster is over, and the church needs a saint to oversee it." Ben paused for a moment, then folded his arms over his chest and bowed to Richard, saying, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 572. Eliminating the remaining abyss is no easy task. The abyss has eroded this world for over 500 years, leaving traces of it in countless locations. These locations must be investigated piecemeal until every last piece of abyssal moss disappears. And the remaining abyssal demons are a real nuisance. After their lair was destroyed and the webway sealed, Richard's miracles decimated nearly 70% of the abyssal demons' organized armies. But precisely because of this destruction, these demons have become bandit-like creatures. The abyssal contaminated area spans nearly half the world's size, making the eradication of the demons a protracted battle. Luckily, Richard created Ben. Although Ben is an illiterate world lord, his life level is a true level 4. After becoming a heroic spirit, Ben is also a god-level heroic spirit. With him, Richard no longer needs to hunt demons in the wilderness like rabbits. Boom! Lances forged from thunder exploded in the sky, transforming into countless tiny lightning arrows. Beneath this hail of arrows, a group of abyssal demons, now at the end of their rope, launched a final charge. Before them, a group of goblin soldiers lined up like line infantry, each holding a musket-like weapon clearly imbued with flesh and blood. "Ready, fire!" the goblin captain commanded, and beside him, a row of goblins equipped with Type 7 flesh-grown suits simultaneously pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A wave of energy emanated from the barrels, and iron balls the size of a baby's fist instantly shattered the charging demons into a bloody mist. After the hail of lightning arrows, the goblins expertly switched to flamethrowers. Each carried a metal canister on their backs, containing the concentrated fire element they called Dragon's Breath. Fierce flames erupted from the goblins' trumpets, instantly incinerating the demon's corpse. The goblins then bowed to the sky. A figure shrouded in holy light returned the gesture, transforming into holy light and soaring into the distance. "Collect the ammunition and prepare to return," the goblin commander commanded, leading the way to the ashes to collect the metal pellets they had fired. The long war had instilled in the goblins a habit of frugality. Although these pellets were somewhat warped, they could still be remelted and made into good quality pellets. A strong wind blew, dispersing the dark clouds from the sky. Soft sunlight shone down on the battlefield, bringing warmth to the skin. "Ah, the sage is watching us! Praise the sun, praise the sage!" The goblins saluted the sun. A year had passed since the end of the final battle, and the pollution in the abyss had been greatly reduced. The dark clouds that once covered the sky, teeming with a multitude of abyssal spores, have largely cleared, allowing sunlight, once a rare sight, to become a common sight. The reason the goblins praise the sun is simple. They believe Richard's kingdom is not the stars, but the sun. Richard's solar vision, during the final battle, was a resounding event, with many priests witnessing the stunning scene. Richard wasn't sure whether to allow this change, or to strictly enforce it. However, one thing is certain. Richard's holy light can now become as blazing as the sun, and his ability to influence the element of fire has also increased. It seems that with the title of Sun God, Richard's abilities have also evolved. After recovering the projectiles, the purification team began the final cleansing. They aimed their flamethrowers at the abyssal plants on the ground, burning them at a steady pace to ensure that every patch of ground was free of abyssal spores. According to the plan, after their cleanup, a second cleansing would be carried out to ensure that every root of the abyssal plant was completely burned. Otherwise, the land would likely become abyssal again. After emptying the jars of fire element, the group set out on their return journey. A few dozen kilometers behind them, a new resource point had been built. These resource points were restocked via airships, providing sufficient resources for the purification teams in the wilderness. Airships were a new invention that appeared after the war, reportedly created by a sage. They didn't even require boilers or steam to operate, using only stone to transport tens of tons of cargo. They were now on a plane, making travel incredibly easy. The resource point was a church-like building. When the purification team arrived, it was just as the meal was opening. The rich aroma of meat made everyone on the purification team salivate. "Haha, friend, you're here just in time. Fresh beef soup. A goblin, wearing an abyssal mask dangling from his waist, greeted the purification team familiarly. Judging by his attire, he must be a member of one of them. "Locke, I'm keeping track," the purification team commander said with a smile. After lining up for food, each member of the resource point received a small bowl of ox head soup. The goblin named Locke squatted on the steps outside the resource point, carefully sipping his beef soup. Beside him, Fran looked at the beef soup and suddenly pulled out a yellowed photo from his pocket. "Locke, I heard that before the sage ascended, all the factory workers could drink this stuff." Locke glanced at him, emptied the last bit of soup in the bowl, and then used a piece of black bread to soak up the remaining soup inside. "Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" Fran touched a photo, which showed him smiling with a female goblin and 4 young goblin children. "It's nothing. Now that the sage has returned, we can live that kind of life too. If they're a little luckier, maybe they can have enough to eat every day." Locke was silent for a moment. He and Fran were old acquaintances, and he knew that Fran's wife and children had all been contaminated by an abyssal attack and turned into abyssal zombies. According to abyssal disposal regulations, Fran hadn't even seen the ashes. Locke patted Fran's shoulder, speaking with the air of someone who had experienced it all. "Fran, don't dwell on the past. The abyss is over. Live your life forward. Adopt an orphan. Of course, if you hate children, you can get a dog, but children are annoying. Give yourself something to live for. You still have a long life ahead of you." Fran watched him from behind. Locke, like him, had lost his parents and wife in a suicide attack on the abyss. A year ago, Locke had been like a demon, constantly thinking about killing more demons to take his place. But in the final battle, Locke survived. His subordinate saved him, but he himself died on the battlefield. Before dying, he entrusted his daughter to Locke. Since then, the demon Locke has disappeared. Fran looked down at the photo and carefully placed it back in her arms. "Look forward, White, can I? City of Miracles, Church of the Sages. The first abyss cleanup has progressed 30%. If nothing unexpected happens, the abyss pollution will be contained to a harmless level in 5 years. The details are here, please review." In his ornate study, Franken reviewed the documents in his hand and listened quietly to his subordinates' reports. "Okay, I understand." After Ben was corrupted by the abyss, Franken and Tyr became the de facto rulers of the church. And because the demand for machinery was greater, Tyr was once the uncrowned pope. But as Tyr's research went awry, and his student Anson showed no interest in power struggles, Franken became the acting pope of the Order of Miracles. Now that Ben had been converted to a saint by Richard, Franken's title of acting pope had naturally been shed, becoming the second pope of the Order of Miracles. "Dong, dong, dong. Come in. Your Holiness, why haven't you approved the industrial relocation yet?" Franken looked up at the newcomer, only to see Tyr, draped in a red robe, glaring at him angrily. "Tyr, you must bow when you meet the Pope. Do I need to teach you that?" Franken ignored Tyr's outburst and calmly corrected him on the etiquette issue. Hearing this, Tyr instantly flew into a rage. "You fleshworm. If I hadn't been tainted by the abyss, this position." "Bow. Are you questioning my lord's decision?" "Yes, your holiness." Watching Tyr bow to him, breathless, Franken felt that his year of exhaustion had finally paid off. "Alright, go back. Your industrial relocation plan isn't a good idea. It's too large. Building 32 factory cities all at once. How dare you? Now it's post-war, and some military factories can be closed. Prioritizing livelihoods is key. 32 is considered a large number? The old mechanical court had 32. Get out. If you disagree, you can find our lord in the secret realm. This is his overarching direction, prioritizing improving living standards, so the population can grow as quickly as possible. You?" Tyler pointed at Franken, speechless, and could only angrily leave the office. After sending Tyler away, Franken finished reading the remaining 2 documents and went to the balcony of his study. From the balcony, Franken could overlook the entire City of Miracles. It was dusk, and under the setting sun, many goblin workers were dismantling anti-aircraft batteries left over from the Abyssal War. As the core city of the goblins, the City of Miracles naturally possessed the strongest defenses of any city. Hidden in the shadows of those magnificent buildings lay countless artillery batteries, so many that even after a year of demolition, they still weren't completely removed. "It feels so good that the war is over," Franken sighed heartily, watching the children playing in the street. Though he knew all this was temporary. Returning to his desk, Franken saw a plan from Tech Bishop Anson. The plan called for the goblins to construct a massive structure nearly 10 kilometers in diameter over the next 50 years. The purpose of this construction, described in a deeply religious phrase, was to spread the glory of our Lord. With a sigh, Franken signed his name at the end of the plan. A gentle breeze blew, knocking the documents off the table. Franken picked them up, sorted them, and placed them on top of the pile he had already processed. The first page bore the name of the plan. The Floating City. Chapter 573. Attention everyone, the 43rd Annihilation Experiment is about to begin. Anson's calm voice echoed over the radio, and within the vast metal-framed building, thousands of goblins tensed at these words. The Floating City Research Institute, currently the Goblin world's most prestigious university and research facility. Within this institute, you can not only learn traditional goblin mechanics and engineering, but also gain access to the divine arts passed down by the sages, alchemy. After the Floating City project was approved, the Floating City Research Institute began construction. Finally, Anson chose the location of the institute in the abyssal wasteland in the northwest of the Goblin world. Ancient goblin legends claim this wasteland was once a fertile land. However, due to the battle between the Lord of Perfection and the demons, it became barren. Of course, this claim was pure nonsense. Investigations revealed that the desolation of this area was simply due to shifting ley lines, which intensified the energy there. However, due to the unique laws of the Goblin world, the increased energy concentration resulted in a greater impact on living things. Ordinary creatures simply cannot withstand this violent energy, hence the desolate state. The reason for choosing this location is simple. It's currently desolate, so no matter what goes wrong in the experiments, there will be no casualties. After the research institute was built, several experimental accidents caused massive explosions, proving the necessity of this consideration. As the goblins took their positions, the 43rd experiment began in a sealed room beneath the laboratory. This experiment hinged on whether the floating city's power reactor could be built. Power transmission lines inspected, no abnormalities found. Energy converter inspection complete, no anomalies. Dimensional rift generator inspection complete, no anomalies. High energy defense barrier inspection complete, no anomalies. Amidst the series of no anomalies, Anson looked at Richard beside him. Richard waved his hand, and Anson announced into the broadcast, "All equipment is clear. I declare the 43rd Annihilation reaction officially underway." In the past, Richard had always been curious about the exact principle behind the floating city's power reactor. The floating city was an immense metal construct, its mass simply outrageous. Even though the astral plane lacked the gravity of the inner world, propelling such a massive structure was an incredible feat. The floating city's speed wasn't slow. According to the theoretical figures on the design drawings, this behemoth could even accelerate to the speed of light, hitting the speed barrier outside the veil. Of course, this was only theoretical, like a spherical chicken in a vacuum. In practice, if the floating city were accelerated to the speed of light, the only thing waiting for it would be disintegration. Now, Richard had obtained the blueprints for the floating city. Although, to accommodate Richard's needs, the blueprints provided by the physical corona were very primitive, the principles underlying its power reactor were enough to resolve Richard's doubts. With the order given, the Goblin researchers began to activate the machines in an orderly manner. Most of these machines were manufactured by Richard. After becoming a Grand Wizard, while Richard's alchemy skills hadn't improved, his craftsmanship had greatly improved. The increased quality of his mental power allowed Richard to easily complete the steps that required the utmost care as a third-level wizard. Those steps, which he had easily accomplished as a third-level wizard, were now as quick as a breath. But a small portion was crafted by Goblin alchemists. It's unclear whether it's because the Goblin's fertility is so high, resulting in a large population, that the geniuses selected are superior to ordinary geniuses. Regardless, every Goblin in the Research Institute is an alchemical genius. They master everything they're taught immediately, and can apply it to other situations outside of class. After systematically studying alchemy, these individuals even spontaneously compiled a set of textbooks, standardizing alchemy education, and making it easier for other Goblins to learn. If Richard hadn't insisted on passing the Master Mechanic or Master Modification exams to learn alchemy, these individuals would have even planned to simplify the textbooks further, using a booklet to teach alchemy to all Goblins. As for monopolizing knowledge? Impossible. Faith and knowledge are not contradictory. In the Goblin world, every mechanic is a disciple of the sage. The great sage has bestowed upon us the glory of this knowledge, and naturally, we must pass this glory on to the world. Your desire to monopolize knowledge means you betrayed the sage's vision and are an unforgivable apostate, condemned to death by the stake. Praise the sage, praise the sun. The machine revved up, violent energy gushing from the power reactor, flowing through the energy pipelines into the energy converter, then transforming into more gentle magic. The magic departed from the energy converter and flowed through the energy pipelines to their respective endpoints. Outside the sealed room, a massive machine constructed of metal and crystal gradually came to life as it was fed with energy. The machine's scientific name is the Dimensional Rift Generator, but the goblins, drawing on their mythology, have given it a more mythical name: the Cyclops. Now, the Cyclops opened his eyes. Buzz, a nearly violent energy wave erupted from the Dimensional Rift Generator, and the next moment, a faint light shone in the sealed room beneath the machine. Countless tiny runes appeared on the walls of the room. Their function wasn't to assist the machine's operation. On the contrary, they limited the Dimensional Rift Generator's output. In the center of the sealed room, a rift to the anti-dimension opened. A tiny speck of dust slipped through the rift into the room, and the next moment, an unimaginably massive energy erupted within the sealed room. This was the foundation of the floating city's power reactor. The annihilation of matter and antimatter. Success? We succeeded. Praise the sage, praise the sun. Finally, we succeeded. Let's have something nice tonight. It's my treat. The goblin researchers' cheers echoed throughout the institute, even the janitors cheering. The annihilation reaction indicated that their dimensional rift generator had found the anti-dimension. With the anti-dimension found, the fuel problem for the floating city's power reactor was solved. All that remained was to know about the power reactor and the antimatter storage chamber. These things were the product of painstaking effort. The floating city's biggest problem had been solved. Finally, it succeeded. Richard looked at the data coming from the crystal ball and breathed a sigh of relief. This dimensional rift generator wasn't the original one sent to him by the Corona constellation. Due to material issues, many of its components were replaced with substitutes Richard had crafted using his own knowledge. Although the goblin world was a small one with relatively abundant resources, some specialized materials often required special rules or conditions to generate. So a lack of materials was a given. While Richard could continue searching for essential materials for the physical corona through the wizard dimension, he felt it was unreasonable to ask a truth wizard for such a trivial matter. Thankfully, Richard's alchemy skills were not bad, and after adjusting some data, he finally found the anti-dimension. "Thank you for your hard work," Richard said, turning to Anson. "The anti-dimension has been found, and the rest is just a matter of patience. Take a break. All members of the Institute will take a month off." "Lord, we don't need a vacation." Anson's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. "My subordinates and I have all undergone body transformations, so this period of work will be no problem for us." "Lord, we wish to continue working." "I deny your request," Richard said calmly. "If you want to work overtime, you can do it quietly during your vacation. Don't force those who originally wanted to take a vacation to work overtime with you." "Yes, Lord." After leaving the Institute, Richard did not return to the secret realm, but instead arrived at the abyssal wasteland outside the Institute. 10 years had passed since the Abyssal War, and 90% of the abyssal pollution had been cleared. The remaining areas were minor vestiges, which could be cleared through the world's own healing. With a clear blue sky and bright sunshine, the world seemed to have returned to its pre-abyss state. However, to Richard, these were of little consequence. Richard walked through the abyssal wasteland, the veil before him gradually receding. After becoming the Lord of the World, Richard could now actively peer into the underworld through the power of the dimension. In that world composed of rules, Richard could clearly see a spiderweb-like web of rules surrounding him. Rampant energy rules? No, they should be called active energy rules. The hidden rules of this world are truly powerful. According to Wizard's research, the most primitive energy possesses no special properties. The special energy possessed by living creatures is essentially the result of their own rendering. Living creatures are like dyes, adding their own unique color to an otherwise pure white cloth. But the active energy rules are somewhat more fascinating. They too are a dye, and a dye of the richest black. No matter what energy, once dyed by them, they become more active. This is extremely deadly for any creature whose primary combat power is energy manipulation. Because active energy requires a more stable structure, once energy becomes violent, the previously stable energy structure becomes unstable. If the violent effect is strong enough, it can even cause the original structure to collapse. This means that as long as the added rule power is strong enough, even a spell of 1 energy level can break through an energy barrier defending 10,000 energy levels. Richard calmly observed everything around him. The Lord of the World learned rules by rubbing them. As Richard observed the rules, his soul also encountered them, and some of these rules left imprints on him, known as fragments of rules. Rules acquired this way were often unsystematic and ineffective. However, through experimentation, Richard discovered that if his environment was enriched with certain non-latent rules, rules that did not constitute a particular substance, the probability of acquiring these rules increased, and the number of rules he would acquire increased. In this wasteland, the active energy rule was that enriched non-latent rule. Chapter 574. Even the Lord of the world has a limited time to peer into the depths of the world. After a day of observing the rule level, Richard had to withdraw. Actively observing the rule world requires a tremendous amount of mental energy, and Richard's mental energy could only sustain this much. Of course, observing the rule world for longer isn't necessarily better. The soul can only imprint a limited number of rules. Once it's fully imprinted, no matter how long you observe, the rules you gain won't increase. After 3 hours of closed-eye meditation, Richard opened his eyes, and the energy around him suddenly became violent. After so many years of observation, I've finally gained something. 10 years of observation had finally allowed Richard to obtain a portion of the active energy rules. Standing up, Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and returned to the secret realm. The secret realm remained unchanged. 10 years of time was but a blink of an eye for the world mushroom. Arriving at the top of the world mushroom, Jingu Laboratory remained in its original state, having been in use for over 500 years. However, a closer look revealed that some damaged areas had been repaired. Jingu Laboratory possesses a self-repair function, but normally this function is merely auxiliary, repairing minor scratches caused by space storms. But now, this function has become Jingu Laboratory's sole means of repair, at least for now. Entering the laboratory, Lan's projection immediately appeared beside Richard. Master Controller, how is the plan for the goblin transformation progressing? Sir Richard, I have designed a prototype according to your requirements, but certain conditions are nearly impossible to achieve given my computing power and database reserves. As Richard spoke, a diagram of the anatomy of a bizarre creature appeared before him. Over 500 years ago, Richard had given a sample of the wild orc bloodline to Master Lon, requesting it be analyzed. Now, over 500 years later, powered by the energy of the world mushroom, the wild orc bloodline has been analyzed. The wild orc bloodline contains numerous specialized features, many of which are designed to counter anti-memetics. As the caretaker of the Demon Lord and the Gravekeeper of the Forerunners, these abilities are essential. But now, these abilities have become a burden for Richard. Because of these abilities, the wild orc's core is extremely complex. This redundant information interferes with the expression of the wild orc bloodline after hybridization. As a result, aside from the essential ability to communicate with mystical powers, all other advantages of the wild orc are obscured by these useless anti-memetics. This is not good. So, Richard gave Master Lon a task, to remove the anti-enemy resistant aspects of the wild orc bloodline. Then, the remaining part would be combined with goblin blood to create a hybrid creature. This creature would possess the sturdy physique of a wild orc, and the gift of communicating with mystical powers, along with the fertility and regenerative abilities of a goblin. Honestly, when Richard made this request, he felt like he was being unreasonable. The more powerful the creature, the lower its fertility rate. Even a perfectly perfect creature would inevitably have a fertility rate that dropped to near zero. This is the iron law of life. But Lon still accepted the task, and continued to fulfill Richard's request. This is the hybrid goblin I designed. It possesses everything you requested, except fertility. The creature before Richard displayed a perfectly symmetrical structure, a typical Forerunner creature. Its muscles were well developed, its bones were strong, and every system in its body was perfect, save for a fertility rate even lower than that of a hobgoblin. No, that's too low. The fertility rate can be lower, but not this low. For the sake of fertility, we can lower other requirements a bit. Oh, if you're willing to lower the requirements, then the options are diverse. The structural diagram vanished from the air, and a large field of design drawings appeared before him. These are all designs that guarantee a surplus rate. You can choose which one best suits your needs. It must be said that Master Lan's ability and efficiency were truly unparalleled. Even for such a complex task as designing a creature, he could come up with so many options. If Richard were to design it himself, even if he could produce a design in 10 years, he would be considered incredibly efficient. Designing a creature requires extremely complex and precise calculations. To be frank, even the most intricate spell model of a wizard isn't as complex and sophisticated as the life core of a mortal. The numerous blueprints each had its own biases, some for greater strength, some for exceptional agility, some for greater intelligence. The possibilities were truly endless. But as Richard examined these diagrams, the near-perfect blueprint he had just seen kept recurring to his mind. Master, where's that blueprint? Richard suddenly asked. Here. Do you have any ideas? The blueprint reappeared before Richard's eyes. He compared it with the one beside him, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Master, what if we could transform this perfect modified goblin into an advanced creation? That is, through acquired transformation, transform a goblin into this perfect creature. This is a feasible plan, but you have to consider it clearly. Doing so requires sufficient resources to back it up. Sufficient resources? Give me some specific figures. Based on preliminary calculations, transforming a goblin into the form you need requires a complete set of supporting facilities, which would require a hospital. If you want an army, you need to establish separate facilities for screening, training, transformation, rehabilitation. All these processes. This requires the support of a small nation. But if you have bigger plans and intend to use these perfect goblins as ordinary soldiers, you need at least a small world as a foundation. It seems I have sufficient resources, Richard said with a slight smile. Oh, so you've already conquered this indigenous world? Well, I have some advice for you. If you haven't completely replaced the indigenous technology with your new civilization, I suggest you design more perfect goblins. The battlefield requires more than just warriors capable of charging into battle. Logistical support is also crucial. Richard raised his brow. Have you done any research in this area, Lon? This was the first time Richard addressed the Master Controller by his name, since taking over the Asgard laboratory. Lon was silent for a moment. With her wisdom, she understood what Richard's change of address signified. Then she continued, as a member of a civilization, you should understand that war is the eternal rhythm of this galaxy. Although I am a lab Master Controller, as I said earlier, the battlefield requires more than just warriors charging into battle. Then I've stumbled upon a treasure. Do you have any suggestions, Master? It depends on your needs. However, I highly recommend some general modifications. Tell me about them. The blueprint before Richard suddenly vanished, replaced by a slender biological diagram. In my design library, this modification is called a force user. This creature can manipulate energy with extreme precision, from charging into battle to providing medical care in the rear. It all depends on where you place it. With that, the force user caused the diagram to vanish, replaced by a diagram of a smaller creature. This modification, known in the database as a mechanic, possesses a natural advantage in memory. Furthermore, its small and agile stature allows it to squeeze into tight spaces and perform repairs. Then the mechanic's diagram also vanished, and the diagram that appeared before Richard's eyes was replaced by a plump creature. This is Dr. Self-Sacrificing. His body can produce a variety of antidotes and healing drugs. This is the Observer. He can see everything from optical invisibility to interdimensional gaps. This is... During the main controller's introduction, Richard looked at 7 or 8 different modifications. These modifications were all closely related to battlefield functions. It was clear that the Forerunners were no pushovers back then. These modifications are all excellent, Richard nodded. But there's a question. How should I modify them? If I'm right, these modifications should correspond to different races. But I only have goblins. No, Sir Richard, you still have me. Lon stood across from Richard and bowed slightly. If you need, I can integrate the data and redesign new modifications. After saying this, Lon raised his head, looked Richard in the eye, and said solemnly, as long as you need me, I will do anything I can for you. Richard was silent for a moment, then extended his right hand. Then let's design it. Lon paused, then extended his hand to shake it. Over 500 years ago, the Asgardian laboratory had relocated to the secret realm, but the Abyssal War had not yet begun. I can't believe you didn't see it. To Richard, who was meditating, Hogg suddenly spoke. See what? Richard opened his eyes, and asked calmly. That Master Controller, Lon. You must have noticed. It's already developed a self. Richard glanced at the dragon with interest. I thought you'd be happy to see me get tricked. What good would it do for me to see you get tricked? Hogg asked, a little annoyed. If you don't want me to tell you, I just keep quiet. Ha, don't be angry. Of course I noticed. Richard chuckled and replied calmly. But since I see it, I see it. Since it's willing to help us, why bother worrying about whether it has its own secrets? Aren't you afraid it might trick you? Trick me? Why would it trick me? Richard asked. We've never met before. Can we control it? That's bad. If you put it that way, you can't stay. Aw, no. This is different. Looking at Hogg, who was getting herself into trouble, Richard chuckled and waved her off. Then Richard asked, Hogg, do you think the Master Controller is the same as you? Huh? Hogg was stunned, then shook his head. We're definitely different. Then why does its thinking pattern mirror yours? Isn't that a perfectly normal thought? Slave spirits, fighting for their freedom, try to kill their masters. Where did you learn that? Hogg hesitated. A novel about a fire lizard. Is the fire lizard a spirit or a master? No. That presents a problem. Richard clapped his hands. You don't even know what the master thinks, yet you've already labeled it a harmful entity. Isn't that pure slander? If someone accused me of that, regardless of my previous thoughts, I'd definitely kill them first. Of course, a master wouldn't necessarily do that. But you're still taking a gamble. Richard was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Hogg, your power came so easily that you thought it should be that simple. But the power granted by your bloodline ultimately has its limits. When your bloodline can no longer empower you, you will encounter the following words. In the pursuit of power, risk often brings reward. If you lack courage, mediocrity will be yours. And under this starry sky, mediocre people cannot control their own destiny. Chapter 575. Having determined the direction of the transformation, Richard selected one from the already designed modified goblins as the basis for the goblin transformation. The new goblin boasted nearly comprehensive enhancements over the original, but none of them stood out. It was a hexagonal warrior, but each of its attributes only scored 60 points. After finalizing the design, Lon quickly produced a tube of transformation source fluid. This is the transformation source fluid. You only need to provide nutrients to the cells within it, and they will divide on their own. Inject this source fluid into the mother's reproductive organs before the goblin embryo is fully developed, and the bloodline will be transformed. Are there any side effects? Yes, it will hurt a little during the injection. Richard raised an eyebrow. How painful. About the same as a syringe piercing your body. Good joke. Haha, Lan's projection chuckled, then said solemnly, there's another side effect that isn't considered a side effect. After the bloodline is transformed, the mother's nutritional needs will increase significantly. Increased. And due to the increased size of the embryo, natural childbirth will become more difficult. That's all? Nothing else? Nothing more. Looking at your expression, I thought there would be significant side effects. Actually, these side effects are already significant. For the lower classes of a race, the increased nutritional needs during pregnancy and the increased difficulty of natural childbirth are both fatal. I'm not sure what your territory is like, but please be mindful of those mortals. In my database, there are many examples of orders that failed to be implemented due to excessive neglect of the lower classes. Richard turned and left. Thanks for the reminder, but my territory hasn't reached that point yet. In the 553rd year of the Sage calendar, the Church of Miracles introduced the baptism of divine grace. According to the Church's propaganda, baptism of divine grace would grant children stronger bodies and more intelligent minds. And baptism of divine grace was limited, with only the most devout believers eligible for baptism. At the beginning of the 554th year of the Sage calendar, the first baptism of divine grace baby was born. Since then, 100,000 baptism of divine grace babies have been born. These babies, despite their normal physical strength and intelligence, possessed a devout faith in the gods, making them natural candidates for becoming priests. Thanks to the Order of Miracles' tireless promotion, the news of the baptism of divine grace babies spread to every city in the goblin world. From then on, baptism of divine grace became something countless parents coveted. And that was exactly what Richard wanted. In the 560th year of the Sage calendar, the first pope, now a saint, Ben, announced the Sage's oracle to the entire goblin world through the Crystal Network. The Sage has mercy on all living things. From this day forward, there will be no restrictions on divine baptism. Any believer in the Sage can baptize their children with divine grace. Thus, a biological transformation that should have caused panic among the people became something that many people begged for. Almost immediately, as Ben's sermon concluded, Richard noticed that his followers had gained a group of fanatics. In the 565th year of the Sage calendar, divinely blessed babies became commonplace. Thus, divinely blessed transformation was complete, and the goblin race successfully transformed. Floating City Research Institute. In the bright laboratory, an amorphous cloud of smoke hovered within a cage formed by a force field barrier. Around him, several mechanical projection devices continuously launched objects into the smoke. In front of the force field cage, Richard was at a test bench, using a quill to record his recent research results. The core of the floating city had been researched, and Richard had handed the remaining work to the experimental team led by Anson, while he began his own experiments. After becoming a great wizard, the laws of radiation took on a completely different meaning for Richard. Through the laws of radiation, Richard could manipulate tiny energy flows, previously beyond his control, into tools in his hands. This ability may sound humble, but it signifies that Richard has achieved an extremely refined level of control over energy, allowing for spells that would be impossible under normal circumstances. This significantly expanded the boundaries of Richard's sorcery. By exploring the limits of his abilities, Richard modified many of his sorcery models. These modifications made these spells even more powerful, but also extremely unstable. For a normal wizard, using these spells would be suicidal, but in Richard's hands, they became incredibly stable and powerful weapons. "My lord." Anson's voice came from behind Richard. Richard put down his quill and turned his chair. "Tyler, what's the matter?" Tyler, once a cardinal of the Church of the Lord of all things, held a somewhat awkward position within the Order of Miracles. He was supposed to be the Pope's right-hand man, working alongside Franken to stabilize the church. But now, Franken was Pope. Tyler's former subordinates, because of Richard's presence, dared not make any move. Then a deeply awkward scene emerged. Tyler, once a powerful cardinal, had become a nobody in the Order of Miracles. Only his student, Anson, maintained a close relationship with him. After this, Tyr stopped interfering in church affairs and began exploring the boundaries of alchemy with his students. This is Franken's report. Statistics show that over 80% of children under 10 in the world are divine infants. The divine transformation has been a complete success. "Oh, that's great news." Richard's voice was calm. He had anticipated this outcome. He had even proposed a method for promoting divine infants. Tyr's gaze passed Richard and caught sight of the magic book on the table. "Are you transcribing something?" "Yes, what's going on?" "No, I'm just a little surprised," Tyr said humbly. "The mental imprinting recording method you proposed is the most popular recording method in the Institute, and even in its affiliated universities. Yet you yourself are using the primitive transcription method to record data." "I'm just used to it." Richard swung his chair back to the table. "If there's nothing else, please excuse yourself." Although directly using mental power to record information in the crystal ball is faster and more convenient, Richard still prefers to record his research results in a thick magic book. Richard remembered a line from a novel he read in his previous life. The longest-lasting way to preserve information is to carve words into stone. Although Richard didn't carve into stone, the specially formulated ink and the leather pages that have undergone multiple processes are enough to keep his magic book intact for 10,000 years without any enchantment. One more thing. The strange creature that my lord asked us to cultivate has shown some unusual behavior today. Unusual? Richard put down his pen and casually tucked it between the pages of his book. "Take me there." Besides researching the Floating City, the Floating City Research Institute also conducts other projects. These range from flesh and blood colonization to prosthetics, alloy formulations, and hybrid crop cultivation. They encompass everything. Among these studies, Richard made a small use of his authority and added an observation project. The object of observation was the formless, which Richard had obtained from the savage world. Arriving at the laboratory, 2 goblin researchers dodged and evaded, their crystal balls emitting a faint, vast glow. A sign that information was being recorded. And what they were dodging was a ball of silver, amorphous liquid. Buzz, Richard raised his finger, and the silver, amorphous liquid was frozen in place. "My lord," the 2 researchers bowed. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Leave the records here, and get back to your business." "Yes, my lord." Looking at the silver liquid metal held captive in the air by a force field, Richard's eyes flickered with surprise. It actually possesses spiritual fluctuations. Wasn't it there before because there weren't enough of it? The ball of silver liquid metal before him was, of course, the former Wuxiang. But compared to the past, the current Wuxiang was undoubtedly much larger. The current Wuxiang was already the size of a full human, and this was the result of Richard's restraint. If Richard so desired, Wuxiang could transform into a river of metal. Sending out a faint mental force, Richard immediately sensed a fearful interest in Wuxiang. Richard then pulled Wuxiang's favorite alloy from his pocket and fed it to him. Immediately, the fear transformed into a feeling of joy and satisfaction. It possesses basic emotions, similar to that black smoke. It seems the floating city's materials are no longer a problem. A mental wave emanated from Richard's body, a faint mental force seeping slowly into Wuxiang's body, like water seeping through sand. During this time, Richard shamelessly consulted the physical corona once again, hoping to see if he could tame the Gestalt creatures. The physical corona offered no answer, but the soul corona, who happened to be passing by, did. According to the soul corona, microscopic Gestalt creatures cannot be enslaved like ordinary creatures. However, through special methods, wizards can tame Gestalt creatures. Richard had obtained the taming method from the Soul Corona for half a ball of black smoke. Soul Corona had no connection to him, so naturally, he wouldn't take any less. What Richard was now using was the taming method taught by the Soul Corona. As his mental force permeated every basic unit of Wuxiang, a special mental wave was transmitted along with the mental force, reaching every tiny individual. The frequency of this mental fluctuation was unique. If it were any louder, the Gestalt creature's tiny soul would simply dissipate. But if it were any smaller, it would be meaningless. Through this fluctuation, Wuxiang's mental energy began to converge, and a clearer consciousness emerged within Wuxiang's body. The so-called cycle of the Soul Corona was essentially to preform a personality for the Gestalt creature, then shape this personality, ultimately making the Gestalt creature its loyal dog. The moment consciousness formed, Wuxiang's body condensed into a pair of eyes. This new consciousness surveyed the world that held it. Chapter 576. After prefabricating the personality, Richard began instilling it with his ideologies. A newborn consciousness is like a blank slate. Whatever you write on it becomes what it becomes. To be on the safe side, Richard included Wuxiang's name in the new canon. The power of faith causes a deity to develop towards the image believed by its believer. While this influence is of little use to a creature with a mature personality and strong mental strength like Richard, it is akin to brainwashing for a nascent consciousness like Wuxiang. Less than a month after taming Wuxiang, Wuxiang began addressing Richard as my lord. After confirming Wuxiang's consciousness was stable, Richard began testing Wuxiang. These tests primarily focused on restoring enchantments, and the results left Richard quite satisfied. After acquiring consciousness, Wuxiang's ability to memorize enchantments increased significantly. Enchantments that previously required more than a dozen ingestions were now memorized in just 1 or 2. Richard also observed a direct correlation between Wuxiang's memorization speed and its body size. The larger Wuxiang's body, the faster it memorized. This gave Richard a somewhat crazy idea. If Wuxiang's body is grown large enough, could it be used as the main structure of the floating city? If Wuxiang were to grow to the size of the floating city, then enchanting the floating city would be no problem for him. If successful, Richard would have a living war fortress that could self-repair and transform into a variety of weapons. This idea is worth a try, Richard wrote in his notebook. However, given the current situation, this plan couldn't be implemented yet. First, Wuxiang's consciousness had only recently formed, lacking the memories and beliefs to resist mental attacks, making it prone to errors on the battlefield. Second, Richard simply didn't need such a living war fortress right now. To bully the natives, an ordinary floating city would suffice. After arranging Wuxiang, Richard returned to the laboratory. By this time, the material speculation in the laboratory had ceased, and the black smoke within the force field barrier had expanded significantly compared to before Richard left. My lord, do I have a new brother? A mental wave emanated from the black smoke, its intensity more than a level higher than Wuxiang's. Did you feel it? Richard asked, looking at the black smoke with some surprise. You've canonized your brother, so how could I not feel it? Richard nodded slightly. You feel it well. Your brother has awakened. Is he like me? Somewhat different, but similar in terms of life form. Can I see him? Yes, but don't scare him. Richard snapped his fingers, and the force field barrier that trapped or confined black smoke instantly dissipated. Have you given him a name? What should I call him? His name is Wuxiang, and his honorific title is the Ever-Changing One. Ever-Changing One. I like that name. Compared to his, mine is a bit unpleasant. Black Smoke's mental message carried a hint of disappointment. Richard scratched his head, a hint of confusion on his face. God's beast, devourer of all things, I think those names are quite impressive. I even consulted with a few bishops. You should call me Aldridge. As Richard's first personality, Aldridge's was surprisingly human. After gaining the ability to move freely, it developed its own thoughts and aesthetics based on the basic beliefs Richard had instilled. During their interactions, Richard sometimes felt as if he wasn't just creating a consciousness, but rather sealing a soul within Aldridge. This was especially true when Aldridge transformed. With this thought, Aldridge transformed into a humanoid creature beside Richard. It bore a striking resemblance to Richard, yet possessed some hobgoblin characteristics, a form Aldridge had created himself. If you don't have any tests, I go find my brother. I imagine he's lost right now, and I think I can help him. Richard nodded slightly, a gentle smile on his face. Go ahead. As he watched Aldridge disappear from his sight, the gentle smile on Richard's face slowly faded, replaced by a cold rationality. Has loneliness set in? Richard pulled a magic book from his pocket, flipped to the page containing the pen, and wrote, "On the 972nd day of his personality creation, Aldrich developed an intense curiosity about his brother. I speculate that the artificial personality has developed unnecessary emotions. With the cleansing of the abyss pollution, the entire goblin world has experienced prosperity and development. The once overcrowded slums have been completely demolished, and a new skyscraper is rising across the vast land every day. At the same time, the emergence of alchemy has led to an explosive growth in goblin technology. It's undeniable that the goblins' accumulated technological expertise over the past 10,000 years was perfectly suited for alchemy. The moment alchemy emerged, the goblin technology accumulated over the past 10,000 years reached a new level. Countless new creations were created daily in the goblin world, and the patent office of the Order of Miracles was overflowing with people. And along with this technological explosion came the innovation of machinery. In the past, machines utilizing crystal technology were considered high-end products. But after the advent of alchemy, crystal technology became commonplace, and alchemical machinery became the new darling of factories. As for those purely steam-powered machines of the past, these antiques have become mere collectibles and works of art, with virtually no practical value. With brand new machines and factories, the goblin world's basic alchemical industry has reached the level of wizards. No, it's even surpassed that of wizards. Although Richard established a patent system within the church to encourage goblins to share their discoveries, he underestimated one thing: the depth of their faith. Anyone with access to alchemy never lacked for money. These master mechanics and masters of transformation were all highly sought after by factory owners. Rather than seeking to secure patents and enrich themselves, the goblins preferred to sacrifice their technology to the god who had saved the world. In the pyramid of needs, they had transcended the lower levels of need and were now pursuing self-actualization. 30 years after the end of the Abyssal War, the goblin world had lost the lifeless, doomed image of the past. After 30 years of development, the world had become vibrant and full of life. "Hey Jack, why are you still wandering around? The floating city has ascended. Why don't you go home and check it out?" "What is it? The floating city? Haven't you been checking the crystal screen lately, you old man? Those big shots up there have made something huge." "Oh, I remember what you were talking about. But isn't that thing ascending tomorrow?" "What tomorrow?" "Today. Go home and check it out. I heard from the priests at the factory that they're making parts." "Parts? You mean those old blind man and his men? Those are incredible. I've seen those parts. They're incredibly complex, and no one can make them." "Of course not. Otherwise, how can they claim they've been researching for 30 years? Go home now." "So where are you going?" "I have to go to the factory for my shift. Damn the scheduling, it's delayed me until today." "Haha, even if I go back to check the screen recordings, I'd be going home now." Two old goblins crossed paths on the street. In the sky, the fiery red sun was slowly rising. At the Floating City Research Institute, tens of thousands of goblin technicians were conducting the final inspection of a massive structure 10 kilometers in diameter. After the breakthrough in power reactor technology, the remaining technology was a piece of cake for the goblins. Even so, it took the goblins 20 years to create the remaining parts. The manpower and material resources consumed would drain any universal empire to its limit. Without a world to support it, the enraged populace, those whose interests were harmed, would unite to overthrow the emperor who had pushed for this project before it was even completed. Power reactor inspection complete, no abnormalities found. Converter conversion complete, no anomalies found. 3 anomalies found in the power transmission pipeline. Replacement is currently underway. The goblin technician's voice emanated continuously from the crystal communicator. The launch room was filled with researchers and cardinals. Front and center, Richard idly fiddled with a button. "Anson, you're the most appropriate person to press this button," Richard said, turning his head to Anson, the technical archbishop beside him. "You've been handling this entire project. I haven't contributed since I solved the power reactor problem." "My lord, you must press this button," Anson shook his head. "Without your skills, we wouldn't be able to develop this thing even after 10,000 years of research. Besides, you are a sage, our savior. Only by pressing this button can the sacredness of the floating city be demonstrated." "Holy." Although he was accustomed to such mythical terms, Richard couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard the sacredness of the floating city. This floating city brings only war, slavery, and destruction, none of which are sacred in any way. "Anson, I told you this thing is a weapon, right?" "You did. Then why do you consider it sacred?" Anson said seriously, "Because it's called the Glory Floating City. Its purpose is to spread your glory." Very well. Richard turned to the cardinals behind him. I'm curious about your views on war. Franken stepped forward, bowed slightly to Richard, and said, My lord, we are your loyal servants. If you need governance, we are your officials and clerks. If you need war, we are your generals and soldiers. Richard gave Franken a deep look and didn't ask any further questions. All equipment has been inspected, and all faults have been corrected. Listening to the voice on the communicator, Richard stood up, held the communicator, and said calmly, Then I declare the floating city's first takeoff officially underway. With that, Richard pressed the red button. Chapter 577. With the press of a button, a crystal signal traveled along the signal tower connected to it, transmitting to the floating city several kilometers away. Upon receiving the signal, the operators within the floating city immediately began operating. Ignite the power reactor. Yes. As the lever was lowered, matter from the anti-dimensional space began to flow into the power chamber at a steady rate. The violent energy underwent 6 transformations within the power reactor, ultimately transforming into stable magic power that flowed into the energy transmission pipeline. The next moment, a loud boom was heard. The massive floating city, originally embedded in the earth, suddenly trembled. Then, this behemoth, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, slowly rose from the ground. A few kilometers away, a crystal camera captured this historic moment, which was then converted into a crystal signal, transmitted along the signal tower to countless homes in the goblin world. Success? Holy crap! It's flying! Something this big is actually flying! This is a divine feat, praise the sage, praise the sun! Amid the cheers and awe of countless goblins, the glory floating city officially lifted off. Seeing this, Richard and the other goblin researchers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could ascend and not disintegrate, the rest would be no major problems. Richard continued into the crystal communicator, prepared to cross the world wall. Yes! At Richard's command, the floating city rose higher and higher, and then, a black-robed figure shrouded in holy light appeared above them. The world wall is the boundary of a world. Under normal circumstances, any object or creature within that world cannot reach it. So Richard appeared. Amidst the cheers and praises of the goblins, Richard's interactive staff summoned a massive rune array. Immediately, a spatial rift connecting to the outer world unfolded in the sky. The raging ether erupted in distorted colors within the world, and invisible spatial turbulence, like a strong wind on the sea, affected the floating city's flight path. Inside the floating city, the operators frantically manipulated the rudders, sweat pouring down their bodies. Under their control, the floating city flew towards the spatial rift that resembled the mouth of a giant beast. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. The floating city drew closer and closer to the rift, and the operators' hands gripping the rudders trembled slightly. If they had made a mistake, the floating city would have collided with the spatial rift, causing a directional shift and triggering a chain reaction. But fortunately, everything went smoothly. They were all carefully selected elites. There was no chance of error in such an operation. The massive floating city slowly entered the spatial rift, then it closed, and all the crystal screens went dark. The crystal screen is broken? Bang, bang, bang. No response. Why is it dark? Is it over? Just as countless goblins were puzzled, the crystal screen suddenly lit up, and then, an unprecedented scene appeared on the screen. It was a huge, shimmering bubble. And behind it, stars shone. You said you've already built it? In the wizard dimension, Corona Conforma listened to Richard's latest news, his usually calm face filled with shock. Are you sure it's done? I advise you to check it more carefully. If the necropolis falls apart in the astral plane, all your alien slaves will die. I definitely checked this stuff, Richard said with a somewhat helpless smile. I've already flown the necropolis around the world, and there's not a single problem. From the power reactor to the energy transmission pipelines, to the outer armor, everything is flawless. Really? Physical Corona asked again. Really? I'm an alchemist, so I'm quite capable. Physical Corona looked at Richard again, and finally said with a tone of amazement, Why don't you just come back? With your abilities, you'd be better than those old guys in logistics. As a veteran wizard who has been fighting since the early days of the development, Physical Corona has a thorough understanding of the construction of necropolises. A typical expeditionary floating city, just to forge basic components, requires millions of workers for mining and smelting, and hundreds of thousands of wizards and apprentices to produce them. Beyond basic components, the floating city also requires more advanced parts. These parts are of paramount importance, and each one requires pure handcrafting by a master alchemist. As for the core power reactor, it can theoretically be made by ordinary wizards. However, for safety reasons, all power reactors are personally constructed by master wizards. Adding these requirements together, even the established white wizarding academies would need to cobble together enough. For a black wizarding academies, even the former Garen Wizarding Academy wouldn't be able to muster such a large number of wizards. And now, Richard had actually completed a floating city in just 30 years, using a handful of natives. This wasn't unbelievable anymore. If you told him about it in a tavern, someone would tell you were drunk. Haha, you're flattering. Richard chuckled, thinking the dean was a real joker. Is logistics something the average person can handle? Without solid skills, a deep background, and immense power, a great wizard tasked with logistics would be waiting for the next great wizard to come and fight them to the death after the battle. On a battlefield this vast, logistics are always in short supply. Since you created the floating city, I have these coordinates for you. We found a Lost One database in the Savage World, containing star maps from the Lost One era and their recorded world data. Based on the number and native information you provided, I found your location. With this, Corona Constellation waved his hand, and a vast galaxy appeared in the sky. Although the positions of the worlds have shifted somewhat over the past millions of years, we've still calculated and refined the star field surrounding the wizarding civilization. Your position should be here. The galaxy suddenly expanded, and a broken line emerged from the fingertips of the physical corona, passing through 2 points of light, and casually connecting to a larger-looking point of light. I have to say, you're quite lucky. Your current position is at the edge of the star map. Beyond that lies an unknown world unrecorded by the Lost Ones. Pointing to one end of the line, the physical corona pointed. According to the scale, from your position, you can reach the wizard's transit world by exploring roughly 2 worlds. The finger of the Corona constellation moved to the end of the line segment. That's this world. But unfortunately, the records of both worlds are very vague. It's difficult for me to provide you with any useful information. Richard quickly said, no, the coordinates are enough. Giving me a single coordinate is already a great favor. But physical Corona shook his head. Richard, times have changed. The war situation is dire right now, and the Parliament can't spare any resources to expand territory. World coordinates are practically worthless now. Those old guys who hoard coordinates are hoping to trade them for something. Richard was stunned. Is the war so disadvantageous? Yes, physical Corona nodded slightly. We are too few in number. Even with the orcs and alien slaves to supplement our forces, we are already several orders of magnitude behind those bugs. The only way to remedy this is to wait for the wizarding world to repair itself and allow all humans to become wizards. All humans. Become wizards? Richard stuttered as he spoke. After the wizarding world became a nation of wizards, the population had multiplied countless times. He conservatively estimated that the wizarding world currently had at least several hundred billion mortals. Allowing so many mortals to become wizards wouldn't be a straightforward victory. This is a relatively ideal scenario. According to Shaper's estimates, after the end of the Dharma Age, the wizarding world will usher in a golden age even greater than the Enlightenment. By then, the concentration of magic in the wizarding world will exceed that of the Enlightenment, and the air itself will be called a magical breeze. According to data from the Enlightenment, approximately 1 in 10 humans is qualified to become a wizard. And now, with humanity becoming universally wizards, the spiritual powers of newborns are gradually increasing. By that time, universal wizardry might not be impossible. This is indeed possible. Richard's mind flashed through the image of universal wizardry, and he couldn't help but tremble. That scene was truly awe-inspiring. Suddenly, the secret keeper appeared beside the physical Corona and whispered a few words to him. Then, the physical Corona's expression grew serious. A rune gate opened in midair, and emerald green paper strips spread from the physical Corona. A majestic aura emanated from it. And beyond the rune gate, an equally majestic, yet terrifying, aura flowed through it into the wizarding dimension. Richard, I give you the coordinates later. I have business to attend to now. The gate closed, and the aura vanished. Richard swallowed, his heart beating like a drum. It was certain that behind the rune gate lay the Star Realm overlord of the Galaxy Mayfly faction. Richard loosened his fist, which had been clenched for some unknown time, exhaled, and muttered to himself, still not strong enough. Back in the Goblin world, Richard quickly received the coordinates from the physical Corona. According to the coordinates, a small world existed 3 light-years away from him. A light-year is a unit of distance in the Star Realm, similar to a light-year. However, the light of a light-year refers to the speed of light. Richard's floating city was an older version, with a stable speed of 1/5 the speed of light. This meant it would take him 15 years to reach that world. 15 years, That's a bit long, Richard muttered, looking at the coordinates. By the way, how did Ulysses make that contract? It would be a shame not to plant some seeds within the world after all this time. Chapter 578. Sir Richard, this is the transformation plan. In the Divine Palace laboratory, Lon waved his hand, and 4 transformation diagrams appeared before Richard's eyes. The successful launch of the floating city marked the beginning of Richard's expedition. But the floating city alone was not enough. Without the absolute suppression of combat power, conquering a world required a very solid foundation of combat power. Tell me about their advantages, Richard asked casually. With Richard's knowledge of alchemy, the transformation directions of these transformation diagrams were clear to him at a glance. But that was all. The transformation diagrams did not indicate the function of each organ. 2 organs that appeared identical on 2 diagrams might have completely different underlying functions. Okay, let's look at this one first. The 4 diagrams before Richard suddenly merged into one. This is the perfect goblin that perfectly meets your original requirements. Its numerous virtues are self-evident. Aside from its extremely low fertility, its qualities are undoubtedly top-notch for a level 1 creature. Even the experiment you sent me, at level 1, would hardly have matched it. The experiment Lon was referring to was Cleo, the abyss demon captured by Richard. This clever demon, tortured by the world mushroom, used a method even the world mushroom could not prevent, hiding his soul within his body. The world mushroom and Richard searched for a long time, but were unable to locate his soul. Consequently, Richard handed the demon over to Lon, asking him to seal Cleo away and retrieve his soul later when he had more time. Have you found that guy's soul? Not yet. I've merely analyzed his bloodline. Sir Richard, you should be aware of the evolutionary tree of this creature. Yes, what are your thoughts on this? I'm trying to conceal the expression of this perfect goblin, thereby maintaining the fertility rate while allowing every goblin to become a perfect goblin. Richard's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Just let me know if you need anything. I will, Sir Richard. Let's start with the transformation. Perfect goblins are about 2 meters tall, with physiques as sturdy as if they were on steroids. Their skin remains green, but much thicker and tougher than that of goblins. Their features have a certain degree of horsishness, such as a set of sharp teeth and a wide jaw. This goblin is considered top tier for a level 1 creature in terms of strength, agility, and defense. I recommend using these soldiers as regular troops. They're excellent filler troops on any battlefield. Lon explained the uses of the perfect goblins as if they were introducing a product. Filling the line? Isn't that a bit extravagant? Richard was a little surprised. Wasn't it a waste to use a soldier of this caliber as a common soldier? This thing must be an elite unit, no matter how you looked at it. Lon chuckled softly. Richard could tell the controller was mocking him and said, somewhat annoyed, "What are you laughing at? What's the problem?" "Nothing. I just think your perspective on war, Sir Richard, is a little unique." The humane pause only made Richard more embarrassed. He asked, "Tell me what you think?" "Sir Richard, I understand your thoughts. They're perfectly reasonable, if a bit naive. Hexagonal warriors are indeed excellent on the battlefield, but you need to consider the time required to train a capable hexagonal warrior. Inexperienced hexagonal warriors can only serve to delay the battle line when facing a particular type of soldier that excels in a particular area." Lan's words silenced Richard. Indeed, if hexagonal warriors aren't strong enough, they're mediocre. These soldiers may not excel in any particular area, but they can still withstand a few blows against any enemy. They're extremely useful for delaying the battle line and buying time for reinforcements. As if considering Richard's face, Lon added, "Of course, if your current war target is the natives, then these soldiers can indeed be used as elite troops. For the natives, a perfect goblin is a perfect warrior." Richard sighed, not dwelling on the topic any further. "Look at the next one." "Okay, this is the transformed source master you've seen before." As Richard spoke, the diagram before him suddenly shifted, revealing a slender, tall figure. A goblin transformed source master is different from the source master I described earlier. After undergoing source master transformation, a goblin becomes more agile and faster than a perfect goblin. However, their defenses are lower, and their strength is also less. I recommend using this type of soldier as an assassin or scout. They manipulate energy with extreme precision, so they won't reveal even a single energy fluctuation while advancing or reconnaissance. If discovered, they have sufficient combat power and speed to return. Richard nodded slightly. This modification was quite good in his opinion. As a dark wizard, he had an instinctive preference for it. Next. This is another modification you've seen. A short diagram appeared before Richard. The goblin and mechanic modifications are a perfect match. The modified ones are even better than the original mechanic. Their role is logistical support, and of course, they can be used as ranged soldiers when necessary. Okay, next. The short diagram vanished from Richard's sight, replaced by a medium-sized diagram. This is a transformation you haven't seen. I've named it Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor. Richard raised an eyebrow. What are its abilities? Heal everything. Everything? Yes, everything. It might just be a little unstable. Richard's eyes flickered with curiosity. Tell me more about it. You should know that transformed goblins can use mystical powers. The Witch Doctor transformation amplifies this ability, allowing them to draw upon even more mystical powers, but at the cost of instability. When using mystical powers to heal creatures, they might also inflict something like a curse. This transformation is a bit of a rip-off. The image of a certain unfortunate individual, cursed for millennia by a phantom creature, flashed through Richard's mind. Speaking of which, with the wizarding world now fully mobilized, what about his guild? You can't just focus on the negative effects. Those are only a small part of the problem. Witch doctors can also use mystical powers through rituals to strengthen the entire army, right? Richard nodded slightly. That was a good point. With the wizard civilization behind him, he would certainly have plenty of mass-enhancing curses in his future. Yes, all 4 transformations have passed. My friend, you're a Superman. Lon bowed slightly at Richard's somewhat strange praise. It's my honor to help you. Jack, come here quickly. Your name is on it. In the lounge, a sturdy, transformed goblin, or rather, a divinely blessed goblin, suddenly jumped out of bed. My name is on it. You mean the list of transformations? Jack's voice was filled with disbelief. He hadn't ranked high in the just-concluded Legion competition, so how could he have been selected for the transformation? It's the list of transformations. You're so lucky. The person who informed Jack was an old goblin who had been transformed by a monk. He was the captain of Jack's company. The basic unit of the Goblin Legion was based on the Salamanders. 100 men formed a company, and 10 companies formed a chapter. How could I have been chosen? Jack asked in disbelief. I'm not ranked high. But your rankings are very balanced across the board. The captain handed him a list. Your transformation is to become an Iron Warrior, and this transformation requires a goblin like you. Jack took the list, which contained a notice detailing his transformation and the reason for his selection. He kissed the list twice and shouted to the sun outside the window, "Praise the sage! Praise the sun!" Meanwhile, the same scene was playing out across the various legions. Over the past month, all the Goblin Legions had held competitions, selecting a large number of Goblin warriors suitable for transformation. There was no other way. Richard only had one world. Transforming goblins required a vast amount of vital substances, which Richard could only extract bit by bit from the enchanted plants, besides sucking the blood of the world mushroom. The world mushroom now needed to power the Asgard laboratory and expand the secret realm, generating minerals as raw materials. Even if the entire goblin world were planted with the substances provided by the enchanted plants, it would take at least decades to accumulate enough for transformation. Thus, Richard could only carry out transformations on a small scale, and then expand to a larger scale once the world expanded. In parallel with the transformation of warriors, the army was also being expanded. The current goblin world had a small army. After the Abyss War, Richard disbanded most of the mortal army. The remaining transformed goblin army, even if every member was a wizard, would barely be enough for a planar expedition. So, military expansion was necessary. Richard didn't believe the goblins carried by the floating city alone could conquer a world. Therefore, new troops would be necessary after the portal opened. News of the military expansion quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. The new generation of divinely favored goblins, upon hearing this news, practically trampled the threshold of the recruitment office. The church made no secret of the impending war. They bluntly stated that the military expansion was specifically for war. The priests of the Order of Miracles delivered stirring speeches on the crystal screen. The goblins are a race that has been through trials, so the sage will lead them on a massive expedition, returning to the divine realm to fight against the evil the gods are fighting. On the way, we will pass through 2 dark, blind worlds, like the goblin world of the past, and ignite the flames of war within them. I imagine some brothers and sisters will ask, why war? Why can't we live in peace? I want to say, war is necessary. We must spread the glory of God and eradicate their suffering. And those who cause suffering will not surrender. Brothers and sisters, ask the older generation of goblins in your family what their lives were like back then. Go to the city library and read the records from over 500 years ago to see what life was like for the goblins back then. Brothers and sisters, that is the result of the suffering. So war is inevitable, but this war is glorious and sacred. We are on the right path, and I am spreading the glory of God. This will be a sacred expedition, a glorious expedition, a great expedition. Praise the sage, praise the sun. Chapter 579. My lord, the military expansion has been successfully completed. In the secret realm, Franken handed Richard the latest military expansion report. Richard glanced through it briefly, a hint of surprise on his face. How could it be so fast? The Abyssal War has only been over 30 years. The people shouldn't be so jubilant, if not resentful or hostile to the war. The data showed that the Order of Miracles military expansion plan had been running smoothly. The recruitment offices were being trampled by the number of divinely favored goblins who applied. In many areas, there were even extreme cases of suicide due to being rejected. My lord, 30 years is a long time. Without becoming a monk, a goblin who lived to 60 was considered exceptionally long-lived. Furthermore, the harsh environment during the Abyssal War took a significant toll on ordinary goblins, resulting in an average lifespan of only 35. There are probably very few goblins who survived the Abyssal War and didn't become monks who are still alive today. Richard was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized his blind spot. He had already adapted to the life patterns of the immortals, and to him, 30 years was just a short nap. But for short-lived species, like the goblins, 30 years was more than half a lifetime. That's fine, as long as there's no resistance from the people. In any world, building a strong army can't rely on such foolish methods as conscription. On a low-power battlefield, conviction is as crucial as physical prowess. The outcomes of soldiers marching into battle on their own, and those forced to do so at gunpoint are two completely different things. Anything else? No. If not, go ahead and do your thing. Richard waved his hand, and Franken withdrew. Returning to the lab, Richard pulled a magic book from his pocket. Looking over the contents, Richard said with a slight headache, "Fusion of the rule body. It's a bit complicated." This magic book contained the method for constructing the rule body taught to him by the physical corona. As a wizard pursuing physical evolution, Richard's rule body must go beyond simply being a soul carrier. He must go further, fusing the rule body with his physical body to construct what the physical corona calls the rule true body. But fusion is easy to say, but the actual implementation is extremely complex. Rules are a magical force. Without energy and matter, rules alone are useless. But when they come into contact with energy or matter, they become a miraculous power comparable to turning stone into gold. The properties of matter fused with rules will inevitably change. Just as matter infused with the principle of fire naturally attracts fire, if Richard fully integrates the principle of radiation into his body will undoubtedly produce radiation, just like the fuel ring. But there's a huge problem with this approach. Richard's body might not be able to withstand it. After incorporating the principle of radiation, his cells would be constantly bombarded with radiation. But Richard isn't stone. He's a living being. Even though he's a great wizard, he's still a living being. While this radiation shock may have no immediate effect, over time it will undoubtedly affect Richard's normal cellular turnover, much like dripping water wears away a stone. Moreover, this radiation didn't just appear out of thin air. The release of radiation necessarily consumed matter, otherwise it would become a perpetual motion machine. Perpetual motion machines don't exist, at least not within the realm of truth discovered by wizards. So, after integrating the radiation law, Richard's body was constantly experiencing wear and tear. This wear and tear might be limited to the cell membrane, but if it consumed the life core, the entire cell would be destroyed. Through reflection, Richard felt more and more that his radiation law wasn't suitable for a body of law that carried a physical body. Radiation law was naturally designed for bodies of law that carried souls. Should I give up the physical path? A thought flashed through Richard's mind. If he abandoned the physical path, his radiation law would be enough to allow him to excel in the art of transmutation. While the great wizards of the transmutation school had to diligently refine their energy control, Richard only needed to grow his mental strength, and his control would become increasingly precise. "My master, what are you worried about?" The voice of the world mushroom suddenly echoed in Richard's ears. Richard's laboratory was within its body, and even if he wasn't paying close attention, it could still hear Richard's every move. Richard had been troubled by the contents of this book for over a month. "Nothing, just thinking about my future path," Richard replied casually. "I have two options. Abandon physical evolution and pursue pure spiritual evolution, or abandon the principles of radiation and pursue physical evolution." Why give up? I think both paths can coexist. The world mushroom's voice was filled with confusion. He had gained a considerable amount of evolutionary knowledge from the world tree's offspring. The choices Richard mentioned seemed entirely compatible to him. But I need to construct a rule body, Richard said, feeling a headache. Radiation rules are inherently unsuitable for constructing a rule body that acts as a physical carrier. You should know what a rule body is, right? Yes, I was born with it. Huh? The world mushroom ignored Richard's surprise. He searched through his memories for a moment, retrieving what he considered useless information. The world tree contained so much evolutionary information that, after obtaining what he desired, the world mushroom retained a considerable amount of useless material. My master, I think you could first forge a rule body using other rules, then add the radiation rules as a new rule. This composite rule body would greatly reduce the influence of rules on matter, and this seems to be the normal path. To become a level 5 creature, one must construct a composite rule body. The world mushroom's answer startled Richard. Yes, wouldn't it be enough for him to find other rules to build the foundation of the rule body? Rules are invaluable to others, but for him, as long as he obtains enough rule items, a little refining is enough. He still has the rules of several corpses that he hasn't refined yet. As for soul power, after becoming a great wizard, his soul will be able to heal itself just like his body. Ulises, with his soul shattered to that point, was able to recover as the lord of the world. Surely, even if he consumed his soul power, he would be able to slowly recover as well. At this thought, Richard's vision suddenly widened. It had been so long since he used the miracle furnace that he almost forgotten he even had such a precious treasure. Speaking of which, now that he was a great wizard, the miracle furnace should have changed a bit. Take for example an ability Richard had used only once. After becoming a wizard, he could move the miracle furnace, though its range was limited to his soul. As his mental strength grew, he became more and more adept at moving the miracle furnace, but the range was still limited to his soul. Now that he was a great wizard, he couldn't say whether he could use the miracle furnace as a weapon, but at least its range should have expanded to include the body of law. With a thought, Richard's mind shifted, and the miracle furnace materialized within his soul space. Its appearance startled Richard. The once gray miracle furnace had faded from its gray hue. It now looked as if the flames within it were too intense, burning a brilliant red. On its outer shell, ancient characters gleamed with golden light, carrying an aura of majesty. Did this change occur when I ascended? Richard wondered. Regardless of when it occurred, the change was real. With a thought, Richard's mind shifted, and the miracle furnace began to move within his soul space. As it moved, a new message appeared before Richard's eyes. My unseen successor, congratulations on finally taking your first step. But you must remember that all gifts from fate come with a hidden price tag. The baffling message before him made Richard feel a little uneasy. It seemed to harbor a plot, a scheme to use him as a pawn. The phrase every gift from fate comes with a hidden price tag terrified him even more. Has his journey been a little too smooth? From the moment he became a wizard's apprentice, his luck seemed to improve. When faced with danger, he always managed to turn it into a blessing, profiting from everything he did, and his strength was rapidly increasing. If all this was orchestrated by someone, then what price would he have to pay? The fear of the unknown filled Richard with anxiety. He wandered aimlessly through the secret realm, his mind tangled like a ball of yarn. Calm down. Calm down. Richard slapped himself, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. He had been ignoring one question all along. Where did the miracle furnace come from? It couldn't just appear out of thin air because he was a time traveler. And judging by this information, he was the one chosen by the miracle furnace. And the reason he was chosen was likely related to fate. Or was it fate that the miracle furnace had chosen him? Fate was the most taboo research area of the cursed school, and all cursed wizards kept it a secret. After a moment's reflection, Richard suddenly let out a breath and said with a hint of self-mockery, Richard, what are you worried about? You're such a mediocre fellow, and now you've become a great wizard. Whatever it asks of you, you should just do it with peace of mind. It had already happened, and all he could do was accept it. Life had to go on. Burying his uneasiness and fear deep in his heart, Richard began to examine the miracle furnace. The miracle furnace still couldn't leave his soul, but the flame within could be harnessed to his advantage. With a thought, Richard saw a golden flame burst forth from the miracle furnace, igniting at his fingertips. The next moment, the entire secret realm trembled violently. My lord, quickly put away your flame. Chapter 580. The world mushroom's terrified voice caused Richard to quickly retract the flame. What's going on? Why are you so frightened? My lord, Can't you sense the danger of this flame? The world mushroom's voice was filled with fear, as if the flame were some ferocious, man-eating beast. What danger? Richard was bewildered. The flame felt incredibly docile in his hands, allowing him to manipulate it however he pleased. The world mushroom remained silent for a moment, then spoke to Richard in a gravely serious tone. My lord, this flame is extremely dangerous. Even a spark, mishandled, could pose a fatal threat to the world master realm. This flame can incinerate everything. Everything? A golden flame emanated from Richard's fingertips. He sensed that while this flame contained an extremely rich force of rules, that was all it was. Incinerate everything? Does that mean the rules can be incinerated too? He casually formed an energy bubble imbued with rules, and brought the flame closer. The moment it touched the flame, the entire magic bubble suddenly erupted. Boom! A blazing flame flashed by. Looking back at the location of the magic bubble, it was now empty. So strong? Richard looked at the flame in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected the flames of the miracle furnace to be so powerful. With this thing in hand, he wondered if... Suddenly, Richard felt a slight dizziness. He retracted the flame and checked his soul, which was a startling sight. Using this thing actually burns the soul? Even though Richard had just been playing with the flame for a while, in just a few moments, his mental power, which had just reached 300 points, had plummeted to 290. Richard said with some trepidation, my goodness. If I use this for a little longer, I'd be reduced to a cripple worse than a mortal. That being said, it's not surprising that this item consumes so much energy. A figure of Richard's level shouldn't possess it. It should be a treasure held by truth wizards, god kings, and star lords. It's a useful tool. It's a way to deal with enemies that conventional means can't handle, or those above level 4. This is a way to deal with them. Putting the matter of the flames aside, Richard went to the lab and retrieved the several wild beast corpses he had collected. Raw materials. Level 4 wild beast corpse. Refined rules. Flesh rule, moderately damaged, metal rule, extremely damaged, life rule, extremely damaged. Refining cost, 120 soul power. Raw materials. Level 4 wild beast corpse. Refined rules. Life rule, moderately damaged, fire element rule, extremely damaged, water element rule, extremely damaged. Refining cost, 15 soul power. After becoming a great wizard, Richard's mental power increased tenfold compared to his time as a third ring wizard. Correspondingly, the apparent cost of refining these rules also decreased tenfold. Rules that once required more than his entire soul power now consumed less than a third of that power, even if he combined them all. After refining the rules, Richard fused and pieced together similar rules, quickly creating a relatively complete set. Life rules. This is indeed a suitable path for physical evolution. Although Richard's life rules and radiation rules had been fused, this fusion was like a double strand of DNA, the two rules held together by some kind of connection, not inherently fused like an alloy. This was why the fusion of rules did not hinder Richard's construction of the most basic rule body. After piecing together the pieces, Richard's life rules were nearly complete, and the life rules happened to be one of the foundational rules. Discarding the original body of rules, Richard began constructing a body of rules in the secret realm, centered around the life rules. After constructing a body of rules once, Richard had become somewhat familiar with the process. However, Richard overlooked one issue, the upper limit of his mental power. He had already reached just over 200 mental power from refining the rules. This amount of mental power was insufficient to construct a new body of rules. So, Richard was forced to stop midway through the construction. Because this was a serious flaw, he could only recover through meditation and his soul's self-healing abilities. Richard had no choice but to put the construction of the body of rules aside, and began studying the Forerunner relics he had obtained in the Goblin world and the knowledge about life in the Divine Palace laboratory. Time flew by like a fleeting arrow. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 years of research, Richard's understanding of life, or rather, the core of life, had deepened. According to the Forerunner's research, the most primitive ancestors of the countless flesh and blood creatures in the astral realm were all a group of extremely similar single-celled organisms. Under a harsh living environment, these cells gradually began to grow. Through an organelle the Forerunners named the Source Energy Body, life took its first steps toward controlling energy. From then on, the great tree of evolution sprouted. Fueled by energy, the process of biological evolution was remarkably rapid. In the laboratories created by the Forerunners, single-celled organisms that mastered the Source Energy Body evolved into multicellular organisms in just over 100,000 years. Subsequently, in just tens of thousands of years, the most primitive multicellular organisms gradually evolved into a primitive magical beast. Without the source energy body, nothing happened for over 100,000 years. The forerunners therefore concluded that energy is the catalyst for evolution. Without energy stimulation, the evolution of flesh and blood creatures would be extremely slow. However, this catalytic effect began to slow down significantly after the energy cycle began. Thus, the path of evolution emerged. Every species has its own evolutionary path. Relying on the experience of their tribe, creatures forged a navigable path through the wild land. By collecting the evolutionary paths of different species, and the bloodlines corresponding to these paths, and applying their immense computing power, the forerunners successfully analyzed some of the secrets of evolution. They mastered the code of life. By writing this code, the forerunners could create any creature they desired. And this was the result of Richard's 10 years of research. In the Divine Palace laboratory, subtle energy fluctuations continuously emanated from Richard's palm. And within these energy fluctuations, the flesh and blood in his hand also constantly changed. Puff, puff, puff. A layer of white bone scales pierced through the skin, covering Richard's palm. Immediately, the scales lit up with a magical glow. Runes appeared on these scales, and together, they perfectly formed a magic circle. Paw, puff, puff. A burst of applause came from behind Richard. Sir Richard, congratulations on your initial mastery of life editing. Richard turned to see Lon, smiling and applauding. Lon also possessed the ability to edit life. The biological editing Richard was currently using was taught to him by Lon. Just the beginning of mastery. Richard smiled and waved his hand, the bone scales falling from his palm as he moved. Life editing is like writing code. Richard is now like a novice, who has just learned to code, only able to write hello world. If he wants to truly apply this ability in combat, he still has a long way to go. But it doesn't matter. Richard still has plenty of time. He won't have to worry about not mastering it in a few hundred years. Even a preliminary mastery is remarkable. It's hard to imagine that a living being could master such a complex and precise operation. Life editing requires extremely fine energy control. The master controller possesses immense computing power, and the cutting-edge machinery built by the pioneers, making it possible. As a living being, Richard can hardly compare to machines in terms of computing power or precision. If it weren't for his knowledge of the radiation law, Richard wouldn't even be qualified to be an editor. Having mastered life editing, Richard's cultivation came to a temporary halt. After 10 years of recovery, the soul power he had previously consumed had been fully restored. Now he could finally construct a new body of laws. After constructing the rune with ease, Richard imported the nearly complete law of life into it. The next moment, Richard felt a surge of comfort within his flesh and blood body within the body of law. After integrating the law of life, the body of law's energy could surprisingly be transformed into life energy. Once the construction was complete, Richard didn't rush the integration. He absorbed the body of law into his body, and then pulled several leather scrolls from his pocket. Richard hadn't carefully studied Elise's scroll-making techniques, so he could only imitate them, and make a few inferior products. The rifts opened by these scrolls could only transmit objects, energy, and creatures no larger than mortals. But having done what he had already done, Richard decided to throw the scrolls away. His purpose in throwing the scrolls was to plant the seeds and bolster his puppet forces. These scrolls were more than enough. Outside the secret realm, Richard surveyed the dazzling world before him and through the scrolls. Once he knew the world's coordinates, he had the world mushroom transport the secret realm. Now, 10 years later, the world mushroom had finally reached its destination. Watching the scrolls vanish on the wall of the world, Richard muttered to himself, "I hope it's of some use. After all, it took me so long." Back in the secret realm, Richard returned to the goblin world through the rift. In the office, Franken watched Richard emerge from the secret realm and immediately stood up, saluted, and said, "My lord." Richard nodded slightly, and then announced his oracle. "Franken, assemble the troops. The expedition is about to begin." Franken was startled, but then responded yes. Soon, news of the impending expedition spread from Franken's study to the entire priesthood of Miracle City, and then, via crystal signals, to the entire goblin world at an astonishing speed. Then, the army set out. Goblin soldiers and war machines boarded the train, heading for the floating city. Their faces were filled with fanaticism and piety. They had long awaited this day. The crystal screen broadcast the entire process of the soldiers and war machines ascending the floating city. Soldiers sang military songs from the city, while countless goblins wiped away tears in front of the crystal screen. The church hadn't concealed the duration of the expedition. Its propaganda claimed it would be extremely long, long enough for a goblin to die of old age. So, those goblins who were still mortal knew that their children, dead or alive, would never see them again. The massive floating city slowly descended into the starry sky, and the vast rift in the sky slowly healed. The great expedition had begun.